Chapter 1 Su Ming, the teacher hopes you can understand. Linjiang City, Linjiang No. 1 Middle School. Director Wei, why isn't my name on the list of students receiving subsidies for needy students this month? In the head teacher's office, Su Ming spread a list on Wei Jiaxing's desk. According to the regulations of the Linjiang municipal government, students who rank in the top 10 in their grade in terms of qi and blood in all high schools and whose families are in financial difficulties can receive a monthly subsidy of 20,000 credit points from the government to be used for purchasing daily cultivation resources. In Su Ming's qi and blood test at the end of last month, his qi and blood were as high as 3.18, ranking 5th in the grade. According to government regulations, he can also obtain 20,000 credit points this month. Facing Su Ming's questioning, Wei Jiaxing reached out to adjust his black-framed glasses and did not look at the list Su Ming placed on his desk. This list was originally made by him, so he knew the situation without even looking at it. He looked at Su Ming with a professional smile on his face. Su Ming, the government's special assistance for needy students, is intended to support talented individuals from disadvantaged families to further their careers in martial arts. Although your grades are good, you didn't awaken your special abilities during the awakening ceremony yesterday. You know the difference between ordinary warriors and awakened warriors, so I crossed your name out. After all, Linjiang City has to provide subsidies to so many students every month, which puts a lot of pressure on us. We need to use the best resources where they are needed most. I think we should give opportunities to those who are truly talented. I hope you can understand. After saying this, Wei Jiaxing still put on an awe-inspiring look. Director Wei. Su Ming's tone suddenly became heavier when he heard that it was Wei Jiaxing who removed his name from the list. I've read the government regulations. Besides family background, subsidies for needy students are based solely on their qi and blood rankings. Even though I haven't awakened my abilities, I still ranked 5th in the grade in the qi and blood test at the end of last month. According to the regulations, even if you're the head teacher, you can't give my spot to someone else without permission. Wei Jiaxing frowned slightly and his voice became a little stern. Student Su Ming, please pay attention to the way you speak. However, Su Ming did not back down and his attitude remained firm. Director Wei, I'm just fighting for the rights that belong to me. If Director Wei feels that my attitude is bad, then I won't bother you anymore. I'll go to the municipal government and explain the situation. After saying that, Su Ming turned around and left without stopping. It was not that Su Ming coveted the 50,000 credit points monthly subsidy for needy students, but because he had a reason to get it. Originally, Su Ming's living conditions were pretty good. His parents were both first-level warriors, and he had a lovely younger sister. But just when he entered high school, a beast tide took the life of his father Su Zhe, and his mother Lin Wanru was also seriously injured and on the verge of death. Su Ming used up all the family savings and was able to barely save his mother's life, but that was all. Because Lin Wanru was seriously injured, she could only recover completely by taking the water of life. She is currently in a coma. The water of life is a 7th-level natural treasure, worth 10 billion credit points. 10 billion credit points is an astronomical figure for Su Ming. Su Ming had no choice but to have the hospital use a life monitor to maintain Lin Wanru's vital signs, which required 20,000 credit points every month. In addition, his sister was in junior high school, and her cultivation and daily expenses also required money. He had spent all the subsidies for poor students that he had received on Lin Wanru, and he had to find a part-time job to barely cover the daily expenses for him and his sister. Once the subsidies for extremely poor students are cut off, the consequences will be unimaginable. That was why Su Ming was so anxious when he learned that the school had ignored government regulations and removed his name from the subsidy list. Humph, Su Ming, I advise you to stay in school and don't go anywhere. Su Ming's last words made Wei Jiaxing stand up from his seat and threaten Su Ming. However, Su Ming left the office without any pause. Seeing that Su Ming actually ignored his words, Wei Jiaxing's smile disappeared and the muscles on his face became stiff. After a long time, Wei Jiaxing took a deep breath, turned on the computer, and his fingers moved quickly on the keyboard, and Su Ming's file appeared on his computer. Do you really think I'm scared of this? How naive. Looking at Su Ming's student file, Wei Jiaxing snorted coldly and quickly started operating on the computer. 2.5 hours later. They fired me. Wei Jiaxing, I'm gonna you. You bastard, I'm gonna you. Su Ming walked out of the city hall, his anger filled with anger that he could no longer contain, and he immediately started swearing. He didn't expect that Wei Jiaxing would directly expel him from Linjiang No. 1 Middle School. Just now, when the staff of the city hall checked Su Ming's identity information, they found that he was no longer a student of Linjiang No. 1 Middle School. Without his student status, no matter how high his chi and blood values are, he cannot enjoy the government's subsidies for poor students. Time is running out, I have to find a way to make money. After Su Ming cursed for a while, he finally vented a lot of his anger and took a deep breath. Now was no time for him to remain angry. There is still a week left before I have to transfer money to the hospital. The most important thing now is to get the money. But it is not easy to earn 20,000 credit points in a week. He thought about it over and over again, but couldn't think of any job in Linjiang City that could earn him 20,000 credit points in such a short time. It seems I can only try my luck at the Warrior Association. If I'm lucky, I might even be able to join the warrior team and become a porter. In the end, Su Ming made a risky decision, which was to go down to the cave. The underground cave is a general term for all the other worlds connected to this world. There are many terrible beasts in the underground cave, which is extremely dangerous. But even so, warriors still flock to it. Because the underground cave not only contains training resources that can help warriors increase their strength, but even the ferocious beasts are full of treasures. Not only can the fangs and claws of ferocious beasts be used to make weapons, but their flesh and blood can also be used to make precious medicines to nourish the warriors' chi and blood and improve their cultivation. In the cave, all the technology on Blue Star is ineffective, so warriors who enter the cave to hunt ferocious beasts need to bring the ferocious beast materials out by themselves. Even for a warrior, if he fights with a bunch of materials on his back, his strength will be affected. Therefore, when many warrior teams enter the cave to hunt ferocious beasts, they will specifically recruit some weak temporary team members to be responsible for picking up things. These temporarily recruited team members do not need to kill the ferocious beasts. As long as they can survive and bring the things out of the cave with the team, they can get a considerable commission. Su Ming is attracted by this point. Of course, Su Ming also needs to take great risks to enter the cave. After all, in the cave, even a powerful warrior is at risk of falling, not to mention that his blood value is only 3.18, which is less than half of the minimum blood standard for a warrior. Even so, Su Ming decided to give it a try. He hailed a taxi and headed towards the Linjiang City Warrior Association. The Linjiang City Warrior Association was bustling with people, and warriors in various attire were coming in and out. Su Ming came to the association hall and stared at the task information scrolling on the huge electronic screen in the center, trying to find the task about recruiting temporary team members. Soon, Su Ming found that he was having some unrealistic thoughts. The information scrolling on the big screen showed that the teams recruiting temporary players had set a health requirement of 5 or above. No one was interested in a high school student like him who only had 3.18 health. Since the appearance of the underground cave, the physical fitness of people in this world has generally improved. If on Earth, a healthy adult would have a chi and blood value of around 1 point, but ordinary people in this world have a chi and blood value of around 1.5. 5 points of chi and blood is more than 3 times that of a healthy adult in this world. Such physical fitness can also carry more materials in the cave. After asking several warrior teams in succession and being rejected, Su Ming couldn't help feeling a little desperate. Su Ming, it's really you. I thought I was seeing things. Just then, a familiar voice came into his ears. Chapter 2, The First Kill of the Fierce Beast, Deep Blue System. Su Ming looked in the direction of the sound and saw a team of 4 people walking towards them. Leading them was a tall woman with a high ponytail and a cold temperament. The woman was wearing a combat uniform with the Extreme Martial Arts School logo printed on it, and she was carrying a long sword on her back, looking very heroic. Coach Xin? Su Ming was stunned and recognized that the woman was one of the coaches of the Extreme Martial Arts Gym where he used to work part-time as a sparring partner, a second-level warrior, Xin Menghan. Why did you come to the Warrior Association? Su Ming was very hard-working when he was a sparring partner in the Extreme Martial Arts School, and his blood and energy were not low. Xin Menghan had a good impression of him, and when she saw him in the Warrior Association, she couldn't help but ask him curiously. To be honest with Coach Xin, I'm in urgent need of money, so I wanted to try to be a porter. Su Ming smiled helplessly when he heard that. Hearing Su Ming's words, Xin Menghan frowned slightly. Su Ming, you have to think carefully. The cave is very dangerous. With your current strength, if you encounter a first-level ferocious beast, your life will be in danger. I know it's dangerous, but I really need the money right now. In that case, please come with us down into the cave. We also need a porter, and I'm too lazy to waste time looking for someone else. Xin Menghan looked at the eagerness and determination in Su Ming's eyes, was silent for a moment, and extended an invitation to Su Ming. Thank you, Coach Xin. Coach Xin, don't worry, I will definitely not hold you back. Su Ming was overjoyed when he heard this, and immediately patted his chest and made a promise to Xin Menghan. Hey, isn't this the beautiful Xin from the Extreme Dojo? What's going on? Can't find anyone? Even this pretty boy who hasn't even fully grown his hair is being dragged here to fill the gap? Ha 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 ha. Just then, an inappropriate laugh was heard. A burly, bald man with a face full of flesh, wearing the uniform of the Thunder Martial Arts School, walked over with his team, his arms folded across his chest, staring at Su Ming and Xin Menghan with a sneer on his face. The Thunder Martial Arts School and the Extreme Martial Arts School have always been at odds with each other, and the team members behind the burly man also joined in the fun. Brother Xiong, look at how skinny that kid is. I'm afraid he can't even fill the gaps between the teeth of a ferocious beast, right? Is the Extreme Martial Arts School empty? How dare you bring this kind of bastard into the cave? Don't let him piss his pants when he gets scared, and then he'll be a burden to others. Xin Menghan's face turned cold, and he glanced at the bald man coldly. Cheng Xiong, it's none of your business who I'm looking for, just take care of yourself. Su Ming, let's go. After saying this, Xin Menghan no longer paid attention to Cheng Xiong and the others, and directly took Su Ming and his team members away. You stinking bitches, all of you should die in the catacombs. Cheng Xiong watched Xin Menghan and others leave and spat fiercely. On the other side, Xin Menghan took Su Ming out of the Warrior Association and drove Su Ming and others to the entrance of cave number 3. Su Ming, this is Fang Yamo, Guan Shan, and Xiaomu. They are all first-level warriors. On the way, Xin Menghan introduced the 3 team members around him to Su Ming one by one. Fang Yamo is a short-haired woman wearing black-framed glasses. She is in her early 20s and wields a spear. She is very capable. Guan Shan and Xiaomu were both young men in their 30s. Their weapons were the same as Xin Menghan's, long swords. Brother Su Ming, welcome to join. After Xin Menghan's introduction, Fang Yamo was the first to greet Su Ming with a smile, and Guan Shan and Xiaomu also nodded to Su Ming. Su Ming greeted them one by one. Su Ming, I remember you're pretty good with a gun. I happen to have a spare black iron gun in my trunk. Remember to take it with you when you get your bag. It'll be something you can rely on when you enter the cave. After Xin Menghan saw that everyone had greeted each other, he turned to Su Ming. Upon hearing this, Su Ming said thank you gratefully. Soon, Xin Menghan and his group of 5 arrived at cave number 3, 20 kilometers away from Linjiang City. They put on their equipment, passed the strict security check of the defense forces stationed outside the cave, and entered the passage leading to cave number 3. After passing through the passage, Su Ming experienced a brief period of dizziness and weightlessness, and then the scene in front of him suddenly became clear. The sky was dim yellow, and the air was filled with a faint smell of decay and blood. Most of the surrounding vegetation is a strange dark purple or dark green, and the roar of unknown ferocious beasts can be heard in the distance, making people involuntarily nervous. This is the world of the catacombs. I'll lead the way, Guanshan, you'll cover the rear, Fang Yamo and Xiaomu will watch the sides, and Su Ming, you'll stay in the middle. You don't need to participate in the battle, just be responsible for loading the materials. Do you understand? After entering the cave, Xin Menghan immediately gave orders, and his eyes finally fell on Su Ming, who was quickly surrounded by the crowd. Su Ming nodded heavily, tightened the black iron spear in his hand, and a hint of excitement flashed in his nervous eyes. Set off! Seeing this, Xin Menghan took the lead and everyone followed closely behind. Although cave number 3 is the lowest level cave near Linjiang City and the highest level of the ferocious beasts inside is only level 2, the danger cannot be ignored. The team had not been walking for long when they encountered a ferocious beast. It was also the first time in Su Ming's life that he saw a living ferocious beast. It was a mouse the size of a cat, with gray-black fur and a pair of half-foot-long fangs. Seeing Xin Menghan's team at this moment, the sharp-toothed rat didn't hesitate at all. His eyes turned red and he rushed directly towards them. This is a first-level ferocious beast, the sharp-toothed rat. It's the lowest-level creature in the cave. It has low intelligence, weak attack and defense, but is quite fast. Many new warriors who enter the caverns start by attacking the lowest-level beasts, such as the sharp-toothed rat. Looking at the sharp-toothed rat rushing towards him, Xin Menghan slowly explained to Su Ming, and then looked at Fang Yamo. Fang Yamo, seriously injure the sharp-toothed rat, and then let Su Ming adapt. Okay, Captain. Fang Yamo responded, and her blood surged throughout her body. She then took a step forward, and the spear in her hand was like a dragon emerging from the sea. Phew! The spear flashed, and the long spear directly pierced the sharp-toothed rat. "Brother Su Ming, I leave this guy to you." Amidst the sharp-toothed rat's painful wail, Fang Mo swung his spear, and the sharp-toothed rat with a big hole in its chest was thrown in front of Su Ming. At this time, the 4 members of Xian Menghan's team were staring at Su Ming, waiting to see his reaction. Su Ming looked at the sharp-toothed rat, whose body was twitching slightly and breathing out more than breathing in, and knew that Xian Menghan and Fang Mo did this to help him get used to the bloody scene in advance. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Su Ming didn't hesitate at all and directly thrust the black iron spear into the sharp-toothed rat's forehead. Clang! The tip of the gun landed on the sharp-toothed rat's forehead, making a crisp sound. So hard! Su Ming felt a sense of obstruction coming from the black iron spear and was startled. Although the sharp-toothed rat is the weakest ferocious beast, it is also a first-level ferocious beast and its physical strength is much higher than that of ordinary wild beasts. Come again! After the first strike failed, Su Ming pulled back his spear and stabbed it hard at the sharp-toothed rat's head again. This time he mobilized the energy and blood in his body. With the explosion of energy and blood, the power of this shot was twice as strong as before. Puff! This time, the black iron spear successfully pierced the sharp-toothed rat's head. The sharp-toothed rat, which was still twitching, suddenly stiffened and died completely. Ding! Successfully killed the beast for the first time, conditions met, Deep Blue system activated. The Newbie gift pack has been distributed, please check it out. At the moment when Su Ming killed the sharp-toothed rat, a cold and mechanical voice sounded in his mind, making him freeze in place. Chapter 3's Level Power, Ice Crown. Deep Blue System? Newbie gift pack? Golden Finger has finally arrived. 17 years. It's been 17 years since I came to this world. Do you know how I've been spending these past 17 years? Su Ming was startled by the cold and mechanical prompt sound in his mind, and then he was extremely excited, and his pupils were trembling slightly. The slight discomfort caused by killing a ferocious beast for the first time was washed away by this huge surprise, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Su Ming, what's wrong with you? Xian Menghan's cold voice came, and there was a hint of surprise and concern in her eyes when she looked at Su Ming. Fang Mo, Guanshan and Xiamu also looked at Su Ming strangely. The smile that appeared on Su Ming's lips at this moment was completely beyond his expectations. Thinking back to when they had just become warriors and went down into the cave to hunt ferocious beasts for the first time, the bloody scene they saw for the first time made them feel uncomfortable. However, after Su Ming killed the ferocious beast for the first time, he not only did not show any discomfort, but even smiled. This made them wonder if Su Ming had any quirks. Ha! No, it's okay, just too excited. Xian Menghan's question woke Su Ming from his great joy. He pulled out the black iron spear that had pierced the sharp-toothed rat's head, and his face quickly returned to normal. Seeing this, Xian Menghan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Su Ming, you did well. Although the sharp-toothed rat was seriously injured, you acted decisively and killed it with just 2 shots. Your mental fortitude is much stronger than many newcomers who enter the cave for the first time. Fang Mo carried the gun and walked towards Su Ming with a smile. Hearing Fang Mo's evaluation, Guanshan and Xiamu also gave him approving looks. They had seen too many newcomers' dismal performances when facing dying beasts. Su Ming's performance just now had indeed exceeded their expectations and was better than they had expected. We shouldn't stay here for long. Fang Mo, help me deal with the materials. After Su Ming carries the materials, we will leave immediately. Smelling the bloody smell gradually spreading from the sharp-toothed rat's corpse, Xian Menghan interrupted the conversation at the right time and looked at Fang Mo. Fang Mo nodded, pulled out a black gold dagger from his waist, quickly came to the corpse of the sharp-toothed rat, removed the dagger-like fangs of the sharp-toothed rat, put them into the big bag carried by Su Ming, and then the 5 members of the team continued to advance deeper into the cave. As the team moved forward, Su Ming paid some attention to the deep blue system that he had just found. An extremely simple blue translucent panel floated in Su Ming's mind. Host, Su Ming. Chi and Blood, 3.18. Spirit, 3.0. Ability, none. Bodybuilding method, Rising Sun D Advanced Plus. Meditation method, none. Martial arts, Diamond Spear Technique D Intermediate Plus. Strength points, 0. A newbie gift pack has been detected. Do you want to open it? The bodybuilding method that Su Ming practiced was a basic bodybuilding method that the Hanxia government distributed free of charge to all middle school students across the country. It was said to have been improved upon the gymnastics performed by primary and secondary school students across the country before the catastrophe, and was rated D level. As for the martial art Vajra spear technique, it was left by Su Ming's father and is also a D-level martial art. The proficiency of martial arts and bodybuilding methods is divided into the following levels from low to high, elementary, intermediate, advanced, and perfect. The higher the proficiency, the more powerful the martial arts can be. For example, Su Ming's current Vajra spear technique, the entry-level one is the entry-level one, which can allow Su Ming to exert 1.2 times the combat power, the intermediate one can exert 1.5 times the combat power, the advanced one can exert 2 times the combat power, and the perfect one can exert 2.5 times the combat power. Similarly, the higher the proficiency in the bodybuilding method, the greater the increase in chi and blood when practicing the bodybuilding method. After glancing at the system panel, Su Ming's attention was drawn to the last line of words. He immediately focused his mind and silently said, "Open the novice gift pack." Ding, the newbie gift pack is open. Reward, reinforcement points plus 100, S-level ability Ice Crown. S-level superpower? When Su Ming saw the rewards in the novice gift package, his heart began to beat violently. As far as Su Ming knows, the levels of supernatural powers in this world are graded from low to high as F, E, D, C, B, A, and S. S-level superpowers are the highest level of all superpowers. This kind of top-level supernatural power has never appeared in the entire history of Linjiang City. Only 1% of warriors can awaken superpowers, so even the lowest level F-level superpower can change a warrior's fate and become a respected awakener. In the history of Linjiang City, the strongest superpower ever awakened was only B-level. Even at yesterday's awakening ceremony, among the students who awakened superpowers at Linjiang No. 1 Middle School, Lin Manman, who only awakened the C-level firepower Liao Yuan, was already the genius with the highest superpower level at Linjiang No. 1 Middle School. However, Su Ming now possessed S-level superpowers. Ding, do you want to fuse the S-level ability Ice Crown? Note, when the superpowers fuse, there will be related phenomena. Do you want to hide the phenomena? After the novice gift pack obtained the S-level superpower, the system gave 2 more prompts. Fusion, hidden vision. Su Ming made his choice immediately. Wow! At the moment Su Ming gave the order, an extremely cold yet gentle energy emerged from the deepest part of his body without any warning, instantly flowing through his limbs and bones, and finally converging into his brow. Buzz! In the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows, an ice crystal crown emitting a biting cold air hovered above Su Ming's soul, adding a noble, cold, and all-controlling aura of an emperor to Su Ming's soul. Streams of strange energy fell from the ice crystal crown, nourishing Su Ming's soul. In an instant, Su Ming felt that his mind was clear and bright, and he felt refreshed. Even his perception of the surroundings became several times stronger. The overwhelming sense of power made every cell in Su Ming's body seem to cheer. Su Ming subconsciously looked at the system panel. Host, Su Ming. Chi and Blood, 5.0. Spirit, 30. Superpower, Ice Crown S+. Bodybuilding method, Rising Sun D Advanced Plus. Meditation method, none. Martial arts, Diamond Spear Technique D Intermediate Plus. Reinforcement points, 100. Chi and Blood increased by 1.82, and Spirit soared to 10 times its original value. Hiss. Seeing the properties after the fusion, Su Ming took a deep breath. 10 times the original mental power, the terrifying increase in mental attributes brought by the S-level superpower was completely beyond his expectations. The standards for a first-level warrior and a first-level awakener are that Chi and Blood reach 10 points and Spirit reaches 10 points respectively. Su Ming's current mental power has reached 3 times the threshold of a first-level awakener, and is no weaker than the mental power of a first-level intermediate awakener. My spiritual power has now reached the level of a first-level awakener. As long as I go to the Warrior Association for level assessment, I will be able to obtain the status of a first-level awakener. Then I can go down to the cave alone and hunt ferocious beasts. I don't have to worry about my mother's medical expenses anymore. After discovering his surging mental power, Su Ming's eyes lit up with excitement. All the gains from hunting ferocious beasts in the cave alone are personal income, which is much higher than the income from being a porter. Chapter 4 Deep Blue, Add Points. System, are these enhancement points used to increase martial arts and superpowers? Can they increase the levels of superpowers and martial arts? Su Ming calmed down his excitement, his eyes fell on the reinforcement point column on the system panel, and he muttered in his heart. Strength points can be used to learn martial arts, bodybuilding techniques, meditation techniques, and improve proficiency. They can also be used to evolve superpowers and increase their levels. As soon as Su Ming finished his thought, the system panel immediately responded. It is indeed so. Besides the Newbie gift pack, are there other ways to obtain these enhancement points? Strength points can be obtained by hunting fierce beasts. The higher the level of the beast, the more strength points you will get. In addition, hunting fierce beasts also has a certain chance of plundering the beast's supernatural powers, including but not limited to natural, superhuman, spatial, and spiritual powers. The system is awesome. Su Ming looked at the function introduction of the system and gave the system a thumbs up in his heart. As far as I know, S-level superpowers are already the highest level of superpowers. My S-level Ice Crown can actually evolve. What level of superpowers are above S-level? Surprised, Su Ming set his sights on the S-level supernatural power Ice Crown and clicked on the plus sign behind the Ice Crown. S-level ability Ice Crown 01 million. Well, evolving S-level abilities is not something I should be thinking about right now. Seeing that an S-level ability required 1 million enhancement points to evolve, Su Ming had no choice but to focus on the martial arts and bodybuilding methods he currently mastered. D-level bodybuilding method Rising Sun 8100. D-rank martial arts Vajra Spear technique 5100. System, max out the proficiency of Diamond Spear technique in Rising Sun. Seeing that his current 100 reinforcement points could raise his proficiency in the Vajra Spear technique and body tempering technique to the maximum level, Su Ming did not hesitate at all. The 70 strengthening points turned into 2 torrents, flowing into the bodybuilding method Rising Sun and the martial art Vajra Spear technique, respectively. Buzz. In an instant, his proficiency in Rising Sun and Vajra Spear technique reached perfection. Su Ming's eyes immediately flashed with enlightenment, and countless profound understandings about the 2 martial arts and bodybuilding methods immediately emerged in his mind, and he thoroughly mastered the 2 martial arts and bodybuilding methods. When the Rising Sun bodybuilding method reached perfection, Su Ming's chi and blood increased by another 2 points, reaching 7 points. As the Vajra Spear art martial art reached perfection, an invisible and fierce aura flashed across Su Ming's body. At this moment, Xin Menghan, who was leading the way in front, suddenly turned around and looked at Su Ming in the middle of the team. But after looking at Su Ming carefully, he did not find any problems. Why is the momentum gone? Am I too nervous and having an illusion? Xin Menghan couldn't help but frown, feeling confused. Ouch. However, this doubt disappeared with the fierce roar of a beast. Xin Menghan immediately turned his head and looked straight ahead with a vigilant look. Fan Yamo, Xiaomu, and Guan Shan's expressions also changed slightly. They all drew their weapons and stared nervously at the figures appearing in front of them. Su Ming also looked forward where everyone was on guard. Then, a group of ferocious beasts with lion-like manes on their necks, similar in shape to hyenas but more robust, appeared in his sight. These ferocious beasts were huge in size, with muscular bodies. They stared at the team members with a pair of brutal eyes, and their exposed sharp teeth kept dripping with sticky saliva. Lion Mastiff. After seeing these ferocious beasts clearly, Su Ming immediately recalled a ferocious beast in the Atlas of Beasts that he had seen in the school library. Although the Lion Mastiff is a first-level ferocious beast, it is also relatively powerful among first-level ferocious beasts. Adult Lion Mastiffs all possess the strength of the late first stage. What's even more terrifying is that Lion Mastiffs are ferocious pack beasts. Each time they go out, there are at least 5 or 6 of them, and at most dozens of them. Faced with dozens of adult Lion Mastiffs in the late first stage, even a warrior who had just been promoted to the second stage would have to flee in panic. Ouch. Ouch. Amidst sharp and piercing howls, 16 adult Lion Mastiffs surrounded the 5 members of Xin Menghan's team. The eyes of several Lion Mastiffs quickly locked onto Su Ming. In their perception, Su Ming had the weakest aura and was the easiest target to exploit. Everyone moved closer to Su Ming and prepare for battle. After sensing that these Lion Mastiffs were targeting Su Ming, Xin Menghan's face changed and he shouted sternly. As soon as she finished speaking, she took a step back and came in front of Su Ming. The other 3 also came to Su Ming at almost the same time. The 4 of them stood back to back, protecting Su Ming in the middle, and pointed their weapons at the surrounding Lion Mastiffs. Ouch. As Xin Menghan and his companions set off, the surrounding Lion Mastiffs also launched an attack simultaneously. 7 or 8 gray-brown figures suddenly jumped out from the surrounding piles of rocks and trees like lightning, heading straight for the team. Kill! Xin Menghan let out a delicate cry, and her powerful energy and blood instantly burst out. The long sword in her hand drew a sharp arc in the air. Puff! This knife instantly chopped a lion mastiff that rushed in front of him away, and it fell to the ground with blood splattering. With just one strike, he ripped open the belly of the late-stage first-level lion mastiff that had just pounced on him and killed it on the spot. So strong. Su Ming felt Xin Menghan's outburst up close and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The energy and blood that Xin Menghan just released was at least 30 times as much as his, and the opponent's energy and blood was at least 210 points. Ba Dao. Lu Yun's spear. In the other three directions, Fang Mo and others also mobilized their chi and blood to display the martial arts they mastered. All three were warriors in the late first stage. Although their martial arts were all D level, their proficiency had reached a high level and they could unleash twice their combat power. But compared to Xin Menghan, the three of them are much weaker. When faced with the same level ferocious beasts, the lion mastiffs, they simply repelled them, causing them to suffer minor injuries, but failed to kill them. You defend yourself from the attacks of these lion mastiffs and don't get hurt. Leave the rest to me. After Xin Menghan killed a lion mastiff, a cold voice sounded. A flash of knife light passed by, and another lion mastiff was killed by her knife. Fang Mo, Guanshan, and Xiaomu all nodded when they heard this, and stayed close to Su Ming to fend off the lion mastiffs that were pouncing on him from all directions. Xin Menghan swung his sword with a swift movement, and each blow could take away a lion mastiff. The team members cooperated well with each other. Even though the lion mastiffs attacked desperately, they were unable to break through their defense and hurt Su Ming. In just half a minute, most of the 16 lion mastiffs were dead. The only 6 remaining lion mastiffs did not continue to attack, but instead kept their distance, staring at Xin Menghan, who had just displayed his power, with fear in their eyes, and were already beginning to think of retreating. Ah! Just when everyone thought that these lion mastiffs were about to retreat, an even louder roar of beasts was heard, and a fierce aura that made Fang Mo and others feel uneasy approached rapidly. Oh no! It's the lion mastiff king. When he saw a lion mastiff as big as an ox and twice as big as an ordinary lion mastiff rushing towards him, even Xin Menghan couldn't help but exclaim, his face extremely solemn. Chapter 5 Warrior Strength. Lion Mastiff King, a second-level ferocious beast. Su Ming looked at the lion mastiff king, his eyes narrowed slightly. Although the lion mastiff is a first-level ferocious beast, there are very few individuals who can break through their limits and grow into the king of the lion mastiff clan. The strength of the lion mastiff king in front of him has apparently reached the early second level. In Xin Menghan's team, only Xin Menghan can fight with him. Roar! Just as Su Ming was looking at the lion mastiff king, the lion mastiff king had already rushed to the front of the team. Its fierce eyes were full of desire for the flesh and blood of human warriors, and it launched an attack the next second. Beast, watch the knife! Seeing this, Xin Menghan let out a light shout, his blood boiling, and he rushed out with a long sword in his hand, blocking the lion mastiff king. The lion mastiff king is a second-level ferocious beast with powerful strength. Xin Menghan must keep it far enough away from the team. Otherwise, if the battle between her and the lion mastiff king affects first-level warriors like Fang Mo, there will definitely be casualties. Ouch! Seeing Xin Menghan leave the team to stop the lion mastiff king, the fear in the eyes of the remaining 6 lion mastiffs disappeared, and they charged towards Fang Mo and others again. Without Xin Menghan, a second-level warrior, to share most of the pressure, Fang Mo and the other 2, who were all late-stage first-level warriors, were besieged by lion mastiffs that were twice their number, and the pressure doubled. Moreover, all 3 of them needed to be careful to protect Su Ming. After several fights, Fang Mo was the first to reveal his flaws. Fang Mo, be careful on the right side. Guanshan yelled. Among the 2 lion mastiffs fighting with Fang Mo, one of them took advantage of the gap in Fang Mo's frontal attack and suddenly jumped out from his blind spot, biting his calf with its bloody mouth. Not good. When Fang Mo noticed it, it was too late to dodge completely. At the critical moment, Su Ming, who was standing behind Fang Mo, moved. He thrust out with all his might with the black iron spear in his hand. The D-level martial art Vajra spear technique made the power of his spear flawless. With a 2.5-fold increase in power, the black iron spear pierced the lion mastiff's shoulder blade quickly and sharply. With 7 points of health and 2.5 times the combat power increase, Su Ming's shot has a power of 175 cards, which has exceeded the standard of 100 cards of combat power for a first-level warrior. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and Su Ming's right hand holding the gun shook. A huge force hit him, causing him to take a half-step back. After all, the lion mastiff is a late first-stage ferocious beast that can rival a late first-stage warrior. For warriors in the late first stage, their chi and blood are generally above 70 calories, and their combat power burst can easily exceed 700 calories. Although Su Ming can burst out with strength comparable to that of a warrior who has just been promoted to the first level without using his supernatural powers, there is still a big gap between him and a warrior in the late stage of the first level. However, although Su Ming's attack failed to repel the lion mastiff, it successfully blocked it for a moment, allowing Fang Mo to narrowly avoid the sneak attack. "Thank you." Fang Mo broke out in a cold sweat and swept his spear back, forcing the lion mastiff to retreat in pain. Su Ming thanked him with lingering fear, and at the same time, a hint of subtle surprise flashed in his eyes. Then he fought with the two lion mastiffs again. "My current strength is still a little weak if I don't use my supernatural powers. However, with my current 30 Hz mental power, if I use the Ice Crown ability at full power, I should be able to fight the second-level ferocious beast, the Lion Mastiff King." Su Ming stood with his pistol, watching the battle around him, constantly calculating in his mind. Tian Lin's sword technique. After a cup of tea, Xian Menghan shouted softly and displayed his sword skills, finally severely injuring the Lion Mastiff King with a single blow, leaving a wound on the Lion Mastiff King's body that was more than 1 meter long and deep enough to see the bone. Ouch! The Lion Mastiff King let out a painful roar and dared not stay any longer. "Huh, where are you running to?" However, Xian Menghan did not give it a chance to escape. He used the Tianlin sword technique again and killed the Lion Mastiff King completely. Ouch! After the death of the Lion Mastiff King, the 6 lion mastiffs that were still fighting with Fang Mo and the other 2 suddenly let out a wail and fled in all directions with their tails between their legs. "Ha! It's finally over." Seeing this, Fang Mo and others did not chase after them, but instead held their weapons tightly, with heavy breathing sounds coming one after another. Even Xian Menghan, a second-level warrior, had his chest heaving rapidly at this moment. Obviously, they had also consumed a lot of energy in the previous battle. "Let's clean up the battlefield together and then go back." After resting for a while, Xian Menghan said to everyone. Upon hearing this, Fang Mo and the others all nodded in agreement. Although the time they spent in cave number 3 was shorter than any other time, they not only encountered a pack of lion mastiffs, but also the Lion Mastiff King. After killing a second-level Lion Mastiff King and 10 first-level late-stage lion mastiffs, the combined value of the materials from these ferocious beasts was no less than what they had gained from entering cave number 3 in the past. The men cleaned up the battlefield quickly, skillfully separating the fur, teeth, and claws from the lion mastiff, and also used special containers to collect the remaining blood in the lion mastiff's body. A quarter of an hour later, the backpack on Su Ming's back was full, and he was even taller than the others due to his tiredness. Even so, it was impossible to fit all the materials in. Finally, they made a temporary animal hide bag with the fur plucked from the Lion Mastiff King, put the remaining materials in it, and carried it on Guanshan's back as they walked towards the entrance of the cave. "Brother Xiong, isn't that the team of girls from the Extreme Dojo? Did they complete their hunting mission so quickly today?" Just as Xian Menghan's team approached the entrance of the cave passage, a sharp-eyed member of Cheng Xiong's team who had just walked out of the passage pointed in the direction of Xian Menghan's team rushing towards them in the distance and exclaimed to Cheng Xiong. "Humph, it really is them. They are so lucky that they actually killed a Lion Mastiff King." Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiong looked up, his eyes focused on the fur of the Lion Mastiff King on Guanshan's back. He snorted coldly, with a sour tone in his voice. "Let's go." Thinking that Xian Menghan might show off his gains in front of him later, Cheng Xiong led his team in another direction without waiting for Xian Menghan and others to come close. Xian Menghan had also noticed Cheng Xiong and others at the entrance of the passage. Seeing that they deliberately avoided her team, she smiled but did not say much. The group carried the spoils of this trip to the cave, passed through the cave passage, and returned to Blue Star. After stuffing all the materials about the ferocious beast into the trunk, Xian Menghan drove everyone back to Linjiang City. "Su Ming, we've gained a lot today. This is your reward." After processing all the ferocious beast materials, Xian Menghan transferred 20,000 credit points to Su Ming. 20,000 credits, Coach Xian, isn't that a bit too much? Su Ming looked at the credit points that arrived in his account with a look of surprise. Generally speaking, porters can only get 5% of the team's harvest. Better teams may give them 1 point more. According to Su Ming's estimation, the ferocious beast materials harvested this time were worth only about 200,000 credit points. 20,000 credit points already accounted for 1/10 of the harvest. Chapter 6, Mediocre After All. You performed well in the catacombs today, and if you hadn't helped, Momo might have been injured this time. You deserved it. Looking at the surprised look on Su Ming's face, Xin Menghan said with a smile. Thank you, Coach Xin. After hearing this, Su Ming finally understood. He thanked Xin Menghan, then said goodbye to Xin Menghan and rushed towards Linjiang Central Hospital. Captain, Su Ming is a good talent. You seem to have a good relationship with him. Why not officially recruit him into the team? After Su Ming left, Fang Mo stood up from the corner and made a suggestion to Xin Menghan. Hearing this, Wan Shan and Xiamu both nodded and looked at Xin Menghan expectantly. They had all noticed the power of the shot that Su Ming had fired to rescue Fang Mo in the cave earlier. Especially Fang Mo, who was closest to the scene, she was sure that the power of Su Ming's shot had reached the level of a first-level warrior. Su Ming already possesses the strength of a first-level warrior at such a young age. As long as he joins their team, in the near future, their team will have another second-level warrior, greatly increasing its strength. Having one more second-level warrior will be of great benefit to everyone in the team. Forget it. Su Ming is only a senior student at Linjiang No. 1 Middle School. How could a team of warriors like us retain such a genius who was able to be admitted to Hanxia Martial Arts Academy? Xin Menghan glanced at a few people, shook his head helplessly and smiled. Before this, she had not had time to explain Su Ming's student identity to others. What, Su Ming is still a student? After hearing Xin Menghan's words, Fang Mo and others were obviously stunned, and then they all showed a hint of regret. Since Su Ming is a senior student at Linjiang No. 1 Middle School, he will have to take part in Hanxia's National Unified Martial Arts Examination in a month. Among the martial arts examination candidates in Linjiang City every year, there are no more than 10 candidates who have the strength of a warrior. Such students are all recruited by various key martial arts schools in Hanxia. They knew that a talented student like Su Ming would surely shine in the martial arts exam and be accepted into a martial arts academy. He would have a promising future and would be at least a third-rank warrior after graduation. Just as Xin Menghan said, this kind of genius is definitely not something a team like theirs can keep. Linjiang No. 1 Middle School. Chen Jingwen, the head teacher of Class 1, Grade 3, rushed into the office of Wang Jinghua, the principal of No. 1 Middle School, with a hint of indignation on her face and placed a report in front of Wang Jinghua's desk. Principal, I want to report that Director Wei violated the rules by withholding Su Ming's special hardship student allowance and then expelling him. Chen Jingwen was very angry. Su Ming was her student. He was at the top of the class in both liberal arts and martial arts, and he was also humble. She liked such students very much. But she didn't expect that when she went to school this morning, Su Ming was missing. After class, she immediately investigated and soon found out that Su Ming had been expelled. She also learned from Su Ming's deskmate that Su Ming had gone to the grade director's office that morning because of the subsidy for poor students. Chen Jingwen first found Wei Jiaxing to ask for an explanation, but unexpectedly Wei Jiaxing did not give any explanation, directly admitted what he had done, and his attitude was arrogant. She then angrily found Wang Jinghua, the principal of Linjiang No. 1 Middle School, to seek justice for her students. Teacher Chen, there's no need to be so angry. It's just expelling a student. It's not a big deal. However, Wang Jinghua's next words stunned Chen Jingwen. She looked at Wang Jinghua in disbelief and said, Principal, Su Ming is a top student, not an ordinary student. Even without awakening his superpowers, his qi and health values are still in the top 5 in the grade. He has a good chance of being admitted to a martial arts academy. Wang Jinghua looked at the agitated Chen Jingwen, but remained unmoved. Instead, he shook his head calmly and said, Su Ming is no longer a student of Linjiang No. 1 Middle School. Let's just drop this matter and don't mention it again. Hearing Wang Jinghua's words, Chen Jingwen asked in extreme disappointment, Principal, just because Director Wei is your brother-in-law, are you shielding him like this? Teacher Chen, you've lost your composure. Chen Jingwen's words finally made Wang Jinghua lose his composure and he shouted sternly. Su Ming hasn't awakened his supernatural powers yet. With less than 4 points of qi and health, he won't be able to possess the strength of a warrior in the martial arts exam. He will ultimately be just a mediocre person. Besides, Su Ming openly threatened the head teacher. There's nothing wrong with head teacher Wei expelling him to correct the school's morale. If there is nothing else, teacher Chen should go back to class. After saying that, Wang Jinghua ordered them to leave. Principal, you will regret this. Looking at Wang Jinghua's expression, Chen Jingwen was completely disappointed with him. She left a few words and turned to leave the principal's office without saying anything more. Only she knew that since Su Ming started high school, all the subsidies issued by the government had been used by Su Ming on his mother. He did not buy any supplements to assist in his own cultivation, and he had to spend a lot of time on part-time jobs. Even so, Su Ming's qi and blood were still able to maintain a ranking among the top 5 in the grade, and were stronger than most students who could take qi and blood powder to practice every month. With such martial arts talent, even if Su Ming did not awaken his supernatural powers, his future achievements would definitely be high. No, Su Ming has been expelled from Linjiang No. 1 Middle School, so he is no longer eligible to take the martial arts exam. If he can't take the martial arts exam and enter the martial arts academy for further study, then this talent will be wasted. We must think of a way. After leaving the principal's office, Chen Jingwen calmed down and her mind started working quickly. Soon, she thought of an acquaintance of hers at Linjiang No. 7 Middle School. Since No. 1 Middle School can't keep Su Ming, why not let him go to No. 7 Middle School? I'll find someone to go to Su Ming's house tonight and explain the situation to him. After coming up with an idea, Chen Jingwen finally felt relieved and continued to go to the classroom for class. The other side. Su Ming went to the city center hospital and paid the monthly fees. He then stayed at the bedside of Lin Wan, who was still unconscious, for a while before leaving the city center hospital and returning to the Warrior Association. He had to go to the Warrior Association to be assessed as a warrior. Only after becoming a formal warrior and obtaining a warrior certificate could he pass the inspection of the garrison at the entrance of the cave and obtain the qualification to enter the cave alone. In addition, formal warriors can receive a subsidy of qi and blood powder from the Warrior Association every month. Qi and blood powder is extracted from the essence and blood of ferocious beasts. It can promote the growth of a warrior's qi and blood. It is very expensive. The price of a bottle of qi and blood powder on the market is as high as 5,000 credit points. 5,000 credit points are enough to cover the living expenses of an average family of 3 for 2 months. Let's go to the warm-up room first and test our current combat capabilities. After Su Ming arrived at the Warrior Association, he found a separate warm-up room and entered it. The Warrior Association can provide warriors with a warm-up room, which is equipped with blood, spirit, and combat power testers. Warriors who are about to undergo warrior level assessment can adjust their status and perform at their best in the assessment. Chapter 7: The Terrifying Increase of S-Level Superpowers. In the warm-up room, Su Ming closed the door, walked straight to the weapon rack beside him, and picked out a metal spear. Immediately, Su Ming came to the combat power test target, took a deep breath, held the gun with both hands, and stabbed out suddenly. Vajra Spear Technique. Su Ming's blood and energy surged, and his muscles used the force-generating techniques of the Vajra Spear art to achieve a perfect force. Boom! The spear suddenly stabbed into the test target, making a dull roar. 10, 30, 50. The numbers on the combat power tester jumped rapidly and finally stopped at 178. When Su Ming saw the number displayed on the combat power test instrument, he did not stop, but continued to use the Vajra Spear technique, a D-level martial art that had reached perfection. Stab, poke, tease, poke, chop, collapse. Su Mingwu swung the spear in his hand with great force, hitting the test target repeatedly. The numbers on the test instrument are also constantly jumping. 173, 175, 178, 175, 176. After testing dozens of shots in succession, Su Ming's burst of combat power basically remained at around 175 calories. The combat power of 175 cards is the same as I expected. Even if there is a difference in each attack, the difference is very small and can be ignored. After completing a set of shooting techniques, Su Ming looked at the combat power value on the tester and nodded slightly. Next, it's time to test the superpowers. Su Ming put away his spear and closed his eyes. The thought triggered the ice crystal crown in the sea of consciousness. The next moment, the ice crystal crown suddenly trembled and suddenly burst out with an astonishing chill. At the same time, the temperature in the warm-up room where Su Ming was located dropped rapidly, and a layer of frost appeared under Su Ming's feet. Brush! Su Ming suddenly opened his eyes, stretched out his hand and waved it towards the test target. A white beam of light emitting a chilling cold air instantly shot out from his fingertips and hit the test target in an instant. Snap! Snap! In an instant, the entire target was frozen in layers of ice, and the ice crystals that froze the target still emitted an astonishingly cold air. 50,100,300. At the same time, the numbers on the tester jumped wildly and finally stopped at 15,000 calories. 15,000 card combat power. The S-rank Ice Crown's combat power increases by a whopping 50 times. Looking at the final combat power value on the tester, Su Ming's pupils suddenly shrank and his face showed shock. But then, the shock on Su Ming's face turned into ecstasy. Under normal circumstances, the supernatural combat power generated by the same burst of mental power and the physical combat power generated by the burst of chi and blood are almost the same. The combat power of one mental force and one blood burst is 10 cards. Su Ming's 30 points of mental strength produced an energy burst of 15,000 calories, which was enough to show the terrifying effect of the S-level supernatural power Ice Crown on his combat power. I still underestimated the terrifying power of S-level superpowers. With my current burst of 15,000 cards of combat power, I'm no weaker than a late-stage second-level warrior. The second-level primary lion mastiff king I encountered in the cave earlier would have been killed instantly if it had been hit by one of my superpower attacks. Now let's see if we can control the intensity of our superpowers. Su Ming looked at the combat power value displayed on the tester in front of him. Excited, he once again controlled his own supernatural powers and began to try to control the power of the supernatural power explosion. About 20 minutes passed before Su Ming walked out of the warm-up room with a confident smile on his face as he headed towards the Warrior Association's level assessment area. Su Ming submitted his identity information and was arranged to enter a testing room. Su Ming, 17 years old, so young, seems to be a genius. The test staff was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He took a look at Su Ming's information and showed a surprised expression on his face. Then he looked at Su Ming, who had entered the testing room. His eyes lit up, and with anticipation on his face he said to Su Ming, "You must be Su Ming, right? As long as your chi and blood reach 10 points and your combat power reaches 100 calories, you can become a formal warrior. Hurry up and take the test." He really wanted to see how far the young man in front of him had come. Upon hearing this, Su Ming did not hesitate and immediately carried out the test under his arrangement. The first thing tested in a warrior's assessment is chi and blood. Seeing Su Ming's fingers pressing on the chi and blood meter, the middle-aged tester beside him immediately looked at the numbers displayed on the instrument. But soon, the expression on his face froze. Chi and blood, 7.0. Chi and blood 7.0, this doesn't even reach the standard of a first-level warrior. Is this kid trying to make fun of me? Looking at the 7.0 chi and blood displayed on the instrument, the middle-aged tester's face turned dark and he was about to label the test result as unqualified. However, just as he was about to start writing, he stopped again, and his eyes followed Su Ming's figure to the mental power tester. Spiritual power, he wants to test his spiritual power. Is he an awakened one? Buzz. Spiritual power, 30. Hiss, the mental strength is as high as 30 points. This has reached the mental strength of a first-level intermediate awakener. Looking at the test results displayed on the mental power tester, the middle-aged tester suddenly widened his eyes and took a breath. But Su Ming's subsequent performance made him breathe hard. After completing the mental power test, Su Ming came directly to the combat power test target. With a flick of his finger, a thin white icicle suddenly burst out and hit the test target heavily. Snap! Snap! In an instant, the combat power test target was frozen in layers of ice, and the numbers on the combat power tester jumped rapidly, finally stopping at 1,800 calories. 6 times the combat power increase. This is the strength of the increase that only D-level superpowers can achieve. He is actually an awakened D-level superpower. 1,800 calories of combat strength, 300 calories higher than the 1,500 calories standard for a second-level junior warrior. He's only 17 years old. Genius. Absolutely a genius. Looking at the final number on the combat power tester, the middle-aged tester's heart was pounding, and the shock in his heart came like waves. I should be able to be evaluated as a formal warrior, right? Compared to the shocked middle-aged tester, Su Ming was much calmer. He just glanced at the number displayed on the combat power tester and turned to look at the middle-aged man in charge of the test. Yes. Absolutely. Please wait a moment, I will handle the formalities for you. After hearing Su Ming's words, the middle-aged tester immediately came to his senses and hurriedly spoke to Su Ming, even using honorifics. After recording Su Ming's test results, the middle-aged tester quickly uploaded the results to the Warrior Association system. In less than 3 minutes, it passed the review smoothly. This is your warrior certificate. From today on, you are an official warrior of the Warrior Association. After completing a set of procedures, the middle-aged tester respectfully handed the warrior certificate to Su Ming. First level awakener? Su Ming took the warrior certificate, looked at the information on it, and murmured softly. Yes, your mental strength has reached the first level, and you possess powerful ice attribute abilities. Naturally, you are an awakener. Awakeners have higher status and better treatment than ordinary warriors. Awakeners can receive a subsidy of 2 chi and blood powders and 1 meditation pill every month from the Warrior Association. The middle-aged tester on the side immediately added upon hearing this. Chapter 8 Chi and Blood Powder. Chi and blood powder can help warriors increase their chi and blood. 1 serving costs 5,000 credit points. Spirit pills can promote the improvement of warriors' spiritual power, and the price of a spirit pill on the market is 4 times that of a chi and blood powder. For the awakened ones, the monthly subsidy from the Warrior Association reaches 30,000 credit points, which is 6 times that of ordinary warriors. This treatment is indeed much higher than that of ordinary warriors. It's said that awakened ones have a higher status than ordinary warriors. Today I finally saw it. After listening to the middle-aged tester's words, Su Ming nodded silently. Afterwards, Su Ming asked the middle-aged tester how to receive the monthly subsidy from the Warrior Association and left the testing room. Coming out of the Warrior Association, Su Ming held 2 blood-red chi and blood powders and a jade bottle that exuded a cool aura and was crystal white in color, feeling a myriad of emotions in his heart. This is the treatment of the awakened. Just 1 month's subsidy is almost twice his previous government subsidy, and it is the amount he can only earn by working part-time for a long time. Without any delay, Su Ming immediately took a car back to his home in the old town of Linjiang City. This is a slightly old 2-bedroom apartment with simple but clean furniture. His younger sister Su Xiaowei had not yet finished school, so Su Ming returned to his small bedroom, sat cross-legged on the bed, and adjusted his breathing. He did not rush to take the pills, but first practiced the D-level bodybuilding method that had already reached perfection. After Chaoyang Chusheng reached the perfection level, each of Su Ming's bodybuilding movements was extremely perfect. He practiced Chaoyang Chusheng's entire set of bodybuilding movements only once. Although he had only exercised for 10 minutes, Su Ming's body was already soaked with sweat, and a current of heat was flowing through his body. When this perfect level bodybuilding method is put into practice, the effect on the physical body is far greater than when it was at an advanced level. I only practiced once, but it was as good as practicing 5 times before. Su Ming couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise after finishing 1 move. After only 1 move, he felt the blood and energy in his body become agitated. The effect was no less than that of practicing the body tempering method 5 times when he had reached a high level of proficiency. After being amazed, Su Ming repeated the bodybuilding movements twice in a row. As the 3rd time ended, Su Ming felt that the energy and blood in his body suddenly rose a little, and he immediately opened the system panel. Chi and blood, 7.01. It really increased my chi and blood by 0.01, which is equivalent to the effect of practicing the body strengthening method 15 times before. Su Ming was overjoyed to see that his chi and blood increased by 0.1 after practicing Rising Sun 3 times. Before today, he needed to spend 2.5 hours every day practicing the bodybuilding method 15 times to increase his chi and blood by 0.01. Now the perfect level of the bodybuilding method has shortened the time for him by 80%. The perfect level of bodybuilding method is indeed magical, and it must be a system. Now let's try the effect of chi and blood powder. Su Ming secretly praised the powerful system enhancement in his heart, then he took out a portion of chi and blood powder and swallowed it without hesitation. The energy and blood melted as soon as they entered his mouth, instantly transforming into a hot but not violent torrent, rushing into his limbs and bones. This energy was pure and huge, far exceeding the weak energy he usually absorbed from food. Without any hesitation, Su Ming immediately performed the bodybuilding exercises like the rising sun. As each bodybuilding exercise was perfectly performed, Su Ming's body began to frantically absorb this torrent of energy, quickly converting it into his own chi and blood power. Su Ming felt that every cell in his body was cheering and greedily absorbing this rare energy nourishment. His body was like land that had been dry for a long time and finally received a downpour. His energy and blood began to rise and grow at a speed perceptible to the naked eye. It was not until Su Ming had practiced the Rising Sun body tempering method 6 times that he was able to completely absorb and transform the last bit of energy. At this moment, Su Ming had already taken off his clothes. His skin was slightly flushed and his body was burning hot. The sweat was evaporated into mist by his body temperature and floated upwards. Regardless of the sweat pouring down his face, Su Ming couldn't wait to look at the system panel. Host, Su Ming. Chi and blood, 7.51. Spirit, 30. Superpower, Ice Crown S+. Body training method, Rising Sun D Perfection. Meditation method, none. Martial arts, Vajrajupa D Perfection. Strength points, 30. After just one practice, my chi and blood increased by 0.5. If I don't count the chi and blood powder, practicing the body strengthening method 6 times only increased my chi and blood by 0.02. The chi and blood powder increased the effect of my practice by 25 times. Is this the power of resources? Su Ming took a deep breath and for the first time intuitively realized the importance of cultivation resources. However, he did not know that the reason why his practice of taking chi and blood powder had such a great effect was mainly because his perfect level of bodybuilding method could fully absorb the medicinal effects of chi and blood powder, and his own martial arts talent was also better than that of ordinary geniuses. It is the combination of the two that has led to such great progress. Come again. Surprised, Su Ming shouted softly, took the remaining chi and blood powder, and continued to practice. After another hour, the medicinal effects of the chi and blood powder were completely absorbed, and Su Ming stopped practicing. At this moment, Su Ming's chi and blood had reached 8.01. 8.01 points of chi and blood. Even if Su Ming does not use his supernatural powers, his physical combat power has reached 200.5 calories just by virtue of the 2.5-fold increase in combat power from the perfect level Vajrasphere technique. Gurgle. After practicing continuously for 2.5 hours, Su Ming felt a rumbling in his stomach and was overwhelmed by a strong feeling of hunger, forcing him to temporarily put aside the idea of continuing to practice. He quickly took a shower, went to the restaurant downstairs, and ate enough food for 5 people in one go. Only then did he return home contentedly. Next, let's try the effect of the spirit pill. After returning home, Su Ming did not continue to practice the bodybuilding method, but instead turned his attention to the spirit pill, took it out, put it in his mouth and swallowed it. Mental strength is related to the power of supernatural powers, and improving the strength of mental strength is equally important. As the spirit pill enters the mouth, a cool air instantly rushes into the brain and merges into the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows. The noble ice crown in the sea of consciousness trembled slightly, emitting waves of joy, greedily absorbing this pure spiritual power. Su Ming felt that his mind was clearer than ever before, his perception became sharper, and even his control over his own supernatural powers seemed to have become more refined. In just a quarter of an hour, Su Ming had completely absorbed the medicinal power of the spirit pill. Spirit, 30.2. His mental strength increased by 0.2 points, which may not seem like much, but Su Ming's S-level ability has a 50-fold increase in combat power. With a 0.2 increase in mental strength, Su Ming's maximum explosive power when he exerted his supernatural powers at full strength increased by 100 calories. I don't feel any discomfort when taking spirit pills to increase my mental strength. In other words, if I have enough spirit pills, I can definitely increase my mental strength quickly? It seems I need to take more spirit pills in the future. After absorbing all the medicinal power, Su Ming looked at his spiritual attributes, muttered, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and then he continued to practice the bodybuilding method. Chapter 9, Linjiang No. 7 Middle School S Invitation, Su Ming S Conditions. Brother! I'm back! In the evening, a pretty girl with a high ponytail opened the door and shouted while changing her shoes. The girl was Su Ming's sister, Su Shaowei. Shaowei is back, I'll start making dinner now. Su Ming, who was practicing in the room, heard the noise outside and immediately walked out of the room, wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. Su Ming felt a little ashamed. He had just been immersed in the joy of the improvement of his blood and mental strength. He was so absorbed in cultivation that he actually forgot about his sister. After saying that, Su Ming walked towards the kitchen. Brother, I'm here to help too. Seeing this, Su Shaowei immediately followed and helped sensibly. Bang! Just as the two were preparing to cook, there was a sudden knock on the door. Who is it? Su Ming and Su Shaowei paused, looked at each other, and saw a hint of doubt in each other's eyes. I'll go take a look. Su Ming went forward to open the door and was stunned. The person outside the door was Chen Jingwen, his homeroom teacher at Linjiang No. 1 Middle School. In addition, standing next to Chen Jingwen was a middle-aged man wearing glasses and with an elegant temperament. Su Ming. When Chen Jingwen saw Su Ming, she greeted him first with a smile on her face. Teacher Chen? Why are you here? Please come in. Chen Jingwen was nice to Su Ming, so Su Ming also respected Chen Jingwen very much and quickly invited the two of them into the house. Hello, Teacher Chen. Seeing this, Su Shaowei greeted him obediently, then went to the kitchen to pour tea for the two of them. Chen Jingwen looked at Su Ming, her eyes full of apology and concern. Su Ming, I'm sorry. I just found out about your expulsion today. I went to see Director Wei and Principal Wang, and they, alas, Chen Jingwen sighed, her face filled with disappointment and resentment. They insisted on doing what they wanted and ignored the rules. The teacher was unable to help you seek justice. Su Ming was moved when he heard this and quickly said, Teacher Chen, please don't say that. This is none of your business. I am already very grateful that you can stand up and speak for me. There's no need to talk about the past anymore. After seeing Wei Jiaxing's true face, he knew how rare it was to find an upright teacher like Chen Jingwen. Yes. Hearing this, Chen Jingwen nodded, and then introduced the middle-aged man next to Su Ming. Su Ming, this is the Dean of Studies of Linjiang No. 7 Middle School, Director Lu Wen. He's also my college classmate. I've told Director Lu about your situation, and No. 7 Middle School is willing to accept you so you can take the military exam next month. Lu Wen pushed his glasses and smiled gently. Student Su Ming, Jingwen has told me about your situation. Your academic performance and martial arts performance are both excellent. Although our No. 7 Middle School's overall resources are inferior to No. 1 Middle School's, we will never bury any talent, let alone do such absurd things as withholding subsidies or expelling students without reason. On behalf of Linjiang No. 7 Middle School, I sincerely invite you to transfer to our school. The school will do its best to help you resolve your enrollment issue. After saying that, Lu Wen extended his right hand towards Su Ming. You want me to transfer to Linjiang No. 7 Middle School? Su Ming's face flashed with hesitation when he heard this. If it was before going to cave number 3, Su Ming would definitely agree without hesitation. But now Su Ming has awakened the system. With his current strength, the money he earns from killing ferocious beasts in the cave and selling their materials is enough to cover his mother's medical expenses and his family's living expenses, and he does not lack the government's subsidies. As for the martial arts exam in a month, he now has a system. As long as he kills ferocious beasts, he can gain strengthening points and continuously improve his strength. It seems that there is no need to take the martial arts exam and enter a martial arts school for further studies. Thank you, Teacher Chen. Thank you, Director Lu. Su Ming stood up and thanked them both, then changed the subject. I have no plans to take the martial arts exam now, so I may have to let you down. Seeing this, Lu Wen withdrew his right hand somewhat embarrassedly, not knowing what to say. Beside him, Chen Jingwen also became anxious upon hearing this, and hurriedly said to Su Ming, Su Ming, you must not act rashly. With your martial arts talent, you have a great chance of entering a martial arts academy for further study. And your family's situation is well known to the teacher. Your mother needs the water of life, but it is a 7th grade natural treasure, with a high price. Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy it. But those martial arts academies have many high-level resources. Entering a martial arts academy may help your mother wake up sooner. Chen Jingwen understood Su Ming's family situation and knew what Su Ming cared about most now. As expected, when Chen Jingwen mentioned the water of life, Su Ming was shocked. Teacher Chen, does the martial arts academy really have the water of life? Chen Jingwen nodded. I can't guarantee the quality of other martial arts schools, but the top 10 martial arts schools in the country, such as Beijing Wuda and Magic City Wuda, definitely have plenty of life water. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Ming nodded immediately and said with a firm look on his face, okay. Then I will transfer to Linjiang No. 7 Middle School and take the martial arts exam. Good. The teacher likes your confidence. On the side, Lu Wen glanced at Chen Jingwen and Su Ming, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. It is not so easy to get into the top 10 martial arts schools in the country. In this year's martial arts examination, no more than 10 students from Linjiang City can enter the top 10 martial arts schools in the country. These two people are really one who dares to speak and the other who dares to believe. However, since it was a request from an old classmate, Lu Wen only grumbled a few words in his heart when he saw this, but said to Su Ming, in that case, I will start the formalities tomorrow, and you can come to No. 7 Middle School as early as the day after tomorrow. As for the subsidies for needy students, the school will conduct a Qi and blood test on you after you enroll. As long as your Qi and blood are in the top 10 in your grade, No. 7 Middle School will also apply for you according to the regulations. Although it may not be in time, if your Qi and blood meet the standards, even if the government subsidy is paid out early, the school will find a way to give you some rewards. After hearing what Lu Wen said, Su Ming shook his head. Director Lu, I don't need the special hardship student allowance or the school subsidy. I would like to apply for a month's leave from school and go back to school during the military science exam. Su Ming now only wants to go down to the cave to hunt ferocious beasts, and doesn't want to waste time in school. Okay, it's up to you. Lu Wen was a little hesitant at first, but when he turned around and saw Chen Jingwen nodding to him, he finally agreed. After the two sides talked for a while, Chen Jingwen and Lu Wen left with Su Ming's farewell. Humph. The head teacher and principal of Linjiang No. 1 Middle School are so abominable. Watching Su Ming send the two of them downstairs, Su Xiaowei, who understood everything, clenched her fists tightly, hummed in anger, and her eyes turned red. It was only just now that she realized how much injustice her brother had suffered today, and she was heartbroken. Brother doesn't go to school because he must be thinking of working part-time to earn money for mom's medical expenses. I'm already in high school, so I should share some of the pressure with him. Looking at the open door, Su Xiaowei made a secret decision. Chapter 10, Going Down to Cave Number 3. The next morning, after Su Ming sent Su Xiaowei to school, he came to the Linjiang City Warrior Association again. In the mission hall of the Warrior Association, Su Ming used his warrior certificate to accept a mission to hunt sharp-toothed rats and collect 20 pairs of sharp-toothed rat fangs. He also bought a detailed map of the perimeter of Cave Number 3, a large backpack and a sharp boning dagger for cutting the ferocious beasts, and then drove straight to the entrance of Cave Number 3. The rewards for missions from the Warrior Association are usually higher than directly selling ferocious beast materials. If all the hunting missions in the Warrior Association had not been taken up by other warrior teams, leaving only this simple mission, Su Ming would definitely have accepted more than one hunting mission. After passing through layers of military guards, Su Ming arrived at the entrance of Cave Number 3. The guards at the entrance of the cave will strictly check anyone entering the cave. Such a young first-level awakener? When Su Ming showed his warrior certificate representing his identity as an awakened person, the soldier looked at him in surprise. After verification by the machine, the soldier immediately returned the ID to Su Ming and saluted him with awe. Su Ming smiled and nodded in response. After putting away his warrior certificate, he stepped into the entrance of the cave. After passing through the deep passage and feeling the familiar dizziness and weightlessness, Su Ming once again stepped into this dim world. The air was still filled with the smell of decay and blood. Su Ming took a deep breath, took out the map, identified the direction, and headed towards the place where the sharp-toothed rats appeared. This time, Su Ming was acting alone, and he was more cautious than before. He spread out his mental power slightly. Although 30.2 mental power could not accurately detect a large area, it allowed him to have a keen perception of any movement within 20 to 30 meters around him that was far beyond that of ordinary people. Rustle. After walking for about half an hour, a faint gnawing sound came into Su Ming's ears. Su Ming's eyes narrowed as he quietly approached a bush. Through the gap, he saw 3 cat-sized rats with gray-black fur and half-foot-long fangs, gnawing on the remains of an unknown beast. Good opportunity. Seeing this, Su Ming snapped his fingers and 3 streams of white cold air shot out from his fingertips, landing precisely on the 3 sharp-toothed rats. The 3 sharp-toothed rats had no time to resist and were frozen into 3 ice sculptures. Kill the first stage early stage beast sharp-toothed rat, and gain +1 reinforcement point. 3 consecutive cold system prompts sounded in Su Ming's mind, like the sound of nature. A first stage beast only has 1 point of enhancement. Su Ming looked at the 3 reinforcement points that had arrived, muttered to himself, then drew out his dagger and walked towards the 3 sharp-toothed rats that had been frozen into ice sculptures. After approaching the sharp-toothed rats, Su Ming moved his mind, and the ice layer that froze the 3 sharp-toothed rats quickly melted, as if it had never appeared. After yesterday's training with Xin Menghan's team, Su Ming has become more skilled at using a dagger to remove materials from the ferocious beasts. In less than a minute, Su Ming put the 6 gleaming fangs into the mountaineering bag he was carrying. After removing the fangs of the 3 sharp-toothed rats, Su Ming left quickly without stopping. The sharp-toothed rat is just the lowest level of ferocious beast. Apart from a pair of sharp incisors, the other materials on its body are not valuable. The backpack Su Ming brought had limited capacity, so naturally he had to collect higher-level ferocious beast materials to maximize his profits. For the next half hour, Su Ming cruised in the area where the sharp-toothed rats were active. With his superhuman perception and powerful strength, all the sharp-toothed rats discovered by Su Ming were killed by him in one blow. Kill the first stage early stage beast sharp-toothed rat, and gain +1 reinforcement point. Kill the first stage early stage beast sharp-toothed rat, and gain +1 reinforcement point. The system's prompt sounds continued to sound, and reinforcement points accumulated steadily. Su Ming's control over his supernatural powers also became more and more proficient in actual combat. In just half an hour, Su Ming gathered the 20 pairs of sharp-toothed rat fangs required for the mission, and then continued to go deeper into the cave towards the activity area of higher-level ferocious beasts marked on the map. Ouch! Just as Su Ming went a little deeper, a loud wolf howl came from the dark forest in front of him, followed by the sound of fighting, mixed with the continuous howling of wolves. Something's happening. Sensing the movement coming from the front, Su Ming's eyes focused and he immediately rushed towards the direction where the fighting sound came from. With his current mental strength and the combat power of his S-level supernatural powers, he is able to defeat most late-stage second-level warriors with his full strength. In cave number 3, where only second-level ferocious beasts can be found at most, you can almost walk sideways. If you notice any movement, you will naturally go to take a look. After Su Ming passed through a dense and dark forest, the scene before him suddenly became clear. In front of me, I saw 5 giant wolves with strong bodies, dark red fur, fangs protruding from their mouths, and ferocious faces, besieging a wild boar that was more than 3 meters long and had silver-gray fur. A late-stage first-level ferocious beast, the blood-fawn wolf, and a peak-level first-level ferocious beast, the silver-haired wild boar. I'm pretty lucky. Seeing the 2 ferocious beasts fighting, Su Ming's eyes lit up and he walked out immediately. 5 first-stage late-stage ferocious beasts and 1 first-stage peak-stage ferocious beast. The value of the materials on their bodies can easily exceed 50,000. Ouch. The moment Su Ming appeared, the 5 blood-fawn wolves that were besieging the silver-haired wild boar immediately noticed it and gave up attacking the silver-haired wild boar. They all looked at Su Ming, lowered their bodies, and let out threatening low roars. Hee hee. At the same time, the silver-haired wild boar also looked at Su Ming, exhaled 2 streams of white turbid air from its nostrils, and a hint of cruel blood appeared in its eyes as it looked at Su Ming. Although the blood-fawn wolf and the silver-haired wild boar were enemies just a second ago, when they encountered human warriors, the 2 ferocious beasts immediately put aside their past grudges and faced the enemy at the same time. After all, to the ferocious beasts in the cave, human warriors are foreign invaders. Ouch. The blood-fawn wolves were the first to attack Su Ming. With a wolf howl, 5 blood-fawn wolves rushed towards Su Ming with bloodthirsty eyes. Boom boom boom. Behind him, a huge silver-haired wild boar also stretched out its limbs and charged towards Su Ming like a tank. You don't know your own limitations. Su Ming looked at the 6 ferocious beasts charging towards him and snorted coldly. When these ferocious beasts rushed to within 30 meters of Su Ming, he raised his hand, and the temperature around him dropped rapidly. 6 ice spears appeared above his head. Laugh. As Su Ming raised his hand and waved, 6 ice spears shot out like arrows, tearing through the air and accurately hitting all the blood-fawn wolves and the silver-haired wild boar, piercing through the bodies of the 6 ferocious beasts in an instant. Snap, snap. A teeth-grinding sound of freezing was heard, and the 6 ferocious beasts, still maintaining their ferocious killing posture, were instantly frozen into crystal ice sculptures. It was another instant kill without any suspense. Kill the first-level peak beast silver-haired wild boar, strengthen points +5. Kill the first-stage late-stage ferocious beast blood-fawn wolf, strengthen points +3. Kill the first-stage late-stage ferocious beast blood-fawn wolf, strengthen points +3. Chapter 11, Make a Fortune. The consumption is not small. After killing 5 late-stage first-level beasts and 1 peak-stage first-level beast in one breath, Su Ming also exhaled a breath of cold air. Even though he had deliberately controlled the power of his supernatural powers, the attack just now still consumed about 5% of his mental strength. Although Su Ming's S-level ability Ice Crown has a combat power increase of up to 50 times, it can make Su Ming have a combat power that is not weaker than that of a late-stage second-level warrior. But Su Ming's mental power is only 30 points after all. According to the classification of mental power levels, Su Ming is only a first-stage mid-awakener. Compared with a real second-stage late-stage warrior, Su Ming's current endurance is much worse. After I get back from this trip, I'll use the money I earned to buy a handy weapon and fight these ferocious beasts with my physical body. This way I can gain some combat experience. I can't always use my superpowers to kill instantly, otherwise my mental strength will be exhausted and I'll be in danger in this cave. After roughly feeling the mental energy consumed by this attack, Su Ming shook his head and sighed, then stepped forward with a dagger to collect the materials from the blood-fawn wolf and the silver-haired wild boar. After collecting the materials, Su Ming continued to go deeper. All the ferocious beasts he encountered along the way were easily killed by him using his supernatural powers, and the accumulated strengthening points became more and more. However, when Su Ming's mental strength was half consumed, he stopped going deeper and returned the same way. Although they had only been in the cave for half a day, the large backpack on Su Ming's back was already stuffed to the brim. Because he killed too many ferocious beasts, Su Ming only kept 20 pairs of sharp-toothed rat fangs required for the Warrior Association's mission. He discarded all the other materials from ferocious beasts below the first stage. All the materials in Su Ming's backpack were from late-stage first-order ferocious beasts and above, including materials from 2 early-stage second-order ferocious beasts. It was not until Su Ming returned to the Linjiang City Warrior Association with his gains from cave number 3 and sold all the materials that he had an extra 403,000 credit points in his account. The most valuable of these are the materials from the 2 early-stage second-level beasts, the Iron Wall Ape and the Shadow Cat. The materials from these 2 second-level beasts are worth 300,000 credit points. Earning 400,000 in half a day, it's really easy for warriors to make money. Looking at the 400,000 credit points that arrived in his account, Su Ming was filled with regret. Back then, he worked part-time as a sparring partner at the Extreme Martial Arts School, and after working hard for a month, he only earned 2,500 credit points. Now he earns the salary he earned in more than 10 years of part-time work in just half a day. First, go see if there are any weapons that can withstand it. After getting the money, Su Ming immediately walked towards the area where the Warrior Association sold weapons. Black Iron Spear, a rank weapon made entirely of black iron, price 100,000 credits. Fire Rhino Blade, a D-rank weapon, crafted from the horn of a second-rank peak ferocious beast, the Unicorn Fire Rhino, mixed with a fire copper alloy. Price 950,000 credit points. Fish Scale Spear, D-rank weapon, crafted from milieu alloy infused with second-tier peak ferocious beast white phosphorus fish bone powder. Price 1 million credits. Looking at the various weapons displayed on the weapons display cabinet, Su Ming's mouth twitched slightly. He suddenly realized that he had spoken too early. Any D-level weapon would cost millions of credit points, and the funds he had now were only enough to buy the lowest level F-level weapon. After looking at the weapons, Su Ming looked at the various martial arts sold by the Warrior Association, as well as the meditation methods suitable for awakened practitioners. However, he discovered that even D-level martial arts required 1 million credit points. As for meditation, its price was several times higher than that of martial arts of the same level. Su Ming could not afford any of them now. In the end, Su Ming only bought a black iron spear, and then used the remaining credit points to buy 10 spirit pills and 20 bottles of qi and blood powder. I thought 400,000 was a lot, but now I can't even afford anything I want. It turns out the rumors about warriors burning through money are true. Su Ming looked at the huge amount of money that had just arrived in his account and saw that it was reduced to only a fraction of 3,000 in the blink of an eye. He sighed and then took a car to rush home. Arriving downstairs of his house, Su Ming first filled his stomach in the restaurant downstairs before going upstairs. As soon as he entered the house, Su Ming put down his backpack and spear, took out the jade bottle containing 10 spirit pills, poured out a spirit pill and swallowed it. An hour and a half later, the jade bottle in Su Ming's hand was empty, and all 10 spirit pills were swallowed by him. After taking 10 spirit pills, Su Ming's spirit attribute directly reached 32.2. My spiritual attribute increased by 2 points. Great! But it seems that swallowing 10 spirit pills in one breath is already my current limit. It seems that the expected situation of taking a large number of spirit pills to quickly improve my mental attributes will not happen. What a pity! The growth of his spiritual attributes made Su Ming feel refreshed, but he also felt a sense of saturation in his sea of consciousness, which made him realize that he had almost reached his limit after swallowing 10 spiritual pills in one breath. After learning about this situation, Su Ming's inner joy faded a lot, and he couldn't help but sigh. Little did he know that other people, even those with S-level awakened abilities, could only swallow 3 spirit pills in one breath at most when they were at the first level, which was less than half of what he could take. Shaking his head, Su Ming took out another portion of qi and blood powder, swallowed it, and quickly began to practice the bodybuilding method. He practiced from noon until nightfall, for 6 hours straight, consuming 6 portions of qi and blood powder. The floor beneath Su Ming's feet was wet with his sweat. Su Ming didn't stop practicing until the cell phone at home rang. "Brother, it's me. Our school is going to have night training for us first-year high school students starting today. I'll be living on campus from now on and won't be going home at night." Su Ming picked up the phone and Su Xiaowei's voice came from the phone. "Night training? Doesn't that start in the second year of high school?" Su Ming frowned slightly when he heard Su Xiaowei's words. Su Xiaowei was in high school at Linjiang No. 2 Middle School, but in his impression, night training at Linjiang No. 2 Middle School only started in the second year of high school. "Oh, brother, that was in the past. Things have changed now. Well, the night training is about to start, so I won't talk to you anymore. Bye." At Linjiang No. 2 Middle School, Su Xiaowei hung up the phone and let out a guilty sigh. "Xiaowei, your brother won't find out, right?" At the side, a girl who was about the same age as Su Xiaowei, with a pretty face and luxurious clothes, whispered. "Probably not in the short term, hee hee, let's go, starting today, you're my boss." Su Xiaowei put away her phone and gave a playful smile to the girl next to her. Okay. The girl shrugged helplessly, and then the two left the school together. As soon as she left the school gate, Su Xiaowei received 2 text messages on her mobile phone. One message is that 2,000 credit points have been credited to your bank card. The other message was from Su Ming. Xiaowei, after your night training, eat more good food and replenish your nutrition so that your energy and blood will not be depleted. Looking at the message sent by Su Ming on the phone, Su Xiaowei's nose felt sore. She quickly replied with a cute expression of I know, and then followed the girl next to her to a high-end restaurant in the city center. Chapter 12, Rapid Progress. This girl. At home, Su Ming looked at the cute expression that Su Xiaowei replied to on his phone, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Afterwards, he went to the restaurant downstairs to have dinner, and returned upstairs to continue practicing for 5 hours, until late at night. Phew, that's all for today. After Su Ming stopped, he let out a long sigh with a hint of fatigue on his face, and then his eyes fell on the system panel. Host, Su Ming. Chi and Blood, 13.02. Spirit, 32.2. Superpower, Ice Crown S+. Body Training Method, Rising Sun D Perfection. Meditation Method, None. Martial Arts, Diamond Spear Technique D, Perfection. Strength Points, 186. After 10 hours of practice, he consumed 10 portions of Chi and Blood powder, and his Chi and Blood also increased by 5 points. His Chi and Blood had now reached 13 points, officially surpassing the threshold of 10 points of Chi and Blood for a first-level warrior. If I keep increasing my Chi and Blood by 5 points a day, I can increase my Chi and Blood by 150 points before the martial arts exam and become a second-level warrior. Also, I'm currently practicing a D-level bodybuilding method. Once I have enough money, I can buy a higher-level bodybuilding method. The growth rate of my Chi and Blood will only be faster. Su Ming looked at his increased 5 points of Chi and Blood, and suddenly even the fatigue in his body was reduced a lot. After closing the system panel, Su Ming did not continue to practice. Instead, he took a comfortable hot bath and returned to his room to rest. He has to enter the cave to hunt ferocious beasts tomorrow, so he must get enough rest. Next, Su Ming would go to the cave every morning to hunt ferocious beasts, and then return to the Warrior Association at noon with a large bag of ferocious beast materials to sell them, and then exchange them for cultivation resources such as Chi and Blood powder and spirit pills and return home to practice until late at night. With such almost abnormal self-discipline, Su Ming's strength increased rapidly. 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 20 days, the value of the materials Su Ming obtained from hunting ferocious beasts became higher and higher every day. In addition to the fixed expenses of 250,000 yuan for 10 spirit pills and 10 doses of Chi and Blood powder every day, Su Ming also saved a large sum of money. Now I have accumulated more than 5 million credits, which allows me to purchase a C-rank martial art. Also, I have accumulated over 4,000 enhancement points, which is enough to fully master a C-rank martial art. One morning, Su Ming came to the Warrior Association as usual. Looking at the more than 5 million credit points in his account, he walked towards the martial arts sales area of the Warrior Association. Soon, Su Ming took a fancy to a C-level martial art called Cloud Breaking Spear. Cloud Breaking Spear, C-rank martial arts. Mastering to the primary level grants a 2x increase in combat power, the intermediate level grants a 3x increase, the advanced level grants a 4x increase, and the perfect level grants a 5x increase. Price, 4.5 million credits. I'll buy the Cloud Breaking Spear for 4.5 million credits. I can also exchange the remaining money for a D-rank weapon, the Fish Scale Spear. After reading the introduction of the Cloud Breaking Spear, Su Ming immediately bought it and used the remaining credit points to purchase a D-level weapon, the Fish Scale Spear. The E-class spear Black Iron Spear in Su Ming's hand had gradually lost its power when facing the second-class beasts in the cave that were good at defense. Only when he switched to the D-class weapon Fish Scale Spear could he successfully break through the defenses of those beasts. After Su Ming read the Cloud Breaking Spear martial art from beginning to end, a prompt sounded in his mind. Detected C-rank martial arts Cloud Breaking Spear, would you like to spend 100 reinforcement points to learn it? Study. Su Ming was just worrying about how to add points when the system popped up a prompt. He immediately chose to study without any hesitation. The moment Su Ming chose to learn the Cloud Breaking Spear, a large amount of insights and experiences about practicing the Cloud Breaking Spear flooded into his mind like a tide. The next second, the system prompt sounded again. Ding, you have learned the C-rank martial art Cloud Breaking Spear. Current proficiency, elementary. You can consume 900 enhancement points to raise this martial arts proficiency to perfection. What are you waiting for? Add some. Looking at the prompt that popped up from the system, Su Ming's eyes lit up and he made a choice immediately. Boom! Countless experiences in practicing the cloud-breaking spear flooded into Su Ming's mind. In just a few breaths, Su Ming completely mastered the cloud-breaking spear, a sea-level martial art, and reached the pinnacle of skill. With a thought, Su Ming called up his attribute panel. Host, Su Ming. Chi and Blood, 116. Spirit, 74. Superpower, Ice Crown S+. Body Training Method, Rising Sun D Perfection. Meditation Method, None. Martial Arts, Diamond Spear Technique D Perfection Cloud Breaking Spear C Perfection. Strength Points, 8,169. 5 times the combat power burst. With my current HP of 116, I can produce a 5,800 calorie burst, which is enough to overwhelm many mid-level second stage warriors. If I use my full power to attack with the Ice Crown, I can instantly unleash 37,000 calories of combat power. Even an early stage third level warrior would be frozen in ice. After taking a look at his attribute information, Su Ming was full of confidence. After leaving the Warrior Association with his newly bought fish scale gun, he continued to rush towards cave number 3. After entering cave number 3, Su Ming headed towards the area deep in the cave where the second level ferocious beasts were active. Along the way, he encountered several foolish first-level ferocious beasts that tried to attack him. Su Ming did not even use his fish scale gun. He just put his fingers together like knives, and with a flick of his hand, he froze them instantly with a biting cold air. The system's prompts for obtaining enhancement points rang in his mind repeatedly, but it could not cause much ripples in his heart. Kill the first stage mid-stage beast Rotten Clawjackal, and gain +2 reinforcement points. Kill the sharp-toothed Rat King, a late-stage first-level beast. Strengthen your skills by +3. This time, Su Ming did not even collect materials from the first-level ferocious beasts he killed along the way, but ran all the way. After speeding for half an hour, Su Ming arrived at an area covered with huge gray rocks, which was nearly 100 miles away from the entrance to cave number 3. Moo! A dull roar like thunder came from behind the rock in front, shaking the ground slightly. Su Ming immediately stopped and slapped his hand behind him. The fish scale spear on his back flew up, spun in the air, and landed in his hand. Su Ming held the fish scale spear and looked forward. Then a huge monster slowly walked out. This ferocious beast is nearly 4 meters long and over 2 meters tall at the shoulder. Its body is covered with thick, granite-like gray-brown scales, which gleam with a cold, metallic luster in the dim light. An extremely thick horn stands ferociously on its nose, and the tip flashes with a heart-pounding cold light. Its limbs were as thick as pillars, and every step it took left a deep footprint on the hard ground. It was the armored rhinoceros, a ferocious beast known for its defense and impact power. A mid-stage second-order ferocious beast, the armored rhinoceros. Looking at the huge monster that appeared in his sight, Su Ming's eyes fixed. Humph. The armored rhinoceros obviously also discovered Su Ming, the uninvited guest. Its pair of small lantern-like eyes instantly locked onto Su Ming. 2 streams of hot white steam spurted out of its nostrils. Its front hooves pawed the ground restlessly, and it let out a threatening low roar. Chapter 13 Physical Combat Power, Mid-Second Stage. Moo! The armored rhinoceros launched the first attack. After a deafening roar, its huge body suddenly started moving, like a heavy tank charging at full speed, savagely crashing into Su Ming. Every step it took made the ground rumble and the gravel tremble. You came just in time. Seeing this, Su Ming did not retreat. He shook his wrist, and the fish scale spear made a slight buzzing sound, and the tip of the spear pointed directly at the armored rhinoceros. Faced with the brutal impact of the armored rhinoceros, which was enough to knock a car away, Su Ming quickly mobilized the chi and blood in his body, and the muscles all over his body became extremely active. Waves of strength quickly circulated along the force path of the sea-level martial arts point gun. The perfect level broken cloud spear's power generation technique far surpasses the previous Vajra spear technique. Just as the armored rhinoceros rushed to 10 meters in front of him and its ferocious horn was about to hit his body, Su Ming stepped on the ground and moved forward instead of retreating. Seeing that the two sides were about to collide, Su Ming stepped on the ground and slid sideways like a ghost, narrowly avoiding the head-on attack of the armored rhinoceros. This was the reaction he developed through 20 days of actual combat training, and of course his high mental attributes also contributed to it. Cloud-breaking spear. As Su Ming dodged the frontal attack of the armored rhinoceros by leaning sideways, all the muscles and bones in his body vibrated, and his blood and energy burst out. 116 points of blood and energy, wrapped in the strength of his whole body, were injected into his arms, holding the fish scale spear without reservation. Su Ming's arm muscles bulged, and the fish scale spear turned into a silver lightning, piercing the relatively weak side of the armored rhinoceros neck with incredible precision. This shot was fast, accurate, and fierce. With a five-fold increase, the terrifying combat power of 5,800 calories erupted instantly. Clang! The tip of the spear collided violently with the armored rhinoceros's scales, causing a sharp sound like metal clashing. After a series of sparks were splashed, a wound about 1 foot long was left on the side of the armored rhinoceros neck, and blood flowed out. What a high defense! Su Ming's arm felt slightly numb, and he was secretly shocked. The defense of this armored rhinoceros is indeed well-deserved, far exceeding that of an ordinary second-stage mid-stage ferocious beast. Moo! The armored rhinoceros felt pain and let out an angry roar. It suddenly kicked the ground with all four limbs, and its huge body spun its tail and came to a sudden stop. The thick horn on the head was facing Su Ming, and then the limbs suddenly exerted force, and the horn flashed with cold light and pierced Su Ming. Su Ming dodged again, and the fish scale spear retreated. Then he thrust out like a poisonous dragon emerging from a cave. In the blink of an eye, he thrust out several spear shadows, specifically targeting the armored rhinoceros eyes, joints, neck, and other relatively weak defenses. Not only does the cloud-breaking spear have a huge amplification, its spear technique is also extremely exquisite. It focuses on breaking the surface with a point and has extremely strong penetrating power. When combined with the fish scale spear, its power is even greater. Clang! Puff! The sounds of metal clashing and spears piercing flesh rang out alternately, without stopping. Su Ming used his body skills to the extreme, constantly moving around the huge body of the armored rhinoceros. The fish scale spear seemed to come alive in his hand, and each time he could accurately attack the weak points in the armored rhinoceros' defense. The armored rhinoceros had great strength and defense, but it couldn't even touch the corner of Su Ming's clothes. It roared in anger after being beaten, and its huge body became a burden to it. It looked extremely clumsy and could only switch to passive defense. Then, if you defend for too long, you will lose. After Su Ming launched more than a dozen violent attacks, he finally seized the opportunity and stabbed the armored rhinoceros in the right eye with a shot. Puff! This time, there was no harsh sound of metal collision, but instead there was a dull sound of a sharp object tearing leather and piercing flesh. The fish scale spear was nearly halfway embedded in the armored rhinoceros's head, and a stream of hot animal blood mixed with the exploding juices of its eyeballs spurted out along the blood trough. Moo! The armored rhinoceros let out a shrill howl that shook the earth, its huge body twitched violently, and its life force quickly receded like the tide. Boom! Finally, this mid-stage second-order beast with amazing defense fell heavily to the ground, splashing a cloud of dust, and became completely silent. Kill the second-stage mid-stage beast ironclad rhino, strengthen points plus 20. Su Ming slowly pulled out the fish scale spear, shook off the blood beads on the tip of the spear, and his breathing became slightly rapid. The defense of this armored rhinoceros is probably no weaker than many late-stage second-level beasts. With my current 5,800 calorie physical strength and the D-rank fish scale spear, I'm sure I can slay all the mid-stage second-order beasts in cave number 3 with just my physical strength. After killing the armored rhinoceros, Su Ming had a clearer understanding of his own strength. After taking a few deep breaths and calming the restless blood in his body, Su Ming stepped forward to cut off the most valuable horn on the armored rhinoceros. Although the armor on the armored rhinoceros was also valuable, it was too large to be taken away, so it had to be abandoned. After Su Ming quickly processed the most valuable horn of the armored rhinoceros, he filled a few bottles of the armored rhinoceros's blood essence before putting these materials into the large mountaineering bag behind him. It's a pity that I can't take away so many materials. It would be much better if I had a space ring. After packing his bag, Su Ming looked at the huge body of the armored rhinoceros with regret, sighed, and then continued to move deeper into the cave. In the following time, Su Ming specifically searched deep in the cave to hunt second-level ferocious beasts. He did not use any special abilities, but relied entirely on his own physique and martial arts to fight the ferocious beasts in close combat, constantly accumulating combat experience. The fish scale spear flew like a silver dragon, and the spear shot out as fast as lightning. Often, a second-stage early-stage ferocious beast could be killed with one move. Only a second-stage middle-stage ferocious beast could fight Su Ming for a few moves. Those remaining first-level ferocious beasts were no match for Su Ming. Kill the first-level peak beast shadow leopard, strengthening points plus 5. Kill the level 2 early-stage ferocious beast crypt spider, strengthening points plus 10. Kill the early stage second level beast, the steel bristleboar, and gain +10 reinforcement points. Time passed minute by minute, and the system's prompt sounds and messages about reinforcement points being credited popped up on the system panel from time to time. The number of high-level materials in Su Ming's backpack also increased. Only when his backpack was full and no more ferocious beast materials could be stuffed in did Su Ming quickly return along the way he came, still feeling unsatisfied. Just when Su Ming was halfway on his journey, carrying a stuffed backpack on his back through a dense dark purple forest, he vaguely heard the sounds of weapons clashing and beasts roaring from the right. His mental power probed towards the right side of the woods, and Su Ming keenly caught a fierce and familiar wave of energy and blood coming from afar. There's a battle going on over there. This energy fluctuation looks familiar. It seems to be Coach Xian's energy fluctuation? Could it be them? Su Ming paused and immediately thought of Xian Menghan and her team members, frowning slightly. After a moment of hesitation, Su Ming immediately accelerated and rushed towards the direction of the battle. Chapter 14, Meeting an Acquaintance in the Cave. After a moment, Su Ming approached the battle site and looked forward. On a relatively open rocky beach, a team of 4 was locked in a tough battle. Surprisingly, more than 20 bloodfawn wolves were besieging them. It's them. When he saw the familiar figures of Xian Menghan, Fang Mo and others, Su Ming said inwardly. However, the situation of Xian Menghan and his companions is now precarious. Even the porter who followed them into the cave has fallen in a pool of blood, and several blood-fanged wolves are greedily gnawing on the porter's body. Xian Menghan, Fang Mo and others had no time to pay attention to this. Because in addition to the large number of blood-fawn wolves besieging them at this moment, there was also an extremely large blood-fawn wolf king with a wisp of golden hair on his forehead. The fierce aura and energy fluctuations it exuded had reached the middle stage of the second stage. At this moment, Xian Menghan was struggling alone to resist the blood-fawn wolf king, who was in the middle stage of the second stage. The long sword in her hand was swung like the wind, and the Tianlin sword technique had been used to the extreme. The sharp sword energy slashed at the wolf king, but it could only leave shallow blood marks on its tough fur and thick muscles, and it was difficult to cause fatal damage. On the contrary, she herself was already injured by the wolf king's violent attack. There was a claw mark on her left arm so deep that the bone was visible. Blood had stained her combat uniform red. Her breathing was rapid, and it was obvious that she was at the end of her strength. On the other side, the situation of Fang Mo, Guanshan and Xiaomu was also not optimistic. The 3 of them stood back to back, forming a small defensive circle. Each of them had injuries that were either light or serious, and they were panting and had greatly depleted their energy and blood. Fang Mo's glasses were long gone, his short hair was soaked with sweat and stuck to his forehead, and his hand holding the gun was trembling slightly. Guanshan's combat uniform on his chest was torn, and a claw mark was bleeding. Xiaomu's face was pale, and there was a fist-sized piece of flesh missing from his right thigh, with blood constantly flowing out. When Su Ming saw this tragic scene, he was shocked. He immediately put down his backpack and rushed forward to save people with his fish scale gun. However, just as he was about to rescue immediately, his mental power suddenly captured some extremely weak and deliberately hidden auras farther away. These auras were hidden behind the rocks and dead trees on a high ground 100 meters away. There were no less than 5 of them, and 2 of them were quite strong, reaching the level of a second-level warrior. Someone's lying in ambush? Su Ming's heart trembled, but he instantly calmed down. It seems this matter is not as simple as it seems. In a flash, Su Ming's mind was racing with thoughts. He immediately suppressed the idea of using thunder and lightning to kill the wolves instantly, and instead burst out all his energy and blood to kill them. At the same time, a loud shout was heard, "Hold on! I'm here to help you." Before he finished speaking, Su Ming had already rushed to Fang Mo and the other 2 with a fish scale spear in his hand. The fish scale spear in his hand swept out and hit a blood-fawn wolf. Su Ming did not use any martial arts in this shot, but his high blood pressure of 116 allowed him to easily burst out a combat power of more than 1,000 calories with this shot, instantly knocking the first-stage late blood-fawn wolf away. Su Ming's current blood and energy have just exceeded the threshold of a second-level warrior. There is no need to deliberately conceal it. At first glance, Su Ming is just an ordinary second-level warrior. But even if his combat power has just broken through 1,000, he is still a second-level warrior. The blood-fawn wolf, which was only in the late first stage, was hit by Su Ming's shot. Half of its bones were broken. It fell to the ground, wailing in pain, and was unable to stand up. Kill. After finishing off a blood-fawn wolf, Su Ming's hands continued to move without a pause, slashing, stabbing, sweeping, picking. The fish scale spear was wielded to create a series of spear shadows. In just the blink of an eye, it had cut a bloody path through the blood-fawn wolves that were besieging Fong Mo and the other two, and came to their side. Su Ming? It's you! How come you are so strong? Reinforcements suddenly appeared in the desperate situation, and Fong Mo and the other two's originally desperate faces suddenly showed expressions of joy. But after discovering that the person who came was Su Ming, the three of them were stunned and exclaimed almost at the same time. Because at this moment, the surging energy and blood in Su Ming's body clearly reached the strength of a second-level warrior. How long has it been? Less than a month ago, when Su Ming was a porter in their team, he could only barely unleash the combat power of a first-stage early warrior. At that time, Su Ming, facing a late-stage first-order lion mastiff, tried his best but could only stop the lion mastiff's forward movement for a moment. However, when he saw Su Ming again, he had become a second-level warrior in the blink of an eye. Facing the ferocious beast blood-fawn wolf, which was also in the late first level, he could seriously injure it with just a casual shot. The improvement in strength during this period is simply terrifying. Be careful. There are too many of these beasts. Fong Mo shouted hurriedly. After being shocked, Fong Mo took the lead in reminding Su Ming. Although Su Ming is now a second-level warrior, the number of blood-fawn wolves is too large. More than 20 blood-fawn wolves in the late first-level stage can threaten a warrior who has just entered the second level. It doesn't matter, let's fight our way out together. Upon hearing this, Su Ming turned around and gave Fong Mo a confident smile. Seeing the smile on Su Ming's face, Fong Mo couldn't help but blush on her pale face, but she quickly reacted and shook her head. No, Xiaomu's leg injury is not light. Then you guys take care of yourselves first. I'll kill a bunch of blood-fawn wolves first to relieve your pressure, and then I'll go help Coach Xin. Without waiting for Fong Mo to finish, Su Ming glanced at the bleeding wound on Xiaomu's right leg and immediately nodded. The next second, he charged into the wolf pack with his spear, looking serious and giving his all. Su Ming's movements were agile and his spear shot out like a dragon. With the combat power of the early second stage, he went in and out of the wolf pack 7 times, severely injuring each blood-fawn wolves, while not forgetting to block the most dangerous attacks for Fong Mo and the other two. Su Ming's joining immediately greatly reduced the pressure on Fong Mo and the other two, and the originally shaky defense circle was temporarily stabilized. On the other side, Xin Menghan, who was fighting the Wolf King alone, realized that Fong Mo and the others were not in danger for the time being, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and tried his best to delay the blood-fawn Wolf King in front of him. Finally, with Su Ming's all-out assistance, only 2 lame ordinary blood-fawn wolves were left besieging Fong Mo and the other two. Coach Xin, I'm here to help you. After seeing that Fong Mo and the other two were sure that there was no danger, Su Ming no longer hesitated and charged towards the blood-fawn Wolf King with the fish scale spear in hand. Shortly after Su Ming rushed out, one of the remaining 2 blood-fawn wolves was chopped away by Guan Shan's sword and fell to the ground dead, while the other one was pierced through the abdomen by Fong Mo's spear and fell to the ground unable to get up. At this moment, the only ferocious beast that could move on the field was the second-stage mid-stage blood-fawn Wolf King. Chapter 15 is finally out. Ouch! Seeing that all his men were killed or injured, the Wolf King roared in anger and attacked more frantically. He completely ignored his own defense and pounced on Xin Menghan desperately. Xin Menghan had just caught his breath when faced with the Wolf King's desperate fighting style. He was suddenly in danger and was about to collapse. Beast! Stop being so arrogant! Su Ming seized the opportunity, shouted angrily, and thrust his spear at the Wolf King without caring about his own consumption. However, a hint of cunning flashed in the blood-fawn Wolf King's violent eyes. He suddenly abandoned Xin Menghan and slapped Su Ming's spear with one claw. Su Ming, be careful! Xin Menghan was shocked and quickly shouted to Su Ming. Clang! With a loud bang, Su Ming was hit hard and staggered back several steps. His face turned pale and the hand holding the gun began to tremble violently. Ouch! The blood-fawn Wolf King knocked Su Ming back with one blow. He immediately realized that Su Ming's strength was much weaker than Xin Menghan. He roared and slapped his opponent fiercely, deciding to get rid of Su Ming, the human warrior who showed up unexpectedly, first and avenge his cubs. Vajra Spear Technique. Facing the blood-fawn Wolf King's full-strength attack, Su Ming roared and immediately unleashed the perfect Vajra Spear Technique. With a 2.5-fold increase in power, the shot with nearly 3,000 calories of combat power successfully blocked the blood-fawn Wolf King's full-strength attack. Su Ming's seemingly all-out attack also created a great opportunity for Xin Menghan. Tian Lin sword technique, Lin Chi. Xian Menghan gathered up his last bit of energy and blood, seizing the moment when the Wolf King's old strength had just gone and new strength had not yet been generated. He and the sword became one, transforming into a dazzling blade light, and fiercely slashed at the relatively soft part of the Wolf King's abdomen that was exposed when he attacked Su Ming. Phew! This blow, which gathered all of Xian Menghan's strength, finally broke through the Wolf King's powerful defense, leaving a huge and hideous wound, and his internal organs and blood gushed out instantly. Awah! The Wolf King let out a terrifying howl that shook the earth. After being severely injured, fear flashed in its eyes for the first time. It did not dare to continue to entangle with Su Ming and the others, and quickly fled into the distance, dragging its intestines that had fallen to the ground. Beast, where are you going? Seeing this, Xian Menghan was about to step forward to chase him. However, just as she took a step, her legs went weak and her body collapsed uncontrollably. After a hard fight, she had reached her limit. Clang! Su Ming had also stuck his fish scale spear into the ground. He leaned on the spear, breathing heavily, and said to Xian Menghan, "Coach Xian, don't worry. That beast won't survive even if it escapes. Let's rest quickly and leave this place as soon as we recover." Well, Su Ming, this time we are all thankful to you. If you hadn't showed up in time, our entire team would have been killed here today. Hearing this, Xian Menghan nodded, and looked at Su Ming with gratitude in his eyes while also flashing with strong shock. Su Ming, how did you? Pa. Just as Xian Menghan was about to curiously ask Su Ming how he had improved his strength to this point in such a short period of time, he was interrupted by a sudden burst of applause. Then, a laugh with a hint of surprise came from the high ground in the distance. Wonderful! Really wonderful! I didn't expect you guys to survive. And you, kid, are actually a second-level warrior. We were all wrong last time. Before he finished speaking, 5 figures emerged from behind the rocks and dead trees on the high ground. The leader was a burly man with a bald head that shone coldly in the dim light and a face full of flesh. It was Cheng Xiong from the Thunder Martial Arts School. He led 4 team members and walked down the high ground slowly, semi-surrounding the exhausted and wounded Su Ming and his 5 companions, staring at them with a sneer on his face. Cheng Xiong. It's you! You guys were just standing there watching someone die without helping. Seeing Cheng Xiong and his group appear, Fang Mo shouted at them angrily, obviously dissatisfied with these guys' behavior of watching them die without helping even though they were right nearby and could have helped. However, except for the youngest Fang Mo, Xian Menghan, Xiamu and Guan Shan all looked extremely ugly, and their hearts sank to the bottom. They were more experienced and had guessed that today's encounter with the Blood Fawn Wolf Pack was most likely related to Cheng Xiong and his group. Oh, you're just watching someone die without helping? Girl, you're too naive. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiong looked at Fang Mo and sneered. Cheng Xiong. Did you bring the Blood Fawn Wolf Pack here? Xian Menghan endured the injuries and weakness, stood up with the long sword, looked at Cheng Xiong and questioned. Don't you have the answer? Cheng Xiong grinned proudly. Seeing Cheng Xiong so smug, Xian Menghan suddenly roared, trying to gather up the little strength left in his body, and rushed towards Cheng Xiong, shouting at the same time, Su Ming, take Fang Mo and the others and escape. Can you escape in your current state? Cheng Xiong blocked Xian Menghan's attack with a casual slash of his sword and grinned, go. Send them to hell. Yes, Brother Bear. Following Cheng Xiong's order, the other 4 team members responded in unison, and one of them even burst out with the powerful aura of the early second stage. There's actually another second-level warrior in the early second-level stage. When Xian Menghan felt the aura released from this person, his face turned pale without a trace of blood. The other side also has a second-stage early-stage warrior. Even if she tries her best to hold Cheng Xiong back, Su Ming and Fang Mo will not be able to escape. Hey, prepare to die. What a shame. If this weren't a cave, I'd really like to taste these 2 beauties. The other 4 members of Cheng Xiong's team each chose their own targets with weapons in hand and rushed towards Su Ming and others. Although his words were frivolous, his murderous intent was particularly strong and he attacked without holding back. You little brat, you've become a second-level warrior at such a young age. You're truly an incredible genius, but I hate geniuses like you the most. Die. The early second-stage warrior rushed towards Su Ming, his eyes flashing with jealousy and murderous intent. He raised the big knife in his hand and slashed at Su Ming, who was at the end of his strength. Clang. Phew. There was a sound of metal colliding, followed by the sound of flesh being torn. How is this possible? The warrior at the early second stage stared blankly at his right hand with its knuckles broken. The long sword in his hand had been picked up by Su Ming and flew into the air, spinning continuously. However, Su Ming's spear knocked his weapon away and pierced his heart with lightning speed, and the bloody tip of the spear came out from behind him. Phew! Su Ming calmly drew out his spear, and the early second stage warrior fell straight down. As soon as he fell to the ground, the long sword that had flipped countless times in the air finally fell to the ground and stuck next to his fallen body. What? Such an unexpected scene made everyone present pause and look at Su Ming in horror, who had a calm expression on his face. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Chapter 16 Kill All. The grim smile on Chang Xiong's face froze, and his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles, filled with disbelief. The dull thud of his early-stage second-level warrior falling to the ground was like a sledgehammer hitting his heart. No. Impossible. Chang Xiong cried out in shock. You're clearly only at the early second stage, so your chi and blood strength is undeniable. You've already consumed a lot of energy fighting the wolves just now. How could you have killed a warrior of the same level in one move? Chang Xiong's exclamation broke the silence around him and also made the other three members of his team come back to their senses. The three of them took one look at the early second stage warrior lying in front of Su Ming, and expressions of fear appeared on their faces. They all quickly retreated and hid behind Chang Xiong, not daring to approach Fong Mo and others. The young man in front of them had just killed another second-level strongman of their younger brother in an instant. How could they dare to go forward and kill Fong Mo and others? Xin Menghan, Fong Mo and others were even more shocked. They knew more about Su Ming's strength when they first met him than Chang Xiong did. Now Su Ming could actually kill an early second-stage warrior in seconds. This leap in strength could no longer be described as genius, it was simply unbelievable. Facing Chang Xiong's questioning, Su Ming simply shook off the bloodstains on the fish scale spear and turned his gaze to Chang Xiong and others. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Die. Su Ming's voice was terrifyingly calm, and his eyes were as cold as if he was looking at a group of dead people. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Su Ming moved. His figure left a faint afterimage on the spot, and the blood and energy in his body burst out. The distance between Su Ming and Chang Xiong was not far, and he rushed in front of Chang Xiong in the blink of an eye. Cloud-breaking spear. Su Ming let out a low roar, and the power of the sea-level martial art, the cloud-breaking spear, at its perfect level, was fully revealed. The fish-scale gun turned into a silver lightning, and the gun shot out like a dragon, tearing the air apart and making a sharp scream. With the five-fold increase in combat power, the terrifying 5,800 calorie combat power erupted without reservation. This shot was extremely swift. Not good. Feeling the power of the shot, Chang Xiong suddenly felt a sense of life and death crisis in his heart, which made him feel like he was going to die. Ba Dao. But he was a warrior close to the middle stage of the second stage after all. At the critical moment of life and death, he unleashed all his potential, roared and swung his sword to block. The blood and energy surged on the sword, and he slashed towards Su Ming's fish scale spear. Clang! The harsh sound of metal clashing was heard. Everyone saw the sword and spear collide, sparks flew, and then the big knife in Chang Xiong's hand was picked up by the spear. The speed of the fish scale spear in Su Ming's hand did not slow down at all. It was infinitely enlarged in Chang Xiong's pupils and easily penetrated his heart. Puff! The tip of the gun pierced through the body, bringing out a handful of warm blood. The ferocity, fear, and shock on Chang Xiong's face completely froze. He lowered his head to look at the bowl-sized bloody hole in his chest, then raised his head with difficulty to look at Su Ming, who had an expressionless face in front of him. His lips moved a few times, as if he wanted to say something. But Su Ming suddenly pulled out the fish scale spear and kicked Chang Xiong away with his leg. In the end, Chang Xiong couldn't utter a single word before he was kicked away by Su Ming and fell straight in front of the remaining three members of his team, spitting blood foam from his mouth. Brother Bear. Looking at Chang Xiong with a big hole in his chest, the three of them had their pupils trembling violently and were terrified. It's your turn. Su Ming stepped forward with his gun in hand, his eyes cold and stern. Have mercy. Brother Su Ming. No, Grandpa Su Ming. Please spare us. It was Chang Xiong who forced us to do this. It's none of our business. As long as you spare us, we will be willing to work like slaves for you in the future. Feeling the murderous intent from Su Ming, the three team members were terrified and dropped their weapons one after another. They fell to their knees on the ground with a plop, kowtowed repeatedly, and begged for mercy with tears streaming down their faces. In the face of death, warrior honor and brotherhood become nothing but shit, leaving only the most primitive desire to survive. However, Su Ming's eyes remained cold and unwavering. In the world of martial arts, the strong prey on the weak. Being kind to your enemies is being cruel to yourself and your friends. Su Ming believes that if others do not offend me, I will not offend others. If others offend me, I will cut off the roots. In your next life, keep your eyes open. Su Ming shook his wrist, and the fish scale spear once again turned into a deadly cold light. Puff! 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 The gun flashed, and 3 light sounds rang out almost at the same time. The fish scale gun accurately pierced the throats of the 3 people. The cries for mercy stopped abruptly. The 3 team members covered their bleeding throats, their eyes filled with endless regret and fear. Their bodies collapsed to the ground, twitched a few times, and then they became silent. In the blink of an eye, the 5 members of Cheng Xiong's team, who had been so arrogant just now, all turned into cold corpses. The strong smell of blood filled the air, mixed with the smell left by the wolves before, which was disgusting. The scene fell into dead silence. There was only the whimpering sound of the wind blowing across the rocky beach and the heavy and suppressed breathing of the 4 members of Xian Menghan's team. Fan Yamou, Guanshan and Xiamu looked at Su Ming, who was standing with a gun and an indifferent expression, as if they were meeting him for the first time. Their eyes were filled with extreme shock, awe, and a hint of indescribable fear. They could never have imagined that the high school student who needed their protection 20 days ago actually possessed the terrifying power to kill a second-level warrior in an instant. This growth rate is unheard of. Su Ming, was that the C-rank martial art you used just now, the cloud-breaking spear, which you also cultivated to perfection? Xian Menghan struggled to stand up, her beautiful eyes staring at Su Ming in extreme shock, her voice trembling with disbelief. Yes, Coach Xian's vision is still as sharp as ever. In response to Xian Menghan's question, Su Ming admitted it generously. The cold expression on his face disappeared, replaced by a kind smile. Boom! Su Ming's answer was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, causing another storm in the hearts of Xian Menghan, Fan Yamou, and the other 3. Hiss! Fan Yamou took a deep breath, covered her mouth with her hands, and looked at Su Ming as if he was looking at a monster. The difficulty of practicing martial arts is not easy. For ordinary martial artists, it takes 10 years of hard work to practice D-level martial arts to perfection. For C-level martial arts, ordinary warriors spend several years of hard work, and if they can cultivate to intermediate proficiency, they are considered to have excellent talent. How old is Su Ming? Not only has his chi and blood reached the level of a second-level warrior, but he has also cultivated C-level martial arts to perfection. This is no longer a genius, this is a demon. A monster. I never thought that the boy who was doing odd jobs at the martial arts gym a month ago would suddenly transform into a second-level warrior with strength surpassing mine. Su Ming's martial arts talent is even better than I imagined. Xian Menghan took several deep breaths before he could barely suppress the shock in his heart, and was amazed. Then, she looked at the mess and corpses on the ground, glanced at the injured team members, then took a step forward and thanked Su Ming sincerely. Su Ming, I really owe you a lot today. I'm grateful for your kindness. If you need me in the future, please let me know. Ha, the captain is right, Brother Su Ming, from now on my life in Guanshan belongs to you. Brother Su Ming, I'm willing to do anything you ask me to do from now on. Su Ming, thank you. Guanshan, Fan Yamou and Xiamu also came to their senses at this moment and expressed their gratitude to Su Ming. Hearing this, Su Ming smiled calmly and nodded to everyone. Seeing this, Xian Menghan said to Fan Yamou and the others, everyone, hurry up and treat your injuries. The smell of blood is too strong here. It might attract other powerful beasts. We shouldn't stay here for long. When everyone heard this, their faces darkened and they nodded. It's okay, I'm here, just focus on treating your injuries. Looking at the solemn expressions of the crowd, Su Ming said with a smile. His voice was not loud, but it made Xian Menghan and others feel at ease. Under Su Ming's protection, everyone quickly treated the wounds and then cleaned up the battlefield. They took away all the materials from the blood Fong wolf corpses, and also took out the spoils and weapons that Cheng Xiong and his team had taken from the cave. Chapter 17 Encounter. Su Ming, thanks to you today, our team will treat you to dinner at Victoria Restaurant tonight. I hope you can honor me. After leaving the cave, Xian Menghan sincerely invited Su Ming. They survived a disaster today. Although everyone was injured, fortunately, they were only superficial injuries. With their strong physique as warriors, they can buy some special healing medicines for warriors and recover within 3 days. Moreover, this time they turned a disaster into a blessing. Not only did they obtain a large amount of Blood Fawn Wolf materials, they also found the Blood Fawn Wolf King, a second-stage mid-stage ferocious beast, and hunted down the materials. Not only that, but they also gained a lot from Chung Xiong and the others in the cave this time. This time, they can earn at least 1 million credit points. Coach Xin, you're too polite. We're all friends. Just reserve a spot and send it to me. I'll be there in the evening. Faced with Xin Menghan's invitation, Su Ming did not refuse. Coach Xin sounds strange. If you don't mind, you can call me Sister Han from now on. Okay, Sister Han. After the discussion, both parties left cave number 3 chatting and laughing, and headed towards Linjiang City. After Su Ming returned to Linjiang City, he immediately went to the Warrior Association and sold all the second-level ferocious beast materials in his backpack. In addition, he also sold 2 D-level broadswords belonging to Chung Xiong and another second-level warrior member of Chung Xiong's team. Su Ming's account, which had just been emptied in the morning, suddenly had an additional 4.8 million credit points. Wow, today's harvest is equivalent to the harvest of the past 10 days. It turns out that the stronger you are, the faster you make money. With over 4 million credits a day, I'll be able to save enough to buy a C-level meditation method in a few days. Su Ming was delighted when he saw the extra 4.8 million credit points in his account. After buying the cultivation resources he needed for today, he took a taxi home. In the evening, in the center of Linjiang City, Victoria Restaurant. As one of the most upscale restaurants in Linjiang City, it is luxuriously decorated and brightly lit, making it the preferred place for many wealthy people and warriors to discuss business and enjoy themselves. In an elegant private room, the table was filled with sumptuous dishes. Xin Menghan's team of 4 hosted a banquet for Su Ming to thank him for saving his life during the day. After several hours of rest and healing, the complexion of several people looked much better, but the bandages on their bodies were still visible. Su Ming, we must toast you with this glass of wine today. Xin Menghan picked up the wine glass. Yes. Su Ming, cheers to you. Fang Yamo, Guanshan, and Xiamu also raised their glasses and looked at Su Ming with gratitude in their eyes. Cheers. Su Ming was not a pretentious person. He picked up the wine glass, clinked it with everyone, and drank it all in one gulp. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, the atmosphere in the box gradually became lively. Everyone was talking about what they had seen in the cave and their martial arts training. Xin Menghan and the others were talking, while Su Ming was listening. Su Ming also listened with great interest to some of the strange experiences that everyone had experienced during their growth. After eating and drinking, everyone gradually left. Xiamu, Guanshan, and Fang Yamo went ahead, while Xin Menghan sat with Su Ming for a while before the 2 of them left together. Sister Han, I'm going to the bathroom first. Su Ming said at the end. Okay, then I'll wait for you at the door. Xin Menghan nodded. Su Ming walked along the corridor outside the box towards the bathroom. The restaurant has good sound insulation. The sounds of clinking glasses and chatting in the private rooms are not noticeable outside, and the corridor seems very quiet. However, just as he passed by a private room called Purple Gold Pavilion, a commotion and the sound of broken porcelain came from the half-open door, breaking the tranquility. An arrogant and domineering young man's voice came from the box. Damn it! You're shameless, aren't you? I asked you to come over to drink with me because I think highly of you. Why are you hiding? Sorry, sir, I'm just a waiter, responsible for serving food. I don't provide drinking service. Then, a female voice with a crying tone, timid yet familiar voice was heard. Su Ming, who was passing by the door, heard the female voice and instantly sobered up from his drunken state, and stopped abruptly. Did I hear it right? Why does this voice sound so much like Shaowei's? Su Ming frowned slightly, looking puzzled. Although the voice is the same as Su Shaowei's, Su Shaowei should be at Linjiang No. 2 Middle School now. How could she be a waiter in a restaurant? With doubt, Su Ming looked inside through the half-open door of the box. The next moment, his eyes became fierce and anger rose in his heart. Several well-dressed young men were sitting around a table in the box. Leading the group was a young man in brocade clothes with an arrogant look on his face. His other hand was impatiently grabbing the wrist of the girl who lowered her head and trembled slightly. The girl had a pretty face and a tall figure. She was Su Ming's sister Su Shaowei. Facing the boy's grab, Su Shaowei subconsciously pulled her hand back to avoid it. Her dodging further angered the young man in brocade clothes. The young man was embarrassed and felt that he had lost face in front of his friends. He immediately became angry and said, "You dare to hide?" He raised his hand and slapped Su Xiaowei hard on the cheek. The surging energy and blood in the young man's body had already reached the peak of a first-level warrior. If this slap had landed on the face of Su Xiaowei, who was not even a warrior, the consequences could be imagined. Facing the young man's palm, Su Xiaowei had no way to dodge and could only close her eyes helplessly. Instead of stopping it, the other young people in the room burst into laughter. Obviously they were used to it. Just when the young man's palm was about to land on Su Xiaowei's face, a powerful hand, like a pair of pliers, grabbed the wrist of the young man in brocade clothes with incredible precision. "You're looking for death." Su Ming suddenly appeared and grabbed the boy's wrist. With his eyes almost spitting fire, he shouted coldly and kicked the boy in the abdomen with a swift kick. Bang! The next moment, the young man flew backwards and hit the wall behind him heavily before falling to the ground. He covered his abdomen with his hands. The severe pain made his body bend like a cooked shrimp. His face was pale and he couldn't even speak. Crash! The sudden change immediately caused the faces of the other young men around to change drastically. They all stood up and stared in horror at Su Ming, who was about the same age as them. But seeing that Su Ming had just kicked the strongest person among them away, they all knew that they were no match for Su Ming. For a moment, they stood there looking at each other, not knowing what to do. Elder brother? It was not until then that Su Xiaowei opened her eyes and saw Su Ming standing in front of her. She was stunned in disbelief. Su Ming turned around and touched Su Xiaowei's head distressfully. He did not question why she was working as a waitress here. Instead, he looked Su Xiaowei up and down and asked with concern, "Xiaowei, you are not hurt, are you?" "No." Su Xiaowei shook her head repeatedly, but when she saw Su Ming's anxious and concerned look, the grievances she had just suffered could not be suppressed and surged into her heart, and tears instantly rolled down like beads from a broken string. Su Xiaowei's aggrieved look made Su Ming even angrier. "You, who the hell are you? How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am?" At this moment, a young man's fierce but weak roar came from behind, and his tone was still full of arrogance. Chapter 18 Restaurant Conflict. "I don't care who you are." Su Ming was already angry, and when he saw the culprit dared to be so arrogant, he immediately shouted angrily and turned around to step forward again to teach the young man in brocade clothes who had just gotten up a lesson. "You, what do you want to do?" Seeing Su Ming walking towards him with a murderous look on his face, the young man in brocade clothes was stunned for a moment and exclaimed in panic. Seeing that Su Ming showed no sign of stopping, the young man in brocade clothes broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. He hurriedly said, "I am Lin Tian from Guanshang Martial Arts School. My grandfather is Lin Daoyuan, the deputy headmaster of Guanshang Martial Arts School in Linjiang City. If you dare to touch me, my grandfather will never let you go." Guanshang Martial Arts School? Su Ming frowned. He had heard of this name. Guanxing Martial Arts School, Jijia Martial Arts School and Leitang Martial Arts School in Linjiang City are collectively known as the three major martial arts schools in Linjiang City. However, Guanxing Martial Arts School is a huge martial arts school force that ranks extremely high in Hanxia. It is said that it was founded by an 8th-level Marquis-level peak-level strongman who surpassed the Grandmaster realm. It is a powerful force with influence spread across the country. The Guanxing Martial Arts School in Linjiang City is just one of its many branches, but the deputy director of the Guanxing Martial Arts School in Linjiang City still possesses the powerful strength of a third-level peak warrior, and is a powerful existence that can be ranked among the top 10 in the entire Linjiang City. Lin Tian is the grandson of the deputy director of Guanshang Martial Arts School in Linjiang City. Among the younger generation in the entire Linjiang City, there are probably few people who can be compared with him. No wonder this guy is so arrogant and domineering. It turns out he has such a background. Su Ming stopped and looked at Lin Tian opposite him. "Are you scared, you bastard? Kneel down and kowtow to me, admit your mistake, cut off one of your hands, and then let this little bitch have a few drinks with me. If I'm in a good mood, I might be able to spare your life. Otherwise, I will make your entire family disappear from Linjiang City." Seeing Su Ming stop and frown, Lin Tian suddenly became arrogant again. "Oh." Hearing Lin Tian's voice, Su Ming smiled, but the smile was so cold that it was without any warmth, and the murderous intent in his eyes almost solidified. His family is his Achilles' heel. Lin Tian not only humiliated him, but also dared to threaten to destroy his entire family. This is intolerable. The next second, Su Ming rushed forward, grabbed Lin Tian's wrist without waiting for his reaction, and then twisted it hard. Crack! A bone-breaking sound so crisp and teeth-grinding suddenly rang out. "Aha!" Lin Tian suddenly let out a shrill scream like a pig being slaughtered. His wrist was actually broken by Su Ming. The intense pain made his face turn pale in an instant and he almost fainted. You. Lin Tian twitched in pain and looked at Su Ming with eyes full of fear and disbelief. He never expected that even after he mentioned the name of Guanshang Martial Arts School, Su Ming was not afraid at all and even dared to take such a cruel action. Don't say you are just the grandson of the deputy museum director. Even if your grandfather comes in person, if you dare to touch my family, you will pay the price today. Su Ming's voice was cold and carried a heart-pounding chill. Before he finished speaking, Su Ming reached out and grabbed Lin Tian's arm, twisting it hard. Crack! The teeth-grinding sound of bones breaking rang out again, and Lin Tian's entire arm fell down weakly. He wanted Su Ming to cut off one of his arms, so Su Ming would retaliate in his own way. Aha! The pain of the broken arm made Lin Tian scream again, his face as pale as paper. Bang! Su Ming kicked Lin Tian in the abdomen again. Lin Tian's body bent like a shrimp again and slammed hard against the wall of the private room, making a loud muffled sound. Then he slid down to the ground, blood oozing from his mouth, and he fainted completely. The entire private room fell into silence in an instant. The young men who were traveling with Lin Tian were all like ducks with their necks strangled. They looked at Su Ming, who was like a god of death, in horror and didn't dare to breathe. What's going on? At this moment, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open, and the sound of hurried footsteps broke the silence. The manager of Victoria Restaurant rushed in quickly. The door was also surrounded by people watching the fun. The manager entered the box and looked around. His eyes instantly locked on Lin Tian, who was lying unconscious on the ground. Seeing Lin Tian's right wrist twisted unnaturally, his arm hanging limply, and blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, his face suddenly changed. Oh my god! Young Master Lin! What's going on? The manager exclaimed in shock and hurriedly squatted down to check Lin Tian's injuries, his hands shaking violently. Lin Tian is the grandson of Lin Daoyuan, the deputy director of Guanshang Martial Arts School, and a distinguished guest of Victoria Restaurant. Although the Victoria Restaurant is of high quality, the person behind it is only a second-level warrior, and is completely unable to compete with Guanshang Martial Arts School. Now that Lin Tian is in trouble in the restaurant, if he doesn't handle it properly, his job will definitely be lost. Thinking of this, the manager stood up suddenly and asked loudly, "Who did this?" Seeing this, Lin Tian's companions immediately told how Su Ming beat Lin Tian, but they did not mention a word about why Su Ming attacked Lin Tian. The manager listened to their words and looked at Su Ming, who had a cold expression on his face. His heart sank. He knew very well what kind of people Lin Tian and the group of playboys around him were. He looked at Su Ming and Su Xiaowei, who was protected by Su Ming behind him, and saw that their faces were somewhat similar. He roughly understood the whole story in his mind. It must be that Lin Tian was trying to make advances towards the waitress in their restaurant, and was discovered by his brother, which is why he ended up like this. However, for him, the truth is not important, the key is Lin Tian's identity. Lin Daoyuan only needs one word to paralyze the restaurant's business and even bring about retaliation. The most urgent task is to appease Lin Tian and his side and give Lin Tian a satisfactory explanation. After weighing the pros and cons, the manager immediately made a decision. He turned to Su Xiaowei with a sharp gaze and said in an unquestionable tone, "You, Su Xiaowei, right? I recognize you. You're a temporary waiter. Go over and apologize to Master Lin and his friends right now." After hearing the manager's words, before Su Xiaowei could respond, Su Ming took a step forward with a cold look on his face. What an indiscriminate lobby manager. He wants my sister to apologize based on the other party's one-sided statement? This brat is bullying me by taking advantage of his power. He dared to touch my sister. Breaking his hands and feet would be the least of his worries. The manager took a half step back, intimidated by Su Ming's aura, but still steeled himself and scolded him, "Kid, you've gotten into big trouble. You can't mess with Guanshang Martial Arts School. I'm doing this for your own good. Apologize now. If you keep making trouble, you'll be the ones who suffer in the end." "Su Ming, why are you here?" Just as the manager finished speaking, Xian Menghan's voice suddenly came from the door, breaking the tense atmosphere on the scene. Chapter 19: Xian Menghan's Secret. Xian Menghan waited at the door for a long time but didn't see Su Ming. As the noise here was quite loud, she came over to take a look out of curiosity. I never thought that Su Ming was actually in this box, and judging by the situation, he was the protagonist who caused this commotion. Squeezing through the crowd at the door, Xin Menghan walked into the box. When she saw the scene in the private room, especially Su Ming and Lin Tian who had fainted in front of Su Ming, her face changed. Su Ming, this couldn't be you who did it. Xin Menghan came to Su Ming and pointed at the unconscious Lin Tian. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. She knew Lin Tian's identity, and from the current situation she knew that it was Su Ming who beat Lin Tian up. If Lin Daoyuan knew that his grandson was beaten so badly, he would never let it go. Lin Daoyuan is a powerful warrior at the peak of the 3rd level. Although Su Ming is a monster, he is still too young after all and is no match for Lin Daoyuan. Just taught a piece of trash a lesson for trying to lay hands on my sister. Hearing Xin Menghan's question, Su Ming casually explained. After saying that, Su Ming looked at the crowd watching the excitement at the door again, frowned slightly, then turned to Su Shaowei and said softly, "Shaowei, let's go." After saying this, Su Ming ignored the gazes of others, took Su Shaowei's hand, and walked towards the door of the box. Looking at Su Ming as if nothing had happened and Su Shaowei, who was obviously at a loss, walking past him, Xin Menghan's eyes flashed, but he didn't say much. "Stop!" The manager shouted immediately when he saw Su Ming was about to leave. When Su Ming heard this, his face turned cold and he was ready to shut up this annoying fly. However, before Su Ming could make a move, Xin Menghan took out her martial artist ID and said coldly to the manager, "I'm Xin Menghan from the Extreme Martial Arts School. The Extreme Martial Arts School will take responsibility for this matter. If they need anything else, just let them come to the Extreme Martial Arts School themselves." Extreme Martial Arts School. When the manager heard Xin Menghan's words, his pupils suddenly shrank. This was another person he couldn't afford to offend. Seeing that the manager stopped talking, Xin Menghan took back his warrior certificate and came to Su Ming. "Su Ming, let's go." Su Ming glanced coldly at the manager who was standing there, then nodded to Xin Menghan, and the 3 of them walked out of the box together. The crowd watching at the door gradually turned around and immediately took the initiative to make way for the 3 people. Watching the backs of Su Ming and the other 2 as they left, the lobby manager clenched his fists, but in the end, he loosened his hands and did not dare to continue to speak out to stop them. He couldn't afford to offend either Guanqing Martial Arts School or Extreme Martial Arts School. "Manager, what do we do now?" At this time, several waiters from the restaurant came forward to ask. "What should we do?" "Leave it alone." The manager looked at the waiters who came before him and thought to himself, then he said, "This matter is no longer something we can get involved in. Hurry and call an ambulance and send young Master Lin to the hospital for treatment." Upon hearing this, the waiters began to make phone calls in a panic. "Sister Han, thank you." After leaving the restaurant, Su Ming thanked Xin Menghan gratefully. If Xin Menghan hadn't stepped forward to help him, today wouldn't have ended so easily. "Alas, you saved my life. It's just a trivial matter, not worth mentioning." Xin Menghan smiled and shook his head. But then, her expression turned serious. "Su Ming, you are too impulsive this time. Lin Tian is different from Cheng Xiong. He is the grandson of the deputy director of Guanshang Martial Arts School in Linjiang City." "I know, he has just revealed his identity." Su Ming nodded. "Since you know his identity, you still..." After hearing Su Ming's answer, Xin Menghan wanted to lecture him, but seeing Su Ming's expression, she knew that Su Ming would not listen to anything she said. She immediately shook her head helplessly and changed the subject. "Well, forget it, there's no point in saying anything now. Su Ming, why don't you join the Extreme Martial Arts School?" "Join the Extreme Martial Arts School?" Hearing Xin Menghan's words, Su Ming raised his eyebrows. "Yes, it's about joining the Extreme Martial Arts School. To be honest, my second uncle is the owner of the Extreme Martial Arts School. With your talent, you will definitely be favored by the second uncle. As long as he takes a fancy to you, he will definitely make the decision for you regarding what happened today." Xin Menghan looked at Su Ming's expression, shrugged, and told Su Ming a secret that she had never revealed to anyone else. "So the owner of the Extreme Martial Arts School is your second uncle, Sister Han. No wonder you dared to speak like that in the restaurant's private room just now." After learning of Xin Menghan's identity, Su Ming was stunned and looked at Xin Menghan in surprise. He worked part-time at the Extreme Martial Arts School for 2.5 years. During this period, he met the owner of the Extreme Martial Arts School several times, and he also saw Xin Menghan meet the owner of the Extreme Martial Arts School several times. But even so, neither of them showed any abnormality. They just greeted each other in the most ordinary way, and it was impossible to tell that they had such a relationship. Xian Menghan rarely saw Su Ming with this expression, and she couldn't help but smile, with a hint of pride on her face. The Extreme Martial Arts School and the Thunder Martial Arts School are ranked alongside the Guanqing Martial Arts School as the three major martial arts schools in Linjiang City, which is naturally not simple. Although the founder of the two martial arts schools is not as good as the founder of Guanqing Martial Arts School, he is also an 8th-level marquis. The owner of the Extreme Martial Arts School in Linjiang City is a 4th-level warrior, and his strength is slightly stronger than Lin Daoyuan. In today's incident, Lin Tian was at fault first. Su Ming had also saved Xian Menghan's life. Because of this relationship, not to mention Su Ming's amazing talent, even if Su Ming's talent was average, the owner of the Extreme Martial Arts School would come forward to protect him. Then I'll listen to Sister Han. Su Ming pondered for a moment and finally nodded. Although he was not afraid of Lin Tian's revenge, he had to think about his family. After all, his sister was still young and unable to protect herself, and his mother was bedridden. If it weren't for these concerns, it wouldn't have been as simple as just crippling Lin Tian's right hand. Then let's go to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall now. Seeing Su Ming agreed, Xian Menghan said impatiently. Afterwards, the three of them took a taxi and headed towards the Extreme Martial Arts School. Brother, I'm sorry. I just wanted to lighten your burden, but I didn't expect that instead of helping you, I ended up causing you trouble. On the way, Su Shaowei said timidly with her head down, her hands clenched into fists, her face full of self-blame. Seeing this, Su Ming shook his head, reached out and touched Su Shaowei's head to comfort her. It's not your fault. It's my fault for not explaining it clearly to you. Don't worry, it's okay. If he had told Su Shaowei in advance that he had become a warrior and could go down to the cave to hunt ferocious beasts to make money, Su Shaowei would not have to finish her classes during the day and then run out to work part-time until midnight. At the same time, Su Ming secretly made up his mind that once he was strong enough, he would eliminate Lin Tian's entire family and completely get rid of this hidden danger. Chapter 20 Jian Lingchuan's Test. In the Extreme Martial Arts School late at night, all the students who came to train and the coaches who taught the students had left. The only one left in the entire Extreme Martial Arts School was the owner, Jian Lingchuan. At this moment, Jian Lingchuan was standing alone in front of the gate of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. I've learned about all the geniuses who took part in the martial arts exam in Linjiang City this year. There are only 3 or 4 who have just broken through to the second-level martial arts, but none of them can reach the combat power of a mid-second-level martial artist. Linjiang City has never seen such a genius who could possess the strength of a mid-second-level warrior before the martial arts exam and who has mastered C-level martial arts to perfection. Could it be that Meng Han has been deceived? I want to see who this so-called genius is. If he dares to deceive Miss Meng Han, even if he saved Miss Meng Han's life, I will make him pay. Jian Lingchuan stood at the door, thinking about what Xian Menghan had said to him on the phone not long ago. He crossed his arms, with a hint of anger on his face, and continued to wait. Soon, an SUV stopped in front of Jian Lingchuan. Xian Menghan got out of the car first, walked quickly to Jian Lingchuan and greeted him with a smile, second grandfather. Now that there was no one else around Jian Lingchuan, Xian Menghan no longer concealed the relationship between herself and Jian Lingchuan. Ha, little girl Menghan, this must be the genius you've been praising so much. Jian Lingchuan no longer treated Xian Menghan with the same attitude he usually had in front of everyone. After seeing Xian Menghan, the original expression on his face disappeared instantly, revealing a kind smile. Then, his gaze turned behind Xian Menghan. In the back, Su Ming and Su Shaowei got out of the car. Upon seeing Jian Lingchuan, a prominent figure in Linjiang City, the brother and sister greeted him respectfully. Greetings, Master Jiang. On the way here, Xian Menghan had already told the two of them Jian Lingchuan's name. Good boy. He is indeed a second-level warrior. And he is so young. Could it be that what Meng Han said is true? Jian Lingchuan's gaze fell on Su Ming. With his powerful strength, he immediately noticed that Su Ming's blood and energy were not weak, and he was stunned. Is there something on my face that's why you're looking at me like that? Su Ming felt a little uncomfortable when he saw Jian Lingchuan staring at him in a daze. Ahem, let's come in and talk. Jian Lingchuan finally reacted and coughed twice awkwardly. Then he smiled kindly at the two of them and led the three of them into the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Ms. Meng Han has already told me the details. That old man Lin Daoyuan's grandson really needs discipline. Su Ming, you saved Ms. Meng Han's life. For this, I will also give that old man Lin Daoyuan a warning so that he won't go too far. With your current strength as a second-level warrior, you can definitely join the extreme martial arts school, but what kind of treatment you will receive in the end depends on your ability. In the extreme martial arts hall, Jiang Lingchuan didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. He took Su Ming to the testing room of the extreme martial arts hall and glanced at the several instruments that were still turned on in the testing room. Although Xin Menghan swore that his words were all true and not exaggerated at all, he still wanted to verify it personally, even though he had already felt that Su Ming's blood and energy were not weak. These instruments were originally turned off after everyone else in the extreme martial arts hall left, but Jiang Lingchuan turned them on again after receiving a call from Xin Menghan, so that he could directly test Su Ming's strength after Su Ming arrived. Seeing this, Su Ming immediately understood that Jiang Lingchuan wanted to test his strength. He immediately nodded to Jiang Lingchuan, then walked confidently towards the instruments in the testing room. Su Ming first came to the qi and blood tester and put his finger on it. After the instrument collected a drop of blood from Su Ming's fingertip and after a brief test, it displayed a qi and blood value of 116. Looking at the health that exceeded the standard of a second-level warrior by 16 points, Jiang Lingchuan nodded silently. It is rare for Su Ming to have such high qi and blood at his age. After testing his qi and blood, Su Ming did not stop, but came to the combat power target and took out a testing spear from the side. Qi and blood surged throughout his body, and his muscle cells became active instantly. Then he thrust out with a spear, using all his strength to perform the broken cloud spear. Bang! The combat targets were almost blown away by Su Ming's shot. 100, 300, 1000. The numbers on the combat power tester kept scrolling, and the final combat power value was fixed at 5,800 calories. 5 times the combat power increase. Perfect mastery of the cloud-breaking spear. Miss Menghan wasn't exaggerating. This young man has truly mastered the C-rank martial arts to perfection. How old is he? Even when I was his age, I only mastered 1D rank martial art with advanced proficiency. Even so, I was called a martial arts genius. Su Ming, this brat, is much stronger than me. He is the true martial arts genius. No, that's not right. He should be called a martial arts demon. Looking at the combat power value displayed on the combat power tester, Jiang Lingchuan's pupils suddenly shrank and his heart was shocked. Even though Xin Menghan had told him in advance that Su Ming had cultivated the C-level martial art, the cloud-breaking spear, to perfection, he still had some doubts before he saw Su Ming perform this spear with his own eyes. After all, hearing about it is one thing, and seeing it with your own eyes is another. Good. 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 Seeing Su Ming put the spear back on the weapon rack, Jiang Lingchuan took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and shouted 3 times. No, what else does he want to do? However, Su Ming's next action made Jiang Lingchuan's body tremble, and he stared at Su Ming with wide eyes. On the side, even Xin Menghan, who thought he knew Su Ming's background, couldn't help but cover his open mouth with his hand and looked at Su Ming in disbelief. Because after Su Ming put the test spear back on the weapon rack, he did not stop the test, but returned to the combat power testing instrument, stretched out his hand and grasped the void, and the temperature of the entire test room dropped a lot. Then, a snow-white ice crystal spear condensed out of thin air and suddenly shot towards the combat target in the astonished eyes of Jiang Lingchuan and Xin Menghan. Bang! Snap! The ice crystal spear hit the combat target with a dull sound, and then the entire combat target was completely frozen by layers of ice. On the combat power display, the numbers scrolled rapidly again, and finally stopped at 10,000 calories of combat power. The combat power displayed on the combat power instrument was like a heavy hammer, hitting Jiang Lingchuan and Xin Menghan's chest hard, making it difficult for them to breathe. The entire testing room became unusually quiet. Hiss. After a while, Jiang Lingchuan and Xin Menghan took a deep breath and looked at Su Ming as if he were a monster. The two never expected that Su Ming was actually an awakened one, and his supernatural combat power was as high as 10,000 cards. This strength was no weaker than that of a late-stage second-level warrior. Chapter 21 Core Members, a level bodybuilding method. Gurgle. A clear sound of swallowing saliva was heard in the silence. Xin Menghan looked at Jiang Lingchuan beside her, her voice trembling. Second grandfather, is the equipment in our martial arts hall broken? This call seemed to wake up Jiang Lingchuan, who was in extreme shock. It's not broken, there's no way the instrument can have any problems. He suddenly shuddered, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face, and his eyes quickly moved away from the tester and stared at Su Ming. His eyes were so hot that it seemed as if they wanted to melt Su Ming. The next moment, in the astonished eyes of Su Ming and Xin Menghan, the owner of the Extreme Martial Arts School, who had been a powerful figure in Linjiang City for many years, suddenly took a step forward. He grabbed Su Ming's hand, held it with both hands, then bowed towards Su Ming and said in a flattering manner, "My dear Su Ming, please be sure to join the Extreme Martial Arts School." At this moment, Jiang Lingchuan no longer had the demeanor of a powerful man who dominated Linjiang City, nor did he have the contempt he had for Su Ming at the beginning. Now he only wanted to use all means, no matter what the cost, to drag Su Ming to his Extreme Martial Arts School. He originally thought that Su Ming's talent in martial arts was already monstrous, but he didn't expect that his talent in supernatural powers was even more terrifying, stronger than his talent in martial arts. Being able to unleash a combat power of 10,000 at such a young age, even without testing, he dared to guarantee that Su Ming's ice ability would never be lower than a level. A-level superpowers have never appeared in the entire history of Linjiang City. Su Ming could no longer be described as a genius or a monster. In his opinion, this was simply a miracle. Looking at the almost fawning Jiang Lingchuan in front of him, Su Ming's mouth twitched slightly. He moved his right hand, which was held by Jiang Lingchuan, but found that he could not break free at all. Helplessly, he could only smile at Jiang Lingchuan and said, "Master Jiang, let's sit down and talk slowly." "Oh, yes, yes. Sit down and talk slowly, talk slowly. Menghan, forget it, I'll go make tea for schoolmate Su Ming myself. Menghan, take Su Ming and his sister to the VIP room first. I'll go to the office to get my treasured tea." After saying that, Jiang Lingchuan let go of Su Ming's hand and trotted towards his office happily. Is this still the second uncle I know? This scene stunned Xin Menghan. It can be said that the impact that Jiang Lingchuan's performance just now brought to her was no less than the impact that Su Ming just brought to her. "Su Ming, let's go to the VIP room and wait for a while." Taking a deep breath and suppressing the shock in his heart, Xin Menghan turned to look at Su Ming and stretched out his hand to lead the way. "Young friend Su Ming, as long as you nod, from today on, you will be the most core member of my Extreme Martial Arts School and enjoy the highest level of resources. All the resources you need for cultivation, chi and blood powder, spirit pills, weapons, armor, martial arts, meditation methods. Whatever you need, as long as my Extreme Martial Arts School has it, as long as I, Jiang Lingchuan, can get it, I will definitely find it for you at all costs." In the VIP room, Jiang Lingchuan personally poured hot tea for Su Ming. The voice echoed in the VIP room, and every word was powerful. He knew too well the future represented by the young man in front of him. This was no longer just a matter of recruiting a genius for the martial arts school. This was a matter of recruiting a future pillar for the martial arts school, and perhaps even for the entire Extreme Martial Arts School lineage. A person who has the hope of surpassing the Grandmaster and becoming a powerful marquis like the old owner who founded the Extreme Martial Arts School. Even with Su Ming's monstrous talent, he is not without a chance to even touch the legendary king. This kind of opportunity is rare. If he misses it, Jiang Lingchuan will be the sinner of the Extreme Martial Arts School. After hearing Jiang Lingchuan's assurance, Su Ming's expression became serious. He looked at Jiang Lingchuan with a burning gaze and said in a deep voice, "Resources are certainly important, but what I, Su Ming, value most is not these. My purpose in coming to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall with Sister Han tonight has been only one from beginning to end. I believe that Master Jiang should understand this. Su Ming can now hunt ferocious beasts by himself and save up funds to buy them, so there is no rush. But Lin Daoyuan, the deputy director of Guanxing Martial Arts School, now poses a great threat to him and his family. Well, you can rest assured about this, young friend Su Ming. I, Jiang Lingchuan, swear that as long as I am in Linjiang City, no one can touch your family." Jiang Lingchuan is also a smart man. After being reminded by Su Ming, he immediately nodded. "In that case, thank you very much, master." Seeing Jiang Lingchuan's sincerity, Su Ming also smiled and bowed solemnly to Jiang Lingchuan. With the promise from Jiang Lingchuan, a fourth-level expert, a huge stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Seeing Su Ming finally nod, Jiang Lingchuan was overjoyed. He rubbed his hands excitedly, then looked at Su Ming and said, "Young friend Su Ming, can you join the Extreme Martial Arts School now?" Seeing this, Su Ming nodded. "Okay. Young friend Su Ming, let's sign the agreement now." Jiang Lingchuan was overjoyed and immediately took out the documents he had prepared long ago and placed them in front of Su Ming. Su Ming read it through and nodded slightly. In the above agreement, he only needs to register his name in the Extreme Martial Arts School and become a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts School. The core members of the Extreme Martial Arts School are free except for the annual National Martial Arts School rating battle when they may be needed to take action. The Extreme Martial Arts School does not have any additional conditions for their freedom. On the contrary, the core members of the Extreme Martial Arts School can also obtain various training resources from the Extreme Martial Arts School and be fully cultivated. In addition, there is a confidentiality agreement. Any martial arts above sea level obtained in the Extreme Martial Arts School, including bodybuilding and meditation methods, cannot be passed on to others. The contents of this agreement are of great benefit to Su Ming. Seeing this, Su Ming did not hesitate and directly signed his name, sealed it, collected DNA information, and signed the agreement. Su Ming, from now on, you are a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts School. I used the highest authority of the Linjiang branchmaster and urgently applied for special approval from headquarters to obtain the 100 refinements of the golden body art for you. It is an A-level bodybuilding technique. When Jiang Lingchuan saw Su Ming complete the signing, he quickly took out a USB flash drive from his arms and handed it to Su Ming. A-level bodybuilding method. Hearing these two words, Xian Menghan on the side couldn't help but take a breath again, her beautiful eyes filled with envy. A-level bodybuilding methods are extremely precious and have become a secret among major forces. Even for the Warrior Association, the highest level of bodybuilding methods sold to the outside world is only sea level. She also knew about the bodybuilding method 100 refinements of the golden body. In the Extreme Martial Arts School, usually only the owners of the major branches were qualified to exchange for practice, and the contribution points required were an astronomical number. At the rate she was earning contribution points at the Extreme Dojo, she wouldn't be able to afford it even if she were given 100 years. But Su Ming had just joined the Extreme Martial Arts School and became a core member of the school. The headquarters actually directly authorized Jiang Lingchuan to give this A-level bodybuilding method to Su Ming. Is this the treatment of a genius? Chapter 22. How can it be that easy? A-level bodybuilding method. Looking at the USB flash drive handed over by Jiang Lingchuan, Su Ming's eyes lit up and he reached out to take it. The more advanced the bodybuilding method, the faster the improvement of qi and blood will be. Now he has the D-level bodybuilding method combined with the qi and blood powder, which can increase his qi and blood by 5 points every day. It is said that the effect of the A-level bodybuilding method is at least 8 times that of the D-level bodybuilding method. If he practices the A-level bodybuilding method to perfection, wouldn't he be able to increase his qi and blood by at least 40 per day? Su Ming had originally estimated that by practicing the D-level bodybuilding technique Rising Sun, he would be able to raise his qi and blood to over 160 points before the Wuka University entrance exam. But now he has the A-level bodybuilding method. As long as he practices the A-level bodybuilding method to perfection, he will be able to increase his energy and blood by at least 400 points in the remaining 10 days. When he takes part in the martial arts exam, he can exert a combat power of 25,000 calories with only 500 of his own qi and blood, plus the 5 times combat power burst of the C-level perfect Poyan Spear martial arts, which is comparable to a warrior who has just entered the 3rd level. Even without using his own S-level supernatural powers, Su Ming is confident that he can win the top spot in the martial arts examination in Jiangnan province. As for why Su Ming is so sure that he can practice the A-level bodybuilding method to perfection, there is no need to ask. The reason is that he has a system that can add points. During this period, he entered the cave every day to hunt ferocious beasts, and now he has accumulated a total of 10,830 reinforcement points in his system. Even though the A-level bodybuilding method is 100 times more difficult to practice than the D-level bodybuilding method, he can use these more than 10,000 reinforcement points to maximize his proficiency in the A-level bodybuilding method. Master Jiang, let me make an assumption. Suppose I have now cultivated the A-level bodybuilding technique, the 100 refinements golden body technique, to perfection. Given my current qi and blood strength, and continue to cultivate for 10 hours, what should I pay attention to? After Su Ming took the USB flash drive containing the 100 refinements golden body technique, he was surprised and did not forget to ask Jiang Lingchuan. After all, when he was practicing the D-level bodybuilding method, even with the help of qi and blood powder, he could only continue practicing for 5 hours, and then he would be too hungry and had to go downstairs to have a big meal. If he practices the more powerful A-level bodybuilding method with high intensity, once there are any side effects, the explosive effect will definitely not be comparable to that of the D-level bodybuilding method. You are still too young to have cultivated the 100 refinements golden body technique to perfection. How can an A-level bodybuilding technique be cultivated to perfection? Hearing Su Ming's question, Jiang Lingchuan was stunned and said in his heart. It's not that he underestimated Su Ming, but he knew clearly how difficult the bodybuilding method of 100 refinements golden body was. What he is practicing now is the 100 refinements golden body technique. He did this because he performed a great deed for the Extreme Martial Arts School 40 years ago, and was given a discount to purchase this A-level bodybuilding method. Now, 40 years have passed, and he has only practiced this a-level bodybuilding method to an intermediate level of proficiency. He admitted that Su Ming's talent in martial arts was almost demonic, but in his opinion, it would take at least 3 to 5 years of hard work to perfect the 100 refinements golden body technique. However, although Jiang Lingchuan felt that it was impossible for Su Ming to cultivate the 100 refinements golden body technique to perfection in a short period of time, he still answered Su Ming's question seriously. The practice of bodybuilding methods mainly consumes the energy taken in by the human body, and then converts it into one's own qi and blood. While supplements like qi and blood powder that boost qi and blood are certainly important, they also require a large amount of food. It would be best to use the meat of high-level ferocious beasts, which contain a large amount of energy, in combination with qi and blood powder to practice the body tempering method. As long as you maintain sufficient energy, you can practice for as long as you want. Of course, this also depends on your physical limits. If your body's fatigue reaches its limit, it will be difficult to continue even with more energy. So that's how it is. That's easy. After listening to Jiang Lingchuan's answer, Su Ming's eyes flashed with light. Immediately, he stood up and said to Jiang Lingchuan, "Thank you for telling me, Master Jiang. I want to go back and practice now, so I'll take my leave now." "Are you in such a hurry to leave? It's not too late to have some tea first." Jiang Lingchuan was stunned by Su Ming's sudden departure and hurriedly persuaded him. Seeing this, Su Ming immediately picked up the teacup. A wisp of cold air overflowed from his fingertips, and the temperature of the boiling hot tea instantly dropped to the most suitable temperature, and then Su Ming drank it all in one gulp. "Good tea. Master Jiang, my sister, and I will leave first. We'll talk again when we have time." Su Ming put down the teacup, saluted Jiang Lingchuan again, and then pulled Su Shaowei, who was confused, out of the extreme martial arts hall. Jiang Lingchuan and Xian Menghan were just as confused as Su Shaowei. Jiang Lingchuan didn't come to his senses until Su Ming and Su Shaowei left. However, he did not feel any dissatisfaction with Su Ming's behavior. Instead, he showed a hint of admiration. With such incredible talent, he still practices so hard. He is truly a role model for our generation. This boy will definitely become a great man in the future. Looking at the direction where Su Ming and the other person left, Jiang Lingchuan did not hesitate to express his admiration, then turned around and looked at Xian Menghan beside him. "Menghan girl, you found a great treasure for our extreme martial arts school. I will explain the situation to headquarters. With your contribution, the reward headquarters will give you is enough to support you to enter the 4th level warrior." Fourth level warrior. Xian Menghan felt dizzy when he heard that. Her talent is average. If she doesn't have other opportunities, she may stop at the 2nd level warrior for the rest of her life. There is little hope for her to break through to the 3rd level warrior. She never thought that she could get such a huge benefit just by kindly recommending Su Ming to the Extreme Martial Arts School and using the name of the Extreme Martial Arts School to intimidate Lin Daoyuan on Su Ming's behalf. "Menghan girl, I'm going to leave for a while. Remember to close the door when you leave." Jiang Lingchuan looked at Xian Menghan, who was in a trance, and smiled slightly, not feeling strange. After all, if he were Xian Menghan and was suddenly told that such a great opportunity had fallen on him, his performance would definitely not be much better than Xian Menghan's. After a faint smile, Jiang Lingchuan stood up and left. "Huh? Oh. Yeah. I see." After being stunned for a long time, Xian Menghan finally came to his senses and quickly nodded in agreement. But when she looked around, she couldn't see Jiang Lingchuan anymore. Late at night, a luxury car stopped outside the gate of the inpatient department of Linjiang Central Hospital. An old man with a gloomy face got out from the back seat. It was Lin Daoyuan who received the news that Lin Tian was beaten and sent to the hospital. At this moment, Lin Daoyuan was filled with intense anger and was about to walk towards the ward where Lin Tian was to find out who dared to hit his grandson. However, just as Lin Daoyuan was about to enter the hospital's inpatient department, he suddenly felt a terrifying aura locking him tightly. He was shocked and quickly turned to look at a tall figure on the right side of the hospital gate. Chapter 23, Polar Reversal, Confused Lin Tian. "Jiang Lingchuan, what do you mean?" Lin Daoyuan's face darkened and he looked at Jiang Lingchuan, who was walking slowly towards him, and shouted. Although his strength is not as good as Jiang Lingchuan, he is the deputy director of Guanqing Martial Arts School in Linjiang City, and the other party does not dare to do anything to him. "Lin Daoyuan, I'm only here to warn you. Your worthless grandson provoked a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts School who has been rated S level by their potential. Don't make a mistake. Otherwise, even if you are the owner of the Guanqing Martial Arts School in Linjiang City, you cannot be held responsible for starting a war between the two schools. Jiang Lingchuan looked at Lin Daoyuan, whose face was gloomy, and warned him seriously. After saying that, he didn't say anything else and just looked at Lin Daoyuan quietly. Because he knew clearly that Lin Daoyuan must know what it meant for the Extreme Martial Arts School that the Extreme Martial Arts School's chief manager had been rated as an S-level core member. As expected, when Lin Daoyuan heard the words S-level core members, his pupils suddenly shrank. The anger that had been accumulating in my heart disappeared at this moment, and there was only deep fear. A core member with an S-level potential assessment, he is a monstrous genius with the potential to be made a marquis. Such a prodigy would be trained as the successor to the master of any martial arts school in Hanxia country. If he really dared to touch a hair of a genius of this level, he would definitely provoke crazy revenge from the Extreme Martial Arts School, and might even go to war with the Guanqing Martial Arts School. Although the overall strength of the Extreme Martial Arts School is not as good as that of the Guanqing Martial Arts School, the difference is not big. Although the major martial arts schools often fight openly and secretly, they have never reached the point of tearing each other apart. The real top management of Guanqing Martial Arts School would never have the idea of fighting to the death with Jijia Martial Arts School. Lin Daoyuan knew clearly that if that time really came to this, in order to appease the anger of the Extreme Martial Arts School, the top management of Guanqing Martial Arts School would not hesitate to kick him out, or even kick out his entire family. After all, he was just a deputy director of the Guanqing Martial Arts School branch in Linjiang City. He might have some status in Linjiang City, but in the eyes of those real high-level officials, he was just an insignificant ant. Ha! I see. Thinking of all this, Lin Daoyuan took a deep breath and nodded seriously to Jiang Lingchuan. After saying that, he clasped his fists to Jiang Lingchuan, then stepped into the hospital's inpatient department and walked towards the ward where Lin Tian was. That's quite sensible. Jiang Lingchuan glanced at Lin Daoyuan's back, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and the murderous intent deep in his eyes quietly faded away. If Lin Daoyuan had been rude just now, he wouldn't mind killing Lin Daoyuan on the spot. Su Ming was worth it. After taking a look at the inpatient building, Jiang Lingchuan didn't stay any longer. He turned around and left, his figure quickly disappearing into the night. In the VIP ward, Lin Tian woke up after first aid. His fractured right arm had been reconnected and the entire right arm was covered in plaster. Damn it, you little brat. When my grandpa comes, I'll have him dig deep to find you. I'll make you kneel before me and watch me torture that little bitch. However, Lin Tian, lying on the hospital bed, had hatred in his eyes and a face full of resentment. In his mind, he could only think of Su Ming's face that looked down on him. Whenever he thought of how Su Ming had beaten him up in public and made him look bad, he wished he could cut Su Ming into pieces. Just then, the door of the ward opened. Lin Tian immediately looked towards the gate and saw Lin Daoyuan walking in from outside. Grandfather. Grandpa, you must make the decision for your grandson. The moment he saw Lin Daoyuan, all the resentment on Lin Tian's face disappeared. He quickly crawled to his knees in front of Lin Daoyuan, holding Lin Daoyuan's thigh with his left hand, and cried with tears and snot, his face full of grievance. Lin Daoyuan lowered his head and looked at Lin Tian, who was crying bitterly with his head buried in his trouser legs, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. If he had not met Jiang Lingchuan just now, he would have helped his only grandson Lin Tian up with heartache, and promised him that he would arrest all those who bullied him. But now, after hearing what Jiang Lingchuan said before, Lin Daoyuan's eyes changed when he looked at Lin Tian again. Why didn't I realize before that my grandson is such a good-for-nothing? It seems that I was too indulgent in him in the past, which led to his arrogant and domineering personality. This time, he has offended someone the Lin family cannot afford to offend. If he continues to do what he wants and continues to stir up trouble, if he one day provokes someone the Lin family cannot afford to offend, the Lin family will be ruined by this brat. Thoughts flashed through Lin Daoyuan's mind, and the more he looked at Lin Tian, the more he disliked him. At this time, Lin Tian saw that Lin Daoyuan remained indifferent for such a long time, and couldn't help but secretly looked up and took a look. Then he saw that Lin Daoyuan was frowning and staring at him seriously. He swore that Lin Daoyuan had never shown him such an expression before, not even when he was teaching him martial arts. Grandpa? Grandpa? Lin Tian's expression froze and his voice became much weaker. However, the response he waited for was a slap from Lin Daoyuan. Bang! A loud slap sent Lin Tian flying from the ground. He turned 2.5 times in the air and landed on the hospital bed with a puff. Lin Tian, who fell on the hospital bed, was stunned by Lin Daoyuan's palm. He covered his rapidly swollen face and looked at Lin Daoyuan with a dull look, even forgetting the pain temporarily. What's going on? Grandpa is possessed by a ghost? He couldn't believe that Lin Daoyuan, who usually doted on him, actually slapped him. You little bastard, you almost got the entire Lin family buried with you today. You'd better behave yourself in the hospital this time and change your bad habits. If you dare to mess around outside again and mess with people you shouldn't mess with, I will kill you with my own hands and make your parents give birth to another child. Looking at the confused Lin Tian, Lin Daoyuan flicked his sleeves and cursed loudly. As a peak-level third-level warrior, he was so angry that his voice was so loud that the whole building could hear it. After cursing, Lin Daoyuan ignored Lin Tian and turned away. He was afraid that he would not be able to help but slap Lin Tian a few more times. The door of the ward slammed shut with a bang, and the sound of the door closing startled the stunned Lin Tian. Ouch. Dr. Hua. Dr. Hua. It was not until then that Lin Tian Kai reacted. He covered his swollen face with his left hand. His right hand, which had just been reconnected, was fractured again. The severe pain made him gasp for air and he hurriedly shouted for a doctor. For a moment, Dr. Hua, who was silent outside, watched Lin Daoyuan leave. Then he quickly returned to the ward with a group of medical staff and took Lin Tian to the operating room again. Then, who on earth is that kid, to be able to make Grandpa do this? Judging from Grandpa's reaction, even if that guy had killed me directly, he wouldn't have been punished at all. It's so scary. After being pushed into the operating room, Lin Tian calmed down and analyzed the situation, then suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He is afraid of death, more than anyone else. After knowing that Su Ming was not someone he could afford to provoke, he quickly cut off the unrealistic thoughts in his mind and secretly felt lucky that he had saved his life. Chapter 24, 100 Refinements of the Golden Body, completed. At the same time, on the other side, at Su Ming's home. Brother, you bought so much meat from ferocious beasts. Are you planning to start practicing the 100 Refinements Vajra Sutra tonight? Su Xiaowei neatly arranged a table full of food that she had packed from outside for Su Ming and looked at him curiously. It's the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique. Su Ming looked at Su Xiaowei, who was full of curiosity, and nodded with a smile. Oh, I remembered it wrong. Su Xiaowei was reminded of this and immediately showed a look of sudden enlightenment. Okay, go take a shower and rest first. I'll go and see how to practice this A-level bodybuilding method, the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique. Su Ming rubbed Su Xiaowei's head, then turned and went into his room. After plugging the USB drive into the computer, Su Ming's computer soon displayed various tricks and complex movements for practicing the A-level bodybuilding method, the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique, accompanied by explanations. The 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique is a superior A-level bodybuilding method created by Jin Ho, one of the 3 masters of the extreme martial arts school. When practiced to perfection, one can condense the 100 Refinements Golden Body and greatly enhance the body's defense. After completing the entire set of movements, the time consumed by the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique was 3 times that of the rising sun. Su Ming stared at the 100 Refinements Golden Body Art intently for half an hour before he understood all the hundreds of movements of the 100 Refinements Golden Body Art. Ding, A-level bodybuilding technique 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique detected. Do you want to spend 1,000 reinforcement points to learn it? The system prompt that Su Ming expected appeared as expected, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Study. Choose study without hesitation. Ding, learned A-level bodybuilding technique, 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique, current proficiency, elementary 9,000 enhancement points can be consumed to raise the proficiency of the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique to perfection. Do you want to upgrade? Boom. With a consumption of 1,000 reinforcement points, the proficiency of the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique was raised to the elementary level. Suddenly, a torrent of qi and blood emerged from an unknown place in Su Ming's body. The torrent of qi and blood flowed through Su Ming's body and directly merged into all his cells. Su Ming only felt that at this moment, his physical body and blood became much stronger. Before he had the chance to choose to improve his proficiency in the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique, Su Ming couldn't wait to open his attribute panel. Host, Su Ming. Qi and blood, 146. Spirit, 74. Superpower, Ice Crown S+. Body training method, Rising Sun D Perfect 100 Refinements Golden Body A Elementary Plus. Meditation method, none. Martial arts, Diamond Spear Technique D Perfection Cloud Breaking Spear C Perfection. Strength points, 9,830. I actually increased my chi and health by 30 points in one go. No wonder my physical body feels so much stronger. This is just the entry-level level of the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique. If I can push my proficiency to the maximum, I wonder how much more improvement I can achieve. System: increase the proficiency of the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique to the maximum. Looking at his increased 30 points of chi and health, Su Ming couldn't wait to give orders to the system. As Su Ming's thoughts fell, in an instant, 9,000 reinforcement points poured into the 100 Refinements Golden Body Art like a torrent. Suddenly, countless insights into the practice of the 100 Refinements Golden Body Art flooded into his mind. The muscles in his body seemed as if Su Ming had practiced them thousands of times himself, and he had developed perfect muscle memory for every movement of the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique. Su Ming felt that now he could achieve perfection in any movement of the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique and maximize the training effect. Boom! At the same time, an unprecedented torrent of chi and blood was born from an unknown place in Su Ming's body. The scorching torrent of chi and blood swept through his limbs and bones like a volcanic eruption. In this torrent of energy and blood, Su Ming felt as if his whole body was immersed in a hot spring. It was so comfortable that he couldn't help but close his eyes. At the same time, all the cells in Su Ming's body cheered in this torrent of chi and blood, and began to madly absorb this rare nourishing chi and blood. Su Ming only felt that the strength in his body was surging wildly, and his internal organs were constantly strengthened as if they were being burned by divine fire. When this torrent of energy and blood completely subsided, Su Ming felt as if his body had been reborn. Every move he made contained explosive power, and he even felt that ordinary weapons could not hurt him at all. He felt that he could kill the iron-armored rhinoceros, a mid-stage second-order ferocious beast in cave number 3, with just one punch. But when Su Ming opened his eyes, he found that his exposed hands had turned golden. Seeing the changes in himself, he subconsciously went to the mirror. At first glance, he saw that not only his hands had turned golden, but his whole body had turned golden, like a little golden man. Could this be the golden body condensed when the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique was cultivated to perfection? If it keeps emitting golden light, how can I go out and meet people? Looking at the skin emitting golden light all over his body, Su Ming was stunned at first, but soon a flash of enlightenment flashed through his mind that he had reached a perfect understanding of the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique. The next second, as he moved his mind, the skin on his body returned to its original color. With another thought, the skin on his body turned golden again. The skin on his body changed several times in succession. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief after he was sure that he could now control his golden body at will. Then a surge of ecstasy surged in his heart. Although I have only just condensed my golden body and have only reached the initial stage of covering the body surface, even so, it can double my defense. As long as I continue to practice the movements of the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique and strengthen my chi and blood, my golden body defense will continue to grow stronger. However, adding a little bit of the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique to achieve a perfectly condensed golden body is not the greatest benefit. The greatest benefit is the growth of chi and blood. Su Ming muttered to himself, his gaze once again focused on his own attributes. Host, Su Ming. Chi and blood, 416. Spirit, 74. Superpower, Ice Crown S+. Body training method, Rising Sun D Perfect 100 Refinements Golden Body A Perfect. Meditation method, none. Martial arts, Diamond Spear Technique D Perfection Cloud Breaking Spear C Perfection. Strength points, 830. The proficiency of the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique increased from the beginner level to the perfect level, which actually increased his chi and blood by 270 points. Boom! Su Ming punched out the window fiercely, and the air around him made a loud roar. The fist swept past, leaving a visible mark in the night sky outside the window. Even without using any martial arts, Su Ming's punch exerted 3 times the combat power thanks to his 2 perfect level spear and mana skills, which was enough to put a second stage late stage warrior to shame. The chi and blood gained by systematically improving my proficiency in the bodybuilding techniques puts no strain on my body. I'm going to try out how much of a chi and blood boost the A-level perfect bodybuilding technique can bring. Su Ming retracted his fist, feeling that he was in good condition. He immediately took out a dose of chi and blood powder from the drawer and swallowed it. Then he began to perform actions in the room that seemed extremely difficult to others, and even seemed impossible for a human to do. Chapter 25 Heading to Cave Number 2. Half an hour later, Su Ming took another 4 doses of chi and blood powder before he finally completed a set of movements of the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique. After finishing the practice, I felt a warm current flowing through my body, and all the cells in my body seemed to be cheering with joy. After completing a set of movements, Su Ming opened the system and took a look at his qi and blood attributes. Qi and blood, 419. In half an hour, I gain 3 points of qi and blood. In an hour, that's 6 points of qi and blood. The effect is 12 times that of the rising sun. As long as I maintain 10 hours of training a day, I can increase my qi and blood by 60 points a day. In 10 days, that's 600 points. By the time of the Wuka exam, my qi and blood will have broken through the 1000 mark, reaching the qi and blood standard for a third-level warrior. Seeing his current qi and blood values, Su Ming's eyes lit up and he was slightly excited. The effect of the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique on increasing qi and blood is stronger than he imagined. However, the energy consumption of practicing the 100 Refinements Golden Body art is also greater than that of practicing the Rising Sun previously. Practicing the Rising Sun for an hour only consumed 1 portion of qi and blood powder, but the 100 Refinements Golden Body art requires the consumption of 10 portions of qi and blood powder. When practicing the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique, the cost of qi and blood powder alone in 1 hour is as high as 50,000. If Su Ming wants to maintain a 10-hour practice time a day, he will have to consume 500,000 credit points of qi and blood powder a day. Add to that the 200,000 credit points needed for 10 spirit pills every day, plus the meat of ferocious beasts used to replenish energy, Su Ming's total daily expenses will exceed 700,000. Being poor in literature but rich in martial arts is nothing more than this. However, Su Ming did not care about such huge expenses for cultivation. He now enters the cave to hunt ferocious beasts. He can earn 3 to 4 million a day just by selling the materials from the ferocious beasts. He can still afford this expense. What's more, Su Ming is now a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts School. As long as he is willing, he can ask Jiang Lingchuan for these resources. I still have 25 bottles of qi and blood powder at home. I'll use them up tonight and then go to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall to train tomorrow. After taking a look at the qi and blood that had increased from practicing the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique, Su Ming closed his system panel and continued to take the qi and blood powder to practice. 2.5 hours later, Su Ming, drenched in sweat, walked out of the room, then rushed into the living room like a hungry ghost, and ate up all the ferocious beast meat on the table, which was enough for 10 people. Do all warriors have such a big appetite? Seeing this scene, Su Shaowei, who had walked out of the room after hearing the noise, widened her eyes and looked at Su Ming in shock. Call. After finishing all the food, Su Ming felt the fullness in his stomach and sighed with satisfaction. Just after he had practiced the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique for 3 consecutive hours, the hunger in his stomach was stronger than ever before, making him feel that if he was a step later he would faint from hunger in the room. Qi and blood, 434. This 100 Refinements Golden Body technique is good, but it consumes a lot of energy. With my current strength, practicing it for 3 hours at a time is the limit. After relieving his hunger, Su Ming looked at his current energy and blood and said to himself. Then his gaze fell on Su Shaowei, who was still looking at him in shock. Shaowei, is there something on my face? Looking at Su Shaowei's appearance, Su Ming couldn't help but smile. No, it's just that your appetite is a bit scary, brother. When Su Shaowei heard Su Ming's words, she came back to her senses, shook her head quickly, and pointed at the messy table. Su Ming looked at the dining table in front of him in the direction of Su Shaowei's finger, and his old face couldn't help but blush. Just as he was about to clean up, Su Shaowei stepped forward and started fighting. Brother, go take a shower first, I'll clean up here. Seeing her like this, Su Ming didn't act pretentiously. He immediately nodded and turned to walk towards the bathroom. When he came out of the bathroom after taking a shower, Su Shaowei had already cleaned the dining table thoroughly and even cleared away all the garbage and threw it into the garbage station downstairs. Seeing this, Su Ming couldn't help but smile. He then took out his phone and operated it while saying to Su Shaowei, Shaowei, I'll transfer 2 million to you. From now on, you should stay in school honestly and concentrate on studying and practicing. Don't go out and get any part-time jobs. Our family is not short of money now. As soon as he finished speaking, a message came to Su Shaowei's mobile phone that 2 million yuan had been deposited into his bank account. It's 2 million, brother, this is too much, I can't take it. Brother, you are a warrior now. I heard that training as a warrior consumes a lot of resources. You should keep this money for your own training. It is more important to improve your strength. Su Shaowei looked at the huge amount of money in her account, her eyes widened, and she quickly spoke to Su Ming in a sensible manner. Su Ming smiled and shook his head. It's much easier for me to make money now than before. These 2 million are nothing to me. Have you forgotten that I am now a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts School? The martial arts school will provide all my training resources, don't worry. Take this money and when you have martial arts lessons, buy some chi and blood powder and other supplements to aid your training. If you don't have enough, come back to me. Yeah, thank you, brother. After hearing Su Ming say this, Su Xiaowei thought for a moment, then nodded and no longer refused. 2 million. I've never seen so much money in my life. When Su Xiaowei thought about the huge sum of 2 million in her account that she could use at her own will, she became extremely excited and walked towards her room. But suddenly she thought of something and quickly turned to look at Su Ming. By the way, brother, our class is having an activity. We're organizing a trip to the hot spring resort the day after tomorrow. Many of our classmates' parents are accompanying them. Why don't you come with me to relax? Even for warriors, training requires a balance between work and rest. I won't go. The military exam is in 10 days, and I want to improve my strength a little bit more. Su Ming looked at the expectant look on Su Xiaowei's face, but shook his head. Okay. After hearing Su Ming's answer, Su Xiaowei's eyes flashed with disappointment, but she quickly said to Su Ming, brother, you work so hard, you will definitely be able to get into the top martial arts school in the country. Then I'll go rest first. Go. Good night, bro. After a conversation, the two of them soon returned to their rooms to rest. The next morning, Su Ming got up, sent Su Xiaowei to school, and then went to the car sales center in Linjiang City. He spent 2 million to buy a Tank 10,000 off-road vehicle. Tank 10,000 is Hansha's best off-road vehicle at present. It can accelerate from 0 to 100 km per hour in just 0.8 seconds and can reach a maximum speed of 300 km per hour in the wild. It is extremely wild and is deeply loved by warriors. It is the best choice for many warriors when traveling in the wild. After Su Ming bought the Tank 10,000 off-road vehicle, he drove directly out of Linjiang City and headed towards Cave Number 2, 80 kilometers southwest of Linjiang City. With his current strength, going to Cave Number 3 and fighting those second-level beasts would not have any training effect. If he wanted to continue to enhance his combat experience, he could only challenge the more powerful third-level beasts. Cave Number 2 outside Linjiang City has many third-level ferocious beasts. The strength of the strongest ferocious beast will not exceed the peak of the third level, which can meet Su Ming's needs while not letting Su Ming encounter too much danger in the cave. Chapter 26 Two-Headed Salamander. In the wilderness area, Su Ming drove Tank 10,000 towards Cave Number 2. The off-road vehicle's engine roared low and powerfully, like a giant steel beast. Inside the car, Su Ming held the steering wheel, his eyes fixed on the front, but he was analyzing his own combat power in his mind. I now have 434 HP and a basic combat power of 4,340 calories. When I use the perfect level cloud breaking spear, my instantaneous explosive power can reach 21,700 calories. I have just crossed the threshold of the third level warrior. But a third level beast's defense and vitality far surpass those of a second level beast. With a burst of 21,700 calories, I'm afraid I'm still not strong enough to kill an early stage third level beast. I must attack its vital points. Besides, my current D-rank fish scale spear probably won't be able to provide much help in killing a third stage early stage beast. Su Ming saw it and glanced at the fish scale gun on the back seat out of the corner of his eye. After the previous 20 days of high-intensity fighting, his D-class weapon had suffered considerable damage, and there were even some gaps on the tip of the gun. These were all caused by his previous battles with those powerful second-stage beasts in Cave Number 2. Although the surge of energy and blood last night gave Su Ming considerable confidence in fighting against the third-level ferocious beast, he was not blindly arrogant. The gap between the third order and the second order is much larger than the gap between the first order and the second order. Generally speaking, at the peak of the second level, whether it is a warrior or a fierce beast, the combat power is about 18,000 calories. However, the threshold for the third level is 20,000 calories, a difference of 2,000 calories. Don't underestimate the difference of 2,000 calories. This difference of 2,000 calories is enough for a ferocious beast that has just entered the early stage of the third level to defeat 10 ferocious beasts at the peak of the second level. Rumble. The 80-kilometer journey was completed in less than 20 minutes thanks to the powerful performance of the Tank 10,000. Su Ming slowed down the car and drove into the military base stationed around Cave Number 2. He then took his weapons and a large backpack and rushed towards the entrance. In Cave Number 2, there are obviously more troops guarding here, and the guards at the entrance are obviously more strict than those in Cave Number 3. The aura of the station's soldiers is also more powerful, and almost all of them are first-level warriors. The captain of the soldiers exuded an aura that was no weaker than that of second-level warriors such as Xin Menghan and Chang Xiong. In addition to the firearms these people are equipped with and the heavy weapons of the army stationed around the entrance of the cave, even if a third-level ferocious beast rushes out of the cave, it will be destroyed by these stationed troops. The number of warriors entering cave number 2 was obviously much less than that of cave number 3. Su Ming only saw 2 vehicles carrying warriors from outside in the parking area, which was less than 1/10 of the number in cave number 3. Su Ming was not surprised. After all, the beasts in cave number 2 were much stronger than those in cave number 3. If he wanted to ensure his own safety in cave number 2, he would need at least a level 3 warrior to lead the team, and the team members must all be level 2 warriors. A third-level warrior is already a top-notch warrior in Linjiang City, and there are not many of them. Naturally, there are fewer warriors coming to cave number 2 to hunt ferocious beasts. Little brother, are you really going to enter cave number 2 alone? The beasts in cave number 2 are powerful. With your strength as a first-level awakener, rushing in will only cost you your life. It's better to wait until you're stronger before returning. At the entrance, the captain of the soldiers who verified Su Ming's identity took a look at his warrior certificate, which still showed the certification of a first-level awakener. In addition, Su Ming was so young, so the captain of the soldiers could not help but persuade him. He did not look down on Su Ming, but seeing that Su Ming was already a first-level awakener at such a young age, he was a rare genius, and he did not want to see such a genius go to his death. Sir, I simply didn't have time to go to the Warrior Association for a follow-up assessment of my strength. I'm capable of protecting myself in cave number 2. Su Ming remained unmoved upon hearing this. Seeing this, the captain of the soldiers stopped trying to persuade him, returned the ID to Su Ming, and let him go. Alas, young people are too arrogant. This time, Linjiang City will lose another genius. Seeing Su Ming enter the passage, the soldiers around him couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Inside the cave, Su Ming passed through the passage of cave number 2, and just as he entered cave number 2, he felt a heat wave coming. Unlike the environment in cave number 3, the entire cave number 2 is a crimson color. In the distance are volcanoes emitting steam. The temperature of the entire cave is as high as over 40 degrees Celsius, and the air is filled with the smell of sulfur. Feeling the harsh environment of cave number 2, which was like the flaming mountain, Su Ming moved his mind, and a wisp of cold air emerged, and the temperature around him suddenly dropped a lot. That's much fresher now, let's go. Su Ming felt the dropping temperature around him, took out the prepared map of cave number 2, identified the direction, and found the area where the early stage ferocious beasts were active closest to the entrance of the passage. He then picked up his gun and walked towards the depths of cave number 2. The ferocious beasts in cave number 2 are indeed stronger than those in cave number 3. Su Ming encountered many ferocious beasts along the way, most of which were second-level ferocious beasts. If you are in cave number 3, you can only see second-level ferocious beasts deep in the cave. When facing these second-level ferocious beasts, Su Ming almost killed them all instantly with one shot. Only the peak-level second-order ferocious beasts could fight him for a few moves, but they could not escape the fate of being killed by Su Ming and harvested for their materials. About an hour later, Su Ming arrived at an area covered with red rocks, cracked ground, and a faint smell of sulfur in the air. According to the map, this is the habitat of the two-headed fire lizard, a early stage ferocious beast. Arriving at the area where third-level ferocious beasts roamed, Su Ming became more cautious and expanded his mental perception to the maximum while walking. Hiss. Not long after, a hissing sound like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue came from behind the huge rock in front. Su Ming felt a burning breath coming from behind the boulder. His eyes fixed and he stopped immediately, ready for battle. Soon, a giant lizard with a body length of more than 3 meters, covered with dark red scales and with 2 ferocious heads, climbed onto the rock and appeared in Su Ming's sight. It was a early stage ferocious beast, the two-headed fire lizard. The two-headed fire lizard stood on the rock, its 2 heads constantly swallowing and moving its forked tongues, and its 2 pairs of yellow vertical pupils looked down at Su Ming coldly as he entered its territory not far away. On Su Ming, the two-headed fire lizard felt a cold aura that made him extremely disgusted. The environment in cave number 2 means that almost all the ferocious beasts in the entire cave are fire-resistant. The two-headed fire lizard is a fire-attributed beast that can spray flames from both heads and is naturally not fond of cold. Su Ming had now entered the territory of the two-headed fire lizard for no reason, and was surrounded by a cold air that made the two-headed fire lizard feel extremely disgusted. This immediately made the two-headed fire lizard put Su Ming on the kill list. Roar! Without any warning, both heads of the two-headed fire lizard let out a deafening roar at the same time. The next moment, he jumped down from the boulder, landed on all fours, and then rushed towards Su Ming. Chapter 27, First Kill of the Third-Level Ferocious Beast. Good job! Seeing the two-headed fire lizard rushing towards him with unparalleled ferocity, Su Ming's heart beat slightly faster, not out of fear, but excitement. Su Ming took a deep breath, and the blood in his body surged, and he stomped his feet hard on the ground. Bang! A small hole was stepped on the ground, and Su Ming's figure shot out like an arrow. Cloud-breaking spear! Su Ming let out a low shout, and the fish-scale spear in his hand turned into a silver lightning bolt, piercing straight into the eye socket of one of the two-headed fire lizard's heads. Roar! The two-headed fire lizard reacted extremely quickly, and its left head swung violently, and its thick neck covered with scales hit the tip of the fish-scale gun accurately. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing rang out, and sparks flew everywhere. A huge recoil force came from the gun body. Su Ming's arm felt slightly numb, and his body floated backwards with the force. The two-headed fire lizard suffered no damage at all except for a few cracks on its scales where its neck was attacked. What a strong defense! Su Ming was secretly shocked. He had already used all his strength in that attack just now. The cloud-breaking spear increased its combat power fivefold, and his previous attack had already reached the level of a third-order early-stage warrior, but it only cracked a piece of the opponent's scale armor. It seems I chose the wrong person. After being shocked, Su Ming looked at the two-headed fire lizard covered with scales, and a look of helplessness appeared on his face. If he wanted to kill a third-stage early-stage ferocious beast with his physical strength alone without using his superpowers, he shouldn't have chosen a ferocious beast with scales on its body. Roar! Without giving Su Ming time to think, the attacked two-headed fire lizard let out an angry roar. The two heads opened their mouths at the same time. The left head spewed out a breath of scorching fire, and the right head spewed out a ball of sticky green venom with a pungent sour smell. Flames and venom intertwined, covering a large area. The temperature suddenly rose and the air became distorted. Seeing this, Su Ming's face changed slightly. He didn't dare to take it head-on. He quickly retreated and avoided it narrowly. After avoiding the fire attack of the two-headed fire lizard, Su Ming seized the opportunity and burst out again. Cloud-breaking spear! The energy and blood exploded, and 21,700 calories of terrifying combat power condensed at the tip of the gun. The fish scale gun made a vibrating buzzing sound and stabbed at the other eye of the two-headed fire lizard again. The two-headed fire lizard seemed to have sensed the threat of this attack, and it retracted both heads at the same time, using its hardest forehead scales to withstand it. Boom! There was another loud bang, and the two-headed fire lizard was shocked back half a step. There were tiny cracks on the scales on its forehead, but it still did not cause any substantial damage. The tip of the fish scale spear in Su Ming's hand actually curled slightly after two consecutive fierce collisions. This broken gun needs to be replaced. Su Ming cursed inwardly. However, the damage to the fish scale gun did not make him retreat. He still held the gun and continued to attack the two-headed fire lizard, fighting with it. Su Ming used his spear skills to the fullest extent, flexibly moving around and attacking the two-headed fire lizard. The fish scale spear specifically targeted the relatively vulnerable parts of the two-headed fire lizard, such as the eyes, mouth, and joints. The two-headed fire lizard is powerful, has amazing defense, and its fire venom has a huge attack range, but its speed is relatively weak, which gives Su Ming the opportunity to fight. For a moment, figures were flying in the field, guns were flashing, and flames and venom were raging. The rocks were shattered by the aftermath of the battle, and the ground was corroded by venom, leaving holes and a mess. In the blink of an eye, the two sides have fought for more than 100 rounds. Gradually, Su Ming's breathing became rapid, sweat appeared on his forehead, and he was exhausted. Although the two-headed fire lizard did not have any serious injuries, many of its scales were damaged, and dark red blood was oozing from the gaps between the scales and some weak joints, but these were all superficial injuries. These injuries not only did not cause the two-headed fire lizard's condition to deteriorate, but instead aroused its ferocity, making its attacks even more fierce. Although Su Ming's combat power is comparable to that of an early-stage third-level warrior, his chi and blood are less than half of that of a third-level warrior after all. It is almost impossible to kill a two-headed fire lizard with just one's own body and martial arts. It's almost over. If we continue fighting, we'll run out of energy. Su Ming's mind raced, and he made a decision in an instant. He suddenly leaped back a long distance, putting some distance between him and the two-headed fire lizard. The two-headed fire lizard thought Su Ming was trying to escape, so it let out a victorious roar and chased after him with its strong limbs. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Su Ming's eyes, and the noble ice crown in the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows suddenly shone brightly. An extreme chill suddenly erupted with him as the center. The moisture in the surrounding air instantly condensed into ice crystals and fell, and the ground was quickly covered with a layer of white frost. 3 ice spears, nearly 2 meters long, crystal clear and emitting absolute zero coldness, instantly condensed above his head. Go! Su Ming stretched out his hand and pointed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 ice spears tore through the air, carrying a terrifying aura that could freeze everything, and shot towards the two-headed fire lizard in a triangular shape. Hiss! The extreme coldness emanating from the 3 speeding ice spears immediately made the two-headed fire lizard feel a fatal threat. For the first time, fear appeared in its 4 vertical pupils. The 2 heads screamed and tried to dodge, but their huge bodies had no time to react, so they could only turn their heads away as much as possible. Puff puff puff. The next moment, 3 ice spears accurately hit the body of the two-headed fire lizard. Although both heads of the two-headed fire lizard dodged the attack of the ice spears, the 3 ice spears pierced its body. The powerful defense of the two-headed fire lizard's hard red scales seemed particularly fragile in front of the ice spear condensed by Su Ming's S-level ice ability that he exerted with all his strength. Snap! After the 3 ice spears pierced the two-headed fire lizard's body, a terrifying cold air instantly spread from the wound. The two-headed fire lizard's huge body was frozen at a speed visible to the naked eye, its movements were completely frozen, and even its 2 heads were quickly frozen. The third-level ferocious beast had strong vitality and did not die immediately after being frozen. In fact, a ball of increasingly red energy condensed in the mouth of its fire-breathing head, ready to spit out flames again to melt the ice that had frozen itself. Die! How could Su Ming give it another chance to escape? He jumped up, and the fish scale spear with a curled blade in his hand burst out with the last light, smashing heavily on the frozen head. Bang! With a huge burst of power, Su Ming's shot directly smashed the frozen head into pieces, which were covered with broken ice and scattered all over the ground. Bang! There was another muffled sound, and the remaining head of the two-headed fire lizard was smashed together with the ice, and the last bit of its life was completely crushed by Su Ming. All that remained was an ice sculpture without its 2 heads. Kill the early-stage third-level beast, the two-headed fire lizard, and gain plus 100 reinforcement points. Su Ming, leaning on the fish scale spear with an almost worn-out tip, stood beside the frozen corpse of the two-headed fire lizard and took a deep breath. A third-level beast is indeed not that easy to kill. Even though my explosive power is barely up to par, my chi and blood are less than half of that of an early-stage third-level warrior. In terms of sustained combat capability, I'm still far behind against a third-level beast with thick skin and flesh. I must improve my chi and blood as soon as possible. But before that, the most urgent thing is to get money and buy a weapon of at least C grade. Otherwise, if we go to cave number 2 again, we will still have to rely on supernatural powers. Su Ming looked at the corpse of the two-headed fire lizard, then looked at the almost broken fish scale spear in his hand, and a helpless smile appeared on his face. Then he moved his mind, and the ice that froze the two-headed fire lizard quickly melted and disappeared. Without the support of the ice, the headless body of the two-headed fire lizard fell heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Su Ming quickly stepped forward and began to process the most valuable materials from the two-headed fire lizard. Chapter 28 Exclusive Training Room. After collecting the high-value materials from the two-headed fire lizard, Su Ming did not leave, but continued to search for other two-headed fire lizards in the nearby area. Although his current physical combat power is not enough to kill a 3-stage primary two-headed fire lizard, but with the attribute suppression of the S-level ability Ice Crown, it is not difficult for him to kill a 3-stage early two-headed fire lizard with a 2-pronged approach. After more than 3 hours of searching, Su Ming searched several volcanoes in the area where the two-headed fire lizards were active, and found 7 two-headed fire lizards in a row, all of which he killed. Including the two-headed fire lizard killed at the beginning, the number of two-headed fire lizards that died at Su Ming's hands has reached 8. Almost there. With the materials from the 8 two-headed fire lizards, plus the materials from the second-level fierce beasts I collected earlier, my harvest from this trip is definitely over 10 million. With the million or so credits I have left, that should be enough for me to buy a C-rank spear from the Warrior Association. After removing the materials from the last two-headed fire lizard, Su Ming glanced at his full backpack and decided not to go any deeper. Instead, he turned around and returned in the direction he came from. Buzz. Half an hour later, a strange energy fluctuation was heard at the entrance of cave number 2, immediately attracting the attention of the soldiers guarding the entrance. This movement isn't a ferocious beast crossing the passage, but rather a human warrior. Could it be that the War Tiger Squad is about to come out? The War Tiger Squad has been in cave number 2 for 2 full days. I'm sure they've gained a lot this time. Of course, the War Tiger team has 2 third-level warriors, and the other members are all late-stage second-level warriors. Every time they enter the cave, they can bring out tens of millions of ferocious beast materials. This speed of making money is really enviable. Sensing the unusual movement at the entrance of the cave, the soldiers around were talking and laughing, and many of them had envy in their eyes. The leading soldier captain also looked in the direction of the cave entrance. But then they saw Su Ming appear in their sight, carrying a backpack taller than himself and even with a large bundle of ferocious beast materials tied to the outside of the backpack. Everyone was stunned. The area near the cave entrance suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes were focused on Su Ming and the backpack he was carrying, with their pupils suddenly shrinking. Su Ming also felt the gazes of the people around him, but being used to the shocked looks of others, he did not react at all and walked towards the parking area without changing his expression. After loading the things into the spacious trunk of the tank 10,000 he had just bought, he drove away from base number 2. It's actually him. He actually came out of cave number 2 alive. Did you see the material he was carrying just now? Why does it feel like the hardest scales on the back of a third-level ferocious beast, the two-headed fire lizard? It looks like the scales of a two-headed fire lizard. Oh my god, he actually killed a two-headed fire lizard. Could he be a mid-level third-level warrior? Judging from his age, he's probably only around 18. Such a young, mid-level third-order warrior. When did such a person appear in Linjiang City? We were all wrong. He must have come from another big city. How could such a genius emerge from such a small city like Linjiang? After Su Ming left, the guards at the entrance to cave number 2 couldn't help but talk loudly. The shock in their hearts was like a raging wave crashing against the shore, lasting for a long time. On the other side, Su Ming drove quickly to the Linjiang City Warrior Association. Under the incredulous gaze of the material buyers, he poured out all the materials he brought back from cave number 2. A third-level ferocious beast, the carapace of a two-headed fire lizard. Su Ming, did you kill these? Yeah. Su Ming nodded. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the material buyer took a breath of cold air. These days, Su Ming would bring a large bag of ferocious beast materials to the Warrior Association every morning to sell. The material buyer was already very familiar with Su Ming and was also the one who was most familiar with the speed of Su Ming's strength improvement. Seeing that the ferocious beasts killed by Su Ming in just 20 days had leaped from the initial first level to the peak of the second level, in the eyes of the material buyers, Su Ming was already an unprecedented martial arts genius in Linjiang City. But now, when she saw the materials from the 8 two-headed fire lizards in front of her, she realized that she had still underestimated Su Ming. This was not a martial arts genius, he was a monster. After taking a deep look at Su Ming, the material buyer began to quickly count the ferocious beast materials in front of him. Su Ming, your materials this time total 13.85 million credits. Please check if there are any problems. If there are no problems, we can make a deal. She moved with skill, and in less than 3 minutes she had calculated the price of the batch of ferocious beast materials that Su Ming brought back. Su Ming had no objection, and the two parties quickly reached a deal. Su Ming's account immediately had more than 13 million more, and together with the remaining money in the account, it was just over 15 million. After selling the ferocious beast materials, Su Ming walked towards the weapons display cabinet and soon set his sights on a C-level combat weapon. 100 Forging Spear, C-rank weapon, made from the spine of the 4th rank beast Silver Moon Wolf King, fused with meteorite iron and forged through repeated hammering. Price, 15 million credits. 15 million credits, just right. I want this 100 forged spear. Looking at the C-level combat soldier that was priced at 15 million credit points, Su Ming immediately stepped forward to complete the transaction. Nice gun. Holding the 100 forging spear in his hand, Su Ming waved it casually and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This 100 forging spear is much stronger than the fish scale spear he used before. If he had been holding the 100 forging spear in cave number 2 before, it would not have been so difficult for him to fight the two-headed fire lizard. At least the two-headed fire lizard's scale armor defense could not withstand the sharp edge of his 100 forged spear when he unleashed it with all his strength. After putting away the 100 forging spear, Su Ming left the Warrior Association and drove to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. As soon as Su Ming arrived at the entrance of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, he ran into Xian Menghan, who was walking out of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. The moment Xian Menghan saw Su Ming, his eyes lit up and he quickly greeted him, "Su Ming." Sister Han. Su Ming nodded in response, then directly stated his purpose. Sister Han, I plan to practice in the martial arts hall in the next few days before the martial arts exam. There should be a vacant training room in the hall, right? Yes, of course, come with me. Upon hearing this, Xin Menghan immediately and enthusiastically took Su Ming towards the interior of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Su Ming, this is the best training room in the Extreme Martial Arts School. It was originally used by the owner for his own training, but he just informed me today that from today on, this training room will be your exclusive training room. The inner walls of this training room are made of high-strength memory alloy. They can withstand the attacks of a 4th-level expert. If damaged, they will automatically recover. You can practice martial arts to your heart's content in here. There's also a food delivery tunnel here. If you're hungry, you can order food right there. The food will be delivered directly through the tunnel within 20 minutes and then to the insulated room, so you can grab it any time. Taking Su Ming to a training room covering an area of more than 200 square meters, Xin Menghan introduced the functions of the training room one by one. Su Ming looked at the spacious training room in front of him and nodded silently. It is much more convenient to practice in this practice room than in his own room. Su Ming, if you have any other needs, just let me know. The owner of the martial arts school said that no matter what your request is, our martial arts school will do its best to satisfy you. After introducing the training room, Xin Menghan continued to look at Su Ming. Chapter 29 Jiang Lingchuan's Investment. I also need 100 qi and blood powder and 10 spirit pills for my training today. Su Ming didn't bother to be polite with Xin Menghan and directly told her the resources he would need for his future cultivation. How much? 100 qi and blood powder? When Xin Menghan heard the number of qi and blood powder that Su Ming wanted, his eyes suddenly widened. 100 portions of qi and blood powder are actually nothing to the Extreme Martial Arts School, but the key is that Su Ming said he would use it today. What does it mean to use 100 doses of qi shuan a day? Even a true 3rd-level warrior can only use 10 bottles of qi and blood powder a day. When Su Ming was tested yesterday, his qi and blood were just above the level of a 2nd-level warrior. She racked her brains but couldn't figure out why Su Ming needed so much qi and blood powder. However, Xin Menghan saw Su Ming nodding at her calmly. Seeing this, she could only suppress the shock and confusion in her heart. Okay, I see. I'll get it for you right away. After saying that, Xin Menghan turned and left. However, she did not immediately go to get the necessary resources for Su Ming. Instead, she ran to Jiang Lingchuan's office and informed him of the news. What? Su Ming said in person that he needs to use 100 doses of qi and blood powder a day? After hearing what Xin Menghan said, Jiang Lingchuan stood up from his seat with a bang, his eyes wide open. Xin Menghan didn't know what this meant, but as someone who had practiced the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique, he knew it very well. The stronger and more proficient a warrior is in the bodybuilding method he practices, the more efficient and faster he will be in absorbing the qi and blood powder. When he was practicing the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique, he only absorbed more than 30 portions of qi and blood powder in a day, only 1/3 of Su Ming's. This was because he had cultivated the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique to an intermediate level of proficiency, and practicing it a day could increase his qi and blood by more than 10 points. Now Xin Menghan told him that Su Ming actually consumed 100 portions of qi and blood powder a day when practicing the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique. Doesn't this mean that Su Ming's proficiency in the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique is higher than his? But just yesterday, Su Ming had just obtained the 100 Refinements Golden Body art, and he had been practicing the 100 Refinements Golden Body art for 40 years. How was it possible that overnight he cultivated the A-level bodybuilding technique, the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique, to a level of proficiency that surpassed his 40 years of hard practice? Menghan, you don't have to go. I will personally deliver these resources to Su Ming. Jiang Lingchuan's mind worked quickly, and after a moment he said to Xin Menghan. As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for Xin Menghan's response, he rushed out of the office, so fast that Xin Menghan could only see a blurry afterimage. Master, why are you here? At the door of the training room, Su Ming, who was originally waiting for Xin Menghan to bring the training resources, looked in surprise at Jiang Lingchuan who was rushing over. I came here to give you some training resources. Here are the 100 qi and blood powders and 10 spirit pills you requested. Su Ming, I came here this time just to ask, did you read the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique yesterday? Do you think it's difficult to practice it? Jiang Lingchuan looked at Su Ming's surprised face, and hurriedly said with a flattering smile, bowed slightly, and handed the cultivation resources that Su Ming wanted to Su Ming with both hands. When Su Ming heard Jiang Lingchuan's question, he knew why Jiang Lingchuan came in such a hurry. The other party must have heard that he was going to use 100 portions of qi and blood powder for cultivation, and guessed that he had successfully cultivated the 100 refinements golden body technique, otherwise he would not have asked this question. After understanding why Jiang Lingchuan came to give him cultivation resources in person, Su Ming did not hide it and immediately responded, "It's okay, not too difficult." "So, you succeeded in your cultivation?" Su Ming's answer made Jiang Lingchuan's eyes light up. Su Ming did not continue speaking, but answered directly with action. He swallowed all 5 portions of qi and blood powder in one breath, and then, under Jiang Lingchuan's astonished gaze, he began to practice the 100 refinements golden body art and a level bodybuilding method. He actually succeeded. This skilled movement is much better than mine. It's at least a high level of proficiency, or even perfect. I've perfected the A-level bodybuilding technique overnight? Am I dreaming? Then what does it mean that I have practiced 40 years to master the 100 refinements golden body technique to an intermediate level of proficiency? Jiang Lingchuan looked at Su Ming's difficult bodybuilding movements, which were even more perfect than the master's movements in the bodybuilding teaching video recorded in the USB flash drive. His pupils contracted wildly and he stood frozen in place, as if he was petrified. At this moment, Jiang Lingchuan felt as if thousands of alpaca horses were galloping through his heart. He was shocked beyond words. He was sure that in his 80-plus years of life, he had never been so shocked, nor had he ever felt so much like a waste as he did now. This kind of terrifying martial arts talent is not even worthy of the name monstrous. This guy Su Ming is nothing but a pervert. After a while, Jiang Lingchuan came back to his senses. He looked deeply at Su Ming, who was practicing the 100 refinements golden body technique, then quietly left the training room and did not disturb him anymore. Pervert, so perverted. Alas, the gap between people is too big. Comparing myself with Su Ming is just asking for trouble. It's so discouraging. It was not until he left the training room that Jiang Lingchuan muttered a few words in a low voice, shaking his head as he walked towards his office. When Jiang Lingchuan returned to the director's office, he was still muttering words like pervert and shaking his head. What's wrong with second uncle? Why is he so dejected after visiting Su Ming? This scene was seen by Xian Menghan, who had just come out of the office, and she was immediately confused. Time flies and it is almost dawn. Su Ming and Jiang Lingchuan were the only 2 people left in the extreme martial arts school. Outside the training room, Jiang Lingchuan stood silently at the door waiting, without disturbing Su Ming. He's actually been practicing from 1 p.m. to 11 p.m., 10 hours straight, and still hasn't finished. This kid Su Ming not only has abnormal talent, but also abnormal perseverance. With talent and perseverance, how can such a person not achieve great things? Looking at the time, Jiang Lingchuan's face flashed with deep admiration. Then, he thought about what he had learned when he investigated Su Ming's academic file when he was planning to let Su Ming take the martial arts exam as a student of the Extreme Martial Arts School to advertise for the Extreme Martial Arts School. He couldn't help but reveal a look of indignation and ridicule on his face. That old bastard Wang Jingui is truly blind. He actually fired a genius like Su Ming. He's dumber than a pig. When the results of the Wuka University exam are announced, I want to see what expression that old man will have. It's sure to be exciting. After a light chuckle, Jiang Lingchuan's eyes fixed on a long box standing beside him, and a flicker of hope flashed in his eyes. I hope Su Ming will be able to appreciate my Renjin battlesuit. It's the only thing I have to show off right now. The Renjin battlesuit was a top-quality C-grade combat suit that he had purchased with all his wealth when he was at the peak of the 3rd level. The Renjin battlesuit can help warriors resist attacks below the mid-4th level, and can completely ignore attacks below the mid-3rd level. For attacks from a late 3rd stage, the Renjin armor can reduce the power by 70%, while for attacks from a peak 3rd stage powerhouse, it can reduce the power by 50%. Even when facing attacks from an early 4th stage powerhouse, it can reduce the power by 20%. For warriors below the 4th level, the Renjin battlesuit is undoubtedly an excellent life-saving item. Originally, Jiang Lingchuan wanted to leave the Renjin battlesuit to his outstanding descendants, but after witnessing Su Ming's terrifying talent, he immediately decided to give the Renjin battlesuit to Su Ming, just to establish a good relationship with Su Ming. Chapter 30 Renjin Battlesuit. In the training room, Su Ming walked out of the bathroom. It's so comfortable to take a hot bath after training. The training room in the Extreme Martial Arts School is indeed much more convenient than at home. As he spoke, Su Ming went to the dining table, took out a large pile of ferocious beast meat that had been prepared in the afternoon and kept warm in the insulation stove, and began to eat it with big mouthfuls. After more than 10 minutes, Su Ming finally stood up and left with satisfaction. After he left, the intelligence system in the practice room automatically cleaned the dining table. Ding! The door of the training room opened automatically to both sides, and Su Ming saw Jiang Lingchuan guarding the door. Master! Seeing Jiang Lingchuan, Su Ming greeted him in surprise. He didn't expect that Jiang Lingchuan hadn't left yet at this time. And looking at the other person's current appearance, it seemed that he was waiting for him. Su Ming, it seems you've gained quite a bit today. The moment Jiang Lingchuan saw Su Ming, his eyes narrowed slightly. He discovered that Su Ming's energy and blood seemed to be much stronger than when he saw him in the afternoon. It's okay. Su Ming glanced at the system panel, which showed that his qi and blood had reached 495. He raised his lips slightly and then looked at Jiang Lingchuan. Master, are you waiting for me? Yes, I have something for you. This is my personal collection, the C-rank combat uniform, the Renjin battlesuit. I heard from Menghan that you often go down into the caves alone to fight ferocious beasts. This Renjin battlesuit protects you from ferocious beasts below the mid-stage of the 3rd rank. Even if a ferocious beast of the early 4th rank attacks, the Renjin battlesuit can offset 20% of its power. Jiang Lingchuan nodded, then pushed the box in his hand in front of Su Ming. He also specifically mentioned that the Renjin battlesuit was his personal collection. It's indeed the Renjin battlesuit. After listening to Jiang Lingchuan's words, Su Ming opened the box and was stunned when he saw the Renjin battlesuit inside. Although the Renjin battlesuit is of the same sea level as the 100 forging spear he just bought, the Renjin battlesuit is a complete set of sea-level battlesuits that can protect the warrior from head to toe, and uses much more materials than a single weapon. Therefore, the price of a battlesuit of the same level is at least 10 times that of a single weapon. The Renjin battlesuit is the best among all the sea-level battlesuits currently sold by Hansha, and its value is much higher than other battlesuits. If you want to buy a Renjin battlesuit, you will need 500 million credit points. Even at his current rate of earning money, he would need to work hard for a month to save enough money to buy the Renjin battlesuit. Moreover, the Renjin battlesuit was in short supply, so even if he had money, he might not be able to buy it. Unexpectedly, Jiang Lingchuan waited for him for so long just to give him a Renjin battlesuit. Jiang Lingchuan saw the surprised look on Su Ming's face, and the intense gaze he was giving the Renjin battlesuit. He knew that what he had given him was very much to Su Ming's liking, so he immediately suggested, Su Ming, the Renjin battlesuit can automatically adapt to the wearer's body shape. Drop a drop of blood here to establish a spiritual connection, and then try it on. Yeah. Su Ming did not act pretentiously. He bit his finger and, following Jiang Lingchuan's instructions, dripped a drop of blood on a blue glowing nameplate on the chest of the Renjin battlesuit. Soon he felt that he had established a spiritual connection with the Renjin battlesuit. He immediately took out the Renjin battlesuit and put it on. The Renjin battlesuit looked like just an ordinary coat at first glance, but as soon as Su Ming put it on, as Su Ming's mind moved, the suit seemed to come alive. The material of the suit surged as quickly as running water, quickly fitting to Su Ming's body surface, and covering Su Ming's entire body in the blink of an eye. In just 3 seconds, Su Ming was wrapped in a dark golden battlesuit from head to toe. The Renjin battlesuit on his body now took on the shape of a seamless streamlined armor. At this moment, Su Ming looked like the armored protagonist in some special effects drama, majestic and awe-inspiring. As Su Ming moved his mind, the battlesuit turned back into an ordinary coat, which was quite magical. Good baby. After testing the mysterious aspects of the Renjin battlesuit, Su Ming couldn't help but admire it. As long as you like it, this suit will be yours from now on. Seeing Su Ming so satisfied, Jiang Lingchuan also smiled. Thank you, master. Su Ming nodded in thanks and took note of the favor of the other party giving him the clothes. After all, this Renjin battlesuit has been of great help in improving his current strength. With this suit, he can protect himself without worries even if he encounters a peak-level 3rd order ferocious beast when he goes to cave number 2. The two talked for a while, and then Su Ming said goodbye and went home. He had practiced the 100 refinements golden body technique for 10 hours. Although his energy and blood had increased a lot, his body was extremely tired and needed a good rest. Tomorrow morning, he would go down to cave number 2 to continue hunting ferocious beasts. Su Ming had just returned home when Su Xiaowei, upon hearing the noise, rushed out of the room. Brother, why are you back just now? I went to the martial arts gym to practice, but you, girl, why haven't you slept yet? It's already past 1 o'clock. Su Ming explained, then put on an adult attitude and spoke to Su Xiaowei. I have a class activity tomorrow and I'm so excited I can't sleep. Brother, why don't you consider going with me to relax? Seeing Su Ming pretending to reprimand her, Su Xiaowei was not afraid at all. Go ahead and have fun. Su Ming shook his head and walked towards his room. I'm going to bed first. You should also get some rest early. Staying up late is not good for your health. Oh, I see. The next day, cave number 2. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and then a dark golden figure was seen with his feet leaving 2 drag marks of more than 10 meters on the ground. This Rinjin battlesuit is truly powerful. It withstood the attack of a level 3 early stage flame main lion. Besides being knocked back, I didn't suffer any damage at all. The dark golden figure was none other than Su Ming, who was wearing the Rinjin battlesuit. At this moment, the corners of his mouth slightly raised under the Rinjin battlesuit, and he exerted force with his legs and rushed towards the fiery main lion again. On the other side, a 4-meter-long fiery maned lion with red hair also retreated dozens of meters. Its lion eyes looked at the dark golden figure in front of it that was repelled by it with a look of surprise and doubt. It couldn't remember whether this was the first time it had fought back. The opponent is like an indestructible cockroach. Every time you repel him, he will rush up again. Bang! Without waiting for the flaming main lion to catch its breath, the dark golden figure that had just been repelled by him suddenly stomped on the ground, creating a deep pit full of cracks on the spot, and then rushed towards it again like a cannonball. A long spear, the tip of which emitted a sharp cold light, stabbed straight towards it. Roar! Seeing this, the fiery main lion roared again, exerted force on the ground with its limbs, and rushed forward without giving in. In a flash, it slapped out its sharp claws, colliding again with Su Ming's spear. With a bang, Su Ming and the fiery main lion were both pushed back more than 10 meters, but the next moment, they both rushed towards each other almost at the same time. Boom boom boom. The two of them fought fiercely, and the deafening dull sound continued to ring out, echoing among the nearby rocks. Chapter 31 Hot Spring Villa. Just when Su Ming entered cave number 2 to fight with the ferocious beast. In the center of a small town 30 kilometers southeast of Linjiang City, stands a luxurious holiday manor. Above the manor's gate hangs a plaque with 4 large gold-plated characters, Hot Spring Villa. This is where Su Xiaowei and her classmates held their class activities today. The person who organized this event was Wen Xiaohua, a rich second generation in their class and the son of the boss of the Hot Spring Villa. Since it was his son who invited his classmates to the villa for a visit, the boss of the Hot Spring Villa also strongly supported it. Today, the entire Hot Spring Villa was only open to students in Su Xiaowei's class, just to let his son's classmates have a good time. Xiaowei, I'm relieved that you're all okay. I was so worried yesterday when I learned that your brother beat Lin Tian in our hotel. In front of the gate of the Hot Spring Villa, He got out of her car and happened to meet Su Xiaowei, who came by taxi. She hurriedly stepped forward, took Su Xiaowei's hand and said. After the incident of Su Ming knocking Lin Tian unconscious the night before, her father found out that it was all related to Su Xiaowei, who she had arranged to work part-time in the hotel. The next day, he did not allow her to go to school to meet Su Xiaowei, and directly locked her up at home. Not only that, Xiaohe's father even confiscated her cell phone, not allowing her to have any contact with Su Xiaowei, for fear that the Lin family would vent their anger on the Xia family because of her relationship with Su Xiaowei. Until today, no news had been heard from the Lin family. After learning that Lin Daoyuan had beaten Lin Tian up in the hospital, Xiaohe was released by her father and was told to spend more time with Su Xiaowei. Therefore, this was the first time that Su Ming beat up Queen Lin, and the two best friends met. I'm fine. It's all thanks to my brother. He's now a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts School. Master Jiang has promised that the Lin family will never dare to cause trouble for us. I believe in Master Jiang. When Su Xiaowei saw her best friend, a surprised smile appeared on her face. Your brother actually became a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts School? Hearing this, Xiaohe's bright eyes suddenly widened and she exclaimed in surprise. After seeing Su Xiaowei nod in confirmation, Xiaohe finally understood why her father's attitude had changed so completely in the past 2 days. He is a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts School. In terms of status, he is almost equivalent to the owner of the Extreme Martial Arts School in Linjiang City. The two are on equal footing. And from Su Xiaowei's answer, Su Xiaowei and her brother Su Ming had already met Jian Lingchuan, the owner of Linjiang City Extreme Martial Arts School. He was one of the most powerful people in Linjiang City. Even his father would hardly have the qualifications to meet such a big shot. Xiaohe, Xiaowei, you're here, come in quickly. Just as Xia He was about to continue talking to Su Xiaowei about how Su Ming became a core member of the extreme martial arts school, a voice full of surprise rang out. The two looked in the direction of the sound and saw a fair-skinned, well-proportioned young man walking towards them with a smile on his face. It was the host of this event, Wen Xiaohua. Wen Xiaohua. When Xia He and Su Xiaowei saw the visitor, they both greeted him with a smile. Wen Xiaohua looks good, comes from a good family and is a warm person, so the two of them have a good impression of him. Well, the other students are almost here. I'll take you there. Seeing Xia He and Su Xiaowei looking at him, Wen Xiaohua's smile became even wider, with a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. He personally stepped forward to greet them and led the way in front of them. Su Xiaowei and Xia He nodded when they heard this, and under the guidance of Wen Xiaohua, they walked towards the hot spring villa. Xia He. Su Xiaowei. In the hot spring villa, when Wen Xiaohua personally brought Su Xiaowei and Xia He to the gathering place, the other classmates in the class looked at the three of them, and many of them greeted them with a smile. Su Xiaowei and Xia He are the two golden flowers in the class. Many people even think that they are both beauties who can be ranked in the top 5 of the beauty list of number 2 middle school. Therefore, they are both very popular in the class. Except for a few jealous girls, everyone else has a good relationship with them. After the two joined the party, many boys in the class showed their courtesy to them intentionally or unintentionally. As the young master of the hot spring villa, Wen Xiaohua took advantage of his home field advantage and personally took the two of them around the entire hot spring villa. Wen Xiaohua has a high emotional intelligence and he would make the two girls laugh from time to time, which made the other boys in the class very envious. Humph. Forget about Xia He. At least she's a good match for Wen Xiaohua. And Su Xiaowei is nothing. She's just a pretty face, but her family is incredibly poor. I heard that Su Xiaowei was working part-time at Xia He's family's hotel a while ago to earn money for her own schooling. Look at the cheap brand clothes she's wearing. Everything she wears costs less than 100 yuan. That's right, she came to the hot spring resort dressed like this, it really lowered our standards. Ha, you don't know, the latest news I got is that Su Xiaowei's brother was expelled from number 1 middle school some time ago. Isn't that embarrassing? Not far away, 3 girls stood in front of a long table filled with various delicacies, desserts, and drinks, looking at Su Xiaowei and talking, with the word jealousy written all over their faces. Su Xiaowei heard all of their unconcealed voices. Lu Yuqing, if you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Without waiting for Su Xiaowei to respond to the 3 people, Xia He, who also heard the 3 people's discussion, immediately turned around and looked at the girl who led the discussion with an angry look on her face. Xia He is right. It's a bit too much to gossip about your classmates behind their backs. At this time, Wen Xiaohua also frowned, turned around, and looked at Lu Yuqing and the 2 girls beside her with an unhappy expression. When the other 2 girls saw that the 2 richest guys in the class were speaking for Su Xiaowei, they immediately shut their mouths and shrank their heads like quails. Humph, I'm just telling the truth. However, Lu Yuqing, who was taking the lead, blushed and snorted when she saw that Wen Xiaohua, whom she admired, was speaking for Su Xiaowei, without backing down at all. You! Seeing her like this, Xia He was furious and was about to go up and argue with her again. But Su Xiaowei grabbed Xia He and shook her head at her. Hee, that girl is just an ignorant and stupid woman. Let's not bother with her. After Su Xiaowei finished speaking, she looked at Lu Yuqing as if she was a fool. If it were before, she might have argued with Lu Yuqing, but now that she knew her brother's ability, she no longer bothered to argue with these people. Well, I'll do as you say. Upon hearing this, Xia He looked at Su Xiaowei in surprise. Seeing the completely indifferent expression on her face, she was stunned for a moment and then nodded. Su Xiaowei, who are you calling a stupid woman? However, Lu Yuqing got furious when she heard what Su Xiaowei said and immediately shouted. Su Xiaowei completely ignored her angry shouts, took Xia He's arm and walked towards the flower pavilion in the distance. Su Xiaowei. Seeing that Su Xiaowei ignored her, Lu Yuqing felt as if she had punched cotton with all her strength, and felt extremely uncomfortable. Lu Yuqing, we are all classmates, and harmony is the most important thing. If you continue to act unreasonably, I will have to ask you to leave. At this time, when Xiaohua glanced at Su Xiaowei and Xia He who were walking away, warned Lu Yuqing, and then turned around and chased after them. You guys, you're making me so angry. Lu Yuqing looked at the 3 people walking away and stomped her feet in anger. Ga. Crash. At this moment, a large group of birds and beasts flew out from the distant mountains and forests and flew over the hot spring villa. So many birds. What's going on? Looking at the dense flocks of birds flying across the sky, everyone had a puzzled look on their faces. Why do I feel so nervous? Shadowy looked at the dense flocks of birds and beasts flying overhead, then looked in the distance and the direction they were coming from, frowning slightly. Chapter 32, Tier 4 Top Resource, 3-leaf purple blood fruit. On the other side, inside cave number 2. Cloud-breaking spear. Boom! After fighting with the fiery main lion for hundreds of rounds, Su-Ming finally seized the opportunity and fired a shot with all his strength, piercing the fiery main lion's right eye. The 100-forged spear was so sharp that most of the spear shaft was embedded in the fiery main lion's head. Ouch! The intense pain caused the fiery main lion to roar in extreme pain. However, before it could struggle, Su-Ming's blood and energy burst out, and he exerted force with both hands, directly twisting the 100-forging spear into the fiery main lion's head, instantly turning the inside of the fiery main lion's head into a mess. The fiery main lion, who was trying to struggle, suddenly stiffened and fell straight to the ground. Kill the level 3 early stage ferocious beast flame main lion, strengthening points plus 100. A kill notification popped up on the system panel, and another 100 reinforcement points were added. Su-Ming looked at the reinforcement points that had arrived with satisfaction, and then began to process the materials on the flame main lion, packing up all the valuable materials and taking them away. After so many days of fighting and collecting, Su-Ming had become extremely skilled in collecting materials from ferocious beasts. In less than 10 minutes, Su-Ming had packed up the materials from the fiery main lion, and then continued to walk deeper into cave number 2 with his backpack on his back. After Su-Ming continued to go deeper into cave number 2 for more than 10 kilometers, he suddenly smelled a strong fragrance. Just by taking a breath, Su-Ming felt that the blood and energy in his body were agitated and had a tendency to grow. Just a wisp of fragrance makes my chi and blood surge. The source of this fragrance must be an incredible treasure from heaven and earth. After feeling the benefits that this fragrance brought to him, a gleam of light flashed in Su-Ming's eyes. Without hesitation, he quickly rushed in the direction where the fragrance came from the next second. After walking about another kilometer, Su-Ming arrived in front of a volcano. In front of him was a cliff more than 70 meters high, almost perpendicular to the ground. In the center of the cliff, at a height of about 40 meters, there grows a blood-red fruit the size of a baby's fist, with 3 purple leaves growing on the stem of the fruit. Su-Ming sniffed the extremely rich fragrance nearby and realized that the fragrance he had sensed before was emitted from this scarlet fruit. The fruit is blood red, with 3 purple leaves. Could this be the 4th tier, top tier natural treasure, the 3-leaf purple blood fruit? This cave number 2 actually produced such a top tier 4th grade natural treasure. It's incredible. Looking at the fruit growing on the cliff, Su-Ming's mind emerged with a picture exactly like this fruit in the Encyclopedia of Common Natural Treasures that he had seen in the library of number 1 middle school, as well as an introduction to this fruit. The 3-leaf purple blood fruit is a top-level 4th level resource. Taking it can greatly improve the warrior's chi and blood. After recalling the introduction of this fruit, Su-Ming looked at the 3-leaf purple blood fruit on the cliff in front of him, and the gleam in his eyes seemed real. Without any hesitation, he immediately threw the 100-forged spear in his hand towards the cliff in front of him. Call out. Clang. The 100-forging spear broke through the air and suddenly pierced into the center of the cliff 15 meters away with a sharp whistling sound. The tip of the spear was completely embedded in the hard stone wall, and the spear shaft was constantly vibrating. Seeing this, Su-Ming put down his backpack, exerted force with his legs, took a few steps forward, and finally stepped hard. The ground under his feet immediately became a pit, and his figure rushed towards the cliff like a cannonball. With a full leap, Su-Ming jumped directly onto the 100-forged spear that he had previously inserted into the cliff. He landed heavily on the spear, and the spear shaft was stepped on by him to form an amazing arc. Then the spear shaft rebounded, and the amazing force sent Su-Ming's body higher again, right to the location of the 3-leaf purple blood fruit. Got it! Su-Ming picked up a handful of purple blood fruits and was overjoyed. As his body fell rapidly, he grabbed the 100-forged spear that was stuck in the cliff, exerted force suddenly, pulled the spear out directly, and landed steadily with the spear. But just as Su-Ming landed and looked at the 3-leaf purple blood fruit he had just picked, he found that the stems and leaves on the 3-leaf purple blood fruit were withering rapidly, and were about to spread to the blood-red fruit in Su-Ming's hand. Oh no! I forgot that this purple blood fruit needs to be stored in a special jade container, otherwise the medicinal properties will be lost quickly after it is picked. I can't care less. This is a resource worth tens of millions. We can't waste it. Seeing this, Su-Ming frowned, thinking that it was not good, but the next second, his face turned fierce, and he stuffed the blood-red fruit in his hand along with the 3 purple leaves on the fruit into his mouth, chewed it a few times and swallowed it directly. Boom! As Su Ming swallowed the 3-leaf purple blood fruit, a burst of hot energy burst out from his abdomen. This energy was extremely violent. Almost in an instant, Su Ming's face turned red, and his whole body turned red. Even the pores of his skin had traces of blood oozing out. Such a terrifying energy. I can't take it anymore. I'm about to explode. I must find a way to refine this energy. Feeling the hot energy exploding in his body, Su Ming did not dare to delay any longer. Regardless of the fact that he was still deep in cave number 2 and facing the threat of ferocious beasts, he started practicing the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique right on the spot. One difficult move after another kept changing, and all the cells in Su Ming's body were frantically devouring the hot energy released by the 3-leaf purple blood fruit. Because Su Ming practiced the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique with all his strength, a golden body emerged and his skin turned golden. But even so, blood was still seeping out of his golden skin. Obviously, with Su Ming's current physique, if he forced himself to take the top-level 4th grade 3-leaf purple blood fruit, even with the perfect A-level bodybuilding method, it would be difficult to quickly absorb the energy released by the 3-leaf purple blood fruit. Damn, I was careless. Feeling the increasingly violent energy in his body and the increasingly intense swelling sensation coming from his body, Su Ming's back was soaked with cold sweat. If this continued, he would be blown to pieces. Buzz! Just as Su Ming was about to be overwhelmed by the scorching energy of the 3-leaf purple blood fruit, the ice crystal crown in his sea of consciousness suddenly trembled, and then waves of cold air surged in Su Ming's body, actually suppressing the momentum of the continuous expansion and explosion of the scorching energy in his body. After noticing the changes in his body, Su Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then he focused on practicing the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique over and over again. Under the suppression of this cold air, a hot energy in Su Ming's body was maintained at the limit that his body could bear and was continuously absorbed by Su Ming. Chapter 33, Qi and Blood Surge, Shocking Changes. Boom! After practicing the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique countless times, Su Ming finally stopped as the last bit of scorching energy in his body was completely absorbed. His chest was like a pumping bellows, and he was gasping for breath. It was a close call. I almost fell on this 3-leaf purple blood fruit. If it weren't for my last S-level ability that suppressed the purple blood fruit's energy, I'm afraid I would have exploded into a pool of rotten meat. I still can't eat anything carelessly from now on. After taking several deep breaths, Su Ming finally sighed with lingering fear. This time, he really walked on the edge of the ghost gate. If the S-level ability Ice Crown had not played a role at the most critical moment this time, he would definitely not have survived. Of course, the perfect level A grade bodybuilding method 100 Refinements Golden Body Art also played an important role. Without the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique, even if his special ability suppressed the energy of the 3-leaf purple blood fruit, he would not be able to absorb this hot energy quickly and in time. Although this experience was extremely dangerous, Su Ming's gains were also unprecedented. When Su Ming looked at his attribute panel in the system panel, the palpitations on his face completely faded away, leaving only joy and excitement. Host, Su Ming. Qi and Blood, 1994. Spirit, 108. Superpower, Ice Crown S+. Body Training Method, Rising Sun D Perfect 100 Refinements Golden Body A Perfect. Meditation Method, None. Martial Arts, Diamond Spear Technique D Perfection Cloud Breaking Spear C Perfection. Strength Points, 2,380. The 3-leaf purple blood fruit is indeed a top-tier 4th-tier resource that even 4th-tier warriors would fight over. It actually caused my Qi and Blood to surge by 1,500 points. Not only that, even the spiritual attribute has increased from the original 76 points to 108 points, a direct increase of 32 points of spiritual power. They say wealth and honor are sought in danger. Although I just had a close call with death, it seems now that everything was worth it. Looking at his surging energy and blood, Su Ming was so excited that he almost jumped up. A 3-leaf purple blood fruit saved him almost a month of hard training, allowing his blood and energy to directly break through the 1,000-point level of the 3rd-level warrior and officially step into the ranks of the 3rd-level warrior. Now Su Ming has nearly 2,000 points of Qi and Blood, plus the 5-fold increase in combat power from the perfect C-level martial arts Broken Cloud Spear. With a full-strength attack, he can burst out nearly 100,000 cards of combat power, which is close to that of a late-stage 3rd-level warrior. The physical combat power generated by the burst of Qi and Blood exceeded the combat power generated by the burst of S-level supernatural powers for the first time. My luck today was pretty good. Not only did I find the 3-leaf purple blood fruit, but I didn't even encounter a single ferocious beast while absorbing its medicinal properties. It took at least 10 hours to absorb the 3-leaf purple blood fruit. It's probably getting dark outside now. We should hurry back. I wonder if Shaowei had a good time today. When you go out later, call Shaowei first and ask if you want to pick her up. Thinking of Su Shaowei's party at the hot spring villa today, Su Ming closed his attribute panel, put his backpack back on, picked up the 100 forging spear, and quickly rushed towards the entrance of cave number 2. When Su Ming came out of cave number 2 and returned to Blue Star, he saw a bright moon hanging high above his head. Su Ming quickly returned to his SUV, threw all his things into the trunk, got in the car and turned on his cell phone. It's 8 o'clock in the evening, and this girl hasn't sent me any messages. I guess she's having a good time. Su Ming looked at the time displayed on his phone, as well as the clean green communication software without any red dots. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly, then opened the software and dialed Su Shaowei's number. A series of dial tones rang out, but the call was not connected. No one's answering the phone yet. Are you so engrossed in the fun? Looking at the dialing interface that had ended, Su Ming frowned slightly. Helplessly, he had to put down his phone and start the car. Boom boom boom. After ignition, Su Ming stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The engine of Tank 10,000 roared like a beast, and the steel behemoth rushed towards Linjiang City. In just over 10 minutes, Su Ming drove back to Linjiang City and went to the Linjiang City Warrior Association. He poured out all the gains he had made in cave number 2 today and placed them in front of the material buyer of the Warrior Association. Su Ming, why did you come back so late today? I thought you. Sigh, today's harvest is much less than before. Seeing Su Ming appear, the material buyer immediately stepped forward. At first, he looked at Su Ming with a worried look, as if he thought Su Ming made an exception and did not come back to sell materials in the morning, and he thought he had an accident. But then he realized that he shouldn't have said the following words, so he quickly changed the subject. He then looked at the ferocious beast materials that Su Ming brought back today with a look of surprise, and said to Su Ming, the amount of ferocious beast materials Su Ming brought back today was 2/3 less than what he brought back yesterday. It was also the first time that Su Ming's backpack was not full. Something delayed me today. Look at the value of these things. After the transaction is completed, I still have to go to the hot spring villa to pick up my sister. After hearing what the material buyer said, Su Ming responded quickly, but did not tell anyone about the opportunity he had in cave number 2. At the same time, he was a little worried that his sister would stay out playing alone too late, so he planned to drive directly to the hot spring villa after the transaction. Originally, Su Ming planned to drive directly from cave number 2 to hot spring villa, but considering that cave number 2 and hot spring villa are located in the southwest and northeast of Linjiang City respectively. Moreover, he and Su Shaowei also lived in the old city area in the northeast of Linjiang City. Anyway, he had to pass through Linjiang City to get from cave number 2 to the hot spring villa, so he might as well go to the Warrior Association first and then go to the hot spring villa, so that he wouldn't have to go to the Warrior Association again after returning. Okay, I'll give you the statistics right away. Upon hearing this, the material buyer immediately took action and in less than 2 minutes, he had calculated the value of Su Ming's batch of ferocious beast materials. Su Ming, these materials cost a total of 3.8 million credits. Make a deal. Su Ming nodded immediately without waiting for him to ask. Great. The material buyer smiled and immediately transferred 3.8 million credit points to Su Ming's account. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Su Ming collected the money and prepared to leave, a long alarm sounded throughout the Linjiang City Warrior Association Hall. The sudden change immediately made everyone stop and look at the huge screen in the hall of the Warrior Association, and Su Ming was no exception. However, the moment Su Ming's gaze fell on the large screen in the center, his pupils suddenly shrank. Without any hesitation, the next moment his body rushed out of the Warrior Association like a cannonball and rushed into his off-road vehicle. Boom boom boom. The engine of Tank 1000 roared madly and rushed towards the hot spring villa. Chapter 34, New Cave. A new underground cave has appeared northeast of Linjiang City, 15 kilometers from the hot spring town. A large number of ferocious beasts have emerged from the underground cave and are rushing towards the hot spring town. All warriors in Linjiang City are requested to immediately go to the hot spring town to resist the ferocious beasts, organize rescue operations, and assist the Hansha military in establishing a defense base. In the hall of the Warrior Association, on the largest screen, a line of large characters flashed with a scarlet light, attracting special attention. In the hall of the Warrior Association, everyone was stunned after seeing this news. Then, some warriors who had family members in the hot spring town who were concerned about them like Su Ming turned around and left the warrior association without hesitation, running towards the hot spring town. A new cave has appeared, and its danger level hasn't been assessed yet. Should we go in and provide assistance? Yes, if the danger rating of this newly appeared cave is too high, once a large number of third-level ferocious beasts emerge, without the heavy support of the Hanxia military, those of us who rush there first will be in danger. Yeah, let's just wait and see, don't rush too fast. The remaining warriors who stayed in the warrior association had no relatives in the hot spring town. Except for some righteous warriors who followed the first group of warriors and left the warrior association to provide support, the warriors who remained in the warrior association could not help but whisper to each other. Faced with the sudden appearance of the cave, which had no specific danger level assessment, these people valued their lives even more and few were willing to take risks. But as warriors of the warrior association, they enjoy the warrior treatment provided by the warrior association. Now that the warrior association asks them to go to the hot spring town for support, they have no choice but to go. Caught in a dilemma, these warriors finally left the warrior association slowly and symbolically headed towards the hot spring town northeast of Linjiang City. Their speed was much slower than those warriors who had rushed towards the hot spring town before them. Shaowei, answer the phone quickly. Inside the Tank 10,000 off-road vehicle, Su Ming locked the accelerator, controlled the steering wheel, and quickly moved through the traffic while contacting Su Shaowei through his mobile phone. With his current mental strength of 108, his reaction speed is far beyond that of ordinary people. Even at a speed of 300 km per hour with its 10,000 horsepower fully unleashed, the tank can still maneuver flexibly through traffic. However, Su Ming's face was full of anxiety at this moment, because he had called Su Shaowei several times in a row, but the other party did not answer. For a while, bad thoughts kept popping up in his mind, and he was very panicked. Amid the roaring engine of Tank 10,000, Su Ming crossed the city and rushed into the wilderness in less than 10 minutes. Then, still at full speed, he rushed towards the hot spring town 30 kilometers away. Shaowei, you must be okay, you must be okay. After making 6 consecutive calls, no one answered. Su Ming gripped the steering wheel tighter and tighter. The steering wheel, which was specially reinforced to adapt to the strength of warriors, was left with deep fingerprints, but Su Ming was still unaware of it. Boom! 6 minutes later, the black SUV rushed into the hot spring town like a black phantom. Day. As soon as he rushed into the hot spring town, Su Ming discovered that ferocious beasts had already rushed into the town and started fighting with the warriors in the town. The soldiers and police officers stationed in the hot spring town also took out their firearms to resist the ferocious beasts that rushed into the town. Damn it! I should have agreed to come to the hot spring villa with Shaowei yesterday. With me by her side, at least I can protect her. Looking at the ferocious beasts that had rushed into the town, Su Ming's face became more and more gloomy. Although these ferocious beasts were only first-level beasts at present, and the highest was only at the peak of the first level, Su Shaowei was not even a warrior. Even if she encountered the weakest first-level beast, her life would be in danger. When Su Ming thought of the life and death crisis his sister was facing, he felt a sense of self-blame. As Su Ming became more and more excited, the temperature inside the SUV began to drop rapidly. The next moment. Squeaky, squeaky. Outside the off-road vehicle, countless ice cones as thick as an adult's arm suddenly appeared out of thin air. They shot towards the ferocious beasts that Su Ming could sense with his spiritual power around him like a rainstorm as the off-road vehicle passed. In an instant, in the area with a radius of 100 meters centered on the off-road vehicle, where the off-road vehicle sped through, Su Ming killed all the surrounding ferocious beasts accurately and quickly as if he was equipped with radar. Wherever the ice cone passed, the heads of all the ferocious beasts were instantly pierced, and their entire bodies were then quickly frozen. Su Ming seemed to want to vent all the emotions in his heart through these ice cones. Successfully killed the first stage early stage ferocious beast bloodthirsty rabbit, reinforcement point +1. Successfully killed the late stage first level beast blood fawn wolf, strengthening points +3. Successfully killed the first level mid stage ferocious beast poison claw raccoon, strengthening points +2. At the same time, kill notifications and information about reinforcement points arriving kept popping up on Su Ming's system panel. Hiss, that was a close call. He was almost killed. Which expert did this? Child, it's okay. The beast has been killed. Ice power, there are awakened ones coming to support us. Thank you for saving my life, benefactor. I am able to survive this time. When I return, I will definitely build a longevity tablet for you and worship it for generations to come. So powerful. He killed a peak-level first-order beast in an instant. This sir must be at least a late-stage second-order psychic. Quick, go support other areas. Just as Su Ming killed all the ferocious beasts along the way, the warriors, soldiers, and police officers who were fighting with the beasts were stunned, and then ecstatic. Those ordinary people who were being chased by ferocious beasts and were fleeing suddenly found that all the ferocious beasts chasing them were killed and frozen. Their legs went soft and they collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Although many people didn't know who saved them, they all knelt on the ground to express their gratitude to the people who saved their lives. However, after Su Ming killed these ferocious beasts along the way, his expression did not improve, but his eyes became even colder. Because as he rushed further north, he found that the ferocious beasts rushing into the town were getting stronger and stronger. A large number of late-stage first-level and peak-stage first-level ferocious beasts appeared, and even second-level ferocious beasts appeared. Faced with the ferocious beasts he saw along the way, Su Ming showed no mercy and used his supernatural powers to kill them instantly. Kill notifications continued to sound, and Su Ming's reinforcement points were increasing rapidly, but none of this could make Su Ming's mood any better. Laugh. Finally, 2 minutes after entering the hot spring town, Su Ming, driving the tank 10,000, stepped on the brakes in front of the gate of the hot spring villa. The black off-road vehicle drifted wildly, and the rear end of the car directly knocked away a first-stage late-stage ferocious beast, the blood fawn wolf, and stopped in front of the gate of the hot spring villa. The car door was kicked open with a bang, and Su Ming jumped down from the car. Holding the 100 forging spear, he instantly stabbed the blood fawn wolf that had just climbed up and was about to rush towards him. With a flick of his wrist, the blood fawn wolf's body was shaken into blood clots by a terrifying force. While easily killing the blood fawn wolf, Su Ming moved his mind, and the Renjin battle suit instantly wrapped around him, then turned into a dark golden light and rushed into the hot spring villa. It was not until Su Ming rushed into the hot spring villa that the fragments of the blood fawn wolf's body fell to the ground. Chapter 35 Underground Shelter. The hot spring villa was in a mess, with traces of ferocious beasts wreaking havoc everywhere. Not only that, there were many ferocious beasts destroying everything in the hot spring villa. Many ferocious beasts even fought each other in the hot spring villa because of their different races. When they saw Su Ming rushing in, these ferocious beasts were stunned at the sight of the dark golden figure, but then their eyes flashed with ferocity, and they roared and rushed towards Su Ming. Even the ferocious beasts that were fighting stopped at this moment and rushed towards Su Ming together. When facing humans, the goal of all ferocious beasts is very clear, and that is to kill. Humph, you're looking for death. Looking at the 30 or so first and second level ferocious beasts rushing towards him, Su Ming's eyes turned cold under his Renjin armor, and he clenched the 100 forging spear in both hands and swung it violently. The spear broke through the air. Even though it was just the most basic move, with Su Ming's nearly 2,000 points of health and energy, every spear he swung had the terrifying power of a full-strength attack from an early-stage third-level warrior. None of the ferocious beasts that rushed up were third-level beasts. Facing Su Ming's attack, they were no match for him and were all killed instantly by Su Ming with a single shot. Ouch! Roar! Gun shadows flew and ferocious beasts howled. In just a few breaths, more than 20 corpses of ferocious beasts lay beside Su Ming, half of which were second-level ferocious beasts. Without exception, all of these ferocious beasts were killed by Su Ming with a single shot. The remaining ferocious beasts were finally frightened by the terrifying strength displayed by Su Ming. They dared not move forward and turned around and fled, wailing. These ferocious beasts are all first-level ferocious beasts. Their strength is the worst among all the ferocious beasts that just besieged Su Ming. However, this time their weak strength and slow charge became the key to their survival. However, it only means living a little longer. Su Ming just glanced at these fleeing beasts indifferently, and with a thought, several ice cones condensed out of thin air, and then shot towards these beasts. The next second, they accurately pierced the foreheads of all the beasts and killed all the fleeing beasts. A series of kill notifications popped up from Su Ming's system, adding nearly 200 reinforcement points to Su Ming. After killing a large number of ferocious beasts near the entrance, Su Ming continued to rush into the hot spring villa. After a careful search along the way, Su Ming discovered that although the hot spring villa was messy, he did not see any human corpses. On the contrary, many ferocious beasts had already died in the hot spring villa before he arrived. A few seconds later, Su Ming stood beside the corpse of a second-stage mid-stage ferocious beast, the black line snake, with half of its head chopped off. Beside him were the other ferocious beasts he had killed lying in a mess. This second-level ferocious beast, the black line snake, was killed by someone with a sharp weapon. This shows that there is at least a second-level late-stage warrior in the hot spring villa. And we didn't see any human corpses in the hot spring villa. Maybe the situation isn't as bad as I thought. Looking at the corpse of the ferocious beast in front of him, Su Ming's eyes moved slightly, and the stone hanging in his heart fell a lot. Immediately, Su Ming took out his cell phone again and called Su Xiaowei. Beep, beep. Elder brother. This time, the phone rang for a while before it was finally connected, and the voice that Su Ming wanted to hear so much came from the phone. Xiaowei is fine. After hearing Su Xiaowei's voice, even though Su Xiaowei's voice was a little trembling at the moment, Su Ming finally felt relieved and a look of great joy appeared on his face. Su Ming took a deep breath and immediately said to Su Xiaowei on the other end of the phone, Xiaowei, the hot spring town is being ravaged by ferocious beasts. Where are you? I'm coming to find you right now. In the underground shelter at the hot spring villa, Su Xiaowei heard Su Ming's voice on the phone. Although her body was shaking with excitement, she changed her mind and shook her head. Brother, I'm in the underground shelter of the hot spring villa. My classmates are all here, along with the 2 instructors from the extreme martial arts school. We're safe for now. The hot spring villa is too dangerous right now, so please don't come over. As she spoke, Su Xiaowei turned around and glanced at the 2 middle-aged warriors beside her, her eyes becoming even more determined. At this moment, beside Su Xiaowei, 2 late-stage second-level warriors from the extreme martial arts hall were protecting her on the left and right, but both of them were injured and were now wrapped in bandages. These 2 people were warriors arranged by Jiang Lingchuan to secretly protect Su Xiaowei. If it weren't for these 2 late-stage second-level warriors, Su Xiaowei and the other people in the hot spring villa would have no chance of escaping into the underground shelter of the hot spring villa. Even so, the 2 late-stage second-level warriors still suffered serious injuries when facing the large number of ferocious beasts that poured into the hot spring villa. Although Su Xiaowei knew that Su Ming had become a warrior and possessed powerful abilities comparable to those of a late-stage second-level warrior, when she saw that the 2 late-stage second-level warriors around her were seriously injured, she did not want Su Ming to fall into danger in order to save her. I'm already at the hot spring villa. Tell me the location of the underground shelter and I'll be there right away. When Su Ming heard that Su Xiaowei was hiding in the underground shelter of the hot spring villa, he felt relieved and continued to ask. At the same time, he also began to search the hot spring villa quickly, trying to find the entrance to the underground shelter. What? You've already arrived at the hot spring villa? Brother, you must be careful. The hot spring villa is now full of ferocious beasts. When Su Xiaowei heard this, her voice unconsciously rose and a look of worry appeared on her face. The underground shelter is extremely quiet now. Everyone hides in the shelter and listens to the roars of ferocious beasts coming from outside, not daring to breathe. Su Xiaowei's cry immediately spread throughout the entire underground shelter, attracting everyone's attention. Su Xiaowei, what are you yelling about? Are you trying to attract the ferocious beast and kill everyone? At this time, Lu Yuqing immediately took advantage of the situation and questioned Su Xiaowei in a low voice. Her words immediately caused many people in the shelter to look at Su Xiaowei with anger. That's right, what's with all that bragging about your brother coming? That loser who was expelled from number 1 middle school is just here to feed the beasts outside. At this time, one of Lu Yuqing's best friends also started to mock her. However, Su Xiaowei didn't care about what the 2 said. At this moment, she was full of worry about Su Ming. She knew her brother would never lie to her. Since Su Ming said that he had arrived at the hot spring villa, he must have really arrived. Maybe he is looking for me outside now. There are so many ferocious beasts outside the hot spring villa, and one can imagine how dangerous Su Ming's situation is. Although Su Xiaowei did not respond to Lu Yuqing and the other person, the 2 second-stage late-stage warriors who had been guarding her suddenly turned their heads and looked at Lu Yuqing and the girl beside her when they heard her words. If you say another word, I'll tear your mouth apart. After saying that, the 2 of them glanced at the others who were glaring at Su Xiaowei. With cold eyes, they continued to scold, and you, if you dare to look at Miss Su like that again, I'll dig out your eyes. Chapter 36 Scarlet Tank. As the 2 men shouted angrily, the aura of second-level warriors suddenly released from their bodies. In addition, the ferocity with which they fought the ferocious beasts outside was witnessed by everyone, and everyone knew their strength and methods. After being scolded by the 2, everyone quickly lowered their heads. Only Lu Yuqing's face turned pale, and she stared at Su Xiaowei secretly, her face full of indignation. Why does Su Xiaowei have 2 such powerful people protecting her, and why are they so respectful to her? Any one of the 2 late-stage second-level warriors is stronger than everyone present. Even parents of wealthy second generations like Wen Xiaohua and Xia He need to treat such strong men with courtesy when they meet them. But these strong people just happened to protect Su Xiaowei so much, just like Su Xiaowei's slaves. This made her rack her brains to figure out what went wrong. Everyone, please be patient. The gate of my underground shelter was built at great expense. Even a peak-level second-tier beast can't destroy it at all, unless it's attacked by a third-tier beast. So everyone is safe here. Just wait quietly for rescue. At this time, a middle-aged man with a big belly came out and said, patting his chest. This person is the owner of the hot spring villa, Wen Xiaohua's father, Wen Guodong. Boom! However, just as he finished speaking, there was a loud noise from the front door. At the same time, the entire underground shelter seemed to tremble. Everyone's attention was instantly attracted by the sudden roar. They all looked towards the gate and saw that the heavy alloy door was actually dented by an unknown existence outside. Dad, didn't you say we were safe in the underground shelter? This. Next to Wen Guodong, Wen Xiaohua looked at the deformed door and his face turned pale. 3. A third-level ferocious beast. The one outside is a third-level ferocious beast. I've had someone test this door. Only a third-level warrior's attack can shake it. Now, this collision has caused such a huge dent. The beast outside is probably a mid-third level beast. Looking at the deformed door, Wen Guodong's eyes suddenly widened, and his face no longer had the calm expression as before. This guy, is his mouth bright? On the side, 2 late-stage second-level warriors from the extreme martial arts school heard Wen Guodong's words and immediately gave each other a speechless look. At the same time, a look of urgency and panic appeared on both of their faces. A third-stage mid-stage ferocious beast could kill them instantly. Once they broke through the gate and killed their way in, none of them would be able to escape. Immediately, the two looked at Su Xiaowei and said with the last glimmer of hope, Miss Su, please ask young Master Su if the owner and the others have arrived? They all knew that Su Ming was a core member of the extreme martial arts school. Given Jiang Lingchuan's importance to Su Ming, if he knew that Su Ming was coming to the hot spring villa, he would definitely not sit idly by. Moreover, in their opinion, although Su Ming had unlimited potential, he was ultimately just a student who had not yet taken the martial arts exam. It was impossible for him to rush to the hot spring villa alone and have the leisure to call Su Xiaowei. It's not that they don't want to call other strong men in the extreme martial arts school to come to the rescue, but the signal in the underground shelter of this hot spring villa is very poor and they can't contact the outside world at all. If Su Ming had not been nearby, it would have been impossible to get through to Su Xiaowei. Yeah, I'll ask my brother. When Su Xiaowei heard this, she thought of something. Her eyes lit up immediately and she nodded quickly. Then she asked Su Ming again. Master Jiang, I came here alone. Okay, I heard the noise just now. It was so loud. I know where you are hiding now. I'm coming over now. After hearing Su Xiaowei's question, Su Ming's voice came from the phone. Although Su Xiaowei did not amplify the sound, everyone in the shelter was frightened by the sound of the collision and was silent. You could hear a pin drop in the entire shelter. Although Su Ming's voice was low, it reached the ears of everyone present. After hearing Su Ming's answer, everyone couldn't help but show a look of despair on their faces. Boom! At this moment, there was another deafening roar at the gate. The entire gate was deeply dented by the impact this time, and even the gap in the middle could reveal part of the figures of the ferocious beasts outside. Judging from the situation, if it hits again, the door will be knocked open by the ferocious beast outside. Su Xiaowei, it's all because of you. Those third-level beasts outside were attracted by your shout just now. Now everyone is dead. Looking at the deformed gate, a desperate sneer with a hint of madness suddenly came from the crowd. It came from Lu Yuqing's mouth. When everyone present heard Lu Yuqing's words, their faces darkened and the despair on their faces became even more intense. Seeing the gap in the shelter door, everyone couldn't help but get agitated and kept pushing towards the back of the shelter, as if doing so could increase their sense of security. At this moment, the 2 second-level warriors from the extreme martial arts hall no longer bothered to scold Lu Yuqing. They flashed and drew their weapons regardless of their injuries, standing in front of Su Xiaowei. The task Jiang Lingchuan gave them was to protect Su Xiaowei at all costs. At this moment, they must protect Su Xiaowei even if they die. If the third-level ferocious beast breaks in, even if they are defeated, they must die before Su Xiaowei. Boom! As the last roar sounded, the next moment, the heavy alloy door collapsed to the ground under the horrified gaze of everyone. Then, a giant wild boar as big as a tank, covered with scarlet hair and with tusks more than 1 meter long in its mouth appeared in everyone's sight. Level 3 beast, Scarlet Tank. This physique is definitely mid-stage 3, even close to late stage 3. When they saw the huge wild boar that almost filled the shelter's gate, the pupils of the two warriors from the extreme martial arts school suddenly shrank. Feeling the fierce aura released from the other party, their hands holding the weapons could not help but tremble slightly. Plop! Plop! At the same time, inside the underground shelter, when the others saw that it was such a terrifying beast that knocked down the shelter door, most of them felt their legs go weak and they collapsed to the ground. Among them are Lu Yuqing and others. It's actually a scarlet tank. It's over, it's all over. When Guodong obviously also knew the scarlet tank. When he saw that it was such a ferocious beast that broke open the door of his shelter, all his fat trembled. He looked forward with a pale face, kept muttering to himself, and his eyes were full of despair. Chapter 37 Battle in the middle stage of the third level. Huff! Huff! On the opposite side, after the scarlet tank knocked open the heavy door, it saw the human figures in the underground shelter. Its eyes suddenly turned red with excitement, and streams of white heat came out of its nostrils with every breath. Its gaze first locked onto the two late-stage second-level warriors from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in the front. The two late-stage second-level warriors had the highest chi and blood among all the people present. The ferocious beasts also preferred to devour warriors with higher chi and blood, so that the ferocious beasts could gain greater benefits. Ouch! With a roar, the scarlet tank rushed towards the two late-stage second-level warriors from the Extreme Martial Arts School. Despite its huge size, its speed was not slow at all. It rushed through the gate in an instant and rushed into the shelter. Feeling the immense pressure of the scarlet tanks rushing towards them, the two late-stage second-order warriors felt like a small boat in a storm, which could be overturned at any time, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness in their hearts. Facing the mid-stage third-order scarlet tanks, their strength was still too weak. Let us fight. Kill. However, both of them knew that they would surely die if facing the scarlet tank, but they did not retreat at all. Instead, with madness in their eyes, they advanced instead and attacked the scarlet tank. The two of them were chosen by Jiang Lingchuan to protect Su Xiaowei, so they are naturally the best in all aspects. Since they have accepted the task of protecting Su Xiaowei, they will complete this task with their lives. Crash. However, just as the two took a step forward, a thick ice wall suddenly appeared, blocking their way. Seeing this, the two men hurriedly stopped and looked at the ice wall in front of them in surprise and confusion that blocked their way. At the same time, in front of the scarlet tank, similar ice walls suddenly appeared, blocking the scarlet tank. The scarlet tank, unable to avoid it, directly crashed into the first ice wall. The first ice wall only blocked the scarlet tank for a moment before it was smashed to pieces. The next moment, the huge body of the scarlet tank continued to rush towards the ice wall in front with powerful inertia. Bang bang bang! After smashing through 5 thick ice walls in a row, the scarlet tank finally stopped, and was only separated from the two late-stage second-level warriors from the Extreme Martial Arts Hall by a wall. At this moment, the two second-level warriors from the Extreme Martial Arts School saw the stopped scarlet tank through the ice wall in front of them. They shook their heads, which were a little dizzy from the collision, and then turned to look behind them. Behind it, a dark golden figure wrapped in a dark golden battlesuit appeared in the eyes of the ferocious beast and the people on the other side of the wall. Awakener. Judging by the power of this ability, the opponent should be a third-level Awakener. Behind the ice wall, two late-stage second-level warriors from the Extreme Martial Arts School reached out and punched the ice wall in front of them. They looked through the ice wall at the dark golden figure outside the ice wall, and a glint of surprise flashed in their eyes. A third-level Awakener, possessing such a powerful ice ability, his strength is definitely not inferior to that of the scarlet tank. They are saved. Strong, a strong man is coming to save us. Great. Great. At this time, after seeing this scene, the other people behind the ice wall also showed a look of surviving a disaster, and shouted loudly with excitement on their faces. Humph. Outside the ice wall, Scarlet Tank exhaled a stream of scorching white mist from his nostrils, and his pair of scarlet eyes stared at the dark golden figure that suddenly appeared in front of him, his eyes full of solemnity. At this moment, it ignored the cheers coming from behind it, and all its attention was focused on Su Ming. Because it felt a huge pressure from Su Ming, which made it dare not underestimate Su Ming in the slightest. Die, you beast. Su Ming faced the Scarlet Tank that was more than 10 times his size. He glanced at Su Xiaowei, who was safe and sound behind the ice wall, and then turned his attention back to the Scarlet Tank. A cold and stern voice came from under the Renjin battlesuit, and the next moment, Su Ming took the first step. He held the 100 forging spear tightly in both hands, took a step forward, and suddenly unleashed the perfect cloud-breaking spear. The tip of the gun exploded with 5 times the combat power, close to 100,000 calories, and pierced the head of the Scarlet Tank. Roar! The Scarlet Tank also felt the terrifying power of Su Ming's attack, and the sharp edge of the spear in Su Ming's hand made it even more nervous. He did not dare to underestimate the enemy at all and immediately let out a roar. He stomped his limbs on the ground, aimed his sharp white fangs at Su Ming, and rushed out suddenly, attacking instead of defending. Boom! The two were moving at extremely fast speeds, and they collided with each other in an instant. The Scarlet Tank's white fangs and Su Ming's 100 forging spear collided, and a roar of metal collision erupted. The violent collision squeezed the surrounding air, causing a loud bang and sending a gust of wind rushing in all directions. Again and again. Sparks suddenly flashed where the fangs touched the tip of the spear, and a huge recoil force was transmitted along the 100 forging spear in Su Ming's hand to his body, forcing him to take a half step back. Boom, boom, boom. However, the huge body of the Scarlet Tank was directly shaken back more than 10 meters by this blow, and its feet made a dull sound when they stepped on the ground. The first collision clearly revealed the superiority of both sides. Humph. Having fallen into a disadvantage in the first confrontation, the Scarlet Tank let out a muffled groan and looked at Su Ming, its huge eyes filled with solemnity and horror. It is extremely confident in its own strength. Even among the late Third Order ferocious beasts, few can compete with it head-on. But at this moment, it was knocked back more than 10 meters by Su Ming's move. In contrast, Su Ming on the opposite side only retreated half a step. After this test, Scarlet Tank instinctively thought that Su Ming's current strength was greater than his, and he became even more wary of Su Ming. But it didn't know that Su Ming's true strength was much weaker than its own. The reason why he only retreated half a step in the previous duel and gained the advantage was all thanks to the Renjin battlesuit. Even when facing an attack from a late-stage Third Order ferocious beast, the Renjin armor can reduce the opponent's damage by 70%. Although the Scarlet Tank is close to the late third stage, and its explosive power is no less than that of an ordinary late third stage beast, it is weakened by the Renjin battlesuit on Su Ming, and Su Ming has the advantage. After my chi and blood surged, my physical fitness has become much stronger. Even when facing the impact of a Stage 3 mid-stage Scarlet Tank, I can still keep my balance. Unlike before when I only had a few hundred chi and blood, even with the support of the Renjin battlesuit, I would still be knocked away by a Stage 3 early stage beast. Although swallowing the 3-leaf purple blood fruit was risky, judging by the result, it was all worth it. Come again. Su Ming looked at the Scarlet Tank's vigilant look, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, moved his feet, and once again used the broken cloud spear martial arts with the 100 forging spear in his hand to continue fighting with the Scarlet Tank. Chapter 38. The mysterious strong man is actually Su Ming. So strong. He can actually suppress a Scarlet Tank that's nearing the late third stage with just his physical body. This is at least a late stage Third Order warrior. A warrior with the strength of a late third stage warrior and a mid third stage ice type ability. Does Linjiang City have such a person? Could this be a master who lives in seclusion in the hot spring town? Behind the ice wall, 2 late stage second level extreme martial arts school warriors watched as Su Ming, with one gun, forced the Scarlet Tank, known for its strength and defense, to retreat step by step. They looked at each other and saw the horror and confusion in each other's eyes. He has the physical combat power to force back the Scarlet Tank, and the power of ice ability is not weaker than that of the mid-third stage. If such a strong man were in Linjiang City, he would definitely be ranked among the top 20 strong men. If the other party is a strong man in Linjiang City, with such strength, it is absolutely impossible for him to be unknown. But they have been in Linjiang City for so many years, but have never heard of such a person in Linjiang City. At this moment, they think that the other party may be the master who lives in seclusion in the hot spring town. Even the 2 late second stage warriors were so shocked. The employees of the hot spring villa who were not even warriors behind them and the students in Su Xiaowei's class were even more shocked at this moment. Who on earth is this person? He's so powerful that he can actually suppress such a terrifying beast. Although I can't see his face clearly, he will be my idol from now on. Great, with such a master here, we are saved. When will I become such a strong man and fight against a third-level beast? A group of young men watched the battle in front of them closely through the ice wall. They couldn't help but clench their fists, with a strange light in their eyes. Watching the battle between the strong and the ferocious beasts at such a close distance today will be an experience that many people will never forget in their lives. It is also the most intense battle that many people can encounter in their lifetime. Puff! Under the excited gaze of the crowd, Su Ming had fought with Scarlet Tank for hundreds of rounds. Finally, he found an opportunity and stabbed Scarlet Tank in the neck with a gun. When he pulled out the gun, the tip of the gun brought up a puff of blood that gushed out from the blood hole in Scarlet Tank's neck. Ouch! After being stabbed by Su Ming's spear, the Scarlet Tank screamed in pain due to the severe pain of the spear tearing through its flesh. Blood gushed out from the neck continuously like a blood fountain. Feeling the loss of a large amount of blood, Scarlet Tank looked at Su Ming with no fighting spirit in his eyes. The muscles in his neck tightened quickly, suppressing the blood gushing out of the wound, and then he ran towards the only exit of the shelter without looking back. It knew that its neck was severely injured. If it continued to fight with Su Ming, it would surely die at Su Ming's hands. Still want to run? Su Ming looked at the Scarlet Tank that turned and fled, a cold look flashed in his eyes, and an idea came to his mind. As his voice fell, without any movement on his part, the temperature at the entrance of the shelter dropped rapidly, and thick ice walls suddenly appeared, sealing the entire door of the shelter. Even if the Scarlet Tank launched a fierce attack, it could only break through a few thick ice walls and was powerless to continue. Su Ming saw that the Scarlet Tank had slowed down, and he had another idea. Snap! 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 The ground under the Scarlet Tank's feet was covered with a layer of solid ice, and its limbs were frozen by layers of ice, making it unable to move. Roar! Seeing that its limbs were frozen, the Scarlet Tank roared and exerted force with its limbs, shattering all the ice covering its limbs. After breaking the ice on its limbs, the Scarlet Tank rushed towards the ice wall blocking the way ahead and continued to escape. But even with just one of them, Su Ming had already killed it from behind with the 100 forging spear in hand, and used the cloud-breaking spear with all his strength, unleashing a combat power of 100,000 cards. A flash of cold light passed by, and the tip of the 100 forged spear, with its unmatched sharpness, suddenly pierced into the weak spot on the back of the Scarlet Tank. The spear penetrated into the body of the Scarlet Tank. Su Ming's blood and energy burst out and spun violently. The spear immediately turned the body of the Scarlet Tank upside down. The pain of ruptured internal organs far exceeded the pain of having the flesh and blood on the neck torn by the spear. Su Ming's attack caused the Scarlet Tank to completely lose its combat effectiveness. Its huge body fell to the ground with a bang, and it was in excruciating pain. Its body twisted wildly and let out shrill screams. Die! With one blow, the Scarlet Tank was severely damaged. Su Ming seized the opportunity, drew out his spear, and appeared in front of the Scarlet Tank in a flash. He burst out with all his energy and blood, and suddenly attacked with another full-strength cloud-breaking spear. Phew! The sound of flesh tearing was heard, and the next moment, the 100 forging spear pierced into the Scarlet Tank's head. The spear was pulled out, causing red and white objects to fly out. After this blow, Scarlet Tank's body twitched rapidly for a few seconds, then its limbs suddenly straightened, and it finally died completely. Successfully killed the level 3 mid-stage beast Scarlet Tank, strengthening points plus 250. The fall of the Scarlet Tank also provided Su Ming with 250 reinforcement points. This was the most reinforcement points Su Ming had ever obtained in a single time. It also indirectly confirmed the powerful strength of this Scarlet Tank. It was definitely the most powerful beast Su Ming had encountered since he became a warrior. After getting rid of the Scarlet Tank, Su Ming snapped his fingers, and the huge ice wall blocking Su Xiaowei and others instantly turned into blue light spots in the sky and disappeared. Under the gaze of everyone, Su Ming walked straight towards Su Xiaowei and first came to the two extreme martial arts school warriors who were blocking Su Xiaowei. Thank you for your help, and please let us know your name. The Extreme Martial Arts School will reward you handsomely. Seeing Su Ming coming in front of them, the two warriors from the Extreme Martial Arts School hurriedly clasped their fists and spoke to Su Ming with an extremely respectful attitude. However, the next words of the person in front of them made the two of them stunned. I want to thank you. Thanks to your help in taking care of my sister, I was able to arrive in time. Su Ming cancelled the combat mode of his Renjin battlesuit, revealing his face, and looked at the two second-level warriors in front of him with a smile. From the weapons in the hands of the two men, he knew that the ferocious beasts in the hot spring villa were killed by them. In addition, the other party's behavior of blocking Su Xiaowei and just saying that they were from the Extreme Martial Arts School, he guessed that the other party must be the warrior arranged by Jian Lingchuan to protect Su Xiaowei. For a moment, Su Ming felt even more grateful to Jian Lingchuan. Su. Young Master Su. It was not until they heard Su Ming's words that the two of them suddenly looked up. After seeing Su Ming's face clearly, they both widened their eyes and exclaimed in disbelief. Before this, they could never have imagined that the mysterious strong man who could kill the Scarlet Tank would be Su Ming. Chapter 39 The principal of No. 1 Middle School must have a problem with his brain. Elder brother. Just as the two people in the extreme martial arts hall were still immersed in the shock of Su Ming's powerful strength, Su Xiaowei's surprised cry sounded behind them. She rushed past the two of them and came to Su Ming. She was surprised and looked Su Ming up and down with concern. "Brother, are you okay? Are you hurt?" "I'm very strong now, so I can't be injured." Seeing Su Xiaowei's concerned look, Su Ming smiled and patted his chest. Then he looked at Su Xiaowei and said, "You, on the other hand, are you not injured?" "No, Uncle Zhang and Uncle Li protected me very well." Su Xiaowei quickly shook her head, then looked at the two middle-aged warriors from the extreme martial arts school next to her. Su Ming nodded and said, "Thank you both very much." Then he looked at the two warriors beside him, bowed slightly, and expressed his sincere gratitude. "Ha ha, Master Su is too polite. We are just following the instructions of the owner. This is what we should do." Yes, if Mr. Su really wants to thank someone, he should also thank the owner. The two of them reacted this time and quickly waved their hands with a smile, while not forgetting to mention Jiang Lingchuan. "I will definitely go to Master Zhang's house in person to express my gratitude." Su Ming nodded slightly after hearing this, then glanced at the crimson tank lying at the doorway. He then said, "You two, I'll leave that crimson tank to you. Please don't refuse." "Ha ha ha, then we won't be polite." When the two heard this and saw the determination in Su Ming's eyes, they did not refuse and nodded happily. After saying that, the two of them stepped forward and began to deal with the body of the scarlet tank. The scarlet tank in front of them was already close to the late third stage, and the materials on its body were of great value to them, the second-level warriors. Even if the two of them divided all the materials on the scarlet tank equally, it would still be worth as much as the materials they obtained from hunting the second-level ferocious beasts in the cave for half a month at the risk of their lives. "Xiaowei, you stay here first. There are still many ferocious beasts outside. I will go out and kill them." After seeing the two of them dealing with the body of Scarlet Tank, Su Ming did not stay in the underground shelter, but spoke to Su Xiaowei. "There are quite a few ferocious beasts breaking into the hot spring town now. If he kills more of them, fewer people will die in the hot spring town. Moreover, even in the cave, it was rare for him to encounter so many ferocious beasts. This was a rare opportunity to earn enhancement points." In just a few minutes, when he fought his way to the hot spring villa, he gained more than 1,000 reinforcement points, which was the number of points he could only collect in a whole day in the past. "Yeah, bro, be careful." After seeing Su Ming's powerful strength, Su Xiaowei did not stop him, but nodded, and at the same time reminded Su Ming with concern. "Don't worry." Su Ming cast a confident look at Su Xiaowei, and then with a thought, the Renjin battle suit wrapped his whole body again, and the whole person turned into a dark golden stream of light and rushed out of the underground shelter. In the passage leading to the outside world from the underground shelter, wherever Su Ming passed, ice walls condensed, blocking the passage of the underground shelter layer by layer. Dozens of ice walls blocked the passage, and no beast other than a level 3 ferocious beast could break through these ice walls. Kill! No longer worried about Su Xiaowei's safety, Su Ming rushed out of the underground shelter and came to the ground. He took a look at the ferocious beasts wandering around, shouted softly, and his figure flashed as he quickly moved around the hot spring villa. The 100 forging spear combined with his ice ability instantly killed the nearby ferocious beasts. In less than 2 minutes, all the ferocious beasts in the hot spring villa were slaughtered by Su Ming. After getting rid of the ferocious beasts in the hot spring villa, Su Ming used the hot spring villa as the center and attacked the ferocious beasts farther away. Under Su Ming's full-strength killing, the system's reinforcement points also accumulated rapidly at an extremely fast speed. "Xiaowei, is he your brother? Your brother is so strong. He's amazing." In the underground shelter, Xiaohe, who had survived the disaster, came to Su Xiaowei and looked at the layers of ice walls left outside the shelter to block the ferocious beasts. Her beautiful eyes were full of stars and admiration. Su Ming was a senior high school student at Linjiang No. 1 Middle School. He was only 2 years older than her, but he already possessed the terrifying strength to kill a third-level ferocious beast. Now she finally understood why Su Ming became a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts School. Just based on Su Ming's talent, not to mention the Extreme Martial Arts School, even the No. 1 ranked Xinsha Martial Arts School would be scrambling to recruit Su Ming as a core member of the school. Seeing her best friend gradually becoming infatuated, Su Xiaowei smiled and said, "I don't know either. Before today, I saw my brother show off his strength once, during the test at the Extreme Martial Arts Arena. And he went to the Extreme Martial Arts Arena for the test after beating Lin Tian the night before. But at that time, my brother's strength seemed to be equivalent to that of a late-stage second-level warrior. Now it seems that my brother still hid a lot of his strength during the test at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall the night before last. Thinking of the strength Su Ming had shown during the test at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall the night before and the strength he had just shown, Su Xiaowei couldn't help but shake her head, thinking that her brother was really good at hiding his abilities. Xia He heard Su Xiaowei's answer and nodded in agreement. That was Su Xiaowei's brother Su Ming just now. Isn't he too strong? I really envy Su Xiaowei for having such an amazing brother. Ah, Su Xiaowei's brother just now is so handsome, I love him so much. Tian Wenjing, didn't you say before that Su Ming was expelled from number 1 middle school? How could such a monstrous genius like Su Ming be expelled? Where did you hear this fake news? Humph, it's not fake news. My cousin is in number 1 middle school and is in the same class as Su Ming. He said it himself, so it can't be wrong. Su Ming's current strength is enough to guarantee him the top spot in the Jiangnan province martial arts examination, but he was expelled from number 1 middle school. I wonder what the principal of number 1 middle school was thinking. I think the principal of number 1 middle school has a mental problem. He must have been caught in a door or kicked by a donkey. Hee, if you haven't had a cerebral thrombosis for 10 years, you wouldn't be able to do such a ridiculous thing. Not that little. Heh, isn't there someone among our classmates who has a brain similar to the principal of number 1 middle school? Not far away, Su Xiaowei's other classmates were also discussing Su Ming enthusiastically. After talking about Su Ming being expelled from number 1 middle school, everyone was extremely contemptuous of the number 1 middle school principal, Wang Jinghua. At the same time, many people looked at a figure in the corner of the shelter with strange eyes. Lu Yuqing, who had been targeting Su Xiaowei, now stopped and squatted quietly in the corner, not daring to look at Su Xiaowei again. Now, she felt the strange looks from her classmates and wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Chapter 40 Massacre, Skyrocketing Reinforcement Points. Achoo! In the training room of the martial arts class of number 1 middle school, Wang Jinghua suddenly sneezed. What's going on? Why do I keep sneezing uncontrollably lately? Who's cursing me behind my back? Wang Jinghua rubbed his nose, shook his head with a puzzled look on his face, and then looked at a figure sweating profusely in the training room. In the training room, Lin Manman, wearing a black training uniform, continuously performed difficult moves, which was the martial artist's method of bodybuilding. Lin Manman's bodybuilding method is different from the D-level bodybuilding method Rising Sun that Su Ming had learned before. It is a C-level bodybuilding method prepared for him by the Lin family. However, although Lin Manman and Lin Daoyuan both have the surname Lin, they have no relationship. A few minutes later, after Lin Manman finished practicing the entire set of movements, she walked to the qi and blood tester beside her to check her qi and blood. Soon, the blood and qi tester showed a value of 93. Seeing this, Wang Jinghua smiled and walked forward, saying to Lin Manman, based on your current qi and blood growth rate, you will be able to raise your qi and blood to 100 points in the remaining few days and become a second-level warrior. Of course, my suggestion is that you focus on improving your spiritual cultivation these days. Your C-level fire ability, Prairie Blaze, is a top-tier C-level ability with powerful destructive power, increasing combat power by up to 11 times. Although your current spiritual power is only 40 points, with the combat power increase of the Liaoyuan ability, you can exert a combat power of 4,400 calories, which is enough to defeat a mid-level second-level warrior. If you can raise your mental strength to 45 points in the last few days before the exam, combined with your martial arts prowess, you will be able to surpass all the other candidates in Linjiang City. But your goal isn't to take first place in Linjiang City. Your goal is to reach the top 50 in Jiangnan province, to bring honor to number 1 middle school in Linjiang City. That way, all my special training for you over the past month will be worthwhile. After the awakening ceremony, Wang Jinghua had already investigated the awakening of all students in the 7 high schools in Linjiang City. In the past few days, I have also learned about the top students in several high schools in Linjiang City. Among the senior high school students who took the martial arts exam in Linjiang City this year, Lin Manman's strength was much stronger than the others, and it was a foregone conclusion that she would take first place in Linjiang City. During this period, Wang Jinghua also discovered that Chen Jingwen secretly asked someone to arrange for Su Ming to study at Linjiang No. 7 Middle School, but he did not care. In his opinion, Su Ming, who had not awakened any special abilities, even if his blood and qi were not weak, with the financial support of No. 7 Middle School, he would at most be a first-level warrior in the martial arts examination. Moreover, he learned that Su Ming had not been to school once since he entered No. 7 Middle School. In his opinion, Su Ming had given up on himself and was not a cause for concern. Don't worry, Principal. I will never let you down. After hearing Wang Jingguo's words, Lin Manman immediately nodded, with a proud look on her face. Ha, okay. Upon hearing this, Wang Jingguo nodded repeatedly with a big smile on his face. Hot Spring Town. Su Ming was clearing out the ferocious beasts around the hot spring villa when suddenly a dozen fighter planes flew over his head, heading towards the north of the hot spring town. Su Ming was attracted by the fighter planes flying overhead. Looking up, he saw the missiles mounted under the wings of these fighter planes bombarding the distant mountains and forests. Boom boom boom. Violent explosions were heard, and mushroom clouds of fire rose into the sky. A powerful airwave was set off in the air, and a strong wind with the smell of gunpowder and burning smell was blown in all directions. Even though Su Ming was more than 10 kilometers away, he could still feel the ground shaking from the missile bombing. Soon after, he felt strong gusts of wind blowing towards him. After this round of fighter bombing, intensive gunfire and artillery fire were heard in the distant mountains and forests, and it was obvious that ground troops had also provided support. The firepower of modern technology is still fierce. Even a 4th-level beast would be doomed under this firepower. I wonder what level of skill one must reach to be able to ignore the attacks of these modern weapons. After feeling the powerful firepower of modern weapons, Su Ming looked at the several mushroom-shaped flames rising from the north, his eyes flashing with brilliance. At this moment, a 2nd-level ferocious beast, the shadow leopard, took advantage of the fact that Su Ming was staring at the flames in the distance, and suddenly pounced out from behind Su Ming, its sharp claws going straight for the back of Su Ming's head. Puff! However, Su Ming did not even turn his head. An ice spike suddenly fell from the sky and pierced into the back of the shadow leopard's neck, knocking its body down from mid-air and nailing it to the ground only 2 meters away from Su Ming's back. The shadow leopard struggled violently for a few times and then stopped completely. Successfully killed the 2nd-level early-stage beast Shadow Panther, strengthening points +10. Su Ming didn't even glance at the shadow leopard behind him and continued to wander around the hot spring villa. Every time a gun shadow flashed by, it could take the life of a ferocious beast. The hot spring villa is located in the center of the hot spring town, and it is built on a flattened hillside. From its high vantage point, Su Ming can see the general situation of the hot spring town now. At this moment, many warriors from Linjiang City have come to support the hot spring town, including some 3rd-level strongmen. These warriors, in cooperation with the warriors and guards of the hot spring town, have already taken the situation under control. In addition, the fighter planes had just carried out a round of bombing in the direction where the ferocious beasts rushed out from the north. Without the subsequent influx of ferocious beasts, the number of ferocious beasts in the hot spring town began to decrease rapidly. After about 5 minutes, Su Ming stopped. There were not many surviving ferocious beasts in the entire hot spring town, and all the ferocious beasts inside and outside the hot spring villa were killed by Su Ming. Strength points, 9,735. This battle yielded quite a lot. In just 10 minutes, I gained over 7,000 enhancement points, which is equivalent to my income from the past week. After the situation stabilized, Su Ming looked at the strengthening points he had accumulated in this battle, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After closing the attribute panel, Su Ming put away his Renjin battlesuit, turned back to the hot spring villa, and walked towards the underground shelter. Master Jiang? As Su Ming arrived at the underground shelter passage, he saw a familiar figure rushing towards the shelter like him. It was Jiang Lingchuan, the owner of the Extreme Martial Arts School. However, at this moment, Jiang Lingchuan no longer had the calmness, dignity and self-possession that Su Ming had seen him in the past. Instead, his hair was disheveled, and there were many bloodstains on his combat uniform, making him look a little disheveled. Su Ming knew at a glance that Jiang Lingchuan must have just experienced a great battle. However, Jiang Lingchuan was a 4th-rank warrior, one of the strongest men in the entire Linjiang city. Su Ming was very curious about what kind of battle could have made him so embarrassed. Chapter 41 Strange Beast. Su Ming? Jiang Lingchuan turned around when he heard Su Ming's voice from behind, his face filled with surprise. He then asked in astonishment, "Why are you here?" "I happened to hear the news at the Warrior Association that a new underground cave had appeared in the hot spring town. My sister was also at the hot spring villa, so I rushed over." As Su Ming approached Jiang Lingchuan, he briefly explained why he was there. "I see." Su Ming's answer made Jiang Lingchuan look understanding. "No, that's not right. Su Ming, why is your blood so strong?" But soon, he realized something was wrong. He looked at Su Ming suddenly, and after sensing him carefully, his pupils suddenly contracted. Su Ming had just killed a large number of ferocious beasts nearby, and the restless energy and blood in his body had not yet subsided. With Jiang Lingchuan's strength, if it weren't for the heavy consumption in the previous battle, he should have noticed the energy and blood in Su Ming's body had increased several times compared to yesterday when he saw Su Ming for the first time. I luckily found a 3-leaf purple blood fruit in cave number 2 this morning. I swallowed it, and that's how my qi and blood increased so much. Seeing Jiang Lingchuan's appearance at the moment, Su Ming did not hide anything. Hiss. Are you saying you swallowed the 3-leaf purple blood fruit directly? That's a top-level 4th-tier treasure, and you didn't burst? However, after Jiang Lingchuan heard Su Ming's answer, he took a deep breath. The shock in his heart was even stronger than when he just discovered that Su Ming's blood and energy were surging. As a top-level 4th-grade natural treasure, the energy contained in the 3-leaf purple blood fruit is extremely violent. Even a 3rd-grade peak warrior with a blood and qi close to 10,000 needs to be cautious when taking it. But Su Ming's qi and blood last night were only about 500. With a physical strength of 500 qi and blood, he swallowed the 3-leaf purple blood fruit raw and did not explode to death. This was simply a miracle. To be honest with Master Jiang, I almost burst today. It was pure luck that I survived. Looking at Jiang Lingchuan's expression, Su Ming was not surprised at the other party's reaction. After all, if it weren't for the S-level supernatural power that saved his life at the last moment, he would have died under the violent energy of the 3-leaf purple blood fruit. Even now, when Su Ming recalled the situation at that time, he still felt a little scared. Another lucky break. Jiang Lingchuan's mouth twitched slightly, but looking at the frightened look on Su Ming's face, he knew that Su Ming was not lying. Master Jiang, you look like this now. Did you just go to the newly appeared cave in the north to resist the ferocious beast? Looking at Jiang Lingchuan's expression, Su Ming did not let him continue to ask about his situation, but instead asked about the doubts in his heart. Not bad. Jiang Lingchuan nodded. Su Ming muttered to himself, as expected, and then continued to ask, did Pavilion Master Jiang encounter a 4th-level ferocious beast, which is why he is like this? However, Jiang Lingchuan shook his head and gave a reply that was beyond Su Ming's expectations. It's not a 4th-level beast, but a 3rd-level peak beast. Su Ming was shocked when he heard this and asked hurriedly, strange beast? What is that? It's so amazing that it can make you, a mid-4th stage gym leader, so embarrassed at the peak of the 3rd stage. This was the first time Su Ming had heard the term strange beast. Before, he only knew about ferocious beasts and had never heard of the existence of strange beasts. Seeing the puzzled look on Su Ming's face, Jiang Lingchuan began to explain things to Su Ming. The so-called exotic beasts are actually just another name for special beasts. Exotic beasts are beasts that possess various special talents and abilities. You can think of it as the same special existence that the exotic beasts are among the fierce beasts, just as the awakened ones are among the warriors. What I encountered before the cave entrance was a mountain-shaking ape that possessed a special innate ability. Although it was only at the peak of the 3rd level, it possessed the innate ability called Blood Rage. The Blood Burst ability allowed that peak-level 3rd-order mountain-shaking ape to increase its physical fitness several times in a short period of time. Its speed, defense, and strength were all comprehensively improved. Its combat power skyrocketed in a short period of time, becoming in no way inferior to that of a mid-level 4th-order beast. That beast was truly cunning. When he first saw I was a 4th-level warrior, he didn't unleash his talent immediately. Instead, after getting close to me, he took advantage of my contempt and unleashed his talent instantly, causing me quite a bit of trouble. If I hadn't been ambushed by that cunning beast and injured first, I wouldn't have let that guy fight me for so long even if he used his bloodthirsty talent. It's a pity that I couldn't kill that beast myself. After saying that, Jiang Lingchuan pointed to an obviously damaged area on his combat uniform on his chest, revealing a wound that was still oozing blood despite being treated with medicine, with a hint of indignation in his eyes. Obviously, he was still brooding over the peak level 3 mountain-shaking ape that had injured him, and he wished he could kill the ape with his own hands. I remember that when I killed a ferocious beast, the Deep Blue system not only allowed me to gain enhancement points, but also plundered the beast's supernatural powers. Could it be that the talent the gym owner mentioned is the ferocious beast's supernatural power? The Blood Rage talent instantly increases my physical fitness several times. If I can obtain the mountain-shaking ape's talent through the system, and combine it with the explosive combat power of martial arts, wouldn't my physical combat power increase significantly? I don't know if that mountain-shaking ape is dead or not. It would be best if it's not dead, but was seriously injured by the military's artillery attack. Then I can kill it and plunder its supernatural powers, hee. After listening to Jiang Lingchuan's description, Su Ming was shocked by the strength of the 3rd-level peak mountain-shaking ape. At the same time, he thought of the Deep Blue System's ability to plunder the supernatural powers of ferocious beasts, and his heart was burning with excitement. He has killed no less than 1,000 ferocious beasts during this period, but he has not encountered any ferocious beast with natural talents, and the system has never plundered the so-called superpowers from those ordinary ferocious beasts. He originally thought that the system was not working, but now it seems that it was not the system that was not working, but that he had not encountered a suitable target at all. What are you thinking about, kid? Are you thinking about meeting that mountain-shaking ape? Just as Su Ming was lost in thought, a sudden voice brought his thoughts back. When Su Ming came to his senses, he saw Jiang Lingchuan staring at him with suspicion. Master Jiang, you're joking. I'm no match for that guy right now. Besides, he might have been blown to pieces by now. By the way, Master Jiang, since you're here, please go to the underground shelter of the Hot Spring Villa and bring my sister and the others out, and then send them back to Linjiang City. There are still many ferocious beasts in this hot spring town that have not been dealt with. I will go and kill them and rid the people of this harm. If my sister asks about me, tell her I'm fine and don't worry. Su Ming smiled at Jiang Lingchuan, and without waiting for Jiang Lingchuan's response, he ran towards the small town area north of the Hot Spring Villa. This brat is really thoughtful. Watching Su Ming rushing towards the north of the town, Jiang Lingchuan smiled, shook his head and whispered, but did not stop him. The north of the town faces the newly appeared cave. There are many more ferocious beasts wandering in the north of the town than in the south of the town near Linjiang City. Now it is reasonable for Su Ming to hunt the ferocious beasts that are still in the north of the town and rescue the townspeople. Even he has no reason to let Su Ming stop. Moreover, after feeling that Su Ming's current blood and energy had increased 2 or 3 times after being tempered by the 3-leaf purple blood fruit, he also had a general understanding of Su Ming's strength. With Su Ming's current energy and blood, plus the sea-level martial arts cloud-breaking spear that he has cultivated to perfection, and the Renjin battlesuit he gave him, his strength is no weaker than that of a late-stage 3rd-level warrior. Even if he encountered a peak-level 3rd-order ferocious beast, Su Ming would be able to protect himself. Su Ming could wipe out these ferocious beasts, which were at most level 3, that rushed into the town without any risk. After looking at Su Ming's quickly receding back, Jiang Lingchuan withdrew his gaze and walked towards the passage leading to the underground shelter of the Hot Spring Villa, preparing to escort Su Shaowei back to Linjiang City first. He now also needs to return to Linjiang City to rest and treat his injuries. Although the external injuries caused to him by the mountain-shaking ape were not very severe, he suffered serious internal injuries from the head-on confrontation with the mountain-shaking ape that had activated its blood-raging talent and entered a rampage. This time, he needs to rest for at least a week before he can recover as before. On the other side, after Su Ming rushed to the north of the town, he once again let the Renjin battlesuit wrap his whole body, and then hunted the remaining ferocious beasts in the north of the town. Just now, because Su Shaowei was in the Hot Spring Villa, his main purpose was to protect Su Shaowei. He didn't dare to go too far away from the Hot Spring Villa, and could only kill the ferocious beasts around the Hot Spring Villa. Now that Jiang Lingchuan is in the Hot Spring Villa, even if Jiang Lingchuan is seriously injured, his combat power is much stronger than his. He no longer needs to worry about Su Shaowei's safety and can focus on hunting ferocious beasts and accumulating strengthening points. Of course, Su Ming wanted to wander around the newly discovered cave and see if he could try his luck and encounter the 3rd-level peak monster. Chapter 42: The Mountain-Shaking Ape. To the north of the hot spring town, Su Ming's figure quickly shuttled through the streets of the town, big and small, like a dark golden lightning. Every flash of the 100-forged spear in his hand would take the life of a remaining ferocious beast. The efficiency of the S-level ice ability in killing ferocious beasts is even more terrifying. Wherever Su Ming passed, within a radius of 100 meters, one after another ferocious beasts that were preparing to hide in the hot spring town had their heads pierced by the ice cones that suddenly appeared. Kill the 2nd stage late stage beast Ironback Grey Wolf, strengthen points plus 30. Kill the 1st-level peak beast Shadow Cat, strengthen points plus 5. The system's prompt sounds continued to sound, and the reinforcement points increased steadily. While Su Ming was killing the remaining ferocious beasts in the hot spring town, he was also constantly heading towards the mountains and forests north of the town. The sounds of artillery fire and gunfire continued to be heard from the other side. It was obvious that the troops who had come to support were still fighting with the ferocious beasts that kept rushing out of the cave. The mountains and forests north of the hot spring town were filled with smoke, trees were broken, and the ground was full of potholes caused by artillery shells. In this area that had been severely bombed, the remains of ferocious beasts were everywhere. In the very center of this area, a space channel with a diameter of 20 meters was flashing with strange rays of light, and ferocious beasts kept rushing out of it. Further out, hundreds of tanks and artillery pieces surrounded the area from all directions, and armed helicopters were hovering in the air. There were also a large number of soldiers armed with guns on the ground, their weapons aimed in the direction of the space channel and firing continuously. The moment these ferocious beasts rushed out, they had to face a hail of bullets. Even a third-level ferocious beast could not hold on for long before falling to the ground after rushing out of the space channel. In addition to the troops surrounding the space channel, there are also more than a dozen assault teams composed of military warriors in the mountains and forests farther away. They are scattered in the mountains and forests to hunt down the ferocious beasts that rush out of the cave before the army completes the encirclement. That peak-level third-level mountain-shaking ape first battled with Master Jiang of the Extreme Martial Arts School, and was then affected by the explosion of the Thunderbolt missile, leaving it severely injured. We must chase it down and kill it before it recovers, to prevent that beast from causing further damage to people's lives and property. One of the teams was traveling through the mountains and forests. The leader, a third-level warrior wearing camouflage combat uniform, shouted to the people behind him and led the team in a mad chase along the traces of broken trees in front. Roar! About 200 meters ahead of the team, a giant ape with its body covered in black and all its hair burned off was rapidly moving through the mountains and forests. Its 5-meter-tall body was like a tank charging forward. Wherever it passed, the slightly thinner trees were directly broken in half. This ferocious beast is actually the third-level peak mountain-shaking ape. However, now this mountain-shaking ape had long lost the fierce aura of a peak-level third-order beast. Faced with the pursuit of a mid-level third-order warrior and several second-order warriors behind him, it could only flee. Call out. Just as the mountain-shaking ape was running wildly, a sound of breaking air suddenly came from behind it, and a rocket with a long tail flame rushed towards it rapidly. Feeling the sound of the rocket breaking through the air, the mountain-shaking ape tilted its head, and the rocket rolled up a wave of air, passed by it, and landed in front of it. Boom! The shells exploded and flames shot into the sky. A strong wind wave swept over with scorching heat, forcing the mountain-shaking ape to stop. In just this moment's delay, the mid-stage third-level warrior behind it had already rushed behind it, and the alloy sword in his hand flashed with a cold light and slashed towards its thigh. Roar! Seeing that it could no longer escape, the mountain-shaking ape roared angrily, its eyes filled with madness, and it clenched its right fist and smashed hard at the person who came. The two sides immediately engaged in battle. On the other side, Su Ming had already rushed out of the hot spring town and came to the mountains and forests north of the town, moving quickly through the forest. The further north he went, the stronger the smell of blood and burning became in the air, and the louder the sound of gunfire became. Su Ming knew that he was not far from the newly appeared cave. Boom! Roar! Just as Su Ming was running towards the direction where the new cave appeared, the movement coming from the right front made him stop in his tracks. This noise doesn't seem like something that could be caused by an ordinary first or second level beast. It must be at least a mid-third level beast. Let's go take a look. After pondering for a moment, Su Ming's eyes focused, and he turned around and ran towards the right front. After passing through a dense forest, the scenery in front of Su Ming suddenly became clear. Mainly in the front area, most of the trees had been broken, and the culprit was the tall, charred giant ape. When Su Ming looked over, he saw that the giant ape was 5 meters tall, with muscles all over his body, as strong as steel. But at this moment, in addition to the giant ape's body being charred black, there was also a 3-foot-long scar on its chest, deep enough to see the bone. Not only that, the giant ape's left arm was also hanging on its shoulder, and at this moment it was only waving its right arm to fight with a third-level warrior in front of it who was wearing camouflage combat uniform. In the distance, there were several second-level warriors wearing camouflage uniforms, holding heavy sniper rifles in their hands, firing cold shots from time to time, making the giant ape restricted everywhere. With this appearance, could it be the mountain-shaking ape? Even with such serious injuries, he was still able to fight so fiercely with a mid-level third-order warrior. Even if this mountain-shaking ape's strength level is not much different from the peak of the third level. My luck can't be that good, right? No matter what, it's at least a late-stage third-order beast. Killing it is always right. Su Ming looked at the dark figure not far away, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Friends in the military, I'm here to help you. Without hesitation, Su Ming gripped the 100 forging spear tightly and shouted loudly, as a greeting to the military warriors to avoid misunderstanding, and at the same time suddenly rushed out. He used the sea-level martial arts cloud-breaking spear with all his strength, and nearly 2,000 points of chi and blood burst out. The 100 forging spear stabbed towards the mountain-shaking ape with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Su Ming suddenly rushed out at an extremely fast speed. The mountain-shaking ape, who was seriously injured and entangled by a third-stage mid-stage warrior, had no way to dodge. Phew! With Su Ming's full-strength burst of nearly 100,000 calories of combat power, the sharp edge of the 100 forging spear easily tore through the skin of the already charred mountain-shaking ape and penetrated its thigh. Frozen! The moment the 100 forging spear pierced the mountain-shaking ape's thigh, Su Ming's S-level ice ability erupted, freezing the mountain-shaking ape's lower body in the blink of an eye. The mountain-shaking ape didn't even have time to feel the pain in his thigh before his body froze in place. Wild wind slash. On the other side, the warrior in the middle stage of the third level saw this and without any hesitation, he exerted all his strength and slashed the frozen thigh of the mountain-shaking ape with a knife. Boom! Snap! Tens of thousands of cards of combat power erupted, and with just one blow, the thigh of the person being flanked was shattered. Su Ming on the other side also exerted force, and shook his hands holding the gun with force. A terrible shock force burst out from the 100 forging spear, directly shattering the other thigh of the mountain-shaking ape. Roar! With both legs broken, the mountain-shaking ape finally let out a painful roar, and its huge upper body suddenly fell down. Chapter 43 Superhuman Abilities, Combat Power Skyrocketed. Cloud-breaking spear. Facing the mountain-shaking ape with only the upper half of its body left, Su Ming moved extremely quickly. Without waiting for the third-stage mid-stage warrior from the military to make a move, he took the lead and stabbed at the mountain-shaking ape's head. This shot condensed all of Su Ming's strength, fast and fierce. The mountain-shaking ape was seriously injured and had no time to react. It was not until the fatal light of the 100 forging spear was about to hit its body that it reluctantly turned its head to try to dodge, but it was too late to dodge now. Phew! Blood splattered. The 100 forging spear accurately hit the mountain-shaking ape's head. Nearly 100,000 cards of combat power were condensed at the tip of the 100 forging spear. The powerful penetrating power made it impossible for the mountain-shaking ape to resist, and its head was pierced through in an instant. Ouch! Under this blow, the mountain-shaking ape let out an unprecedented shrill howl, and the remaining upper body twitched violently a few times before it became motionless. Successfully killed the third-level peak beast, mountain-shaking ape, strengthening points plus 500. Successfully plundered the mountain-shaking ape's innate abilities. You have obtained the B-rank superhuman ability Blood Rage. As soon as the mountain-shaking ape died, 3 prompts popped up on Su Ming's system. Boom! The next second, a special, scorching and violent energy instantly surged into Su Ming's limbs and bones. Su Ming felt that his blood was boiling, and his physical fitness was enhanced again. At the same time, a special energy gathered at his brow, penetrated into his sea of consciousness, and stood side by side with the noble ice crystal crown, forming a phantom of a heart that was constantly beating and emitting a scarlet light. At the same time, Su Ming also had more information in his mind about how to stimulate the power of this phantom heart and make his blood and energy temporarily surge in a short period of time. After digesting this information instantly, Su Ming immediately turned his attention to his attribute panel. Host, Su Ming. Chi and Blood, 2500. Spirit, 200. Ability, Ice Crown S plus Blood Rage B plus. Body Training Method, Rising Sun D Perfect 100 Refinements Golden Body A Perfect. Meditation Method, None. Martial Arts, Diamond Spear Technique D Perfection Cloud Breaking Spear C Perfection. Strength Points, 11,038. Just by plundering the mountain-shaking ape's B-level blood burst ability, Su Ming's blood and energy surged again by more than 500 points. Not only that, even his mental strength also surged by nearly 100 points. The Superman type B-level blood burst ability can increase my chi and blood to 4 times its original value in a short period of time. With my current HP of 2500, if I unleash my blood burst ability and combine it with C-rank perfected martial arts, my instantaneous burst of combat power will reach 500,000 calories, allowing me to compete with a 4th stage early stage warrior. Looking at his surging blood and energy, as well as the increased understanding of the blood bursting ability in his mind, Su Ming's eyes suddenly burst into a brilliant light. But the next second, he turned his attention to the plus sign behind the B-level superpower blood burst. It takes 1,000,000 enhancement points to evolve an S-level ability, and I don't have enough points right now. But it should take much less points to evolve a B-level ability to an A-level ability. Perhaps, the over 10,000 enhancement points I have now can allow the B-level ability Blood Rage to evolve once. A B-rank superhuman ability can quadruple my physical strength. I wonder what effect an A-rank superhuman ability would have. Looking at the more than 10,000 enhancement points he had accumulated during this period of time, Su Ming immediately tried to increase the level of his blood burst ability. B-level ability evolution requires 10,000 enhancement points. Do you want to enhance it? As Su Ming's thoughts moved, a prompt immediately popped up on the system panel. Strengthen. Seeing that the evolution of a B-level ability only required 10,000 reinforcement points, Su Ming was overjoyed and chose to evolve without hesitation. On the system panel, enhancement points were consumed like water. Soon, a prompt popped up on Su Ming's system panel again. Consume 10,000 enhancement points to enhance the B-rank superhuman ability Blood Rage to the A-rank superhuman ability Heart of Rage. Boom! At the moment when the Violent Blood ability evolved into the Violent Heart, another torrent of energy surged into Su Ming's limbs and bones, rapidly strengthening all the cells in his body. At the same time, the shadow of the heart in Su Ming's sea of consciousness became more solid. Waves of domineering energy seeped out from this gradually solidifying heart, which lifted Su Ming's spirits. Host, Su Ming. Chi and Blood, 3,500. Spirit, 400. Ability, Ice Crown S plus Violent Heart A plus. Body Training Method, Rising Sun D Perfect 100 Refinements Golden Body A Perfect. Meditation Method, None. Martial Arts, Diamond Spear Technique D Perfection Cloud Breaking Spear C Perfection. Strength Points, 1038. Looking at his attribute panel again, Su Ming discovered that after the B-level ability Blood Rage evolved into the A-level ability Violent Heart, his blood and energy increased by another 1,000, and his mental strength increased by as much as 200. After the A-level superpower, Rage Heart, erupted, it was able to temporarily increase my physical energy and physical fitness to 8 times its original value, and my combat power directly exceeded 1 million. My current combat power has reached 1.4 million at full power, so I think I can fight Master Jiang on equal terms. After digesting the information about a Violent Heart's ability, Su Ming couldn't help but smile. Although with his current energy and blood, his body could only support a maximum of 1 minute of information when using the A-level ability Violent Heart, and any more would overload his body and cause damage, this did not hinder his joy at the moment. His combat power increased 8 times and lasted for 1 minute, which was enough for him to turn defeat into victory. Moreover, as Su Ming's energy and blood grow and his strength improves, the time his body can sustain when he uses his Violent Heart ability will also increase. Thank you for your help, otherwise we really wouldn't be able to deal with this guy for a while. On the side, the army's third stage mid-level warrior looked at Su Ming with a smile and expressed his gratitude to Su Ming. His voice also pulled Su Ming back from the joy of his sudden increase in strength. Su Ming looked at the other party and immediately clasped his fists in front of him and said, "It's just a small favor, not worth mentioning." Whether in his past life or this life, Su Ming has great respect for these soldiers. Even though the other party is not as strong as him now, his attitude remains humble. However, Su Ming has almost used up all his reinforcement points now, and he does not plan to stay where he is. Instead, he plans to continue hunting nearby ferocious beasts to gain more reinforcement points. Everyone, I still have to go hunt other ferocious beasts scattered throughout the mountains and forests. I won't stay any longer. Goodbye. Su Ming bowed to the few people and said goodbye, then turned around and left. If all the warriors in Hanxiao were like him, there would be no need to worry about the ferocious beasts being destroyed. The third-level mid-stage warrior in the army looked at Su Ming's figure that quickly disappeared in the woods, with admiration in his eyes, and sighed. Continue searching for the ferocious beasts that escaped nearby. He immediately turned to look at the team members behind him, shouted softly, and the group of people quickly disappeared into the nearby dense forest. Chapter 44, The Martial Arts Exam Arrives. Successfully killed the second stage mid-stage beast Shadow Wolf, strengthening points plus 20. Successfully killed the first stage late-stage ferocious beast Poison Clawfrog, reinforcement points plus 3. The system's prompt sounds rang in Su Ming's mind one after another. With his current 3,500 points of chi and blood, even without using any martial arts or superpowers, his burst of combat power could reach 35,000 points, which was not weaker than that of a fourth-stage warrior. Most of these ferocious beasts that fled in the mountains and forests were below level 3, and they could not withstand Su Ming's casual attack. Before he knew it, Su Ming was already traveling through the mountains and forests outside the hot spring town, hunting ferocious beasts until nightfall. Strength points, 3,206. Let's stop here for today. Let others deal with the remaining beasts. It's time for me to go back. Su Ming looked at the reinforcement points that had increased to more than 3,000, stopped looking for and hunting ferocious beasts, and turned to rush towards the hot spring town. In less than half an hour, Su Ming returned to the hot spring villa in the center of the hot spring town and drove away the off-road vehicle parked at the hot spring villa. Although the off-road vehicle had suffered considerable damage to its rear end when it collided with the blood fawn wolf, a ferocious beast in the late stage of the first calamity, even the door of the cab was kicked off by Su Ming. But driving it back to repair it would only cost tens of thousands of dollars, which is much more cost-effective than buying a new one. After returning to Linjiang City, Su Ming first parked the car at the 4S store, and then drove the car provided by the 4S store back home. "Brother, you're finally back." As soon as I entered the door, Su Xiaowei's surprised voice rang out. Su Xiaowei quickly ran to Su Ming, with a trace of worry still on her face that had just dissipated. Even though she knew that Su Ming's strength was already enough to kill a late-stage third-order ferocious beast, she was still worried when she returned home after hearing Jiang Lingchuan tell her that Su Ming was helping others deal with the remaining ferocious beasts in the hot spring town. He didn't dare to call Su Ming to ask if he was safe, for fear that Su Ming would be distracted while fighting the ferocious beast. "Well, you haven't had dinner yet, have you?" Su Ming looked at the worry still on Su Xiaowei's face and said with a gentle smile. "Not yet." Su Xiaowei nodded. Before Su Ming came back, she was always worried about him, so naturally she couldn't eat. "That's perfect. I haven't eaten yet either. Let's go downstairs to the restaurant to have something to eat." Seeing this, Su Ming didn't close the door and walked downstairs with Su Xiaowei. After dinner, the two returned home. Su Ming took a comfortable hot bath and then went back to his room to rest. Early the next morning, Su Ming changed his usual habit of entering the cave to hunt ferocious beasts every morning, and instead went directly to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall to start training. With his current strength, he is capable of fighting a fierce battle with a fourth-stage mid-stage beast with all his strength. There is no need to go to the cave to practice with fierce beasts. Su Ming's next plan was to raise his qi and blood as much as possible through practice within the 7 days before the martial arts exam. Due to the improvement of his qi and blood, Su Ming, who has now entered the 3rd level of warrior, can now continuously practice the bodybuilding method for 15 hours, and can digest and absorb 15 spirit pills every day. With sufficient resources supplied by the Extreme Martial Arts School, Su Ming can increase his qi and health by 90 points and his mental strength by 3 points a day. 7 days later, early in the morning of the military examination. Host, Su Ming. Qi and blood, 4,130. Spirit, 421. Ability, Ice Crown S plus Violent Heart A plus. Body training method, Rising Sun D Perfect 100 Refinements Golden Body A Perfect. Meditation method, none. Martial arts, Diamond Spear Technique D Perfection Cloud Breaking Spear C Perfection. Strength points, 3,206. With 4130 HP, and with the blessing of the Berserk Heart special ability, I can unleash the cloud-breaking spear and instantly reach a burst of 1.65 million combat power, enough to crush any warrior below the 4th rank. I'm set to be the top scorer in the Jiangnan Province martial arts exam. Su Ming glanced at his attribute panel, clenched his fists, and a confident light flashed in his eyes. At this time, Jiang Lingchuan, the owner of the Extreme Martial Arts School, came to Su Ming with Lu Wen, the principal of the senior class of number 7 middle school. "Student Su Ming, the martial arts exam is about to begin. The bus that will take the candidates from number 7 middle school to the exam venue has arrived outside the Extreme Martial Arts Hall and is waiting for you." Lu Wen came to Su Ming and spoke to him excitedly. Just last night, Jiang Lingchuan revealed a little about Su Ming's current strength to Lu Wen. Lu Wen believed in the words of a strong man like Jiang Lingchuan, especially after knowing Su Ming's current strength. He was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night last night. He never thought that because he did a favor for his college classmate Chen Jingguan, he would actually pick up such a huge treasure. The day before yesterday, he heard that Lin Manman from number 1 middle school, with the help of her supernatural powers, had reached a combat power close to that of a late-stage second-order warrior. He also lamented that number 1 middle school would win the top spot in Linjiang City's martial arts exam again this year, and was impressed by Lin Manman's excellence. But now, in his opinion, the so-called genius of number 1 middle school, Lin Manman, was not even qualified to carry Su Ming's shoes. That night, he decided to bring the candidates who were taking the martial arts exam from number 7 middle school to greet Su Ming the next day, and then take Su Ming to the martial arts exam venue. "Well, let's go." Looking at Lu Wen's attentive and excited expression in front of him, Su Ming nodded silently, and then walked out of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall with Jiang Lingchuan. As the owner of Linjiang City's Extreme Martial Arts School, Jiang Lingchuan never misses Linjiang City's martial arts exams every year. This year, Su Ming, a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts School, will also be taking the martial arts exam. Jiang Lingchuan will be there in person. After Su Ming performs brilliantly in the exam, he will announce to everyone that Su Ming is the genius cultivated by his Extreme Martial Arts School. He tried his best to show off in front of his two old rivals, the owner of Linjiang City's Leiting Martial Arts School and the owner of Guansheng Martial Arts School. Who is this guy? He actually made us all wait for him. What a grand show. I heard that he was a transfer student who just transferred to our school last month. Even though he was admitted to the first class, he has never attended a single class. Look, isn't that the owner of the Extreme Martial Arts School? He actually got on the Extreme Martial Arts School owner's private car with that kid. Could this kid be the grandson of the Extreme Martial Arts Gym owner? Why haven't I heard of an Extreme Martial Arts Gym owner having a grandson? With such a background, this kid could definitely get into number 1 middle school. Why would he go to number 7 middle school, which is the last in Linjiang City? Who knows? Maybe they just keep a low profile. Low key. So many of us have come all the way here to wait for him, and we're even accompanied by the owner of the Extreme Martial Arts Gym himself. And you still call that low key? Look at how fawning Director Liu is. On the bus, the students from number 7 middle school who were taking the martial arts exam saw Liu and accompany Su Ming and Jian Lingchuan into the special car of the owner of the Extreme Martial Arts School, and even considerately closed the car door for the two of them. Then they all leaned on the windows to watch and started talking excitedly. As Su Ming and Jian Lingchuan arrived, the number 7 middle school convoy also drove towards the Linjiang City Martial Arts Examination Center. Chapter 45: Entering the Examination Room. The examination hall for this year's military examination has been set up in the central square of Linjiang City. In the center of the square is an arena the size of 4 basketball courts. In the center of the arena, there is a humanoid metal puppet full of technology, with a black LCD screen in the place of its eyes on its head. On this stage, the mayor of Linjiang City sat in person, quietly waiting for the candidates taking the martial arts exam to enter. The military examination is the most important event in the entire country of Hanxia. At this moment, before the martial arts examination, candidates from various high schools in Linjiang City could enter the examination room. The stands around the examination room were already filled with spectators who came to watch the martial arts examination. Most of these audiences are senior high school students who did not take the martial arts exam. If you want to achieve good results in the martial arts exam and enter a martial arts university, you must at least become a first-level warrior. However, the vast majority of senior high school students in Linjiang City were unable to cultivate their qi and blood to more than 10 points before the martial arts exam. After all, the poor are good at literature and the rich are good at martial arts, and not every family can afford the resources needed to support their children's martial arts training. These children from ordinary families, knowing that their own qi does not meet the minimum requirements for admission to a martial arts university, will give up the martial arts exam. In addition to the spectators outside the examination room, there were also military soldiers patrolling around the examination room with live ammunition. The martial arts examination is a big event, and the martial arts candidates are extremely important to Hanxia. These military soldiers need to ensure the safety of the examination room, check the audience entering the martial arts examination room to observe the exam, and prevent some people with ulterior motives from sneaking into the martial arts examination room and secretly sabotaging it. People from number 1 middle school are here. Someone shouted amid everyone's anticipation. Suddenly, many people looked towards the entrance of the martial arts examination hall. 2 buses stopped in Wangjinghua. The principal of Linjiang number 1 middle school, wearing a neat suit and with his hair neatly combed, got out of the front luxury car with a smile on his face. Afterwards, more than 70 boys and girls got off 2 buses, led by Lin Manman, the biggest star of number 1 middle school this year. Today, Lin Manman is wearing a fiery red combat uniform, which perfectly highlights her slim figure. The aura on her body was obviously much stronger than it was 10 days ago. The faint fluctuations of qi and blood around her gave off the aura of a second-level warrior. Obviously, Lin Manman's qi and blood had successfully broken through 100 points, and she had officially become a second-level warrior. Under the leadership of Wang Jinghua, the principal of number 1 middle school, more than 70 candidates from number 1 middle school entered the examination room one by one after their identities were verified. Just after the principal and candidates of number 1 middle school entered the examination room, candidates from 6 high schools including Linjiang number 2 middle school, number 3 middle school, and number 4 middle school also arrived. However, the number of candidates from these schools is less than that of Linjiang number 1 middle school, especially Linjiang number 7 middle school. There are less than 15 candidates for the martial arts exam who got off the bus, which is only 1/5 of the number of candidates from Linjiang number 1 middle school. However, the arrival of the candidates from Linjiang number 7 middle school caused a sensation no less than that of the candidates from Linjiang number 1 middle school. Wait, isn't that Master Jiang from the Extreme Martial Arts School? How did he get mixed up with the students from Linjiang No. 7 Middle School? I was wondering why the owners of Linjiang City martial arts schools like Thunder Martial Arts School and Guanqing Martial Arts School had arrived long ago, but why was the owner of Extreme Martial Arts School nowhere to be seen? Turns out the owner of Extreme Martial Arts School actually arrived with the students from Linjiang No. 7 Middle School. Wait, look at that young man next to the Extreme Martial Arts School's owner. Isn't that Su Ming, the guy who was expelled from our class? He's really among the students taking the exams at Linjiang No. 7 Middle School. It seems the rumors are true. After Su Ming was expelled from No. 1 Middle School, he transferred to No. 7 Middle School. The last one is the last one. The student that our No. 1 Middle School didn't want was treated like a treasure at No. 7 Middle School and was actually ranked ahead of all the students from Linjiang No. 7 Middle School. Only a useless school like Linjiang No. 7 Middle School would treasure the discarded waste from No. 1 Middle School. In this year's martial arts exam, Linjiang No. 7 Middle School undoubtedly placed last again. Seeing Su Ming and the candidates from Linjiang No. 7 Middle School entering the examination room together, the candidates from Linjiang No. 1 Middle School who knew Su Ming and the students who were watching the exam all booed. Because Jiang Lingchuan had strictly ordered everyone not to reveal Su Ming's true strength before taking Su Xiaowei and her classmates away to the hot spring villa, now only Su Xiaowei's classmates and a few people in the Extreme Martial Arts School know Su Ming's true strength. Holy crap, why is this evil god here? He's actually a candidate from Linjiang City this year, and from No. 7 Middle School? However, in the line of candidates from No. 2 Middle School, Lin Tian looked at Su Ming entering the examination room from the entrance and couldn't help but shudder. He quickly turned his head away, not daring to look at Su Ming again. On the other side, as all the candidates of Su Ming's class entered the examination room, Lu Wen and other teachers and principals who brought the candidates from their respective schools were arranged to watch the ceremony on the rostrum. On the rostrum, in addition to the principals of various universities, there were also the deans of senior year and the owners of various martial arts schools. Humph, Director Lu, your No. 7 Middle School is getting worse and worse. You actually picked up this discarded waste and brought it back to make up the numbers. Seeing Lu Wen take his seat, Wei Jiaxing, sitting at the seat of Linjiang No. 1 Middle School, clasped his hands together, with a hint of disdain on his lips, and teased Lu Wen. Wang Jinghua, the principal of No. 1 Middle School next to him, also looked at Lu Wen. Although he did not say anything, the sneer on his face showed what he wanted to say. Some people are just blind and let the pearls be covered in dust. Just wait and see, the top scorer in Linjiang City's martial arts exam this year will definitely be from my Linjiang No. 7 Middle School. Faced with Wei Jiaxing's undisguised ridicule, Lu Wen, who knew Su Ming's true strength, did not get angry. Instead, he snorted coldly and looked at Wei Jiaxing and Wang Jinghua as if he were looking at a clown. Lu Wen's response immediately froze the expressions of Wang Jinghua and Wei Jiaxing. But Wang Jinghua quickly regained his composure and said to Lu Wen with a smile, "Director Lu, you don't understand the current strength of our school's Lin Manman, right? If you knew Lin Manman's strength, you wouldn't say such a thing." Let's wait and see. Lu Wen didn't care at all. He sat down in his seat and looked at the examination room below. Jiang Lingchuan, who came with Lu Wen, sat in the seating area with a group of martial arts gym owners. He looked calmly at Wang Jinghua and Wei Jiaxing, who were arguing with Lu Wen, without saying a word. On both sides of Jiang Lingchuan were the owners of Guanqing Martial Arts School and Leiting Martial Arts School. Jiang Lingchuan actually accompanied the martial arts students from No. 7 Middle School here. Could it be that the new core member of the Extreme Martial Arts School is among the students taking the martial arts exam from No. 7 Middle School? Could it be Su Ming, the one who transferred from No. 1 Middle School to No. 7 Middle School? If that's true, then the top scorer in Linjiang City's college entrance exam this year probably won't be someone from No. 1 Middle School. Unlike other martial arts school owners, the owner of Guanqing Martial Arts School followed Jiang Lingchuan's gaze and looked at Su Ming, the leader of the candidates without exams from No. 7 Middle School, with a gleam of light in his eyes. After being warned by Jiang Lingchuan, Lin Daoyuan, the deputy master of Guanqing Martial Arts School, had already informed the master of Guanqing Martial Arts School, letting him know that the core members of the Extreme Martial Arts School had appeared in Linjiang City. He originally thought that this mysterious core member of the Extreme Martial Arts School came from other big cities and stayed in Linjiang City temporarily. But now it seems that is not the case. The candidate Su Ming from Linjiang No. 7 Middle School is very likely to be the core member newly recruited by the Extreme Martial Arts School. If this is the case, the top scorer in Linjiang City's martial arts exam this year will have nothing to do with Linjiang No. 1 Middle School. Chapter 46. Let's wait and see. Quiet. After more than 200 candidates from Linjiang City entered the examination room, the mayor of Linjiang City, dressed in a suit and tie, coughed lightly and then shouted. Although there was no loudspeaker equipment, the mayor of Linjiang City's powerful voice boomed like a thunderclap, and the entire examination room fell silent in an instant. All those who were watching the fight around the square shut their mouths and stared intently at the mayor of Linjiang City in the center of the square. After seeing the examination room quiet down, the mayor of Linjiang City turned his gaze to Su Ming and the other 200 examinees, and continued, "Examinees, I will now preside over the 2521st Linjiang City Martial Arts Examination. At the beginning of the martial arts exam, the candidates' chi and blood will be tested. Only those whose chi and blood reach 10 or above will be eligible to enter the next stage of the exam. As for the awakened candidates among the candidates, it doesn't matter if your chi and blood don't meet the requirements. As long as your mental strength exceeds 10 points, you can still enter the second stage of the exam. The second stage of the exam requires you, the candidates, to use all your strength to attack the metal puppet next to me within 1 minute. There is only one rule for the second stage of the exam: you can only use the standard weapons and equipment provided by the exam venue to fight against the metal puppets. You are not allowed to use any weapons and equipment you bring with you. Otherwise, you will be disqualified from the martial arts exam. These specially made metal puppets can rate your strength based on the intensity of the attacks you receive. The score given by the metal puppets after 1 minute will be your final result in the martial arts exam. Now, I declare the exam to begin. Candidates whose names I called out, please proceed to the corresponding chi and blood tester and mental tester for the first round of testing." After the mayor of Linjiang City quickly announced the process and rules of the martial arts exam, he announced the start of the exam without waiting for Su Ming and other candidates to respond. Following his command, the display screens of several high-precision blood and chi testers and mental detectors lit up simultaneously in front of the arena in the center of the square. Next to these chi and blood testers and mental testers are several examiners from the Provincial Military Examination Bureau with solemn auras, who are responsible for recording and verifying the results. At the same time, the voice of the mayor of Linjiang City sounded again. "Linjiang No. 1 Middle School, Fan Mo, go to the No. 1 chi and blood detector for testing. Linjiang No. 1 Middle School, Shenghuayan, go to the No. 2 chi and blood detector for testing. Linjiang No. 1 Middle School, Luqian, go to the No. 1 mental tester for testing." Among the candidates, those who heard the mayor of Linjiang City calling out their names walked forward and began to test their chi, blood, and mental strength. Fan Mo, chi and blood, 45, passed. Shenghuayan, chi and blood, 41, passed. Luqian, spirited, 28, passed. Soon, the examiners reported the test results of these people. The candidates from Linjiang No. 1 Middle School all have very high chi and blood. They have basically reached the level of a mid-level first-order warrior. It really is worthy of being the best high school in Linjiang City. I wonder how high Lin Manman's chi and blood are now from Linjiang No. 1 Middle School. Is she a second-level warrior? I heard that Lin Manman has awakened a C-level supernatural power. I think she will be the top scorer in Linjiang City's martial arts exam this year. Watching the blood and chi tests of the candidates from Linjiang No. 1 Middle School, the audience in the surrounding seats began to talk. Many people looked at the graceful red figure leading the candidates from Linjiang No. 1 Middle School. Linjiang No. 1 Middle School, Lin Manman, go to the No. 2 chi and blood detector for testing. Soon, the mayor of Linjiang City called Lin Manman's name. "Look, it's Lin Manman's turn." Suddenly, everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Manman. Lin Manman, who was the focus of everyone's attention, raised her lips slightly, walked forward calmly, came to the No. 2 blood and chi tester, and with a confident smile, pressed her palm on the cold test plate to mobilize the blood and chi in her body. Buzz. The numbers on the blood tester jumped rapidly, finally settling on a bright red number. Chi and blood, 108. Lin Manman, chi and blood 108, passed. The examiner next to the No. 2 chi and blood tester looked at the numbers on the chi and blood tester, with a hint of appreciation in his eyes, and announced loudly, "Wow!" There was an uncontrollable cry of surprise at the scene. 108 points of HP. Lin Manman has indeed broken through to the second level. Too strong. Lin Manman is the first candidate in Linjiang City in the past 3 years to have her chi and blood break through 100 points. As expected of Lin Manman. This basic chi and blood value is probably the highest among all the candidates in Linjiang City in this martial arts exam. Wait, the mayor called Lin Manman's name again and asked her to go to the No. 1 mental tester for a mental test. Lin Manman's mental test results are out, and it's as high as 62 points. She is not only a second-level warrior, but also a first-level awakener. The top scorer in this year's Linjiang City Martial Arts exam must go to Linjiang No. 1 High School. Linjiang No. 1 Middle School will be allocated the most resources next year again. How enviable. Ha 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 ha. Good job. On the rostrum, after seeing the results of Lin Manman's blood and mental tests, Wang Xinghua couldn't help but shout loudly, and the smile on his face bloomed like a chrysanthemum. Then, he proudly stroked his non-existent beard and looked in the direction of Lu Wen. Director Lu Wen, do you think our No. 1 middle school can win the Linjiang City Martial Arts examination? When Lu Wen heard his words, he curled his lips and said, the martial arts exam has just begun, don't be too happy too soon. Tisk, you're just being stubborn. On the side, Wei Jiaxing sneered, thinking that Lu Wen was going to be stubborn. Wang Xinghua didn't pay any attention to Lu Wen's words. Like Wei Jiaxing, he thought he was just being stubborn and immediately said with a smile, then let's wait and see. I want to see what kind of amazing talent No. 7 middle school can produce this time, ha ha ha. In front of the arena in the center of the square, as the mayor of Linjiang City continued to read out the names of the students participating in the martial arts examination, more and more students completed the tests of qi, blood, and mental strength. Everyone's blood and energy or mental strength has reached the standard for participating in the second stage assessment, but no one's blood and energy and mental strength can surpass Lin Manman's. Even the genius closest to Lin Manman only had a health level of 100 points. Moreover, this person is an acquaintance of Su Ming, the grandson of Lin Daoyuan, the deputy director of Guanqing Martial Arts School, Lin Tian. The team moved forward slowly, and finally it was Linjiang No. 7 Middle School's turn. Linjiang No. 7 Middle School, Su Ming, go to the No. 1 Qi and blood detector for testing. As the mayor of Linjiang City spoke, the eyes of Guanshang Martial Arts School's owner, Zhang Lingchuan, Wei Jiaxing, Wang Xinghua, Lin Tian and others could not help but fall on Su Ming. The originally noisy place suddenly became eerily quiet. Many people who knew what Su Ming had experienced looked at Su Ming, but what was in their eyes was not expectation, but amusement as if they were watching a show. Under the gaze of everyone, Su Ming calmly walked out of the team, slowly walked to the No. 1 Qi and blood tester in front of the arena, and placed his hand on the Qi and blood tester. Chapter 47, a stunning success, over 4,000 qi and blood. Ha, I want to see what progress this brat has made in all this time. On the rostrum, Wei Jiaxing stood with his arms folded across his chest, looking on calmly, with a hint of undisguised sarcasm on the corner of his mouth. Director Lu Wen, on the other hand, clenched his fists nervously and looked at the blood and qi tester in front of Su Ming with anticipation. Although he knew that Su Ming was quite powerful and already had the strength to kill a third-order ferocious beast, he still wanted to see the extent of Su Ming's qi and blood. In front of the No. 1 qi and blood tester, Su Ming stretched out his hand and pressed on the detection port of the qi and blood tester to mobilize his own qi and blood. Buzz. The instrument made a soft beep and the numbers on the screen began to jump. 150,100,150,200. The speed at which the numbers jumped seemed to be faster than anyone had done before, and it reached 100 in an instant, with no signs of stopping at all. What? Looking at the rapidly jumping numbers on the instrument, the sneer on Wei Jiaxing's face suddenly froze. Wang Xinghua, who was standing beside him, also sat up straight suddenly, staring at the blood and qi tester in front of Su Ming with wide eyes. 100, 1200, 1300, 1400, 1500. On the qi and blood tester, the numbers are still soaring, breaking through the limit of the second-level warrior and breaking through the threshold of the third-level warrior without any resistance. In the end, the number stabilized at 4130, a value that made everyone's heart stop. Qi and blood, 4130. Su Ming, qi and blood, 4130, passed. Looking at the numbers displayed on the qi and blood tester, even the examiner next to qi and blood tester No. 1 widened his eyes and announced Su Ming's qi and blood test results in a trembling voice. Hiss. I don't know who gasped first, but it was like a fuse was lit, and the entire audience exploded in an instant. 4,130? Oh my god. Am I dazzled? Is this instrument broken? 4,130 points of qi and blood. This is the standard for qi and blood of a mid-stage third-level warrior, right? Is this the qi and blood that a student can achieve? With this amount of qi and blood, not to mention Linjiang City's top scholar, even the provincial top scholar is no problem, and even the national top scholar can definitely be a challenge. Isn't he the loser who was expelled from No. 1 middle school? Didn't he say he didn't awaken any special abilities? How is this possible? It's crazy. This world has gone crazy. All kinds of exclamations, questions, and roars of disbelief almost overturned the entire examination room. Too many people couldn't believe that this was the kind of chi and blood that a candidate from Linjiang City could possess, and most of them thought that the chi and blood tester in front of Su Ming was broken. Hearing the questioning voices from the audience, several examiners around hurried forward to check the equipment. However, the instrument operated without any malfunctions, and several people also tested their own chi and blood and found no errors. After our testing, the number 1 chi and blood tester has no faults. Su Ming's chi and blood test is effective. Immediately, the examiners unanimously announced that Su Ming's chi and blood test results were valid. Wow! Following the examiner's announcement, the entire audience was in an uproar. Crash! On the rostrum, Wang Jingguo suddenly stood up, as if struck by lightning, and stood frozen in place, his face first pale, then flushed red. His mind was buzzing with only one thought: Su Ming actually has over 4,000 chi and blood. What a monstrous genius! I actually fired such a monstrous genius? At this moment, Wang Jingguo only felt a burning pain on his old face, as if he had been slapped countless times. This is impossible. How can a loser like him who hasn't even awakened a single power have such high chi and HP? On the side, Wei Jiaxing sat limply in his seat, shaking his head continuously. Bang! At this moment, a loud slap was heard. Wei Jiaxing only felt that his body was flying up uncontrollably, and then fell heavily in front of the podium. Which bastard dares? Wei Jiaxing, who had just stood up, covered his rapidly swollen right cheek and was about to ask a question, but he suddenly took back his words as soon as they reached his lips. His pupils suddenly shrank as he looked at Wang Jingguo, who was looking at him with a grim face. Looking at Wang Jingguo's trembling right hand, Wei Jiaxing had no idea that it was the other party who had just slapped him. Principal! Looking at Wang Jingguo's eyes that seemed to want to eat him, Wei Jiaxing shouted tremblingly. Shut up! From now on, you are no longer the Dean of Studies at number 1 Middle School. From today on, you pack up and leave. Wang Jingguo looked at Wei Jiaxing's cowardly look and thought about how he had kicked out a monstrous genius like Su Ming from number 1 Middle School. If it weren't for the fact that Wei Jiaxing was his brother-in-law, he would have wanted to kill him with a single blow. However, even so, he didn't want to continue seeing Wei Jiaxing, the idiot, so he directly expelled Wei Jiaxing from number 1 Middle School. Little did he know that without his tacit approval, Wei Jiaxing, the head teacher, would never have dared to act so recklessly. When Wei Jiaxing heard that Wang Jingguo wanted to expel him from number 1 Middle School, he was shocked and wanted to argue. Get lost. If I see you again, it won't be as simple as a slap. However, before he could speak, Wang Jingguo roared again, and the aura of a third-level peak warrior suddenly burst out and pressed towards Wei Jiaxing. Suddenly, Wei Jiaxing felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. His face suddenly changed and he dared not say another word. He quickly crawled off the podium. Ha ha ha, Principal Wang, I have to thank you number 1 Middle School for sending such a monstrous genius to my Linjiang number 7 Middle School. After the martial arts exam is over, I'll order a table of delicious food in the VIP box of the Vienna Hotel, and then invite Principal Li from number 7 Middle School to join us. I'll prepare some wine and personally accompany you. Principal Wang, please do me the honor of attending. Looking at Wei Jiaxing's embarrassed escape, Lu Wen on the side suddenly stood up and said with a big laugh, then bowed to Wang Jingguo with a grateful face. The smile on Lu Wen's face was a joy that came from the heart. However, after Wang Jingguo heard this, the expression on his face looked as if he had eaten a fly. Haha, interesting. Seeing Wang Jingguo's previous reaction and Lu Wen's current words, the principals and teachers of other schools around, as well as the owners of major martial arts halls in Linjiang City, all looked at Wang Jingguo with a meaningful smile. Feeling everyone's gaze, Wang Jingguo now just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. He immediately snorted at Lu Wen, no need. I suddenly feel a little uncomfortable. I'll excuse myself first. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left without stopping. Ha 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 ha. After Wang Jingguo left in disgrace, laughter suddenly broke out from the rostrum. Chapter 48, Kill the exam puppet with one shot. How can he be so strong? With over 4,000 chi and blood, even if his martial arts training is extremely poor, he can still burst out with a combat power of over 40,000. His chi and blood were clearly less than 4 points a month ago. How could it have increased 1,000 times in just 1 month? At this moment, among the college entrance examination candidates of Linjiang number 1 Middle School, Lin Manman stared at the numbers displayed on the number 1 blood and chi detector in disbelief, her heart in turmoil. A month ago, Su Ming and she were classmates, and she knew Su Ming's strength. Moreover, Su Ming did not awaken any special abilities at the awakening ceremony a month ago, otherwise, number 1 middle school would not have expelled Su Ming because of the subsidy issue. She originally thought that with her current strength, she was enough to dominate the entire Linjiang city, but she did not expect that the energy and blood displayed by Su Ming would crush her severely. I thought he was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. This kid is too abnormal. Luckily, I was able to save my life from this kid. It's also thanks to the old man's sharp eyesight. I really need to be more restrained in the future. Among the candidates from number 2 middle school, Lin Tian looked at Su Ming in front of the number 1 blood and chi detector and couldn't help but shudder. Now he was extremely grateful that Lin Daoyuan had slapped him. Otherwise, with the talent and strength that Su Ming had shown now, if he continued to provoke Su Ming, he would not be able to stand here now. 4130 HP. Genius. Monster genius. I never thought such a monster would appear in Linjiang City one day. With such energy and blood, even without the added strength of martial arts, Su Ming's explosive basic combat power is enough to challenge for the top spot in the Jiangnan province's martial arts exam. On the stage, the mayor of Linjiang City, who was a 4th level peak warrior, was no longer calm when he saw Su Ming's chi and blood results. He was shaking with excitement. Everyone was shocked by the high amount of chi and blood that Su Ming tested, except Su Ming, who remained extremely calm. He nodded politely to the examiner in front of him, and then returned to the team of Linjiang No. 7 Middle School. As for the mental power test, he did not go. With his current energy and blood strength, coupled with the martial art cloud-breaking spear that he has cultivated to perfection, his explosive combat power is enough to win the top spot in the martial arts examination of Jiangnan province, or even the whole country. He doesn't need to use mental strength to prove himself. Moreover, compared to his current blood and energy of more than 4,000, his mental strength of only more than 400 is a bit insufficient. Su Ming is so strong, why did he come to our Linjiang No. 7 Middle School? Just when Su Ming returned to the team of Linjiang No. 7 Middle School, more than a dozen candidates from Linjiang No. 7 Middle School looked at him with admiration, but at the same time, they couldn't help but feel a little confused. Those students who were dissatisfied with Lu when taking all the candidates from Linjiang No. 7 Middle School to pick up Su Ming had now thrown their dissatisfaction out of their minds. Facing the complicated looks of the crowd, Su Ming appeared very calm. He returned to his seat and sat down without saying a word. Ahem, the test continues. After the commotion caused by Su Ming caused the Linjiang City martial arts examination to come to a brief halt, the voice of the Linjiang City mayor was heard, asking subsequent candidates to undergo tests of their chi, blood, and mental strength. Soon, all candidates completed the test and everyone met the criteria for participating in the second stage of assessment. After everyone had their blood, chi, and mental strength tested, the mayor of Linjiang City announced the start of the combat power assessment. The candidates from Linjiang No. 1 Middle School went on stage first, and one after another they went on stage to fight with the metal puppet. The final martial arts test results would be determined after 1 minute. But after Su Ming's amazing results in the previous chi and blood test, everyone became uninterested in the actual combat assessments of everyone before them and did not have much interest. Even Lin Manman, who had previously attracted much attention, only caused a little noise when she scored a combat power score of over 7,000 points in the battle with the metal puppet. Everyone's attention and expectations were focused on Su Ming. Next one, Linjiang No. 7 Middle School, Su Ming. Amidst everyone's anticipation, the mayor of Linjiang City finally called out Su Ming's name. Everyone perked up immediately after hearing the name Su Ming. Even the examiners in front of the arena looked at Su Ming, expecting to see what kind of combat power score he would get. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Ming stood up, walked slowly onto the stage, and then took a spear from the weapon rack beside the stage. Su Ming, holding a spear, said to the examiner who was debugging the metal puppet, "I'm ready." Upon hearing this, the examiner nodded. Based on Su Ming's chi and blood test results, he set the combat power of the metal puppet to the strength of a 3rd-level warrior. After activating the metal puppet, he flashed and retreated from the stage. Buzz! The next second, the metal puppet rushed towards Su Ming, and a pair of iron fists smashed down heavily on Su Ming. Facing the metal puppet rushing towards him, Su Ming did not dodge, but instead tightly grasped the spear in his right hand, and the blood and energy in his body were instantly activated. Cloud-breaking spear. Just as the metal puppet rushed in front of Su Ming suddenly stabbed it with a gun. Not only that, the moment the spear thrust out, Su Ming also activated his violent heart, instantly increasing the strength of his own chi and blood to 8 times the original. Boom! A silver-white spear light flashed, and the tip of the spear instantly collided with the iron fist thrown out by the metal puppet. A deafening roar resounded throughout the central square of Linjiang City. The noise was so loud that even the soldiers on guard outside the square couldn't help but look back in the direction of the examination room. At this moment, in the examination room of Linjiang City, as the roar just now ended, the entire examination room became deathly silent. Whether it was the audience in the auditorium, the presidents of various universities and masters of martial arts schools on the rostrum, or even the mayor of Linjiang City, all had the same expression of disbelief on their faces. Everyone couldn't help but stand up and stare at what was happening on the ring with wide eyes. On the ring, the spear in Su Ming's hand had broken into several pieces, and the metal puppet used for testing opposite him was blown dozens of meters away. The entire right arm of the metal puppet, which had just collided with the spear in Su Ming's hand, disappeared, replaced by a series of broken arm circuits flashing with sparks. Su Ming actually destroyed the metal puppet with just one shot. If I remember correctly, the mayor of Linjiang City just said that this metal puppet can withstand the full force attack of a peak-level 3rd-level warrior. Just how powerful was Su Ming's shot just now? Could it be that Su Ming's attack power just now has exceeded 300,000 cards and reached the level of a 4th-tier warrior? 4130 HP, bursting out over 300,000 combat power, at least an 8-fold increase in combat power. Hiss, an 8-fold increase in combat power, what kind of freak is this? After a brief moment of dead silence, the entire examination room exploded in an instant, erupting in earth-shaking exclamations. Chapter 49 Jiang Lingchuan, you are a pervert. Whoosh! After coming to his senses, the mayor of Linjiang City rushed to the ring in one step, almost pounced on the puppet whose metal arm was destroyed by Su Ming. He looked at the electric sparks flashing on the broken right arm of the metal puppet, and then at the 300,000 calorie combat power test displayed on the monitor on the metal puppet's head, and his body trembled violently. Such a powerful attack force has definitely reached the strength of a 4th-level warrior. Su Ming's combat power has increased by at least 7 times. The martial arts he just displayed should be a C-rank martial arts, the cloud-breaking spear. However, even if the cloud-breaking spear is cultivated to perfection, it can only unleash 5 times the combat power. Su Ming is able to unleash such a high level of combat power. He probably has superhuman abilities. He must have just unleashed a superhuman ability in an instant, enhancing his physical fitness. That's why he was able to combine it with the cloud-breaking spear technique and unleash over 300,000 combat power with just over 4,000 chi and blood. The mayor of Linjiang City is a peak 4th-level warrior with a very sharp eye. Recalling the scene where Su Ming just attacked the metal puppet, he immediately analyzed Su Ming's situation. When the mayor of Linjiang City thought that Su Ming not only had amazing energy and blood, but also had superhuman abilities, his breathing became heavier. Number 1 scholar, Su Ming will definitely be the number 1 scholar in the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts exam this time. Linjiang City has finally produced a provincial number 1 scholar. And he will be a groundbreaking one. Taking a deep breath, the mayor of Linjiang City suppressed the turmoil in his heart, then stood up and announced in a loud voice filled with powerful energy, which spread throughout the entire square. Linjiang Number 7 Middle School, candidate Su Ming, final combat power assessment, 300,000 cards, full score. Boom! After the mayor of Linjiang City personally announced Su Ming's final result, the atmosphere at the scene exploded again. 300,000. Su Ming is the undisputed number 1 in Linjiang City's martial arts exam. That's too small, the scale is too small. Linjiang City's top scorer in the martial arts exam is nothing. Su Ming is definitely the top scorer in the Jiangnan Province martial arts exam this time. Indeed, the highest score of Jiangnan Province's top martial arts champions in the past was only 120,000 combat power. Su Ming's combat power this time is 300,000. The top martial arts champion of Jiangnan Province must be Su Ming. I'm just wondering what expression the principal of number 1 middle school, who expelled Su Ming, would have when he learned of Su Ming's fighting ability. I wanted to see it too, but unfortunately, the principal of number 1 middle school had already left the martial arts exam. But I think the expression on his face when he learned that Su Ming's strength had surpassed his was definitely more exciting than any expression I've ever seen before. Linjiang Number 7 Middle School won easily, and their student took the top spot. This time, number 1 middle school is completely embarrassed. Everyone in the audience was talking excitedly. Good job. Ha. On the rostrum, Lu Wen's face flushed with excitement. He waved his fist fiercely and almost jumped up on the spot. Jiang Lingchuan, who was standing not far away, had an equally excited expression on his face, and even a flash of surprise and shock in his eyes that was no less than anyone else's. Although he had long known that Su Ming's strength was enough to kill a late-stage third-order ferocious beast, in his opinion, it would be enough for Su Ming's combat power to reach 200,000. But Su Ming brought him a huge surprise today. He actually destroyed the metal puppet used in the martial arts test with just one shot and achieved a full score of 300,000 cards of combat power. This was much more powerful than he had expected, and it was beyond his expectations. "Mayor, I don't have to pay for this metal puppet, right?" On the stage, Su Ming looked at the mayor of Linjiang City, who announced in public that he had scored full marks, then looked at the metal puppet, and looked at the mayor of Linjiang City with a hint of apology on his face. Ha ha ha, that's natural. The country's top leaders are hoping for a genius who can smash the metal puppet to pieces. How could they ask a genius to pay compensation? It's just a metal puppet. Compared to you, 10,000 metal puppets are not as valuable as one of your fingers. Please go down first. I will take care of the rest. Upon hearing this, the mayor of Linjiang City couldn't help but burst into laughter. Upon hearing this, Su Ming nodded, bowed slightly to the mayor of Linjiang City, and then stepped down from the stage. After Su Ming stepped down from the stage, the mayor of Linjiang City and several martial arts examiners quickly came to the metal puppet. After some adjustments, the metal puppet with a broken arm stood up again. Although the metal puppet was severely damaged after being shot by Su Ming, its combat power evaluation system was not damaged at all and was still able to continue the combat power test. Moreover, after Su Ming, the next candidates who took the stage were all students from Linjiang No. 7 Middle School. The strongest of these students was only at the first-level warrior level. The metal puppet with a broken arm had no pressure in completing the test on these candidates. Soon, the tests for all candidates in Linjiang City were completed. After the mayor of Linjiang City and all examiners uploaded the test scores and test videos to the Jiangnan Provincial Department, they announced the end of the Linjiang City martial arts examination. The next step is to wait quietly for the ranking of the martial arts exam results to be released the next day. Su Ming, you really bring me new surprises every time you appear. Tell me honestly, how strong are you now? After leaving the examination room, Jiang Lingchuan immediately found Su Ming, with shock still on his face, and said to Su Ming, "I am not that strong, I can barely fight against a mid-level 4th order warrior." Upon hearing this, Su Ming did not reveal his strength too much, but concealed it a little. In fact, with his current energy and blood, plus the 8-fold physical enhancement brought by the A-level ability Violent Heart, combined with the perfect level Cloud-Breaking Spear, a full-strength attack would unleash a combat power of 1.65 million, which is enough to surpass most late-stage 4th order warriors. Hiss. So, now you can fight me for a few moves? Even so, after hearing Su Ming's answer, Jiang Lingchuan took a breath. Su Ming nodded upon hearing this and did not deny it. Fuck. What a pervert. Seeing this, Jiang Lingchuan couldn't help but swear in front of Su Ming for the first time. He never imagined that in just over 20 days, Su Ming would be able to grow to this level and become a strong man who could be on par with him. You know, it took him decades of hard work and most of his life to reach the middle stage of the 4th level. Compared with Su Ming, he felt that all his hard work and cultivation throughout his life had become a joke. Hearing Jiang Lingchuan's complaints, Su Ming shrugged his shoulders with an innocent smile on his face. Then, the two of them took a car and headed towards the Extreme Martial Arts School together. As for Linjiang No. 7 Middle School, Su Ming was just listed as attending Linjiang No. 7 Middle School to take the college entrance examination. Now he has won the first place in Linjiang City's martial arts exam in an invincible manner. Next year, Linjiang City's allocation of resources to Linjiang No. 7 Middle School is his return to Linjiang No. 7 Middle School. This nominal favor has been repaid, and naturally there will be no intersection with Linjiang No. 7 Middle School anymore. Lu Wen was well aware of this and tactfully did not follow. After Su Ming and Jiang Lingchuan returned to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, they went directly to the training room to practice. Now he could increase his chi and blood by 90 in one day of practice, so he was unwilling to waste time. This kid has incredible talent and practices so hard. He will definitely become a powerful warrior who can stand at the pinnacle of martial arts in the future. This time, our Extreme Martial Arts School has found a treasure. If I had put in 2/3 of this kid's effort back then, I might be a late-stage 4th order warrior now. Seeing Su Ming return and dive into the training room immediately, Jiang Lingchuan's eyes were filled with admiration. He also sighed and then returned to his office. Chapter 50, 300,000 is just the limit of the machine, not Su Ming's limit. Ha ha ha. As expected, Su Ming is number 1 in the province. This time, Linjiang City can finally hold its head high. Ha 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 ha. Good boy, I knew it was like that. The quality of candidates for this year's Jiangnan Province Martial Arts examination is much higher than in previous years. Yes, in previous years, candidates from Jiangnan Province only needed a score of around 120,000 to compete for the top spot in the martial arts exam, but this year, none of the top 10 in the province scored below 150,000. It's not just Jiangnan Province. I see that the scores of candidates from other provinces are much higher than in previous years. Could it be that the golden age of Hanxia warriors is coming? The next day, when the National College entrance examination results were announced, Zhang Lingchuan, the mayor of Linjiang City, and others immediately checked the college entrance examination rankings. When they saw Su Ming's ranking, they were all overjoyed. The mayor of Linjiang City even laughed out loud in his office, and the joyful sound spread throughout the entire Linjiang City Hall. On the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts Examination results list, the first name on the list was Su Ming. Ranking of Jiangnan Province's military examination results. First place, Su Ming, Linjiang City, score, 300,000. Second place, Lin Feng, Jinling City, score, 187,200. Third place, Xu Yanran, Jinling City, score, 183,000. Fourth place, Wu Hao, Jinling City, score, 179,800. In the ranking of Jiangnan Province's military examination results, the 2nd to 10th places were all candidates from the provincial capital, Jinling City. The only one who got first place was Su Ming from Linjiang City. Moreover, there is a huge gap between Su Ming's results and the second place Lin Feng. Immediately, Su Ming attracted the attention of all the admissions teachers at martial arts universities across the country. Keizhou University, Martial Arts Admissions Office. Admissions Director Zhao Wuji and dozens of other admissions teachers sat together, watching the martial arts exam rankings of each province flash across the screen. They quickly evaluated the top 3 in each province and offered various benefits just to recruit these geniuses into Jingcheng University. The enrollment plan for students from Yunnan Province has already been drawn up, and it's the turn of Jiangnan Province next. After formulating a special recruitment plan for the top 3 candidates in Yunnan and Dian provinces, Zhao Wuji replaced the Yunnan and Dian provinces martial arts exam ranking list on the screen with the Jiangnan province's martial arts exam ranking list. 300,000, perfect score. Hasn't a genius who scored perfect on the martial arts exam appeared in the entire country for 10 years? How could such a genius appear in Jiangnan Province? How come such a genius isn't from Jiling, the capital of Jiangnan Province, but Linjiang? What city is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? Found it. Linjiang City, one of the most remote and small cities in the northwest region of Jiangnan Province. I never thought such a place could produce such a monstrous genius. It's even more rare to be able to cultivate to this level in such a remote place. Quick, pull up Su Ming's martial arts exam video. I want to see how he achieved a perfect score. As soon as the staff played the on-site surveillance video of Su Ming's exam, the entire admissions office fell silent. In the picture, Su Ming thrust out with a spear, and the right arm of the specially made metal puppet that could withstand the full force of a third-level peak warrior was torn apart in an instant as if by a will. Fragments of parts mixed with sparks flew everywhere and fell heavily dozens of meters away. The long spear in Su Ming's hand, which was specially used for the martial arts examination, was broken into several pieces by this attack and fell on the martial arts examination arena. Looking at this scene, the expressions of all the admissions teachers of Beijing University were frozen on their faces, and huge waves were rising in their hearts, shocking beyond words. Jingcheng University is one of the top universities in the country. Anyone who can teach at this university, even the teachers in the admissions office, must be at least a 5th-level warrior. Moreover, they are all young 5th-level warriors. When they were young, they could be called geniuses anywhere. Their vision was more vicious than that of the mayor of Linjiang City. Everyone knew what it meant that Su Ming's shot shattered the metal puppet's right arm. Bang! After a brief silence, Zhao Wuji suddenly stood up, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. This is definitely not the kind of damage that could be caused by a 300,000 calorie attack. Although the metal puppet's endurance limit is 300,000 calories, the strength of the alloy in its body can withstand an attack of 500,000 calories without breaking. Su Ming shattered the metal puppet's right arm into pieces with a single shot. This level of combat power must have reached at least 1 million calories. 300,000 points is only the upper limit of the total score in the martial arts exam, not the upper limit of Su Ming's strength. After saying this, he took a deep breath, suppressed the shocked expression on his face, and then looked at the 3 admissions teachers in the front row. The aura of these 3 people had surprisingly reached the peak of the 5th level. Who among you 3 is willing to go? Zhao Wuji stopped talking halfway through his words, changed his mind, and shook his head again, saying, "Forget it, I'll go there myself. Li Hui, I'll leave the next enrollment analysis work to you to lead everyone. I'm going to Jiangnan province now." After saying that, Zhao Wuji left the admissions office meeting room directly. After coming outside, Zhao Wuji stepped into the air and flew towards Linjiang City. His figure quickly turned into a black dot and disappeared into the horizon. Stepping on the void, this is a method that only a 6th level master can master. The same scene happened not only at Jingcheng University. The admissions office of Mahai University, at this moment the admissions office meeting room was also plunged into deathly silence. This Su Ming has a combat power of at least 1 million cards. His shot has already reached the level of a 4th stage mid-stage warrior. Genius, a monstrous genius, such a genius must be recruited into my Demon Sea University. Lao Guang, you continue to lead the meeting. I'm going to Jiangnan province first. Lu Jiming, the admissions director of Mahai University, quickly made the same choice as Zhao Wuji. After rushing out of the admissions office of Mahai University, he took off into the air and flew towards Jiangnan province. Haha, I didn't expect that Jiangnan province would actually produce such a monstrous genius. He's only 18 years old, and has the combat power of a mid-4th order level. Even the Thunder Emperor back then was no better than him. If nothing unexpected happens, Su Ming will definitely become a powerful king. Even if he breaks through the king level and becomes an invincible powerhouse, his future is promising. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first. I will go now to recruit Su Ming to our Jiangnan University. On the other side, after seeing the martial arts exam video of Su Ming smashing the metal puppet, Su Shangming, the admissions director of Jiangnan University, rushed out of the admissions office without any hesitation. In addition to top martial arts universities such as Jingcheng University, Mahai University, and Jiangnan University, the admissions directors of the top 10 martial arts universities in the country all flew to Linjiang City in person, just to recruit Su Ming, the peerless genius, into their own universities. Chapter 51, Famous Schools Gather. In the Extreme Martial Arts School, Su Ming's exclusive training room. Su Ming continued to practice the 100 Refinements Golden Body technique over and over again. The blood and energy in his body surged like a river, and his breath was long and lingering. Outside the training room, Jiang Lingchuan glanced at the closed door of the training room, and the smile on his face deepened a little. This kid is really hardworking. He actually started practicing before dawn. With such hard work, why can't he become a powerful witness? Originally, he wanted to tell Su Ming the good news that Su Ming had won the provincial martial arts exam championship, but now that he saw Su Ming was practicing, he did not disturb him. After sighing, Jiang Lingchuan left the training room and walked towards the hall of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. As soon as he reached the gate of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, he saw Su Shangming's figure falling from the sky and landing in front of him. Walking in the air, a master-level expert. Seeing Su Shangming standing in front of him, Jiang Lingchuan was shocked. His face suddenly became serious. He bowed and clasped his fists towards Su Shangming and said, "Jiang Lingchuan, the head of the Linjiang City Extreme Martial Arts School branch, greets you, senior." Seeing this, Su Shangming quickly waved his hand and then said urgently, "Master Jiang, I'm Director Su from the admissions office of Jiangnan University. I just heard from number 7 middle school that Su Ming is currently at your martial arts gym. Could you take me to see him? The director of admissions at Jiangnan University. He's here so soon." Hearing Su Shangming's words, Jiang Lingchuan was shocked and looked surprised, but he quickly reacted and said to Su Shangming, "Director Su, Su Ming is indeed in this hall, but he is still practicing in the training room. Do you need me to call him out?" Su Ming is actually still practicing. What a hard-working martial arts genius. Hearing Jiang Lingchuan's answer, Su Shangming's eyes lit up and he admired Su Ming even more. The vast majority of other candidates will definitely relax after the martial arts exam. Few people can be as hard-working as Su Ming, who starts practicing the next day after the exam. He didn't know that on the day the martial arts exam ended, Su Ming practiced for 15 hours after returning to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall from the examination room. Secretly praising Su Ming in his heart, Su Shangming smiled and said, "No need. Since Su Ming is practicing, I will wait until he finishes his practice before meeting him. You can take me to Su Ming's practice room first, and I will wait for him at the door." Although he was eager to recruit Su Ming into Jiangnan University, he was more worried that if he interrupted Su Ming while he was practicing, it would leave a bad impression on Su Ming. Therefore, even though he knew that while he was waiting for Su Ming to finish his training, admissions teachers from other martial arts universities would most likely arrive, he still decided to wait. In that case, please follow me, Director Su. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingchuan did not dare to delay and hurriedly took Su Shangming to the training room on the second floor of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Not long after Jiang Lingchuan brought Su Shangming outside Su Ming's training room, another person walked into the hall of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. This person was the admissions director of Demon Sea University, Lu Zhiming. Director Lu, I didn't expect you to come in person. Just as Lu Zhiming entered the hall of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, another figure fell from the sky at the door. It was Zhao Wuji, the admissions director of Jingcheng University, who had rushed over. When Zhao Wuji saw Lu Zhiming, he couldn't help but shout loudly. Director Zhao, you actually came in person. Hearing the voice behind him, Lu Zhiming turned around and saw Zhao Wuji. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and he greeted him. The two are both admissions directors of Hanxia's two top martial arts universities, so they are naturally very familiar with each other. You two guys are really not slow in coming. At this moment, Su Shangming on the second floor was also attracted by the conversation between the two. He turned his head to look at the lobby on the first floor and smiled at them. Although Su Shangming had a smile on his face, he couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. Jingcheng University and Mahai University are two top universities ranked above Jiangnan University. Although Jiangnan University is not much worse than the other two universities in terms of teaching strength and faculty, the other two universities are more famous than Jiangnan University after all. Now that the admissions directors of these two top universities have come in person, it will be much more difficult for him to recruit Su Ming into Jiangnan University. Director Su, I knew you would be faster than us. When Lu Zhiming and Zhao Wuji heard Su Shangming's voice, they both looked up in Su Shangming's direction and greeted him. Then, the two of them flashed and went directly from the first floor lobby to the second floor without taking the stairs at all. Two more masters. Seeing the two people coming in front of him, Jiang Lingchuan's body trembled and a layer of fine sweat beads appeared on his forehead. It was the first time for him to face three masters at such a close distance, and the pressure was greater than he had ever felt before. Although the pressure was enormous, Jiang Lingchuan still withstood the pressure and explained Su Ming's current situation to Lu Zhiming and Zhao Wuji. When they learned that Su Ming was actually practicing in the training room, Lu Zhiming and Zhao Wuji both showed expressions of surprise and admiration. Their choice was the same as Su Shangming's. They just stood silently outside the training room where Su Ming was and waited. Time flies, and I waited from morning till late at night. At this moment, outside Su Ming's training room, gathered 10 admissions directors from the top 10 martial arts universities in the country, all of whom were powerful masters. In addition, there are more than 30 admissions teachers from lower-ranked martial arts universities, all of whom are also powerful people at the peak of the 5th level. Master Jiang, does Su Ming practice for such a long time every day? After checking the time, Su Shangming turned to look at Jiang Lingchuan beside him. As soon as he said this, the eyes of admission directors of universities including Lu Zhiming and Zhao Wuji fell on Jiang Lingchuan. Su Ming, if you don't come out, I can't stand the pressure anymore. Facing the gazes of so many powerful people, Jiang Lingchuan felt a sudden increase in pressure and complained in his heart. But he still showed a respectful smile on his face and nodded to Su Shangming. Director Su, a week ago, Su Ming would stay in the training room and practice for 10 hours every day. Recently, Su Ming has been even more diligent, practicing for about 15 hours every day. Let's wait a little longer, Su Ming will be out soon. Practice for 15 hours every day. Hearing Jiang Lingchuan's words, all the admissions teachers around were shocked and their faces showed emotion. Boom! At this moment, the heavy door of the training room was heard to make a mechanical roar, and then the door slowly opened. Su Ming, you finally came out. Seeing the figure after the door opened, Jiang Lingchuan felt relieved and excited. Chapter 52, Competition Among Elite Schools. What's going on? As soon as Su Ming opened the door, he saw a group of people gathered outside, all looking at him eagerly. He also felt tremendous pressure from these people and could clearly feel that these people were stronger than Jiang Lingchuan. Su Ming suddenly showed a surprised expression and looked at Jiang Lingchuan. Master Jiang, this is. Ha ha ha, Su Ming, you're finally out. These are the admissions teachers from the top martial arts universities in Hanxia. Let me introduce them to you. This is Director Zhao, the admissions director of Jingcheng University. This is Director Lu, the admissions director of Mahai University, and this is... Seeing Su Ming looking at him, Jiang Lingchuan immediately explained to Su Ming, and then introduced Zhao Wuji and other top martial arts university admissions teachers to Su Ming one by one. The students have met all the teachers. After Jiang Lingchuan quickly introduced everyone, Su Ming nodded and greeted Zhao Wuji and others. Well, not bad, Su Ming. I was the first one to arrive at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. I rushed here early in the morning and have been waiting for you outside. I have to say, you are the most talented and hardworking student I have ever met. Are you interested in coming to Jiangnan University? It's one of the top universities in the province. It's close to home, so everything is more convenient. And Jiangnan University is no weaker than Jingcheng University or Mahai University. After Jiang Lingchuan finished his introduction and Su Ming greeted him, Su Xiangming immediately stepped forward and extended an invitation to Su Ming. Su Xiangming was very smart. He deliberately told Su Ming that he was the first to arrive. He only invited Su Ming on the grounds that Jiangnan University was a local university in Jiangnan province and closer to home. He did not directly tell Su Ming the treatment he would receive if he entered Jiangnan University. This old fox. Hearing what Su Xiangming said to Su Ming, Zhao Wuji and Lu Jiming both cursed inwardly. Those who are able to become admissions directors of top martial arts universities are all smart people. They all know that in the admissions process, whoever bids first has the least chance of recruiting talented students. Unless the salary offered at the beginning is extremely high, which is far ahead of the competition and prevents everyone else from increasing their salary. Su Ming, come to our Jibei University. Jibei University is willing to provide you with 2,000 credits per year, plus a 200 million scholarship and a set of A-level combat uniforms. As soon as Su Xiangming finished speaking, a university admissions director immediately invited Su Ming. Jinan University is not weak and is also among the top 10 universities in Guanhangxia, ranking 9th. Su Ming, our Shandong University is willing to provide you with 3,000 credits and 300 million scholarships every year, plus a set of A-level combat uniforms and an A-level spear. However, as soon as the admissions teacher of Jinbei University finished speaking, another admissions teacher from a university ranked in the top 10 in the country spoke to Su Ming attentively. Shandong University, ranked 5th in the country. Sure enough, the top 10 martial arts universities are still too rich. We can't compete with them at all. Yeah, a rank combat uniforms and weapons, even I'm jealous. This is just the benefit offered by the 5th ranked martial arts university. Director Zhao and the admissions directors of the top 3 universities haven't even spoken yet. It looks like we'll just be a runner-up this time. Yeah, it feels really bad that such a monstrous genius couldn't be recruited into the school even though he was right in front of me. When the admissions teacher from Shandong University told Su Ming about the admissions benefits, the admissions teachers from other universities at the back couldn't help but shake their heads and express their feelings. At this moment, Zhao Wuji glanced at Lu Jiming and Su Xiangming beside him and said with a smile, I wonder what kind of benefits you two are going to offer to recruit Su Ming this time? Ha, Director Zhao, you don't need to test us. Anyway, no matter what treatment you give to Su Ming at Jingcheng University, the treatment given to Su Ming by my Demon Sea University is higher than yours. Lu Jiming looked at Zhao Wuji, who was smiling but not smiling, and crossed his arms across his chest, his face calm. Seeing this, the other admissions teachers couldn't help but nod silently. Although Mohai University is slightly lower than Jingcheng University in ranking, its economic conditions are recognized as the strongest in the country. What Lu Jiming just said was definitely not meant to scare Zhao Wuji. Humph, so what if the benefits are high? No matter how good the things are, it still depends on whether they are suitable for you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji snorted coldly, then looked at Su Ming again, and his expression immediately changed, with a smile on his face. Su Ming, I see that you have practiced spear skills quite well. The president of our capital university is an invincible master who has proved his way with spears. If you enter our capital university, the president will definitely be happy to accept you as a disciple and teach you everything he knows. Oh no! How could I have forgotten this? When Lu Jiming heard what Zhao Wuji said, the expression on his face suddenly froze. The president of Jingcheng University was an invincible strong man who had surpassed the realm of being crowned as a king. He used a spear to perfection. When he was at the peak of his reign, he fought alone against the three-headed throne beast in the starry sky battlefield. In the end, he used his spear to enter the realm of invincibility and killed the three-headed throne beast. At this point, the name of Bai Yufei, the president of Beijing University, resounded throughout Blue Star. He was hailed as the #1 spearman on Blue Star and respected by the world as the spear saint of Hanxia. Countless warriors who use spears as weapons all want to get by Yufei's guidance. Su Ming is also a genius in spear use, and he certainly cannot refuse the tempting offer of becoming a disciple of the spear saint of Hanxia. Not only Lu Jiming, but also Su Xiangming and admissions teachers from other major martial arts universities had the same idea. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, after listening to Zhao Wuji's words, Su Ming's expression remained calm, without any ripples. He just smiled at Zhao Wuji, and then turned his gaze to Su Xiangming and Lu Jiming. There's still hope? Seeing Su Ming looking at them, Su Xiangming and Lu Jiming raised their eyebrows and became more energetic. Su Ming, if you are willing to come to Jiangnan University, the school will give you a one-time scholarship of 1 billion. In addition, it will provide 5,000 credits per year, a set of A-level combat uniforms and A-level weapons. On top of this, as long as you enroll, you will also receive the school's treasured A-level gunmanship martial arts. Su Xiangming could no longer hold back and took the lead in speaking up, offering the benefits offered by Jiangnan University. Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, the admissions teachers behind him couldn't help but gasp, shocked by the welfare benefits proposed by Su Xiangming. Su Ming, our Jingcheng University and Jiangnan University have the same welfare benefits, but as long as you enter Jingcheng University, I can guarantee that the president will accept you as a disciple. As soon as Su Xiangming finished speaking, Zhao Wuji also told Su Ming about the treatment that Capital University could give him. If any other genius who used a spear as a weapon heard the conditions given by Zhao Wuji, he would definitely choose Jingcheng University without hesitation. But Su Ming is different. With the system, as long as he has strong martial arts, he can quickly master it by adding points, and he doesn't need a teacher at all. Su Ming did not respond immediately to the conditions offered by the two, but looked at Lu Jiming, the admissions director of Demon Sea University. Chapter 53 Su Ming's Choice. Su Ming, although we at Demon Sea University don't have a spear master like Hanxia Spear Saint, as long as you come to Demon Sea University, we will definitely arrange for the school's best teachers to teach you. In addition to that, you'll receive 5,000 credits per year, a 2 billion scholarship, a complete set of A-grade combat uniforms and A-grade weapons, and most importantly, our school can provide you with an extra portion of Earth Dragon blood essence every year. When Lu Jiming saw Su Ming looking at him, he was delighted and immediately told him the best treatment he could agree to. Earth Dragon blood. After hearing the words Earth Dragon's essence blood, the other admissions teachers around couldn't help but exclaimed, and Zhang Lingchuan was even shocked. Is this Earth Dragon's blood precious? Seeing everyone's reaction, Su Ming asked in surprise. Is this more than precious? At this time, Zhang Lingchuan heard Su Ming's words and slowly spoke, with a look of deep shock on his face, and continued to explain. As Hanxia people, we all know what the word dragon means. Any beast associated with the word dragon is extremely powerful. Earth dragons, although only sub-dragon beasts, once they grow up, they are all powerful beings at the 8th rank marquee level. Moreover, among the 8th rank beasts, earth dragons are among the strongest. If you want to obtain the blood of an earth dragon, the only way is to kill an earth dragon with the strength of an 8th rank marquee and take its blood. As for the wonderful use of the earth dragon's blood, it can greatly enhance a warrior's chi and blood, and strengthen the warrior's body. The effect is countless times more powerful than the 3-leaf purple blood fruit you took before. Now do you understand how precious this earth dragon's blood is? Even after he finished speaking, Zhang Lingchuan's face was still filled with shock. Even the Extreme Martial Arts School headquarters doesn't have a single piece of earth dragon's blood. After all, the current owner and several deputy owners of the Extreme Martial Arts School headquarters are only at the 8th level of marquee strength. The strength of the earth dragons is top-notch among the marquises, and they all move deep in large caves. The large cave is a dangerous place where the throne beasts are active. If one wants to kill the earth dragon and obtain its blood essence, even if all the strong men in the Extreme Martial Arts School headquarters are dispatched, success may not be guaranteed. I see. After listening to Zhang Lingchuan's explanation, Su Ming understood. But although the earth dragon's blood is good, the resource he needs most urgently now is the 7th level resource, the water of life. Only the water of life can bring his mother, Lin Wanru, back from her coma. The water of life is only a 7th tier resource, while the earth dragon's blood essence is the blood of an 8th tier beast. Comparing the two, the earth dragon's blood essence is definitely more precious. Since Demon Sea University can provide me with a portion of earth dragon blood essence every year, then it will definitely be no problem for me to exchange the first portion of earth dragon blood essence for water of life. Thinking of this, Su Ming immediately looked at Lu Jiming and asked, Director Lu, I'm in urgent need of a portion of water of life. Can I exchange the first portion of earth dragon blood for water of life? When he said this, Lu Jiming was stunned at first, but then he was ecstatic. Su Ming asked this, obviously having already chosen Demon Sea University, otherwise he would not have asked him whether he could exchange the Earth Dragon's blood for the water of life. Thinking of this, Lu Jiming burst into laughter and said to Su Ming, "Yes, of course. But I don't recommend you to exchange the blood of the Earth Dragon for the water of life. The water of life is only a 7th level resource. 1 portion of Earth Dragon blood essence is more than enough to exchange for 10 portions of the water of life. Didn't I tell you before? As long as you come to Demon Sea University, I'll provide you with 5,000 credits every year. Credits are the hard currency in the university. The bonus credits you earn every year can be exchanged for 2 bottles of water of life. If you're willing to come to our Demon Sea University, I'll change your first year credit reward to 2,500 points and a bottle of water of life. All other benefits remain the same. How do you do?" After saying that, Lu Jiming looked at Su Ming with a faint smile, waiting for his answer. After listening to Lu Jiming's suggestion, Su Ming couldn't help but be shocked. The market value of water of life is as high as 10 billion. I didn't expect that I could redeem a bottle of water of life for only 2,500 credits. Doesn't that mean one lesson is equivalent to 4 million credits? If the credits are converted into credit points each year, that's 20 billion. These top universities really don't treat money as money. After roughly calculating the exchange rate between credits and credit points, Su Ming couldn't help but complain in his heart. After complaining, Su Ming also made his own decision. He first bowed slightly to the admissions teachers of the other martial arts universities besides Lu Jiming, and smiled apologetically, "Thank you all for your kindness, but I have decided to join Demon Sea University." "Why?" After hearing Su Ming's choice, Su Xiangming, Zhao Wuji and other admissions teachers of the martial arts university could not help but sigh. Then, Su Xiangming, Zhao Wuji and others looked at Su Ming with regret, and then left the extreme martial arts hall one after another. It is now the time for martial arts entrance examinations, and the major martial arts universities are competing fiercely for talents from all provinces across the country. They have already spent a day here with Su Ming. Since Su Ming has made his choice, they naturally will not continue to waste time here. "Su Ming, I couldn't ask because the others were here just now. Now that they're gone, can you tell me if you've awakened any superhuman abilities?" Just after the others left, Lu Jiming looked at Su Ming with a hint of anticipation on his face. He had carefully studied the live video of Su Ming's martial arts exam and knew that the shot Su Ming fired at the metal puppet was the sea-level martial arts breaking luck gun. With Su Ming's energy and blood, he couldn't unleash 1,000,000 combat forces even if he practiced the cloud-breaking spear to perfection. Then there is only one possibility, that is, Su Ming also possesses superhuman abilities that can instantly enhance his physical fitness, and the level of his abilities is definitely not low. "Yes, I have indeed awakened an A-level superhuman ability." Su Ming heard this and did not hide it. "Ha ha, good. 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 Su Ming, this is the agreement drafted by our Demon Sea University. The benefits and treatment mentioned above are the same as what I just mentioned. Take a look first. If there are no unexpected events, let's sign the agreement now." Hearing Su Ming's answer, Lu Jiming showed an expression of "as expected" and shouted "good" 3 times. Then he immediately took out the drafted contract and pushed it in front of Su Ming. Su Ming picked up the contract and took a look at it. He didn't find any problems, so he signed it readily and put his fingerprint on it. "Student Su Ming, on behalf of Magic Sea University, I welcome you to Magic Sea University. I will go back and get your admission documents and Magic Sea University student ID card. Tomorrow night, I will come back here to see you with your student ID card and the water of life." After seeing Su Ming complete the contract, Lu Jiming put away the document kept by Magic Sea University with a cheerful tone. "Well, I'll be waiting for Director Lu here tomorrow afternoon." Hearing that he could obtain the water of life tomorrow, Su Ming was also very surprised and nodded quickly. After Lu Jiming talked with Su Ming for a few more words, he nodded to Su Weiwei. Then, accompanied by Su Ming and Jiang Lingchuan, he came to the gate of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, stepped directly into the air, and rushed towards the direction of Demon Sea University. In a blink of an eye, he disappeared into the night sky. Chapter 54 Water of Life. "Su Ming, isn't your ability a natural ability of ice attribute? When did it become a superhuman ability? And it's a level." As soon as Lu Jiming left, Jiang Lingchuan immediately turned to look at Su Ming with a look of suspicion and shock on his face. Just when Su Ming told Lu Jiming that he possessed the A-level superhuman ability, the Violent Heart, he was stunned. If Lu Jiming had not been there, he would have wanted to ask Su Ming what was going on. Ahem, Master Jiang, I never said I only awakened natural abilities. And before this, you never asked me if I had any other special abilities. Hearing Jiang Lingchuan's words, Su Ming coughed lightly and then smiled. This seems to make sense. Su Ming's words made Jiang Lingchuan stunned and speechless for a moment. He actually felt that what Su Ming said was extremely true. Shaking his head to dispel the random thoughts in his mind, Jiang Lingchuan took a deep breath and reached out to pat Su Ming's shoulder heavily. Su Ming, you are the most evil genius I have ever seen, and also the most hardworking genius I have ever seen. As long as you maintain your current state, you will definitely become the most powerful warrior in Hanxia in the future, and it is not impossible to reach the realm of invincibility. The Invincible is an unrivaled powerhouse above the 9th level of King. There are only a handful of such strong men in the entire Hanxia. Since the Cataclysm, countless geniuses have appeared in Hanxia, including some extremely talented people, and even top-level monsters who have awakened S-level superpowers. But in the end, only a few people can take this step. Although countless geniuses and evildoers have stopped before reaching the invincible realm over the years, Jiang Lingchuan now has great confidence in Su Ming. It's not just because Su Ming possesses 2 powerful superpowers, but also because even though Su Ming is extremely gifted, he still works several times harder than ordinary people in cultivation. An invincible powerhouse above the 9th level of the King? I will take that step, and it won't take long. Looking at Jiang Lingchuan's rather emotional and serious expression, Su Ming raised the corners of his mouth slightly, not being modest at all. The deep blue system is his greatest source of confidence, and it is also the strong support for him to quickly reach the realm of invincibility. Seeing Su Ming's lack of modesty, Jiang Lingchuan didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After the two of them talked for a while, Su Ming said goodbye to Jiang Lingchuan and returned to his home. Early the next morning, Su Ming arrived at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall as usual. However, as soon as he arrived at the Extreme Martial Arts Gym, he met Lu Jiming, who had arrived at the Extreme Martial Arts Gym earlier than him. Lu Jiming was so powerful that he was the first to greet Su Ming. Su Ming, so early? My home is in Linjiang City, so it's convenient for me to come here to practice. But Director Lu, you came from such a far place like Demon Sea University, and you're here so early. Su Ming looked at Lu Jiming with a smile on his face. Hearing that Su Ming came to the Extreme Martial Arts School to practice again, Lu Jiming showed a hint of approval in his eyes and admired Su Ming even more. I've already completed your admission procedures, and the first thing I wanted to do is get it to you. As soon as he finished speaking, he handed the Magic City University student ID card he had processed for Su Ming to Su Ming. Special recruitment? Su Ming took the student ID card and looked at the 2 most eye-catching words on it, feeling a little surprised. Yes, the admissions teachers of the major martial arts universities in Hanxia will go to recruit talented candidates from all over the country in advance? There is naturally a difference between these candidates who are personally admitted to the school by the admissions teacher and the candidates who will be admitted a month later based on the national martial arts exam scores. Specially recruited students at Demon Sea University have many advantages. You will understand this once you arrive at the school. Seeing the surprise on Su Ming's face, Lu Jiming explained with a smile. Su Ming heard this and nodded silently. The school term at Demon Sea University will start in a month and a half, which is still 50 days away. This is my contact number. When you arrive in Shanghai, call me and I'll pick you up in person. This is the A-rank combat uniform and a rank weapon I promised you. Please accept them as well. After seeing Su Ming accept the student ID, Lu Jiming took out a box containing a level combat uniforms and a level weapons and rifles, and then took out one of his business cards and handed it to Su Ming. After handing these things over, Lu Jiming flipped his hand again, and a light flashed on the ring on his right hand, and a palm-sized crystal bottle appeared in his hand. In this transparent crystal bottle, there is a pool of about 50 milliliters of emerald green solution, emitting a faint fluorescence. Even through the bottle, Su Ming can feel the vitality inside the bottle. Director Lu, could this be? Looking at the crystal bottle in Lu Jiming's hand, Su Ming's eyes flashed with a fiery look, and his breathing became rapid. Yes, it is the water of life. Seeing what Su Ming was thinking, Lu Jiming nodded and handed the water of life to Su Ming. The water of life is finally here. After receiving the water of life, Su Ming held the crystal bottle in both hands, as if he had obtained a treasure. His voice trembled with excitement. Although the overall value of the water of life is lower than that of a set of A-level combat uniforms and A-level weapons, in Su Ming's eyes, the value of this water of life at this moment far exceeds anything Lu Jiming has given him. Thank you, Director Lu. I have something urgent to attend to right now, so I'll take my leave now. Director Liu, please leave this combat uniform and spear for me at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. I'll ask the owner to take care of them. I'll be leaving first. After suppressing the excitement in his heart, Su Ming glanced at the two large boxes beside him and immediately said to Lu Jiming. As soon as he finished speaking, before Lu Jiming could answer, Su Ming turned around and left with the water of life. This kid is quite filial. Filial children are always good. Seeing Su Ming turn around and leave without hesitation, without even glancing at the A-level combat uniform and A-level weapon spear under his feet, Lu Jiming nodded with satisfaction and praised him generously. After discovering last night that Su Ming was so anxious to use the water of life, Lu Jiming investigated the reason and understood why Su Ming was so anxious to leave. In the intensive care unit of Linjiang People's Hospital, brother and sister Su Ming and Su Xiaowei looked at Lin Wanru lying on the hospital bed with anticipation and a little nervousness on their faces. At this moment, the water of life brought by Su Ming had been used on Lin Wanru under the doctor's instructions. Now the two are waiting for Lin Wanru to wake up. Xiaoming, Xiaowei, you have all grown up. While the two siblings were waiting, Lin Wanru slowly opened her eyes, tilted her head slightly to look at Su Ming and Su Xiaowei, and whispered softly, "Mom! You're finally awake." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaowei shouted excitedly, then threw herself into Lin Wanru's arms and burst into tears. After 3 years, my mother finally woke up. Seeing this, Su Ming's eyes also turned slightly red, as if relieved. Chapter 55 Heading to the Magic City. 1.5 months later. Oh. In the Extreme Martial Arts School, Su Ming's exclusive training room. Su Ming held his breath, sighed softly, and tightly grasped a test spear in both hands. Then he fired a shot, hitting the metal test target. Boom! The moment the spear touched the metal target, a loud noise suddenly rang out in the training room. The next second, the target of the combat vehicle testing equipment in the training room was blown away. Ding ding ding! On the combat power tester, the numbers kept jumping and finally stopped at 440,500. Call. In front of the combat power tester, Su Ming put away his gun and stood, took a long breath, looked at the combat power value displayed on the combat power tester, and nodded with satisfaction. Then he called up his own property panel. Host, Su Ming. Chi and Blood, 8810. Spirit, 521. Ability, Ice Crown S plus Violent Heart A plus. Body Training Method, Rising Sun D Perfect 100 Refinements Golden Body A Perfect. Meditation Method, None. Martial Arts, Diamond Spear Technique D Perfection Cloud Breaking Spear C Perfection. Strength Points, 3,206. After nearly 40 days of practice, I have gained more than 4,500 Chi and Blood. Without using my A-level Berserker Heart ability, my combat power using the Cloud Breaking Spear has reached the level of a 4th tier warrior. 440,000 combat power. If I use my superhuman A-level supernatural power to improve my physical fitness and increase my combat power 8-fold, my combat power will be enough to break through 3.2 million. 3.2 million combat power, close to the peak of the 4th level warrior. This doesn't even include the improvement in my strength from the A-grade combat uniform and A-grade spear awarded by Demon Sea University. When I put on that A-level combat uniform and take up an A-level weapon, even the mayor of Linjiang City won't be my match. After looking at his own attribute bread, Su Ming grinned. A level combat uniform can completely ignore attacks from strong people below the 6th level Grandmaster. And A-level weapons can easily break through the defense of a 5th level ferocious beast. With Su Ming's current explosive power, using a level combat uniform and a spear as a weapon, even a 5th level ferocious beast would have no choice but to run for its life if it encountered him. After all, if it cannot break the defense of Su Ming's combat uniform, it will be injured by Su Ming's attack. The 5th level ferocious beast is quite intelligent and will definitely not entangle with Su Ming. As for the mayor of Linjiang City, he is only a peak level 4th level warrior, and is no match for Su Ming, who has a complete set of A-level combat uniforms and weapons. I'm going to Demon Sea University tomorrow, so I won't be training tonight. I'll go home and have a good meal with my family. Looking at the time, Su Ming decided not to practice tonight, but to return home to have dinner with his mother Lin Wanru and sister Su Xiaowei. Ever since Lin Wanru woke up, he has devoted himself to cultivation again, practicing for at least 15 hours every day. Apart from sleeping, I basically spend all my time in the Extreme Martial Arts Gym. After making the decision, Su Ming took off his training clothes, took a shower, changed into casual clothes, and rushed home. Son, you're back. Come on, sit down and eat. I'll have another dish ready soon. Su Ming had just arrived home when Lin Wanru brought a plate of fried dishes to the table and smiled at Su Ming. He immediately turned around and went back to the kitchen to continue working. Compared to when she just woke up, Lin Wanru's complexion was much better, and the energy and blood emanating from her body had already reached the strength of a late-stage second-order warrior. The water of life is a 7th-level resource. When used on Lin Wanru, it not only healed all the injuries in her body, but also significantly enhanced her physical fitness. His strength also increased from the late first-stage warrior before he fell into a coma to the late second stage. Not only that, because Su Ming was the top scorer in the Jiangnan Province martial arts exam, the Linjiang City Hall also specially rewarded Su Ming with a single-family villa in the city center, covering an area of 2,000 square meters and worth 200 million credit points. Now Su Ming's family has moved from their previous staircase house in the old community to this large villa in the city center. Brother, Mom knows you're going to the Magic City tomorrow, so these are your favorite dishes, hee. At this time, Su Shaowei also poked her head out of the kitchen, holding 2 large bottles of functional drinks in her hands, one on the left and one on the right, and brought them to the dining table. These 2 bottles of functional drinks are specially made supplements. Not only do they taste great, they also have the same effect as Qi Shuai powder in replenishing a warrior's qi and blood. Although its effect on increasing qi and blood is not as good as special supplements such as qi and blood powder, it is easier to absorb and does not require the practice of bodybuilding techniques to assist absorption. Because of this, the price of these 2 bottles of functional drinks is not cheap. Each bottle costs 10,000 credit points. 10,000 credit points are enough for an average family of 3 to live comfortably for a month. A functional drink that costs 10,000 yuan a bottle is undoubtedly a luxury item. However, for Su Ming now, this kind of tonic is completely affordable. With his current strength, he could earn at least 10 million credit points just by going to the cave. Even if he didn't enter the cave, Su Ming had the 2 billion scholarship in his card, which allowed him to ignore the consumption of such supplements. Long-term consumption of this functional beverage not only has many benefits for low-level warriors, but also has greater benefits for people like Su Shaowei who have not yet become warriors. Aha! Seeing this, Su Ming nodded, then quickly came to the dining table and sat down. The family happily reunited for the night. The next day, Su Ming, accompanied by his family and Jiang Lingchuan, boarded the high-speed train to the Magic City. The Magic City is more than 2,000 kilometers away from Linjiang City, but now the speed of Hanxia's high-speed rail has exceeded 800 kilometers per hour. If you take the high-speed rail from Linjiang City to the Magic City directly, it will only take less than 3 hours. However, including the time it takes to get passengers on and off at various stops along the way, it still takes more than 3 hours to get from Linjiang City to Shanghai. Su Ming bought a business class ticket, but he was not invited into the business class until the flight was about to start. As soon as I entered the high-speed train and sat down, it didn't take long before the train started moving towards the distant Magic City. It's my first time flying business class, and it's quite comfortable. It's worth the money. 3 hours. Take a break first. When you open your eyes soon, the Demon City will be there. Su Ming sat in his seat, felt it, and was very satisfied. Then he closed his eyes and rested. Laugh. It was unknown how long it had been, but when Su Ming was half awake he suddenly felt the high-speed train slow down abruptly, and he woke up suddenly. We've arrived at our stop? Something's wrong. We shouldn't brake so suddenly when we arrive at our stop. Su Ming, who was awakened, raised his eyebrows and stood up from his seat in an instant. His ears twitched slightly, and his expression darkened. He could already hear the sounds of a big fight coming from outside through the train. Chapter 56. I ask you to open the door. Hold on to the train. We must hold on until reinforcements arrive. Outside the high-speed train, a leader who was a peak-level third-order warrior chopped a late-stage second-order beast away with one sword, and at the same time shouted to the dozen or so first- and second-order warriors around him. Kill! Hearing the leader's words, a flash of madness appeared in the eyes of the surrounding warriors. They stood in front of the train, forming a human wall to fight against the ferocious beasts that were rushing towards them. Boom! Roar! As the roars of beasts and the sounds of fighting outside the train became clearer and clearer. Now, it was not only Su Ming, a warrior with considerable strength, who could hear the noise outside. The passengers in the first few carriages near the group of ferocious beasts also heard the noise coming from outside. What happened? The train's emergency braking, coupled with the sounds of fighting and the roars of ferocious beasts outside, immediately caused the faces of the passengers in the front carriage to change, and they hurriedly looked out the window. It sounds like there's a ferocious beast outside. How could there be a ferocious beast on this high-speed rail line? Oh no, everyone, look outside. Ferocious beasts. So many ferocious beasts. A beast tide, it's a beast tide. A beast tide is rushing towards us. This beast tide is so massive, there must be a cave somewhere nearby, or a new one. This is in the middle of nowhere, there aren't any military bases or big cities around here, we won't be able to wait for reinforcements. It's over. It's over now. Driver, reverse. When the passengers in the first few carriages heard the noise outside, they saw through the high-speed rail windows that a large number of ferocious beasts were heading towards the train tracks, raising a cloud of dust. Everyone rushed to the rear carriage, screaming and running backwards, which soon caused chaos in the entire train. Boom! At this moment, the roof of the high-speed train suddenly opened, and self-propelled artillery stood up from the roof, and then opened fire at the ferocious beasts rushing around. The 20mm gun barrel emitted a blue light and continuously poured bullets towards the surrounding ferocious beasts. Puff puff puff. The 20mm caliber ammunition hit the ferocious beasts in the distance, instantly tearing the bodies of the ferocious beasts that rushed up. The 20mm machine gun on the high-speed train is extremely powerful, and even a peak-level third-order beast would be beaten into a sieve. As the machine guns on the roof of the train opened fire at full force, the pressure on the group of warriors guarding the front of the train was suddenly greatly reduced. However, there were too many ferocious beasts around, and even if the high-speed train attacked with all its might, it could only temporarily halt the attacks of these beasts. Not only that, since it is not a war-ready train, the ammunition stored on the high-speed rail is limited. Once the ammunition is used up, the dozen or so warriors on the front of the train will not be able to stop this terrifying tide of beasts. Beast tide, so many ferocious beasts? They come just in time. In the business class, Su Ming saw a large group of ferocious beasts outside the high-speed train through the window, but his face showed an expression completely different from that of other passengers. Instead of being afraid, he even had an excited smile on his face. Open the door, I want to go out. Thinking of this, Su Ming directly opened the box containing the A-level combat uniform Scorching Sunsuit and the A-level spear Obsidian gun, took out the Scorching Sunsuit and the Obsidian gun, and said to the business class flight attendant. As he spoke, he had already put on the Sunsuit and the Obsidian gun. My dear guest, there are ferocious beasts outside. It is safer for you to stay inside the high-speed train and wait for rescue. The high-speed rail has an automatic defense system, and there are also onboard warriors cooperating in the defense. We are now inside the high-speed rail and are safe for the time being. We have immediately sent a call for help to the nearby military base and the city's warrior association. A large number of reinforcements are on the way. We just need to hold on until the reinforcements arrive, and we will be safe. However, the attendant shook his head at Su Ming and refused to let him leave the high-speed train and take risks. Although Su Ming's current appearance clearly shows that he is a warrior, it is obvious at first glance that Su Ming is still a student. In the flight attendant's opinion, Su Ming was so young and his strength was definitely not that strong. Faced with a large number of ferocious beasts, it would not be of much use even if Su Ming rushed out. The attendant is right. The high-speed train compartments used in the wild are all specially made, especially the business-class compartments, which are specially reinforced and can withstand the impact of a peak-level second-level ferocious beast. We're safe in here, but if we force the door open and those ferocious beasts take advantage and rush in, can you bear the responsibility? That's right. Let's just stay in the carriage. I believe Hanxia's army will come to rescue us soon. Little brother, I know you're a warrior at such a young age, so it's inevitable that you're a little arrogant, but this beast tide is no joke. Don't act on impulse and harm everyone in the carriage. Just as the conversation between the flight attendant and Su Ming ended, the other passengers in the business class also stood up and spoke to Su Ming with dissatisfaction. Either they persuaded Su Ming to sit down, or they directly rebuked Su Ming and prevented him from acting rashly. While several people were vying to persuade them, the ammunition of the Vulcan machine guns on the high-speed train was exhausted and they stopped spewing flames. Without these large-caliber machine guns to assist in defense, the dozen or so warriors in front of the train suddenly felt under increased pressure. Hearing the condemnation of the people in the business class and seeing the machine gun ammunition outside running out, Su Ming just glanced coldly at the people in the business class, without saying much, but took a step forward. The figure suddenly appeared in front of the business class door like a ghost. You. Su Ming's sudden appearance scared the flight attendant guarding the gate so much that he started to speak. He was about to say something, but the next moment. Boom! A deafening sound suddenly rang out. Su Ming took a step forward and kicked the door of the business class cabin open. Su Ming kicked the heavy door dozens of meters away, like a cannonball, breaking a patch of trees dozens of meters away, and wood chips flew all over the sky. Whoosh! After kicking the door open, Su Ming did not stop. His figure instantly disappeared at the door of the business class and rushed towards the tide of beasts in front. The crimson scorching sun suit emitted a dazzling rainbow light under the sunlight and instantly rushed to the front of the train. At this time, a primary level 3rd order ferocious beast and 2 late level 2nd order ferocious beasts rushed towards a mid-level 2nd order warrior who was accompanying the vehicle from 3 directions, cutting off all the warriors' retreat routes. It's over. Looking at the powerful beasts so close and feeling the fishy wind blowing from their mouths, this mid-stage 2nd level warrior suddenly felt a sense of despair in his heart. Chapter 57 Crazy Harvest. Even if I die, I will never let these beasts have an easy life. This mid-stage 2nd level warrior who was in a desperate situation did not give up resistance in the end. Instead, his eyes turned red and he used all his strength to slash at the 3rd level ferocious beast rushing in front of him. Bang! Then a golden sound of metal collision was heard, and the big knife in the hand of the warrior accompanying the car collided with the 3rd level ferocious beast. The light flashed and disappeared. The expected scene of the 3rd level ferocious beast killing the 2nd level mid-stage warrior in one fell swoop did not occur. Instead, the 3rd level ferocious beast was directly sent flying backwards under the attack of the 2nd level warrior. Not only that, even the 2nd level ferocious beasts rushing towards him from both sides were also sent flying backwards. How? What happened? Why did I suddenly become so strong? Looking at the 3 ferocious beasts flying backwards, the 2nd level warrior was stunned, his face full of confusion. Because at this moment, the 3 ferocious beasts rushing towards him were not only knocked away by his sword, but all of them were bleeding from their mouths and noses, and blood was splattered in the air. As the 3 ferocious beasts landed on the ground, the aura of the 3 beasts disappeared instantly, and they died instantly. Boom boom boom. Ouch. At the same time as the 3 ferocious beasts in front of the 2nd level warrior were blown away, a rainbow light flashed around the high-speed train. The next second, countless ferocious beasts flew up, like sandbags, and were knocked away by the inexplicable rainbow light. This. The sudden scene before their eyes made all the warriors guarding the high-speed train stop in their tracks, speechless with shock. Because there were no more ferocious beasts in front of them at this moment, all the ferocious beasts were blown away and killed by the inexplicable rainbow light. The roar of attacks and collisions, and the brief howls of ferocious beasts, were endless. No, those 3 beasts were not killed by me, but by a powerful person. To be able to kill a 3rd level beast so easily, the person who came must be at least a 4th level warrior. It was not until this time that the warrior at the beginning reacted. He stared at the flashing rainbow light in front of him, his pupils suddenly shrinking. Not only him, but other warriors accompanying the vehicle, including the captain who was at the peak of the 3rd level, were all staring with wide eyes at the rainbow light rushing in the beast tide ahead. Ouch! This rainbow light belonged to none other than Su Ming, who had forced his way out of the business class car. At this moment, he was wearing an A-level combat uniform, and could completely ignore the attacks of ferocious beasts below level 5 in the beast tide. Among the beasts that have rushed out so far, there is not a single ferocious beast whose strength exceeds the peak of the 3rd level. Su Ming, holding the A-level spear obsidian spear, could easily penetrate the defenses of these ferocious beasts in the beast tide with a casual strike, and blood splattered wherever he passed. Under Su Ming's attack, no ferocious beast could survive. But even so, Su Ming only stopped the beast tide for a moment. The beast tide then separated from the front and attacked the high-speed train behind Su Ming from both sides. The pairs of scarlet beast eyes were full of desire for the human flesh and blood in the carriage. Oh no, these beasts have learned their lesson. Quick, everyone, split into 2 teams and immediately stop the ferocious beasts rushing out from both sides. Seeing the beast tide in front of them starting to circumvent Su Ming's guards and encircle him on both sides because they were unable to break through, the captain of the warriors on the vehicle suddenly changed his expression and immediately turned around and shouted to the other warriors on the vehicle who had not yet come to their senses. Yes. Startled by his voice, all the warriors on the vehicle came to their senses immediately, and then responded in unison, rushing to both sides, ready to fight a decisive battle with the ferocious beasts that had surrounded them. Crash! But just as they were about to set off, 2 rows of giant ice walls stretching for more than a kilometer suddenly appeared on the ground on both sides. These ice walls are hundreds of meters high and over 1,000 meters long. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees. Boom boom boom. The moment the ice wall appeared, the ferocious beasts that had encircled it from both sides crashed into the suddenly appeared ice wall, and a violent roar was heard. The earth was shaking violently at this moment. However, facing the impact of these ferocious beasts, the rising ice wall was as solid as steel and did not move at all. Instead, the ferocious beasts that crashed into the ice wall were dizzy and fell in front of the ice wall, and then were trampled by the subsequent ferocious beasts that rushed up. For a moment, no one knew how many more ferocious beasts died from being trampled by other ferocious beasts in the beast tide. Roar! Until the following ferocious beasts stopped, looked at the ice wall blocking their way, and roared to the sky, constantly trying to ram into it, trying to break open the ice wall in front of them. Among them, there were also many mid-stage third-level armored rhinos that charged together and crashed into a part of the ice wall at the same time. However, Su Ming's current mental strength has reached 521 points. If he fully exerts the S-level supernatural power of the Ice Crown, his supernatural power combat power can reach more than 260,000. Now, the ice wall constructed by the supernatural power is enough to withstand the attack of the third-level peak ferocious beast. Kill! After summoning the ice wall to resist the surrounding beast tide, Su Ming let out a low shout, his figure flashed continuously, and the obsidian spear shot out countless spear shadows. While the obsidian spear was harvesting the surrounding ferocious beasts, countless ice cones condensed on the ice wall and fell from the sky, shooting towards the tide of beasts below like dense raindrops. Puff puff puff! Su Ming's current mental power, and the ice cones transformed by the Ice Crown's supernatural power, are no weaker in strength than the Vulcan machine guns on the high-speed train just now. Even a peak-level third-order ferocious beast would have to hurriedly avoid them and dare not resist them head-on. Under the attack of these ice cones, countless first- and second-level ferocious beasts turned into ice sculptures, their lives completely frozen. Kill the level 3 mid-stage beast Flame Ape, strengthening points plus 200. Kill the first-level mid-stage beast Demon Crocodile, strengthen points plus 2. Kill the second-stage late-stage ferocious beast Red Armor Scorpion, strengthen points plus 30. Current reinforcement point, 20,173. When these ferocious beasts were killed, reminders of the killing of ferocious beasts kept popping up on Su Ming's deep blue system, and a large number of strengthening points came like a tide. However, in just a short moment, Su Ming killed hundreds of ferocious beasts, and the accumulated strengthening points exceeded 20,000 points. The speed of harvesting reinforcement points at this rate far exceeded the speed at which he gained reinforcement points when he killed ferocious beasts in the hot spring town. It's actually surpassed 20,000 reinforcement points. This isn't just a beast tide, it's simply a bunch of moving experience packs. While killing the ferocious beasts around him, he looked at the added strengthening points on the system, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. His hands moved faster. The obsidian gun transformed into countless gun shadows, like a ruthless meat grinder, killing all the ferocious beasts along the way. Chapter 58 Golden War Lion. Successfully killed the third-stage mid-stage fierce beast Cloud Leopard, strengthening points plus 200. Successfully killed the late-stage first-level ferocious beast Blood Fawn Wolf, strengthening points plus 30. After activating the Ice Crown's special ability to erect 2 ice walls to block the attack of the ferocious beasts, Su Ming continued to move among the beast tide. The obsidian spear flashed, creating countless spear shadows, and combined with the ice cones stimulated by supernatural powers, it continuously harvested the lives of the surrounding ferocious beasts. The system's kill prompts continued to sound, and Su Ming's reinforcement points increased steadily and rapidly. Behind the 2 ice walls were the warriors accompanying the vehicles, staring at the scene in front of the ice walls with wide eyes. He actually stopped the beast tide with his own strength. This person is so powerful that he must be at least a 5th-level warrior. Not only that, but he also possesses such a powerful ice ability that can hold off so many ferocious beasts. The level of this ability is definitely not low. I didn't expect there would be such a strong person on our train. It's really God's blessing. With such a strong man, we can definitely hold out until the nearby warriors and troops arrive. Then we will be completely safe. Looking at the 2 ice walls rising from the ground, the warriors on the vehicles who were guarded behind the ice walls all had excited expressions on their faces. Although these warriors who were only at the 2nd level of strength could not see Su Ming's figure clearly, it did not hinder their admiration for Su Ming. Only the captain at the peak of the 3rd level, after being shocked and surprised, frowned and looked at the increasing number of ferocious beasts rushing towards him, his face still solemn. At the peak of the 3rd level, he is much older and more experienced than other 2nd-level warriors. This beast tide is quite large, and there are so many 3rd-level beasts, and even a peak-level 3rd-level beast has appeared. It probably won't be long before a 4th-tier beast appears. The level of that temporary underground cave is definitely not low. I hope the truly powerful beast inside the cave doesn't appear too soon. Otherwise, even the one in front won't be able to hold on for long. Seeing the ferocious beasts that kept charging at him, not only in increasing numbers but also in becoming more powerful, a hint of worry appeared between the brows of this third-level peak warrior captain. Roar! As if to confirm his guess, the idea had just appeared in his mind when a deafening roar suddenly came from somewhere far ahead. Boom! A powerful pressure like the collapse of heaven suddenly enveloped an area of 100 miles. Hearing the roar and feeling the overwhelming pressure, everyone felt as if their chest was hit hard and their breathing almost stopped. Roar! Ouch! At the same time, the ferocious beasts that were charging madly around also let out trembling roars and low growls, all stopped, and crawled on the ground. This powerful feeling of oppression, the 6th-level beast, is not just an ordinary 6th-level beast. Feeling this pressure, Su Ming also stopped and looked in the direction where the sound came from in the distance. A solemn look appeared on the face covered by the scorching sunsuit. Over there, a powerful aura that made his scalp tingle was approaching. Even Lu Jiming, Zhao Wuji and other admissions teachers at the Grandmaster level could not feel this sense of oppression. Call out! Under the gaze of everyone, a golden and red figure rushed towards them at high speed from a distance. But in just a few breaths, a huge figure came from the air. Yellow. Golden War Lion. It's actually a full-grown Golden War Lion. When the captain of the accompanying warriors saw the huge figure appearing in the air, his face suddenly changed and his pupils shrank wildly. A grown-up Golden War Lion, this is going to be a big problem. In front of him, Su Ming looked up at the Golden Lion in the air. It was 3 meters tall at the shoulders and had a mane that looked like flowing molten gold. His expression under his battlesuit was extremely solemn. Golden War Lions, after reaching adulthood, are all 7th-level ferocious beasts with powerful strength. Even among the 7th-level ferocious beasts, they are among the top-level ferocious beasts. The 7th-level ferocious beast is aimed at the 7th-level Grandmaster-level warrior. Such a ferocious beast is powerful enough to destroy mountains and cities. Roar! A low roar came from the mouth of the Golden War Lion. The Golden War Lion stood in the air, with contempt in its lion eyes, and glanced down at the people in front of the train. Then his eyes fell on Su Ming below. In the Golden War Lion's perception, Su Ming was the strongest among all the people below. But in its eyes, Su Ming was just a stronger ant. Glancing at the 2 ice walls below that were 100 meters high and 1,000 meters long, the Golden War Lion moved slightly and took a step forward. Boom! In the air, as the Golden War Lion took this step forward, a visible ripple passed through the air. Boom! The Golden War Lion only took a step in the air, and the 2 ice walls condensed by Su Ming with his supernatural ice crown instantly shattered and turned into ice chips scattered all over the sky. Even Su Ming, who was standing in front of the ice wall, felt an invisible force hitting his chest and he couldn't help but take several steps back. Snort! Su Ming felt a tightness in his chest and groaned, his face turning pale. So strong! After stabilizing his body, Su Ming was shocked. Just now, the Golden War Lion just stomped its feet lightly from hundreds of meters in the air and was able to unleash an attack that could kill a peak 5th-level warrior. If it weren't for the A-level combat uniform, the fiery sunsuit, which weakened the Golden War Lion's attack by a large margin, he would definitely not have just turned pale this time. Roar! In the sky, the Golden War Lion saw that Su Ming had actually withstood its attack and did not fall, and a hint of doubt and surprise flashed in its eyes. Based on its perception just now, it can be sure that the strength of Su Ming's blood and energy is not even as strong as that of a 5th-stage early-stage ferocious beast. Under normal circumstances, the attack it just launched would be enough to kill a peak-level 5th-order beast, and there would be no problem in killing Su Ming. However, the Golden War Lion is powerful and intelligent. Soon, it discovered the reason why Su Ming was able to survive its attack. His eyes instantly locked onto the fiery sunsuit that covered Su Ming's entire body, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. After staring deeply at Su Ming, the Golden War Lion suddenly disappeared in the next second. Not good. The Golden War Lion had just disappeared, and Su Ming was shocked. A sense of crisis suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. Without any hesitation, Su Ming directly mobilized the 2 supernatural powers of Violent Heart and Ice Crown. Almost out of instinct, Su Ming's energy and blood suddenly surged, and boundless coldness wrapped around the obsidian spear in his hand as he stabbed it upwards with all his strength. Cloud-breaking spear. Using his supernatural power of Violent Heart and unleashing the cloud-breaking spear attack with all his strength, Su Ming's explosive combat power instantly exceeded 3.26 million. Now with the addition of the ice power of the Ice Crown, the power of his shot is close to 4 million combat power, infinitely close to the attack of a 5th-stage early warrior. Boom! As soon as the shot was fired, the surrounding air made a sharp explosion sound. Chapter 59, The Power of a Marquee. Bang! Su Ming relied on his intuition to accurately predict the location where the Golden War Lion would appear. The moment the obsidian spear was fired, it collided heavily with the right palm of the suddenly appearing Golden War Lion. With a loud bang, the air at the collision site rippled, the air pressure exploded, and a strong wind blew in all directions. Suddenly a sandstorm arose. The warriors following the car behind Su Ming quickly thrust their weapons into the ground, and only then did they manage to stand firm. At the same time, Su Ming, who was fighting the Golden War Lion with all his strength, felt an irresistible force coming from the obsidian spear. Boom, boom, boom. Under this huge force, Su Ming took 3 steps back, each step leaving a deep footprint on the ground. Even with the A-grade combat suit, the Liang suit, which offset most of the force, the knuckles of his hands were cracked and blood flowed out of them. If Su Ming had not held the obsidian spear tightly in his hand, this a-level weapon spear in his hand would have been thrown out of his hand by this attack. Is this the strength of a 7th level ferocious beast? It feels like it's on a completely different level. After Su Ming inserted the obsidian spear into the ground to stabilize his body, he felt a fishy and sweet feeling in his throat. A 7th level beast is not something I can fight right now. I won't be so unlucky today and die here, right? Suppressing the turbulent energy and blood in his body, Su Ming smiled helplessly and looked at the huge Golden War Lion in front of him. If this Golden War Lion had never looked him in the face and had not used its full strength attack twice in a row, he would not have been able to hold on until now. But now the Golden War Lion has failed to kill him twice in a row, and he will definitely not hold back next time. Roar! As expected, when the Golden War Lion saw that his 2 consecutive attacks had failed to kill Su Ming, the contempt in his eyes was completely replaced by anger. An ant that could have been easily killed actually survived its attacks twice in a row, which made it feel extremely humiliated. After a roar, the Golden War Lion no longer held back and slapped down again. Boom! When this palm fell, the surrounding space seemed to be distorted, and the air in front of the palm was compressed to make bursts of explosions. The 7th level beast's full strength attack even shook the surrounding space. Su Ming, who was facing the palm of the Golden War Lion head-on, felt an unprecedented pressure suddenly falling on him. Under this pressure, he was horrified to find that he couldn't even move a finger. A sense of life and death crisis suddenly arose in my heart. No! Dead leg, run! Watching the Golden War Lion's palm coming towards him, Su Ming screamed madly in his heart. At this moment, time slowed down in his eyes, and all he could see was the lion's palm that was getting bigger and bigger. Bang! Just when Su Ming thought he was finished this time, the giant palm of the Golden War Lion in front of him seemed to hit the air wall, making a dull roar, and could no longer hit Su Ming. Roar! The attack was inexplicably blocked, and the Golden War Lion became even more violent. It stood up in the air with a roar, and slapped down with its left front paw and right palm together. However, the result this time was the same as before. The Golden War Lion's claws landed less than half a meter above Su Ming's head and could not advance any further. Even though the Golden War Lion used all its strength and slapped wildly, it could not hurt Su Ming at all. What's going on with this Golden War Lion? No! I was rescued! At this moment, looking at the Golden War Lion in front of him that could not hurt him no matter how furious it was, Su Ming was stunned at first, but he quickly realized that a real strong man had taken action. Moreover, at this moment, the aura and pressure of the Golden War Lion on him disappeared, allowing him to regain control of his body. Immediately, Su Ming moved and retreated quickly. After getting away from the Golden War Lion, he looked back to see who came to his aid. Roar! At the same time, the Golden War Lion finally realized something was wrong and looked towards the airspace behind Su Ming almost at the same time as Su Ming. Then an old man wearing a plain white robe and with his hands behind his back came striding towards them. His pace was very slow, but each step he took could cover a distance of hundreds of meters, as if he could shrink the distance into an inch. But in the blink of an eye, this figure had already arrived between Su Ming's Golden War Lion, stood with his hands behind his back, looked at the Golden War Lion in front of him with a calm expression, and then stretched out his right hand towards the Golden War Lion. Roar! As the old man moved, an invisible aura locked onto the Golden War Lion. Suddenly, the Golden War Lion's pupils suddenly shrank, and the golden hair all over its body instantly stood up, and it let out an extremely terrified roar. Not daring to stop at all, this Golden War Lion with the strength of a 7th level Grandmaster turned around and fled, without any trace of its previous domineering momentum. Want to escape? Stay here. Seeing this, the old man in the air shouted, then clenched his right hand and slowly made a fist. Puff puff puff. In the distant sky, the golden war lion, which had just run a short distance, suddenly stopped in mid-air. Click, click. As Su Ming and the warriors following him in the car stared in amazement, the huge body of the golden war lion suddenly shrank. As the old man clenched his right hand, a teeth-grinding sound of bones breaking was heard. The body of the golden war lion was squeezed into a ball like a piece of paper, and then suddenly expanded and turned into a blood mist that suddenly exploded in the sky. Just die like that? Seeing the golden war lion being pinched to death like a chicken by the old man who suddenly appeared, both the warriors accompanying the car and Su Ming exclaimed in disbelief. This old man is definitely a powerful being that surpasses the 7th level Grandmaster. Watching the old man leisurely destroy the golden war lion, Su Ming immediately guessed the old man's strength. Being able to kill a golden war lion that was close to the peak of the 7th level so easily, this old man must be at least an 8th level marquis. Roar! As the golden war lion was killed instantly by the old man, the remaining ferocious beasts could no longer suppress the fear in their hearts, and fled in panic, roaring in the direction they came from. The beast tide suddenly fled in the direction they came from at a speed even faster than when they came. Town. In the air, the old man saw these fleeing beasts, and his outstretched right hand changed from a fist to a palm, pressing down. Boom! There was a loud roar and the earth shook. The ground where the beast tide was located suddenly sank. Looking down from the sky, one could find that a giant palm covering an area of 100 miles was blasted out from the ground. Without exception, all the ferocious beasts in this giant palm print were blown to death, and their blood dyed the earth red. The power of being a marquis is so terrifying. Looking at the scene in front of him, Su Ming couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, his heart was shaken. Chapter 60 Ling Tianho. Whoosh whoosh. After the old man stretched out his hand to kill tens of thousands of ferocious beasts in the beast tide, several figures flew over from a distance. These people all came from the air and were so respectful to the old man. It was obvious that they were at least masters. Moreover, they were wearing robes of the same style as the old man, but in gray color, which made them look a little less imposing than the plain white robe of the old man. Judging from the fact that the chests of their gray robes had the same pattern as the chest of the old man's plain white robe, the people who arrived later all belonged to the same force as the old man. Greetings to Ling Tianho. When these figures stopped behind the old man, they immediately bowed respectfully to him. The middle-aged man in the lead had an aura no weaker than that of the golden war lion. He was actually a 7th rank grandmaster. Seeing this, Ling Tianho nodded slightly. Then he looked towards the direction where the beast tide was coming from in the distance, and the sound resounded throughout the surrounding airspace. Among the sudden beast tide this time, there's a 7th level ferocious beast, the golden war lion. The level of the newly revealed cave is definitely not low. You guys go check it out first, I'll be there soon. Yes. After hearing the old man's instructions, the great master and several other masters who arrived later responded one after another, and then turned into several streams of light and flew towards the direction where the beast tide appeared. Whoosh! After looking at the disappearing figures of several people, Ling Tianho flashed and appeared in front of Su Ming, looking at Su Ming with a kind smile on his face. You are the top scorer in this year's Jiangnan Province martial arts examination, right? Not bad, not bad. You were able to survive 2 rounds against the golden war lion. Not only do you possess superhuman abilities, you also possess ice-attributed abilities. Your strength is even greater than we expected. Hearing this, Su Ming's mind moved, and the fiery sun suit covering his head dissipated like water, revealing his slightly pale face. He bowed to Ling Tianho with some respect. Junior Su Ming greets Senior Ling Tianho. Su Ming was respectful. The old man in front of him looked like an elder from the neighborhood, amiable and amiable. However, Su Ming had just witnessed with his own eyes the man's terrifying power in killing a 7th level ferocious beast, the golden war lion, in the blink of an eye, and destroying tens of thousands of beasts with ease. After greeting him, Su Ming asked with a hint of doubt, Senior, how did you recognize me? Although I'm from the Demon Suppression Division, I'm also an honorary teacher at Demon Sea University. This rank combat uniform of yours, the Scorching Sunsuit, is unique to Demon Sea University and is only awarded to the top talents specially recruited into Demon Sea University each year. Among the special recruits of Demon Sea University this year, only 2 received the Blazing Sunsuit as a reward. You are wearing the fiery sunsuit, and your chi and blood haven't reached the level of a 4th level warrior. Plus, this high-speed train passes through Jiangnan Province, so it's not difficult to guess your identity. Ling Tianhou looked at the puzzled expression on Su Ming's face and responded with a smile. With his strength, it is not difficult to see that Su Ming's current blood and qi have not yet reached the 10,000 blood and qi standard of a 4th-level warrior. But Su Ming was able to block 2 attacks from an adult Golden War Lion with the energy and blood of a warrior less than a 4th-level warrior, combined with the fiery sunsuit, which was beyond his expectations. Even though the Golden War Lion attacked with contempt and disdain in these 2 attacks and did not use its true strength, it was rare for Su Ming to be able to block the opponent's 2 attacks. Moreover, the shot fired by Su Ming during the second collision with the Golden War Lion had already reached the level of a warrior who had just entered the 5th level. Not only that, the ice power that Su Ming displayed was not recorded. He was shocked when he found that Su Ming could also display the ice power. After all, in Lu Jining's records, Su Ming only had the A-level superhuman violent heart power. Now it seems that Su Ming's supernatural power is more than just the violent heart. Being able to deliver attacks close to those of a 5th-level warrior with the energy and blood of a warrior less than that of a 4th-level warrior, and possessing 2 special powers, such a genius is the strongest prodigy he has ever seen in the past few decades, without a doubt. As a powerful figure in the demonic division of Hanxia Town and also an honorary teacher of Demonic Sea University, Ling Tianhou is extremely fond of talents. This is also the reason why after he dealt with the beast tide, he did not immediately go to the location of the newly appeared cave to find out the situation, but instead talked to Su Ming first. Moreover, this beast tide appeared suddenly. If Su Ming had not stood up and tried his best to resist the beast tide, by the time he arrived, the ferocious beasts in the beast tide would have already broken through the defense line of the warriors on the train and slaughtered all the other passengers on the high-speed train. It can be said that Su Ming saved the lives of thousands of passengers and crew members on this high-speed train. It turns out to be a senior from the Demon Suppression Division. At this time, after hearing Ling Tianhou reveal that he was a powerful man from the Demon Suppression Division, Su Ming was in awe. The Demon Suppression Division is the most powerful official organization in Hanxia. Those who can enter the Demon Suppression Division are all masters, and they also need to go through layers of review. The only mission of the members of the Demon Suppression Division is to be stationed in various places in Hanxia, cooperate with the local armies, and be ready to respond at any time to the tide of beasts that may emerge from the new caves in various places. In addition, the level assessment of the newly appeared caves is also done by the strong men of the Demon Suppression Bureau. They take risks and are the first to enter the caves to explore the size of the entire cave world and the strength level of all the ferocious beasts in the cave world. Once there is a marquee-level ferocious beast with strength exceeding level 7 in the cave, there must be a marquee-level strongman from the Demon Suppression Bureau stationed outside these caves. After all, facing a 7th-level beast, the army is of little use. An 8th-level beast can attack without fear of all current human technological means, and can only be dealt with by powerful warriors of the same level. Well, Su Ming, take out your student ID. In response to Su Ming's respectful greeting, Ling Tianhou nodded with satisfaction. Student ID? Su Ming whispered in confusion upon hearing this. Seeing his confusion, Ling Tianhou immediately explained, "You saved thousands of lives this time, a great feat on behalf of the Demon Suppression Division and Demon Sea University. I'm rewarding you with 500 credits. You deserve it. Give me your student ID so I can transfer the credits to you." I see. After listening to Ling Tianhou's explanation, Su Ming nodded slightly and then took out his student ID. After Ling Tianhou took Su Ming's student ID, he took out an instrument with a black crystal screen, scanned Su Ming's student ID, and completed the credit transfer. Before entering the Demon Sea University, Su Ming had already earned 500 credits, and the credits accumulated in his student ID card had reached 3,000 points. If the students of the Demon Sea University knew about this, they would definitely be shocked and cause quite a stir. After all, at Magic Sea University, many students may not be able to accumulate 500 credits even after completing a year's mission. Chapter 61, The Awakened Telekinetic arrives in the Magic City. Done. After completing the credit transfer, Ling Tianhou returned Su Ming's student ID card to Su Ming. Then, he turned to Su Ming and said, "Su Ming, you are very much to my liking. This is a little gadget I made a while ago. If you use your mental power to activate it, you can unleash the full force of a Grandmaster with peak telekinetic awakening power. With this little gadget, you'll be able to protect yourself if you encounter a situation like today again." After saying this, Ling Tianhou flipped his hand, and 2 sword-shaped jade pendants appeared in his palm. Could it be that Senior Ling Tianhou is someone who has awakened his telekinesis? After taking the 2 sword-shaped jade pendants given to him by Ling Tianhou, Su Ming felt the terrifying mental power contained in the 2 sword-shaped jade pendants. He looked up at Ling Tianhou with surprise and said, Telekinesis is a type of superpower, a spiritual superpower that can kill people invisibly. A telekinetic awakener is at least an A-level awakener of superpowers. Because mental abilities like telekinesis start at a level. In other words, the old man in front of him is at least an A-level telekinetic awakener. That's right. Ling Tianhou nodded after hearing this. No wonder Senior just wiped out that golden war lion and tens of thousands of ferocious beasts with a wave of his hand. It turns out that Senior is a telekinetic awakener. Junior Su Ming, thank you for the treasure. When Su Ming heard Ling Tianhou's answer, he immediately remembered the scene where Ling Tianhou had killed the golden war lion from a distance, and the scene where he had destroyed tens of thousands of beasts with a flip of his hand. He immediately bowed and expressed his gratitude. Then he put away the two sword-shaped jade pendants in his hands as if they were treasures. This is a treasure that can unleash the full force of a 7th-level peak telekinesis awakener. Among the same level, the attack of a telekinesis awakener is far more terrifying than that of an ordinary warrior. Moreover, telekinetic attacks were even more unexpected. As long as he used them properly, even if he encountered a 7th-level peak ferocious beast, he could kill it with the two sword-shaped jade pendants given to him by Ling Tianhou. I still have to go investigate the newly discovered cave. Su Ming, you should get back on the train and continue on your journey. Seeing Su Ming accept the two sword-shaped jade pendants he gave him, Ling Tianhou smiled heartily. Then, without waiting for Su Ming's response, he flew up and rushed directly towards the newly appeared cave. The two sword-shaped jade pendants both contain the telekinetic power of a grandmaster who has awakened his telekinesis with all his strength. Such life-saving items are worth more than the water of life. If converted into university credits, the value of a sword-shaped jade pendant is no less than 10,000 credits. He gave Su Ming such a precious gift as soon as he met him, just to make friends with Su Ming in advance. Because Ling Tianhou believed that with Su Ming's talent, he would definitely not stop at the marquis level in the future. It was a foregone conclusion that he would become a king, and he might even be expected to become an invincible powerhouse above the king level. Being on good terms with Su Ming now would definitely be beneficial to him rather than harmful. New underground caves have been appearing more and more frequently recently, and their levels are getting higher and higher. Furthermore, the overall strength and talent of this year's martial arts students are much higher than in previous years. I'm afraid this is another cycle of great disasters. I hope that geniuses like Su Ming can grow before the next one arrives. Otherwise, relying solely on us old guys, we may not be able to keep Blue Planet safe from the next disaster. As Ling Tianhou rushed towards the direction of the new cave, he looked back at Su Ming's figure which was shrinking rapidly in his sight, then turned around and looked in the direction where the new cave appeared, and his speed was a little faster. I will definitely repay Ling Tianhou for saving my life and gifting me treasures today when I have the chance. Behind him, Su Ming glanced at Ling Tianhou, who quickly turned into a black dot and disappeared into the horizon. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and then he turned and walked towards the high-speed train behind him. Under the respectful gazes of the warriors accompanying him, Su Ming returned to the car whose door he had just kicked open. Calculate the price of this carriage door and tell me when you figured it out. I'll pay for it. After entering the carriage, Su Ming spoke to the attendant who was still standing by the door. Ahem, dear guest, you're the hero who saved us all. How can we ask you to pay for all this? The company will cover all the losses. We will never ask you, a hero, to pay for it. After hearing Su Ming's words, the flight attendant finally reacted and quickly bowed to Su Ming with an extremely respectful attitude. Seeing this, Su Ming nodded silently, then returned to his seat and sat down as if no one was around. At this moment, the other passengers in the carriage looked at Su Ming with awe. As for the passengers who had spoken ill of him before, they shrank back into their seats, their heads huddled in, like quails, not daring to breathe. As the beast-tide crisis outside was resolved, Su Ming returned to his seat. The high-speed train crew quickly reported the condition of the door of Su Ming's carriage, and soon someone came to temporarily reinforce and seal the damaged door. Immediately afterwards, the high-speed train to Shanghai started again and sped towards Shanghai. Dear passengers, our next stop is Shanghai South Station. Passengers getting off the train, please collect your luggage in advance and line up in front of the train door to wait for disembarkation. In less than an hour, accompanied by the sound of the train horn, the high-speed train that Su Ming was on arrived at his destination. After the train arrived at the station, Su Ming got off quickly and came to the exit of Modu South Station. Su Ming then called Lu Jining and learned that Lu Jining had already been waiting at the exit. Boom! As Su Ming hung up the phone, a beast-like roar of an engine resounded throughout the exit, attracting everyone's attention. Oh my god, that's the latest Hongqi supercar, with a suggested retail price of 500 million yuan. Whose young master is this guy here to pick up? Are you blind? Don't you see the logo of the Magic Sea University on this car? This must be a big shot from the Magic Sea University. Today is the registration day for freshmen at Mahai University. Could this car be picking up freshmen from Mahai University? That's for sure. But since Demon Sea University can send such a high-end luxury car to pick him up, this student must be one of the special recruits of this year's Demon Sea University. I wonder who this genius is. Look, the people in the car are getting off. This person looks so familiar, damn. Isn't this the admissions director of Demon Sea University? He's a master-level expert. Look, the special recruit from Demon Sea University has also come out. Hiss, who is that kid? He actually managed to get a Grandmaster-level expert, the admissions director of Demon Sea University, to come and greet him personally. When Lu Jiming got off the car and sent Su Ming to the car with a smile on his face, there was an uproar at the exit of Shanghai South Station. Chapter 62, The Domineering Demon Sea University. The sports car drove for more than 10 minutes and arrived in front of a cross-sea bridge. Student Su Ming, after crossing this Demon Sea bridge, you will reach our school. Inside the luxury sports car, Lu Jiming looked at the cross-sea bridge that stretched for dozens of miles ahead and smiled at Su Ming, who was sitting in the passenger seat. As he spoke, he had already driven to the entrance of the bridge and drove onto the bridge. Crash! Shortly after Lu Jiming rushed onto the bridge in his luxury sports car, the calm sea water in the distance suddenly became turbulent, and then a huge turtle head rushed out of the sea. The pair of eyes that were like the sun, moon and stars looked at the car of Su Ming and Lu Jiming with a scrutinizing look. After noticing that it was Lu Jiming who was driving Su Ming, he withdrew his gaze and sank back into the sea. Director Lu, what just happened was... It was not until the huge turtle head sank back into the sea that Su Ming turned his head in horror to look at Lu Jiming, who was sitting in the driver's seat next to him, and asked in shock. Just now, when he met the eyes of that huge turtle brain, he felt an unprecedented huge pressure. This pressure was even greater than the pressure brought to him by Ling Tianho when he met him before. There is no doubt that the owner of the huge turtle brain just now is undoubtedly stronger than Ling Tianho, an 8th-level marquis-level strongman. Hee, that's quite shocking, isn't it? Lu Jiming looked at the surprised expression on Su Ming's face, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Then he explained. That's our principal's ferocious beast companion. It's followed our principal in battle for many years and has reached the 9th level of the King Realm. Everyone at Demon Sea University respectfully calls it Xuanzuan. Our Magic Sea University is built on an island. The entire island belongs to our Magic Sea University. It is precisely because of Senior Xuanzuan's presence in the Demon Sea that the ferocious beasts that sneak into the ocean dare not offend the waters surrounding Demon Sea University, ensuring the safety of Demon Sea University and the entire Demon City. As long as Xuanzuan is here, the ferocious beasts in the sea will not dare to cross the line. This is also one of the foundations of our Demon Sea University. After saying this, a look of pride appeared on Lu Jiming's face. The black turtle at the 9th level of the King Realm, the background of Mahai University, is so terrifying. After hearing Lu Jiming's explanation, the shock on Su Ming's face became even stronger. Unexpectedly, just a ferocious beast companion of the president of Demon Sea University is a terrifying existence at the King Realm. As for this black turtle at the King level, all the people in the extreme martial arts school combined are no match for it. Su Ming was truly shocked by the fact that Mahai University had become one of the best martial arts universities in Hanxia, and its profound foundation truly shocked him. There are few vehicles passing through the cross-sea bridge leading to Magic Sea University, and the road is wide. Lu Jiming drove his luxury sports car at a very fast speed on the cross-sea bridge. In less than 10 minutes, he passed the cross-sea bridge and arrived at the island where Magic Sea University is located. What a magnificent school! After getting off the car, Su Ming looked up towards the gate of Mahai University and couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice. As soon as he arrived at Mahai University, he was shocked by its scale. The entire island belongs to the Demon Sea University, and the island covers an area of more than 20 square kilometers. In front of Su Ming was the gate of Demon Sea University, which was composed of two huge meteorite iron monuments that were hundreds of meters high. It was majestic and extraordinary. Looking up, a towering alloy tower in the center of the school attracted the most solemn attention. Su Ming roughly estimated that the height of the alloy platform was at least 1,000 meters. How about it, shocking, right? When I first came to Demon Sea University, I had the same reaction as you. On the side, Lu Jiming looked at Su Ming's expression and said to him with a smile. Then, he pointed to the towering alloy tower in front of him and said, Su Ming, that is our school's Tongtian training tower. It has 99 floors and was built by the first president of Demon Sea University. It is the most valuable treasure of the entire Demon Sea University. Inside the Tongtian training tower, there's a formation set up by the first-generation principal using his time powers. Every time you ascend a level, the flow of time doubles. At the top of the Tongtian training tower, time is accelerated 100 times faster than outside. If you want to practice in the Tongtian training tower, you can only consume credits. As for how many credits are consumed for practicing on each level, you can find out later. I will take you to complete the admission procedures first, and then take you to your dormitory. After saying that, Lu Jiming led the way. Tongtian training tower, time power. In the back, Su Ming was shocked again after hearing Lu Jiming's words. The ability of time is definitely the most advanced ability among all abilities. The first president of Demon Sea University possesses such powerful supernatural powers, and he was able to build such a heaven-defying training place as the Tongtian training tower. His strength is absolutely unparalleled. What puzzled Su Ming was why he had never heard of such a powerful figure before. Director Lu, the first president of Demon Sea University, possessed the ability to time. He was definitely an unrivaled expert. Such a powerful person will surely go down in history. Why have I never heard of the first president's deeds? Su Ming looked at Lu Jiming, who was walking in front. He quickly walked up to Lu Jiming and asked as he walked. The matter of the first principal is said to be of great importance and is top secret. I don't know either. Perhaps only the current principal and a few people at the top of Hanxia know the secret. Unexpectedly, after hearing Su Ming's question, Lu Jiming shook his head and said that he didn't know either. Seeing this, Su Ming did not ask any more questions, but looked at the towering Tongtian training tower in the center of the school, and couldn't help but think in his heart. I'm currently practicing the 100 refinements golden body technique, which increases my chi and blood by 90 points every day. If I could enter the Tongtian training tower to practice, with 100 times the time acceleration, wouldn't the chi and blood increase by 9,000 points every day? If I keep going like this, I'll be able to become a grandmaster in less than half a month. I just wonder how many credits it takes to practice on the 99th floor of the Tower of Babel for a day. With this in mind, Su Ming followed Lu Jiming all the way to the central administrative building of Maha University. The admission procedures were handled on the top floor of the central administrative building. Under the personal leadership of Lu Jiming, Su Ming's admission procedures were handled very quickly. He only needed to show up and all of Su Ming's admission procedures were completed. After completing the formalities, Su Ming was led by Lu Jiming to his dormitory. Is this the student dormitory of Demon Sea University? Too arrogant. When Su Ming saw the 3-story villa in front of him that covered an area of 500 square meters and came with a 500 square meter courtyard, he was once again taught a lesson by the arrogance of the Demon Sea University. The villa in front of him is even more luxurious than the one in the center of Linjiang City awarded to him by the Linjiang municipal government. Chapter 63 Tianluo Atlas. It's nothing, actually. Not every student at Magic Sea University has such nice dormitories. Except for the dormitories for special admission students like you, the dormitories for other ordinary students at Demon Sea University are half the size of your dormitories. On the side, Lu Jiming, who heard Su Ming's exclamation, explained with a smile. After hearing Lu Jiming's explanation, Su Ming still shook his head and smiled helplessly. I just think Lu Jiming is too Versailles. Although Magic Sea University only enrolls 1,000 students each year, over 4 years, that is 4,000 students. If each student is allocated a 500 square meter single-family villa as a dormitory, 2 million square meters of land will be needed just for the student dormitories. Only a university like Magic Sea University, which occupies an island with an area of more than 20 square kilometers, has enough land to build so many luxurious villas for students to live in. Su Ming, after school starts, Demon Sea University will have master-level lecturers teaching various martial arts courses every day. All students can freely choose the courses they want to take. Of course, you can skip classes and take on missions to earn credits, which can then be redeemed for various martial arts and techniques at the school, or you can go to the Tongtian training tower to practice. In short, students at Demon Sea University are very free. While students at Demon Sea University may be free, everything at Demon Sea University requires credits. Without credits, nothing can be accomplished. Every student who wants to continue studying at Demon Sea University has to complete missions to earn credits. This is also a disguised form of spurring students on. However, with the credits the school has awarded you, you don't need to worry about them. You can just keep attending the lectures of the school's top teachers. Of course, just don't miss the freshman competition in a month. Okay, my mission is complete. If you have any questions, you can ask the dormitory smart butler directly after entering the dormitory. It will answer your questions. After saying that, Lu Jiming nodded to Su Ming, then turned and left. After Lu Jiming left, Su Ming quickly entered his villa and sat down on the sofa in the living room. Welcome home, master. I am your smart housekeeper. If you need anything, please tell me. Su Ming had just sat down on the sofa when a holographic projection of a beautiful woman appeared in front of him and spoke respectfully. Well, check for me how many credits it takes to practice in the Tongtian training tower for one day. Seeing this, Su Ming directly asked the question he wanted to know most. Yes, master. The credits consumed for one day of cultivation in the Tongtian cultivation tower vary depending on the level. A day of cultivation on the first level consumes 5 credits, a day of cultivation on the second level consumes 10 credits. A day of cultivation on the 99th level consumes 2,000 credits. Soon, the completely intelligent butler listed the consumption of each floor of the Tongtian training tower. One day of training on the 99th floor of the Tongtian training tower actually consumes 2,000 credits. The credits I receive as a reward every year are only enough for 2 days of training. This consumption is really not small. Looking at the smart housekeeper listing the credits consumed by the Tongtian training tower, Su Ming was secretly shocked. List out all the various skills and martial arts treasured by Demon Sea University from high to low. After complaining, Su Ming spoke to the smart butler. Yes, master. Hearing Su Ming's order, the intelligent butler nodded in response. The next moment, a virtual screen appeared in front of Su Ming, showing the various martial arts techniques of the Demon Sea University. Original Visualization Method, S-Level Meditation Method, Exchange Credits, 25,000. Star Body Tempering Technique, S-Level Body Tempering Method, Exchange Credits, 22,000. 9-Layered Thunderblade, S-Rank Martial Arts, Exchange Credits, 20,000. Overlord Spear, C-Rank Martial Arts, Exchange Credits, 20. Hiss, there are so many S-Level martial arts and techniques. The Demon Sea University's heritage is indeed profound. But the credits required to redeem these S-level techniques and martial arts are too high. Even with my salary, after 4 years, the reward credits are only enough to redeem one S-level martial arts book. I can't even redeem S-level meditation and body training methods. Su Ming kept swiping down the various martial arts on the screen. Looking at the dazzling array of martial arts on the screen, even he couldn't help but take a breath. My chi and blood are growing very fast now with the help of the A-level bodybuilding technique, the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique. However, the improvement in my mental strength is far less than the improvement in my chi and blood. What I need most right now is to learn a good meditation method. With my current 3,000 credits, I don't need to consider S-level meditation for now, but I can definitely try for a level meditation. This A-level meditation method, Tian Luo Tupu, is just right. After a moment of hesitation, Su Ming decided to go all in with his 3,000 credits to purchase the A-level meditation method Tian Luo map. Butler, I want to buy the A-level meditation method, Tian Luo Atlas. After making the decision, Su Ming spoke to the smart butler. Master, it takes 3,000 credits to buy the Tian Luo Atlas. Do you want to spend 3,000 credits to buy the Tian Luo Atlas? Upon hearing this, the intelligent butler asked, seeking Su Ming's confirmation again. Yes. Su Ming nodded. Okay, master, the order for the Tian Luo Atlas has been placed, consuming 3,000 credits. The current credit balance in the master's account is 0. Following Su Ming's confirmation, the smart butler nodded, and then a line of small words popped up above it. Show me what missions are available at Demon Sea University right now. I want to earn credits. After squandering all his credits, Su Ming immediately said to the smart butler. Magic Sea University only recognizes credits. Without academic credits, it would be difficult for him to even eat at Magic Sea University. Now that his credits were 0, he naturally had to do some tasks first, and then make other plans after obtaining the credits. Assisting instructors in maintaining training facilities, 0.5 credits. Hunting the heart of the 4th level primary ferocious beast Thunder Leopard, reward 5 credits. Collect 3 magic crystals, reward 3 credits. Assist the Abnormal Clearing Bureau in hunting down the 4th level peak Fallen Warrior Scorpion, reward, 20 credits. It seems these credits are really hard to earn. No wonder I only got 500 credits on my way to school, even though I single-handedly stopped a wave of beasts and saved over 1,000 people. I guess even if an average student works themselves to death for a month, it would only be enough for one day of training in the Tongtian Training Tower. After looking through the various tasks and the credits rewarded by the Demon Sea University, Su-Ming showed a helpless smile on his face and couldn't help but sigh. Even killing a 4th order primary ferocious beast can only give 5 credits. If you want to collect enough credits for a day of training on the 99th floor of the Tongtian Training Tower, you have to take on 400 tasks of killing 4th order ferocious beasts. Not to mention how difficult it is unknown how long it will take to complete these 400 hunting missions. Ding dong. Just as Su-Ming was sighing, a doorbell suddenly rang at the door. Chapter 64 Mental Power Surges. Who would come to me at this time? Could it be that Director Liu has something else to tell me? When he heard the doorbell ring, a look of curiosity flashed across Su-Ming's face. Just as he was wondering who would come to visit, the completely non-intelligent butler in front of him suddenly spoke and said to Su-Ming, "Master, the A-level meditation method Tianluo diagram you purchased has arrived." "You're here so soon." The smart butler's words immediately made Su-Ming's eyes light up, and he quickly stood up and walked towards the door. When Su-Ming opened the door, he saw a young man in his 20s standing at the gate outside his villa with a bright silver suitcase in his hand. Seeing this, Su-Ming quickly stepped forward, came to the gate and opened it. "Junior Su-Ming, this is your delivery. Please sign for it. This box has a smart combination lock. You need to scan your student ID to open it." As soon as Su-Ming opened the door, the young man handed the suitcase in his hand to Su-Ming and said with a bright smile, "Junior, are you also a student at Demon Sea University?" Hearing the other party's words, Su-Ming took the suitcase handed over by the other party and asked with a little surprise, "Yes, I'm a junior at Demon Sea University. Many of my tasks at school involve assisting with express delivery. The more valuable the item, the higher the delivery fee. For example, with your order, I earn 2.5 credits, which is equivalent to hunting a peak level 3rd level beast. I was lucky enough to get this mission. It only took a few minutes of running around." After hearing Su-Ming's question, the young man smiled heartily and explained to Su-Ming. Upon hearing this, Su-Ming nodded in understanding, then opened the suitcase in front of him. After checking that the item delivered was indeed the A-level meditation method Tianluo Tupu, he quickly signed for it. After Su-Ming signed for it, the young man who delivered the Tianluo Atlas left. After Su-Ming returned to his villa with the suitcase, he immediately took out the Tianluo Atlas and read it from beginning to end. If it were someone else, even if they got the Tianluo Atlas, they would still need to spend a lot of time studying it and only after comprehending it could they practice it. But Su-Ming was completely different. He, who possessed the Deep Blue system, just read the Tianluo Atlas from beginning to end, and a pleasant voice sounded in his mind. "Ding, a level meditation method Tianluo map detected. Do you want to spend 1,000 reinforcement points to learn it? Study." Su-Ming chose to study without any hesitation. Ding, successfully learned the A-level meditation method Tianluo map. Current proficiency, elementary. You can spend 15,000 reinforcement points to raise your proficiency in the meditation method Tianluo map to perfection. As Su-Ming chose to study the Tianluo diagram, a message immediately popped up on the system, and Su-Ming's mind also gained a lot of insights and experiences in practicing the Tianluo diagram. Su-Ming looked at the information that popped up on the system panel, waved his hand, and 15,000 reinforcement points flowed into the Tianluo map like water. In an instant, the proficiency of Tianluo Atlas was improved from the initial stage to perfection. Su-Ming encountered a beast tide on his way to Demon Sea University by high-speed rail. In the battle to help resist the beast tide, he hunted a large number of ferocious beasts and accumulated more than 100,000 reinforcement points. Now, the consumption of 15,000 enhancement points to upgrade the A-level meditation method Tianluo map is nothing to him. After improving his proficiency in the Tianluo Atlas to perfection, Su-Ming still had 100,000 enhancement points left. Boom! Just when Su-Ming had perfected his proficiency in the Tianluo diagram, an A-level meditation method, a thunderous roar suddenly came from his mind. The next moment, countless insights and realizations about practicing the Tianluo diagram emerged from the depths of his mind, as if they were his own memories. Almost in an instant, Su-Ming's mastery of the Tianluo diagram, an A-level meditation method, reached the pinnacle. At the same time, after his proficiency in the Tianluo Atlas was improved to perfection by the system, Su Ming only felt that his mind was clear, and his mental strength and perception ability were several times stronger than before, as if the whole world had become clearer. This feeling is the result of a significant increase in mental strength. I wonder how much my mental strength has improved by reaching perfection with meditation, eh? After digesting the various insights and experiences that emerged in his mind, Su Ming immediately turned his attention to his attribute panel. Host, Su Ming. Qi and Blood, 8,900. Spirit, 2,150. Ability, Ice Crown S plus Violent Heart A plus. Body Training Method, Rising Sun D Perfect 100 Refinements Golden Body A Perfect. Meditation Method, Tianluo Atlas A Perfection. Martial Arts, Diamond Spear Technique D Perfection Cloud Breaking Spear C Perfection. Strength Points, 106,008. My mental strength has actually increased by over 1,600 points. Back when I used the system to max out my proficiency in the A-level bodybuilding technique, the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique, the total increase in Qi and Blood was only over 300. Having broken through 2,000 points of mental strength, coupled with the explosive power of my S-rank ability, Ice Crown, the explosive power of my Ice-type ability has finally broken through the 1 million card mark. As expected, it's an A-level meditation method that requires 15,000 reinforcement points to reach full proficiency. It's 6,000 more reinforcement points than the A-level bodybuilding method, the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique. When Su Ming saw the current strength of his mental power, his eyes widened and a surprised smile appeared on his face. Before learning the Tianluo Atlas, his mental strength was only 521 points. After using the Deep Blue system to learn the Tianluo Atlas and then maxing out his proficiency in the Tianluo Atlas, his mental strength actually increased threefold. Such an amazing growth was much higher than the increase in his Qi and Blood strength when he was practicing the 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique. However, Su Ming changed his mind and thought that the system's ability to increase his mental strength so much by raising his proficiency in the A-level meditation method to its maximum level might have a lot to do with the fact that his current strength was much stronger than before. Especially now that his physical energy and blood are much stronger than his mental strength. Let me practice first and see how much this fully proficient A-level meditation method can improve my mental strength. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, then sat cross-legged in the living room, closed his eyes and meditated, practicing the Tianluo diagram. As Su Ming closed his eyes, his mind became empty. His consciousness instantly came to a vast starry sky. Star maps flashed before him, and starlight descended and merged into his consciousness. Time passes quietly. When Su Ming opened his eyes and came out of meditation, it was already dark. Chapter 65 The Earth Dragon's Essence Blood is obtained. 8 hours have passed since I opened my eyes. I've actually been practicing for that long. I didn't expect the meditation practice time to go by so quickly. Su Ming glanced at the time, a look of surprise appearing on his face. Then, he immediately opened his attribute panel and looked at it carefully. His surprised expression was replaced by surprise. Spirit, 2,230. My mental strength has actually increased by 80 points, which means a 10-point increase every hour. This is much better than the effect of taking a mental pill directly. If I take some supplements that can help me cultivate my spiritual power will grow even faster. This is just an A-level meditation method. If I can get an S-level meditation method with perfect proficiency, how fast will my mental power increase? After calculating the amount of mental strength he had gained from 8 hours of meditation, Su Ming was overjoyed. In just 8 hours, he had achieved a huge improvement in mental strength that an ordinary awakener might not be able to obtain in a lifetime of practice. The effect of the fully proficient A-level meditation method Tianluo map can be imagined. As for how effective the S-level meditation method with full proficiency would be in improving mental strength, Su Ming was unable to predict it. Master, you missed a call earlier and now there is a message. At this moment, the smart housekeeper in Su Ming's villa suddenly took shape and spoke to Su Ming. Just when Su Ming was meditating and practicing, it received a call, but seeing that Su Ming was meditating and practicing, it did not let the call disturb Su Ming. It was not until Su Ming withdrew from cultivation that it mentioned this matter to Su Ming for the first time. Let me see. Hearing someone calling him and leaving a message, Su Ming immediately came back to his senses from his surprise and opened the message. It turned out that this message was left by none other than Lu Jiming, the admissions director who brought him into the school. After reading the message, Su Ming also knew why Lu Jiming wanted to see him. Director Lu wants me to go to his office tomorrow to tell me about the Earth Dragon Blood Essence. Earth Dragon Blood Essence, an 8th level resource, is definitely much more effective in improving my chi and blood than the 3-leaf purple blood fruit. I just don't know how my current physical condition can withstand the baptism of this 8th level resource, Earth Dragon Blood Essence. I guess Director Lu asked me to come over to tell me how to use the Earth Dragon's blood for baptism. After reading Lu Jiming's message, Su Ming pondered for a moment and then sent a received message to Lu Jiming. Then he took out a bunch of food from the big bag of various foods that Lin Wanru had stuffed into his backpack and started to eat it with relish. After meeting with Director Lu tomorrow, I should go earn credits. Otherwise, I won't even have food to eat at this Demon Sea University. Su Ming said as he ate the food Lin Wanru brought him. Now that he has used up all his credits, he doesn't have the credits to pay for a meal at Magic Sea University. If he doesn't find a way to take on tasks and earn credits, he will have to walk out of Mahai University and eat outside. After simply filling his stomach, Su Ming did not continue to practice. Instead, he went upstairs to wash up and then returned to the master bedroom to rest. The next morning, Su Ming found Lu Jiming's office according to the location Lu Jiming gave him. Boom boom boom. Come in. After Su Ming knocked on the door, Lu Jiming's voice came from inside. Hearing this, Su Ming pushed the door open and walked in. Director Lu, I hope I didn't disturb you. As soon as he entered the room, Su Ming saw Lu Jiming sitting at his desk flipping through something, and immediately greeted Lu Jiming. Su Ming, you're here, take a seat quickly. Seeing that it was Su Ming coming in, Lu Jiming immediately put down the work in his hands, stood up to greet him, and led Su Ming to sit on the sofa in the office. Su Ming, this is the Earth Dragon Blood Essence that the school gave you as a reward. Lu Jiming knew what Su Ming came here for today, and he immediately waved his hand. A palm-sized transparent container filled with crimson blood appeared on the coffee table in front of Su Ming. Is this the essence of the Earth Dragon's blood? Su Ming looked at the Earth Dragon's blood in front of him, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. Although he was 100% sure that this bottle of crimson liquid was the Earth Dragon's blood, he still couldn't help but let out a low cry. Yes, it is the blood of the Earth Dragon. This is the greatest benefit of joining the Demon Sea University. Seeing this, Lu Jiming smiled and nodded. Then he changed the subject again, the smile on his face faded, revealing a solemn expression as he said to Su Ming, Su Ming, this Earth Dragon's blood essence is the blood essence of an 8th level ferocious beast, containing a tremendous amount of energy and blood power. Even though this Earth Dragon blood has been refined by the school's experts, it still contains extremely violent energy. Even a 7th rank Grandmaster Warrior would find it difficult to completely absorb this amount of Earth Dragon blood if he swallowed it all at once. As for you, it's best not to use this Earth Dragon blood essence until you break through to the 4th level warrior. Even if you reach the 4th level of martial artist, you can only use 1% of your blood essence each time. Pour it into a palm-sized bowl, dilute it with clean water, and then drink the water mixed with the Earth Dragon's blood essence 3 times to temper your own flesh and blood. Don't take too much at once, otherwise you'll be in danger of exploding and dying from the dragon's blood essence. Hearing Lu Jiming's earnest persuasion, Su Ming nodded. Director Lu, don't worry, I know the pros and cons of this. When he was a 2nd level warrior, he forced himself to take the 4th level high level resource, the 3-leaf purple blood fruit, which almost caused him to explode and die. He still remembers that life and death experience. Now, facing these 8th level resources, we must naturally be extremely cautious. As long as you understand, please keep this Earth Dragon blood essence. When Lu Jiming heard Su Ming's answer and saw the serious look on Su Ming's face, he nodded with satisfaction. Thank you, Director Lu. Upon hearing this, Su Ming immediately accepted the Earth Dragon's blood in front of him and put it in his arms as if it were a treasure. Director Lu, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. After getting the Earth Dragon's blood, Su Ming couldn't wait to try out how much improvement it could bring him, and immediately resigned to Lu Jiming. Ah, you're really impatient, go ahead. Lu Jiming also knew what Su Ming wanted to do now. He laughed and waved at Su Ming. Seeing this, Su Ming nodded to Lu Jiming, and then left with the Earth Dragon's blood. After returning to the dormitory, Su Ming followed Lu Jiming's instructions, took out a palm-sized bowl, poured in a bowl of water, and then poured a drop of Earth Dragon blood into the bowl of water. Chapter 66, Promoted to Level 4. The moment this drop of Earth Dragon's blood dripped into the bowl, the clear water in the bowl turned dark red and emitted a strong energy of chi and blood. Seeing this, Su Ming did not hesitate. He directly picked up the bowl of blood water diluted with the Earth Dragon's essence and blood in his hand, raised his head and drank 1/3 of it. Boom! As the diluted Earth Dragon's blood went down his throat, Su Ming felt as if he had drunk a mouthful of magma. An extremely hot feeling spread from his esophagus to his abdomen, and then a violent energy much stronger than the 4th level high-level treasure 3-leaf purple blood fruit he had taken before instantly erupted from his abdomen. However, Su Ming's current physical fitness is much stronger than when he swallowed the 3-leaf purple blood fruit before. Even though this energy is extremely violent, he does not feel as uncomfortable as when he swallowed the 3-leaf purple blood fruit in cave number 2 outside Linjiang City. My body is far from reaching its limit. Perhaps I don't need to refine a drop of earth dragon blood in 3 steps, as Director Lu said. Just drink up the rest of the bowl. You don't need to dilute the earth dragon's blood with water. Just swallow it drop by drop. After feeling the intensity of the energy in his body, Su Ming drank all the remaining blood in the bowl without hesitation. Boom! After drinking the blood in the bowl, the energy in his body became more turbulent and violent, and Su Ming's body began to feel a little swollen, but it was still within the range he could bear. This energy instantly flowed through his limbs and bones, causing all the cells in his body to cheer and rejoice, madly absorbing this violent energy. Although Su Ming is not yet a 4th level warrior, his qi and blood have reached 8,900, which is not much different from the 10,000 qi and blood standard for a 4th level warrior. He possesses a level superhuman abilities, which make his physical fitness stronger than warriors of the same level. He also has S-level natural ice attribute abilities, which can alleviate a lot of energy shocks. This is why he can withstand the huge energy of a whole drop of earth dragon blood with a body that is less than that of a 4th level warrior. As the energy of a whole drop of earth dragon's blood exploded in his body, Su Ming immediately began to practice the 100 refinements golden body technique in the living room, and a light golden color instantly appeared on his skin. After practicing for a full hour, he finally completely absorbed the energy of this drop of earth dragon blood. Qi and blood, 9,400. 1 drop of earth dragon blood essence can increase my qi and blood by 500 in an hour. This is much higher than the qi and blood increase from practicing with qi and blood powder. So, if I use up all of this bottle of earth dragon blood essence, I can increase my qi and blood by 50,000. 2 bottles of earth dragon blood essence can elevate a person to a 5th rank warrior. Is this the effect of an 8th rank resource? It's truly powerful. After finishing the practice, Su Ming took a look at his current qi and blood, and was immediately shocked by the qi and blood boosting effect of the earth dragon's essence and blood. However, what he didn't know was that not everyone who took the earth dragon's blood essence could increase their qi and blood values by so much. For ordinary 4th level warriors, even if they were given a drop of earth dragon blood, at best their qi and blood would be increased by more than 200. After all, not everyone is like him, able to practice an A-level bodybuilding method to perfection and utilize the energy of the earth dragon's blood to the extreme. Other people who use the essence and blood of the earth dragon to practice will more or less lose some of the energy of the essence and blood of the earth dragon. 2 more drops. I'll break through to the 10,000 qi and health of a 4th level warrior this morning, and then I'll take on the mission in the afternoon. After closing his attribute panel, Su Ming turned his gaze to the transparent bottle containing the earth dragon's blood on his desk. He reached out and grabbed it, poured out another drop, swallowed it directly, and then began to continue practicing the 100 refinements golden body technique. 2 hours later, Su Ming stopped practicing, and his qi and blood broke through the 10,000 mark, officially becoming a 4th level warrior. Qi and blood, 10,400. My qi and blood have officially broken through the 10,000 point threshold for a 4th level warrior. Now I am also a 4th level warrior. Next, let's see if there are any tasks with higher credits. After taking a look at his attribute panel, Su Ming showed a satisfied smile. Butler, please list all the current tasks of the school for me. I want to look at the tasks with the highest credit rewards first and go down. After breaking through to the 4th level warrior, he did not continue to practice, but asked the smart butler to open the school's taskbar and arrange the school's tasks from high to low according to the credit rewards. Yes, master. Upon hearing Su Ming's order, the intelligent housekeeper projected into a human form immediately nodded respectfully. Immediately, a virtual screen appeared in front of Su Ming. On the screen were all the current tasks of Demon Sea University, arranged according to his instructions. Hunting down the A-rank wanted criminal from Sakura, Hikawa Okazuka. This mission requires the acceptor to be at least late 5th rank. Reward, 300 credits. Go to cave number 7 in the Demon City and hunt for the fangs of the 5th level peak beast, the Silver Moon Wolf King. This quest requires the taker to be at least a 5th level warrior. Reward, 200 credits. Recruiting 4 students to assist Professor Zhao Renjie in going to cave number 4 in the Demon City to collect demon source flowers. The mission requires that the person accepting the mission must be at least a 4th level warrior. 3/4 of the current mission members are required. Reward, 120 credits. The highest reward for a mission is only 300 credits. It seems that the 500 credits I received from Ling Tianho for stopping the beast tide were really high. Su Ming glanced at the tasks listed in front of him and was a little surprised to see that the highest reward was only 300 credits. Then he stared at the tasks in the first few columns and fell silent. These tasks with the highest credit rewards all have certain prerequisites. My chi and blood have just reached the standard of a 4th level warrior, so I can take on this task of collecting magic source flowers. It's a good opportunity to see the strength of the ferocious beasts in the caves near the Demon City. Also, this gathering mission has already been accepted by 3 students from the Demon Sea University. This is my first time entering the caves near the Demon City, and having more seniors from these schools with me will help me look after them. After pondering for a moment, Su Ming chose to assist AI Gang in accepting a task that only 4th level warriors could take on. After selecting the task, Su Ming put the bottle containing the Earth Dragon's blood into his room and kept it away. There was still an hour before all the personnel who were to receive the mission would gather. Su Ming first ate the dry food he brought from home in the villa, and then rested for another half an hour. When the time for assembly was almost up, he put on his A-level combat uniform, the scorching sunsuit, took out his A-level weapon, the obsidian rifle, left the villa assigned to him by the school, and headed to the assembly point specified in the mission instructions. Chapter 67, Shocked, the freshman is so powerful? The task force will gather at the Martial Arts Hall of Makai University. The reason for choosing the Martial Arts Hall is that before the team sets off, they need to check whether the strength of each student who accepts the mission meets the mission requirements. And in the Martial Arts Hall is Hansha's most advanced blood and chi detector. Excuse me, is this the meeting point where Professor Zhao Renjie issues missions? When Su Ming walked into Demon Sea University, he followed the instructions in the mission description and came to the designated location. He looked at the 3 young men and women in front of him and asked politely. There were 3 people in front of Su Ming, 2 men and 1 woman. One of the 2 boys was wearing a pure white t-shirt, had short, neat hair, and a sturdy build. The other was wearing black-framed glasses, had a kind smile on his face, and looked gentle and elegant. As for the only girl, she was also tall with delicate features. She was wearing a pair of ultra-short shorts, and there was not a trace of fat on her pair of bronze, slender legs. All 3 of them exuded a powerful aura of energy and blood, and were no weaker than Jiang Lingchuan, the owner of Linjiang City's extreme martial arts school. Obviously, these 3 people are warriors above the middle stage of the 4th level. Yes, are you the last student to accept the mission? After hearing Su Ming's question, the young woman among the 3 smiled and nodded at Su Ming, while not forgetting to ask. Hearing this, Su Ming nodded. Seeing this, the young woman took the lead and introduced herself to Su Ming with a smile. Hello, I'm Song Zihan, a junior, and a late 4th level warrior. Junior student, Zhang Yang, late 4th stage. Junior student, Li Hao, mid-level 4th level. After she finished her introduction, the other 2 boys also introduced themselves. After the 3 of them finished introducing themselves, Su Ming smiled at them and said, Freshman, Su Ming, early 4th stage. Freshman, early stage of level 4. Unexpectedly, as soon as Su Ming introduced himself, Zhang Yang, Li Hao and Song Zihan all widened their eyes, looked at him in surprise and exclaimed. Although Mahai University is one of the top martial arts universities in Hanxia, there are countless geniuses in the school. But they had never heard of a student at Demon Sea University who had the strength of a 4th level warrior just as a freshman. Wait, your name is Su Ming. Could it be that Su Ming, the top scorer in Jiangnan province in this year's National College Entrance Examination, who scored a perfect score of 300,000? At this moment, Song Zihan suddenly reacted, immediately widened his eyes, looked at Su Ming and asked. Su Ming said nothing, just smiled faintly and nodded. Hiss. It's really you. Seeing Su Ming admit it, Song Zihan covered his mouth with his hands and couldn't help but gasp. Zhang Yang and Li Hao beside her also had a gleam of brilliance in their eyes. Being able to obtain a full score of 300,000 points in the National College Entrance Examination shows that Su Ming had the strength of a 4th stage early warrior when he took the college entrance examination. Because the combat power standard for a 4th stage warrior is that his burst of combat power reaches 300,000. Now, nearly 2 months have passed since the National College Entrance Examination. According to the speed of progress of a genius like Su Ming, I am afraid that Su Ming was being modest when he just told them that he was an early 4th level warrior. It seems that the escort team has arrived this time. Just as Song Zihan, Li Hao and Zhang Yang were shocked by Su Ming's identity, a steady voice suddenly came. The four of them, including Su Ming, immediately turned around to look. Then a well-mannered middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses appeared in their sight and smiled at them. Professor Zhao. After seeing the visitor, Song Zihan, Zhang Yan, and Li Hao all showed awe on their faces and greeted the visitor. Is this Professor Zhao? I can't detect any trace of a warrior's aura from him. Is he so powerful that I can't even detect him, or is he just an ordinary person? But if he really is a hidden powerhouse, then he wouldn't need us students to protect him. Could it be that the school deliberately assigns these tasks to us students to earn credits? When they met for the first time, Su Ming felt the ordinary aura of Zhao Renjie and couldn't help feeling surprised. Ha, this must be the student who accepted the mission last. Please test their qi and blood first. As for Zhang Yang and the other three, I'm familiar with them, so there's no need to test their qi and blood. Just as Su Ming was feeling surprised, Zhao Renjie had already come to the four of them, looked at Su Ming with a smile and said, Su Ming nodded upon hearing this, put aside other thoughts in his mind, and quickly went to a nearby blood and qi tester to check his blood and qi. His actions also attracted the attention of Li Hao, Song Zihan, and Zhang Yang, who all stared at the test results on the blood and qi detector. The three of them were very curious about how strong Su Ming was now, since he was able to burst out with the combat power of a fourth-stage early warrior more than a month ago. As Su Ming placed his hand on the qi and blood tester, the numbers on the tester began to jump rapidly and finally stopped. Qi and blood, 10,400. With 10,400 qi and blood, he has only just broken through the qi and blood level of a fourth-level early-stage warrior? When they saw the results of Su Ming's test, Song Zihan and the other two were obviously stunned. In their opinion, a monstrous genius like Su Ming, who had the strength of a fourth-level warrior more than a month ago, should have at least 20,000 to 30,000 qi and blood by now, and should be close to or have reached the level of a mid-fourth-level warrior. Perhaps junior brother Su Ming's qi and blood aren't as high as we imagined. He probably only had a few thousand qi and blood during the college entrance exam. It's because he has mastered a high level of martial arts and has achieved considerable accomplishments that he can unleash the combat power of an early fourth-order warrior. However, compared to ordinary people, the three of them were geniuses and reacted quickly. Thinking of this, the surprise on the faces of the three people gradually subsided. Yes, you meet the strength requirements for our mission. Without further ado, let's set off now. At this time, after seeing Su Ming's qi and blood test results, Zhao Renjie showed a satisfied smile on his face and said to Su Ming, Song Zihan, and others. Okay, Professor Zhao. The group quickly reached an agreement, and then followed Zhao Renjie on his exclusive helicopter, flew away from the Magic Sea University, and headed to Cave Number 4 in the Magic City. The entrance to the Number 4 Demon City Cave is located on another island near the Sea of Demon City, about 80 kilometers away from the island where the Demon Sea University is located. They took a helicopter and arrived at the entrance of Cave Number 4 in the Magic City in less than 20 minutes. Professor Zhao, please. When Su Ming followed Zhao Renjie to the garrison base outside the entrance of Cave Number 4 in the Magic City, as soon as he got off the plane, two officers with two one-star epaulets on their shoulders came to greet him and personally took Zhao Renjie and Su Ming to the entrance of Cave Number 4. Not only that, 4 fourth-level warriors from the military were also mobilized to enter Cave Number 4 with Zhao Renjie, Su Ming, and others. Professor Zhao's identity is not simple. After entering Cave Number 4, Su Ming, who was following in the middle of the team, said to himself, Chapter 68 Golden Tiger. The elemental energy in here is so rich, at least 3 times that of Linjiang City's Cave Number 2. The concentration of heaven and earth energy in Linjiang City's Cave Number 2 can even breed a third-tier beast. I'm guessing that in the Demon City's Cave Number 4, fourth-tier beasts are quite common, and there are even some fifth-tier beasts. After passing through the passage of the underground cave and entering the Demon City Cave Number 4, Su Ming keenly felt the richness of the energy of heaven and earth in this space, and a glimmer flashed in his eyes. His mental power has greatly increased now, and the more than 2,000 mental powers make him more sensitive to the surrounding environment. The rich energy of heaven and earth in Cave Number 4 in the Magic City made him more vigilant. He has just broken through 10,000 qi and blood, and has just passed the threshold of the 4th-level early warrior. Although he burst out with all his strength, using the A-level supernatural power of Violent Heart, plus the C-level perfect realm of cloud-breaking spear technique, a total of 40 times the combat power burst, he could instantly burst out a combat power of more than 4 million cards. But the combat power of these 4 million cards is only equivalent to the combat power of an ordinary warrior who has just entered the 5th level. If he encounters a 5th-level ferocious beast in the cave, it will be basically difficult for him to defeat it. Although he was wearing the A-level combat suit Scorching Sun suit, which allowed him to withstand the attacks of a 5th-level beast without getting hurt. His mission this time was to protect Zhao Renjie, a professor at the Magic Sea University. It was not enough to just keep himself safe. In order to get the 1.2 million credits, he must be extremely alert and be vigilant against ferocious beasts that may appear at any time to ensure the successful completion of this mission. Junior Su Ming, don't be so nervous. We've been to this Demon City cave number 4 many times. Although there are level 5 beasts in the cave, the beasts surrounding the location we're heading to this time are only at the late level 4. With our current lineup, we can definitely handle it. Seeing Su Ming constantly looking around, Song Zihan said to him with a smile. In her eyes, Su Ming's behavior was due to being too nervous when he first came to cave number 4 in the Magic City. Zihan is right. With the strength of our team, we don't have to worry about the 4th level beast at all. And even if we encounter a 5th stage early stage beast, we are capable of killing it. Junior brother Su Ming, just relax. Just after Song Zihan finished speaking, Zhang Yang's voice sounded, and when he looked at Su Ming, there was a confident smile on his face. Among the 4 students of Demon Sea University, he has the highest Qi in blood, reaching 70,000 points. As a student of Demon Sea University, Zhang Yang is also a genius that cannot be underestimated. He has mastered an A-level martial art and has cultivated this A-level martial art to the intermediate level, possessing a 12-fold maximum combat power burst. When it bursts out with full force, it can launch an attack with a combat power of more than 8 million. Cooperating with Song Zihan and others, it is enough to deal with ordinary 5th stage early stage ferocious beasts. After hearing what the two said, Su Ming did not explain, but just nodded slightly. Roar! Just as Su Ming nodded, a beast roar came from a distance. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a tiger with a shoulder height of nearly 3 meters appear in their sight. The tiger's eyes, which were filled with ferocity, were wide open as it stared at the group of people, and its growl carried a strong warning. A 4th-order mid-stage ferocious beast, a golden-striped tiger. The tiger whip on this guy is a valuable item. Seeing the ferocious beast appear, Zhang Yang immediately smiled and his eyes lit up. Beside him, Li Hao also showed an eager expression after seeing the golden-striped tiger. Brother Su Ming, how about you go up and practice with us? Let's see the style of the top martial arts student who scored a perfect score in this year's college entrance examination. On the side, Song Zihan glanced at the golden-striped tiger not far away, then suddenly turned to look at Su Ming and asked tentatively in a low voice. Although her voice was low, the team was very quiet at the moment, and her words immediately reached everyone's ears. He scored full marks on the college entrance exam and is already a 4th-rank warrior in his freshman year. Is this kid so amazing? Could he be a special recruit from this year's Demon Sea University? When they heard Song Zihan's words, the 4 4th-level military warriors who followed and all looked at Su Ming with surprised expressions. Before this, they did not know Su Ming's identity, and only thought that Su Ming was an ordinary junior student at Demon Sea University with a 4th-level warrior status. Unexpectedly, Su Ming was a freshman who had just finished the college entrance examination and scored full marks. In addition to these 4 4th-level military warriors, Zhang Yan and Li Hao also looked at Su Ming with interest after hearing Song Zihan's words. More than a month ago in the college entrance examination, Su Ming was able to exert 300,000 combat power and scored full marks. They also wanted to see how strong Su Ming was now after more than a month. Then leave this golden tiger to me. When Su Ming heard Song Zihan's words, he immediately nodded in agreement. A 4th-order mid-stage ferocious beast has quite a few strengthening points. When he heard Zhang Yang's voice and saw Li Hao's reaction, he was still thinking about how he could get ahead of the two of them and get rid of the golden-striped tiger first. He may not want the rare materials on the golden tiger, but he cannot want the thousands of strengthening points needed to kill the golden tiger. Unexpectedly, when he was having a headache, Song Zihan gave him an assist. As soon as the voice fell, Su Ming took off the obsidian spear on his back and exerted force with his feet. His perfect mastery of the cloud-breaking spear's force-generating technique allowed him to use it to perfection, and he applied it to the muscles of his feet. The next moment. Boom! A muffled sound came from under Su Ming's feet, and a deep footprint was immediately left on the ground beneath his feet. His figure rushed directly towards the golden-striped tiger hundreds of meters away like a cannonball. What a fast speed! Seeing Su Ming cover a distance of dozens of meters in the blink of an eye, Song Zihan, Zhang Yan, and others' eyes lit up. Just judging from the speed that burst out in this instant, Su Ming was no slower than a mid-level 4th-order warrior. This little guy is pretty good. That guy Lu Jiming actually recruited a good seedling for Magic Sea University. In the middle of the crowd, Zhao Renjia looked at Su Ming, who rushed out, pushed his glasses, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Cloud-breaking spear. In a moment, Su Ming had rushed to the front of the golden-striped tiger, his spear like a dragon emerging from the sea, the sharp tip of the spear pointing directly at the golden-striped tiger's vital point. Roar! At the same time, the golden-striped tiger roared in anger, unwilling to be outdone. It raised its tiger paw suddenly, and its dagger-like claws popped out and slapped towards the obsidian spear that Su Ming was stabbing at. Although Su Ming used the cloud-breaking spear martial art with perfect proficiency in this shot, before activating the A-level supernatural power of the violent heart, the power of Su Ming's shot was only about 500,000 combat power. In the eyes of the golden tiger, this attack was no more than that of an early 4th-level warrior and posed no threat to him at all. Chapter 69, One-Shot Kill. Ha, I want you to underestimate the enemy. However, Su Ming, who was coming with a gun, looked at the golden-striped tiger who looked down on him like this, and a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Roar! The golden-striped tiger is already a ferocious beast in the middle stage of the 4th stage and is quite intelligent. The moment it saw a smile on Su Ming's lips, it felt something was wrong. An ominous premonition rose from the bottom of its heart, making it unable to help but let out a low growl. But now it is difficult for it to stop because the obsidian spear is already very close to the tiger paw it strikes out. Violent heart, open it for me. At the moment when the tip of the obsidian spear collided with the sharp claws of the golden tiger, Su Ming suddenly activated his A-level superhuman ability, the violent heart. The moment the supernatural power was activated, the blood-red heart-shaped shadow in Su Ming's sea of consciousness trembled violently. In an instant, Su Ming's energy and blood suddenly surged, and his physical strength suddenly increased to 8 times the original. The shot that originally had a combat power of only 500,000 cards instantly burst out with a combat power of over 4 million cards. The moment of contact, the sharp claws of the golden tiger were broken at the root by the tip of the obsidian gun. Then, with unstoppable and terrifying power, the tip of the gun pierced the golden tiger's head along the tiger paw. Puff! Without any surprise, Su Ming's spear easily pierced the huge head of the golden tiger. The spear pierced the golden tiger's brain, and its pupils suddenly shrank, its eyes filled with disbelief and fear. Without waiting for the golden-striped tiger to make any sound, Su Ming's blood surged and he exerted force with his right hand holding the gun. The obsidian spear that pierced the golden tiger's head actually lifted the golden tiger's head directly and lifted its huge body off the ground. Hey! Su Ming shouted softly, and swung his right hand violently, pulling the spear out of the golden-striped tiger's head, bringing up a puff of blood. The golden tiger, which was as heavy as a car, was thrown hundreds of meters away by him like a chicken, and fell heavily on the open ground not far in front of Song Zihan and others, stirring up a circle of dust. When the dust settled, the golden-striped tiger had already died, but its eyes, still open with fear that had not yet dissipated. Successfully killed the 4th stage mid-stage ferocious beast, golden tiger, strengthening points plus 2,000. At the same time, a kill prompt popped up on Su Ming's system panel, and he directly obtained 2,000 reinforcement points. The enhancement points gained from killing a 4th-level beast are high. I'll have to tell Song Zihan and the others later that I'll be the one to kill all the ferocious beasts we encounter along the way. I don't even need any materials. Su Ming looked at the 2,000 reinforcement points that arrived in his account and grinned, thinking to himself. The reinforcement points gained from killing 4th-level beasts were too generous. Just killing a few of them could equal the reinforcement points he earned from fighting in the caves of Linjiang City for half a month. Is this resolved? One shot, just one shot killed the 4th stage middle stage golden-striped tiger. His HP had just reached 10,000. Although this golden tiger is only in the middle stage of the 4th stage, it is not weak among the middle stages of the 4th stage. Its combat power is estimated to be around 1 million. To kill this golden tiger so easily, the combat power that junior brother Su Ming just unleashed must be at least over 1.5 million. Over 1.5 million combat power, which means that junior brother Su Ming's shot just now had at least 15 times the combat power. Could it be that junior brother Su Ming, at such a young age, has mastered an A-level martial art and cultivated it to a high level? Is this the special recruit of Demon Sea University? His strength is so terrifying. Looking at the golden-striped tiger that fell in front of them and was killed instantly by Su Ming's shot, both Song Zihan and Zhang Yang, the third-year students of Demon Sea University, and the 4 4th-level warriors of the military were shocked at this moment. Especially Song Zihan and Li Hao. Both of them are mid-level 4th-order warriors with about 30,000 chi in blood. Although they each exchanged for an A-level martial art at the Demon Sea University, they only practiced their A-level martial arts to the primary level, with only about 8 times the combat power burst. If they used all their strength would probably be about the same as Su Ming's. When they thought about Su Ming, a freshman who had just entered Demon Sea University, and whose strength was no weaker than those of the third-year students, they both couldn't help but feel frustrated. Seniors, I'll leave the materials from this golden tiger to you. While Song Zihan and the others were feeling deeply moved, Su Ming had already returned to the team with an obsidian spear in his hand. He stepped on the head of the golden-striped tiger he had just killed and spoke to them. Let me do it. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, without waiting for Song Zihan and Zhang Yang to respond, Zhao Renji walked out with a smile and quickly came to the front of the golden-striped tiger. He stretched out his hand and a dagger emitting a chilling cold light appeared in his hand. Holding the dagger tightly, Zhao Renji skillfully cut up the golden tiger's corpse in front of him. His movements were extremely skillful. With a flick of his hand, he slashed the knife and the golden tiger's corpse was quickly dismantled, leaving Su Ming stunned. If Su Ming were asked to use one word to describe it, it would be like butchering an ox. It's so skillful. In less than a minute, Zhao Renji had taken off all the valuable materials from the golden tiger and put them together. Put these materials in my space ring for now. When I return, I will give them to you and you can discuss how to divide them. After Zhao Renji finished decomposing the high-value materials from the golden tiger, he explained to Su Ming, Song Zihan, and others with a smile, then waved his hand, and the pile of materials that had just been decomposed disappeared. Upon hearing this, Song Zihan, Zhang Yang and the others all nodded in agreement without any objection. Space ring. Su Ming did not care about borrowing the materials he had put away. Instead, he stared intently at the ring on Zhao Renji's right index finger that was shining with a faint light. Student Su Ming, this space ring was made by someone who has awakened to the space ability. Each space ring is extremely difficult to make, and those who have awakened to the space ability are extremely rare. Therefore, the value of the space ring is extremely high, and there are no space rings for sale on the market. However, at Demon Sea University, you can exchange 5,000 credits for a space ring with 10 cubic meters of storage space. Noticing Su Ming's gaze, Zhao Renji put away his things and turned to smile at Su Ming. Ahem, 5,000 credits. I don't think I should consider exchanging it for a space ring for now. Hearing that the space ring was so expensive, Su Ming immediately coughed twice, then smiled and said to everyone, Professor Zhao, seniors, the golden tiger has been eliminated, let's continue on our journey. I took on this mission hoping to gain more experience in the cave. How about letting me slay any ferocious beasts we encounter next? Chapter 70, 4th Order Ferocious Beast Group. Since it is Junior Brother Su Ming's request, then I naturally have to give Junior Brother Su Ming face. Junior Brother Su Ming will be the first to attack the next ferocious beast we encounter. Yeah, me too. After hearing Su Ming's words, Li Hao and Song Zihan had no objection. Zhang Yang, the strongest student among the Demon Sea University students, also looked at Su Ming, smiled and nodded, saying, Then I will help you with the battle. If there are any ferocious beasts that you can't deal with, I will take action. After seeing Su Ming's strength, the three of them became more friendly towards Su Ming and agreed to his request. Moreover, Su Ming took the initiative to offer to kill the beast himself, which made them feel relieved. Hearing the answers from the three people, Su Ming nodded and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Now that everyone has decided, let's go. Besides Su Ming, Zhao Renji saw that Su Ming and others had reached an agreement, so he led the team to continue heading towards the birthplace of the demon sourceflower. The area of cave number 4 in Modu is much larger than cave number 2 in Linjiang City. Su Ming and others traveled through the cave for a whole day and night before arriving at their destination. Along the way, they also encountered many ferocious beasts. However, the strongest of these ferocious beasts was only at the late 4th stage. Under Su Ming's obsidian spear, no ferocious beast could survive for even a breath. After a day and a night, Su Ming killed no less than 100 ferocious beasts, about half of which were 4th-level ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts added up to a total of more than 123,000 strengthening points for him. Now Su Ming's reinforcement points have accumulated to 224,000. The powerful strength that Su Ming displayed along the way once again refreshed the cognition of Zhang Yang, Song Zihan, and others. Because no matter whether it is a mid-level 4th stage or a late-level 4th stage ferocious beast, it will be killed instantly by a single shot in front of Su Ming. Being able to kill a late 4th stage ferocious beast with one shot, the combat power displayed by Su Ming is no worse than that of a peak 4th stage warrior, and can even be compared with an ordinary early 5th stage warrior. With only about 10,000 chi and blood, he could burst out with the strength comparable to that of an early 5th order warrior. Even Zhao Renjie, a professor at the Demon Sea University, had repeatedly marveled at Su Ming's strong talent, which he had never seen before in his life. After arriving at the destination, Zhao Renjie looked at the valley in front of him, then turned to look at Su Ming and others. The valley ahead is where the demon sourceflower is grown. It contains rich energy from heaven and earth and is a fourth-tier natural treasure. Ferocious beasts are bound to roam around it. Everyone, be careful and pay attention to your surroundings. Yes, Professor Zhao. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang, Su Ming and the other 4 students from Demon Sea University immediately agreed, and the other 4 fourth-level warriors from the military also nodded. Soon, under the leadership of Zhao Renjie, a group of 9 people rushed towards the valley ahead. Not long after, Su Ming saw a sea of flowers in front of him, with large black flowers swaying in the wind. These black flowers are mostly in bud state and have not yet bloomed, but many are fully bloomed. Each blooming black flower is the size of a palm and continuously emits a rich energy aura. And around this sea of flowers, there are not only black flowers, but also many huge and ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts were either lying or standing, resting in the valley. From time to time, 1 or 2 of them would walk towards the blooming black flowers in the sea of flowers and swallow them with their mouths. Are these the demon source flowers? Such rich energy, no less than the 3-leaf purple blood fruit. However, these magic source flowers have indeed attracted a lot of ferocious beasts, as Professor Zhao said. Fortunately, there are no 5th-level beasts, so it's not difficult to deal with. Looking at the situation ahead, Su Ming's lips curled up slightly, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. He took a quick look and found that there were about 30 ferocious beasts near the sea of flowers, all of which were 4th-level ferocious beasts. If he kills all these ferocious beasts, he can gain another 70,000 to 80,000 reinforcement points. Roar! When Su Ming and others were looking at the magic source flower and the ferocious beasts around the magic source flower in front of them, the ferocious beasts around the magic source flower also discovered them. The first ferocious beast that discovered them let out a warning roar. What followed was a series of beast roars. But in the blink of an eye, more than 34th-level ferocious beasts all looked towards Su Ming and his group, with anger flashing in their eyes. As a mid-stage 4th-order iron-backed mantis took the lead and attacked Su Ming and his group, the remaining ferocious beasts followed suit. In an instant, more than 34th-order ferocious beasts turned into a large group of beasts and rushed straight towards Su Ming and his group. These ferocious beasts were all 4th-level beasts, and they were quite large. When they charged together, they were like more than 30 heavy tanks pressing down on Su Ming and his companions, causing the ground beneath their feet to tremble. The beast is coming, everyone be careful. Protect Professor Zhao. Seeing this group of ferocious beasts rushing towards him, Zhang Yang immediately stepped forward, took out the long sword from his back, and stood at the front. Before he finished speaking, Song Zihan and Li Hao protected Zhao Renjie behind them. The other 4 4th-level warriors from the military also took out their weapons, their blood boiling, ready to fight a fierce battle with the ferocious beasts that were rushing towards them. However, just as everyone was ready to go, a figure suddenly rushed out like a cannonball, charging straight into a group of more than 34th-level ferocious beasts. Junior Su Ming, don't be reckless. When Zhang Yang found out that the person rushing out was Su Ming, his face changed slightly and he immediately shouted at Su Ming. Although he knew that Su Ming's combat power was not weak after spending some time with him, that was a group of more than 34th-level ferocious beasts, among which there were several ferocious beasts whose strength had reached the peak of the 4th level. Even if he rushed in alone, he would not be able to escape unscathed from such a powerful herd of beasts. Don't worry, Senior Zhang Yang, I know my limits. Hearing the voice behind him, Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth slightly. With a thought, the fiery sun suit directly covered his entire body, as if he was wearing a layer of crimson steel armor. The moment the fiery sun suit appeared, Su Ming transformed into a crimson phantom and charged into the group of ferocious beasts with an obsidian spear in hand. The violent heart was instantly activated, and the next second, the obsidian spear stabbed out violently. Cloud-breaking spear. A dazzling flash of gunlight passed by, and the iron-backed mantis rushing in the front was pierced through the head by Su Ming's gun. However, before the iron-backed mantis died, it swung its pair of blade arms and slashed Su Ming heavily. Clang! However, this powerful blow only scratched a spark on Su Ming's chest, without hurting him at all, and even failed to make Su Ming retreat half a step. The defense of the A-level combat uniform is simply not something that a 4th-level beast can break through. Chapter 71 Junior Brother Su Ming is too fierce. Swish! As Su Ming pulled out the obsidian spear, the 2-meter-tall iron-backed mantis fell to the ground, and his mind was open wide. Successfully killed the 4th stage mid-stage ferocious beast iron-backed mantis, strengthening points plus 2,000. The moment the ironback mantis fell, a kill notification immediately popped up on the deep blue system panel, and another 2,000 reinforcement points were earned. After getting rid of the iron-backed mantis, Su Ming did not stop at all. He flashed and rushed towards the ferocious beast behind with the obsidian spear in his hand. Protected by the A-grade combat uniform, Su Ming did not consider defense at all when facing these 4th-level ferocious beasts, but just attacked blindly. The attacks of those ferocious beasts fell on him, but all of them were blocked by the fiery sun suit on his body. The defensive power of the A-level combat suit can completely ignore the attacks of the 5th-level ferocious beasts. Even if these 4th-level ferocious beasts use all their strength, they cannot leave even a scratch on Su Ming's combat suit. Not only that, when facing attacks below the Grandmaster level, the fiery sun suit can also store the energy of these attacks, and explode with Su Ming's will to kill the surrounding enemies. However, until now, Su Ming has not used the energy stored in the fiery sun suit to deal with the attacks of the surrounding ferocious beasts, but has been constantly accumulating the energy from the attacks of the surrounding ferocious beasts. He himself held an obsidian spear and kept shooting to kill the ferocious beasts that were besieging him. It was not until Su Ming killed 4 or 5 4th-level ferocious beasts in succession and withstood the attacks of the surrounding ferocious beasts without any damage that Song Zihan, Zhang Yang, and Li Hao realized that the crimson armor on Su Ming was extremely familiar. It was the A-level combat uniform unique to the Demon Sea University. Is that the Blazing Sun suit? It's actually an A-level Blazing Sun suit. In our school, that's a high-level combat suit that requires 10,000 credits to redeem. Junior Su Ming just entered Demon Sea University. Where would he get so many credits to redeem it? The Blazing Sun suit can protect against attacks from masters below the Grandmaster level. Junior brother Su Ming actually possesses such advanced combat uniform. No wonder he dared to charge into the pack of ferocious beasts alone. With this combat uniform, junior brother Su Ming is already invincible. Could this Blazing Sun suit be the school's admission reward for Su Ming? When they learned that the combat uniform Su Ming was wearing was the A-level combat uniform Scorching Sun suit, the 3 of them immediately became nervous. After the initial surprise, the 3 of them quickly realized how Su Ming got the combat uniform. Su Ming had just entered Demon Sea University, so it was impossible for him to have so many credits to exchange for the fiery sun suit. The only explanation was that the fiery sun suit on Su Ming was the school's admission reward. Although they had been enrolled for more than 2 years and had never heard of the Demon Sea University giving such a precious admission reward to specially recruited students, when they recalled that Su Ming had been able to kill a late 4th-stage ferocious beast in seconds with his own strength, they suddenly felt that it was very reasonable for the Demon Sea University to give Su Ming the fiery sun set as an admission reward. A freshman has the combat power comparable to that of an early 5th-level warrior. Such an enchanting genius is unique among all the geniuses in Hanxia in the past few decades. For such a monstrous genius, Demon Sea University cannot attach too much importance to him. A level combat uniform, so impressive. If we can possess a grade combat uniforms, even if we only have the strength of a 4th-rank warrior, we will not be afraid of any strong man below the Grandmaster level. On the side, the 4 military warriors heard Zhang Yang and the others' exclamations, and they also stared with wide eyes at the red figure that was like a dragon swimming among the ferocious beasts, their faces full of envy. Even though they were 4th-level warriors in the military, and were wealthier than the average 4th-level warrior, they were only wearing a set of C-level combat uniforms. For them, the A-level combat uniform is an unattainable treasure, a priceless treasure that they cannot buy even if they spend all their wealth. Among the few people, Zhao Renjie, who had already known the conditions that Lu Jiming promised when he recruited Su Ming, was the most calm. He kept a faint smile on his face as he looked at Su Ming, who was constantly slaughtering ferocious beasts in front of him. Ouch! During the time when Zhang Yang and others were shocked, Su Ming had already killed more than 20 ferocious beasts with thundering means. After witnessing Su Ming's powerful strength, the remaining ferocious beasts, even though they were reluctant to leave the demon source flower, had to let out a roar of fear and unwillingness, stopped rushing towards Su Ming, and turned around to rush in the opposite direction. These bloodthirsty beasts were actually frightened by Su Ming at this moment. They dared not continue to attack, but fled. Where are you running to? When Su Ming saw that these experienced packs were about to run away, he immediately shouted angrily and exerted force with his legs. As he moved his mind, the energy previously stored in the fiery sunsuit covering his body was mobilized, and dark red energy streams like meridians flowed from top to bottom, reaching his feet. Immediately afterwards, Su Ming stomped his feet heavily on the ground. Boom! The energy accumulated by the fiery sunsuit from the attacks of the ferocious beasts exploded instantly. With this step, Su Ming directly stepped on the ground beneath his feet and created a large pit with a diameter of several meters. Under this huge burst of energy, he turned into a red lightning and rushed forward suddenly, and his whole body was able to achieve a short period of levitation at a rapid speed. Cloud-breaking spear. Su Ming instantly flew to the nearest late-stage fourth-order ferocious beast. The muscles in his right hand, which was gripping the obsidian spear, suddenly swelled as he thrust out a shot. Phew! Without any hindrance, the shot pierced through the head of this late fourth-stage beast. Such a swift attack left this late-stage fourth-order beast no chance to react. Successfully killed the fourth-stage late-stage ferocious beast Red Armor Lizard, strengthening points plus 3,000. After instantly dealing with a late-stage fourth-order ferocious beast, Su Ming stomped on the ground again, mobilizing the energy stored in his combat suit, and once again stepped on the ground to create a big hole under his feet. His figure appeared in front of another fourth-order ferocious beast. Then another shot was fired, and under the desperate gaze of the beast, the obsidian spear ruthlessly pierced its head. Successfully killed the fourth-stage mid-stage ferocious beast Green Scale Snake, strengthening points plus 2,000. Su Ming's actions did not pause at all because of the Deep Blue System's prompt. After killing the green-scaled snake, he did the same thing again, dodging continuously. In just a few breaths, the remaining dozen or so fourth-level beasts died without any resistance under his obsidian spear. Gurgle. Until Su Ming stopped killing and returned from the pile of ferocious beast corpses in front of him with a blood-stained obsidian spear in hand, Zhang Yang and others looked at Su Ming's figure like a god of war and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. In just less than a minute, Su Ming killed more than 30 fourth-level ferocious beasts. Such strength and ruthless means once again refreshed their understanding of Su Ming. Chapter 72 Canyon Ambush. Professor Zhao, all the ferocious beasts ahead have been killed. We can now collect the magic source flowers. While everyone was deeply shocked, Su Ming had already returned to the front of the team, removed the facial covering of the fiery sunsuit, and spoke to Zhao Renjie with a calm expression. There was a nonchalant expression on his face, as if the feat of killing dozens of fourth-level ferocious beasts was insignificant to him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Renjie nodded approvingly at Su Ming. Then, ignoring Song Zihan and the others who were still in shock, he stepped into the sea of magic source flowers in front of him and collected the mature magic source flowers. Seniors, I'll leave the corpses of those ferocious beasts to you. After Su Ming saw Zhao Renjie collecting the magic source flowers, he looked at Song Zihan, Zhang Yang, and the other three. Oh, yes. It was not until then that Song Zihan, Zhang Yang, and Li Hao reacted. They nodded quickly and hurriedly rushed towards the pile of ferocious beast corpses in front of them. If all the materials from so many fourth-level ferocious beasts were collected, they could be sold for hundreds of millions of dollars. Even if the four of them divided them equally, each of them would be able to get at least hundreds of millions of credit points. Although credit points are of little use in Demon Sea University, they will be of great use after they graduate. While Zhang Yang and the other two were harvesting materials from the corpses of these fourth-level ferocious beasts, the four military warriors dispersed and stood guard around to prevent more ferocious beasts from rushing over from afar. After about an hour, Zhao Renjie had basically collected all the mature magic source flowers. Zhang Yang and the other two also collected all the valuable materials from the corpses of the fourth-level ferocious beasts. Mission accomplished, let's go. After Zhao Renjie put all the ferocious beast materials into the space ring, he said to Su Ming and others. Seeing this, Su Ming and others did not find it strange, and they immediately returned along the same route. Since Su Ming had cleared out all the ferocious beasts along the way, they rarely encountered ferocious beasts blocking the way when they were heading back, and their speed was even faster than when they came. Half a day later, Su Ming and his group arrived at a narrow canyon section in the middle of the road. At this rate, we'll be able to return to the outside of cave number 4 before dark today. Earning 120 credits in 2 days, this mission was easier than I expected. Half a day later, Song Zihan looked at the distance they had traveled and said to Zhang Yang beside him with a smile. Although she felt a little tired after working for more than 30 hours without sleep, she became excited when she thought about getting 120 credits when she returned. Zhang Yang nodded, his eyes flashing with excitement, and continued, "That's right, but we were able to do it so easily this time thanks to junior brother Su Ming. Yes, we don't have to take action this time. All the beasts were killed by junior brother Su Ming. After we go back, junior brother Su Ming must take the lion's share of the materials from those beasts." As soon as Zhang Yang finished speaking, Li Hao immediately nodded in agreement. Su Ming, who was standing aside, listened to what the three people said with a slight smile on his face. In terms of gains, he gained the most among everyone on this trip. Now, on his system panel, the accumulated reinforcement points exceeded 300,000, which was more than he had ever had before. Stop! At this moment, Zhao Renjie, who had been calm all the time, suddenly frowned, raised his hand and shouted in a low voice. In an instant, the entire team came to a sudden halt. Professor Zhao, what's wrong? The captain of the military team in charge of the escort in Zhangyang looked at Zhao Renjie almost at the same time and asked in a deep voice. Zhao Renjie did not answer immediately, but narrowed his eyes and looked towards the front of the canyon. After a while, a sharp light flashed in his eyes, and he whispered, "Something is coming from the front." As soon as these words were spoken, as if to confirm his words, sporadic roars of ferocious beasts were heard in the distance. Immediately afterwards, a dull roar like thunder came from far away, and the ground in the canyon could not help but tremble. This movement is a beast tide. And it's quite large. After noticing something unusual, Zhang Yang and the others' expressions suddenly became serious. They took out their weapons and looked towards the front of the canyon. Su Ming also held the obsidian spear in his hand, and the scorching sun suit on his body moved as he wished, immediately wrapping his whole body up. Soon, a large cloud of smoke and dust appeared in front of them, sweeping towards Su Ming and the others along the canyon like a sandstorm. Beneath the sky full of sand and dust, there were densely packed ferocious beasts with red eyes, roaring and running wildly towards the front. Looking at the astonishing number of ferocious beasts in front of them, everyone's expression changed. Song Zihan held a long sword in her hand, her pretty face frosted and her brows slightly furrowed. How could there be such a large-scale beast tide in this place? Someone must be playing tricks. The strongest beast in Demon City Cave number 4 is only a 5th-level beast. A 5th-level beast doesn't have the ability to command so many beasts. This beast tide was probably deliberately caused by someone. Zhang Yang heard this and nodded solemnly. This beast tide couldn't have come earlier or later, but it showed up in the canyon at this very moment. It seems someone is targeting us. Their target must be Professor Zhao. Everyone must protect Professor Zhao. At this time, the 4th stage warrior who was leading the military said in a serious voice. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but tighten their weapons and gathered around Zhao Renjie. At this moment, the beast tide was getting closer and closer to them. The ground where they were standing was shaking more and more violently, and a lot of gravel was rolling down from the rock walls on both sides. Roar! Rushing in the front were several ferocious beasts that were extremely large and had an extremely fierce aura. A giant bull covered with green scales and a single horn on its head, a saber-toothed tiger with wings on its ribs and protruding fangs, and a red python crawling on the ground, its scales rubbing against the rocks, creating sparks. The aura and pressure emanating from these 3 ferocious beasts surprisingly reached the strength of a 5th stage early-stage ferocious beast. The 3 unicorn bulls, the 2 winged saber-toothed tiger, and the red-scaled python in front are all early-stage 5th-order beasts. We can't let them charge over. Brother Su Ming, let's go together and stop these 3 5th-level beasts. Zhang Yang looked at the 3 ferocious beasts in front of him, and a serious expression immediately appeared on his face. The next second, he moved his mind, and a set of sea-level nano-combat suit quickly covered his entire body, and then he rushed towards the beast tide in front with a long sword in his hand. Although the sea-level combat uniform is barely able to withstand the attack of the 5th-level beast, it can somewhat weaken the power of the attack. Seeing Zhang Yang rushing out, Su Ming did not hesitate at all. Holding the obsidian spear, he took a step forward and followed Zhang Yang to kill the 3 ferocious beasts in the front. Chapter 73, Fighting a Level 5 Beast. Form a defensive formation and protect the professor. The moment Su Ming and Zhang Yang rushed out, the military captain, a 4th-stage warrior in the late stage, shouted softly. Then, he and 3 other 4th-level military warriors instantly changed their positions, forming a simple yet comprehensive defensive formation with Zhao Renjie as the core. The one in the front was the captain of the military warriors, who slammed the heavy shield behind him, which was as tall as a person, to the ground. Bang! With a dull thud, the heavy shield sunk 3 inches into the ground and stood at the front of the team. Song Zihan and Li Hao stood on both sides of Zhao Renjie with serious expressions, staring at the beast tide rushing in front of them with sharp eyes, ready for battle. Senior Zhang Yang, what is the highest combat power you can unleash? After Su Ming caught up with Zhang Yang, the 2 of them rushed towards the beast tide side by side, and he did not forget to ask Zhang Yang. Although Zhang Yang was a warrior in the late 4th stage, since he dared to rush directly towards the beast tide and resist the 3 5th-level beasts, Su Ming guessed that Zhang Yang's combat power was higher than his. If I burst out with all my strength now, I can probably hit 9 million combat power. Faced with Su Ming's question, Zhang Yang was stunned at first, but he hesitated for a moment and then quickly replied. 9 million combat power. Hearing Zhang Yang's answer, Su Ming couldn't help but be shocked. Zhang Yang's combat power was more than twice as high as his current combat power. He immediately came up with an idea and said to Zhang Yang, Senior Zhang Yang, I have the fiery sun suit to protect me, so I'm not afraid of these beasts' attacks. I'll be the one to block the attacks of the two-winged saber-toothed tiger and the other 3 5th-level beasts. You wait for the opportunity and strike, and find the right chance to inflict heavy damage on them. Once my fiery sun suit has accumulated enough energy, I will unleash it all at once and kill these 3 beasts. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up at Su Ming's suggestion, and he nodded immediately. Then do as you say. He was not worried about Su Ming's safety. Just as Su Ming said, with the A-level combat suit, the fiery sun suit, the 5th-level ferocious beast could not hurt Su Ming at all. The attacks of these ferocious beasts on Su Ming would only continuously charge the fiery sun suit, and eventually become the power for Su Ming to kill these ferocious beasts. As they were talking, Su Ming and Zhang Yang had already arrived in front of the 3 5th-level ferocious beasts in front of them. Senior Zhang Yang, I'll go first. Looking at the one-horned bull, the double-winged saber-toothed tiger and the red-scaled python charging towards him, Su Ming shouted softly, and the next second he passed Zhang Yang, and his obsidian spear shot out instantly. The perfect martial arts of the cloud-breaking spear and the A-level superhuman ability of the violent heart were instantly activated. Su Ming's spear instantly burst out with a combat power of more than 4 million. The tip of the obsidian spear brought up a ray of cold light and suddenly pierced the right eye of the unicorn bull. Moo! As a 5th-order early-stage ferocious beast, the unicorn bull reacts extremely quickly. A wisp of white mist came out of its nostrils, and with a shake of its head, its 1-meter-long horn blocked the obsidian spear that Su Ming was stabbing at. Bite! A sound of metal collision was heard, and Su Ming felt a huge force passing through the obsidian spear to his hand. Bang bang bang! At the moment of contact, the unicorn's body stopped immediately and was shocked back several steps. As for Su Ming, he was also shocked and retreated repeatedly in this collision. What a powerful force! After retreating 7 or 8 meters, Su Ming finally stood firm. A solemn look flashed across his face under the fiery sun suit. The strength of the unicorn bull is definitely the top among the 5th-stage early-stage ferocious beasts, and is close to the 5th-stage mid-stage ferocious beasts. If it weren't for the fiery sun suit, he would have been knocked away by the collision just now. Roar! However, just as Su Ming had just stood firm, a huge figure suddenly flew down from the air, and a pair of strong and powerful claws suddenly slapped Su Ming. With a bang, Su Ming was knocked out more than 10 meters. It was the winged saber-toothed tiger that attacked him. The saber-toothed tiger's unexpected attack gave Su Ming no time to react, and this time he was directly knocked flying. Bang! Under the attack of the double-winged saber-toothed tiger, Su Ming had not yet landed when he saw a huge red tail covered with scales suddenly rushing towards him. The next second, he was smashed heavily to the ground, creating a big hole in the ground and stirring up a lot of dust. The one who attacked was the 3rd 5th-order early-stage ferocious beast, the red-scaled python. However, before the dust could clear, Su Ming climbed out of the pit, his obsidian spear flashing with a cold light, the tip of the spear aimed directly at the nearest red-scaled python 7 inches. The red-scaled python did not expect that Su Ming was not hurt at all by its powerful attack. It was caught off guard and was hit by Su Ming's attack. The tip of the A-level weapon, the obsidian spear, was extremely sharp. With Su Ming's combat power of more than 4 million, it instantly broke through the layer of red scales on the surface of the red-scaled python. Scales shattered and blood splattered. The tip of the obsidian spear penetrated all the way into the red-scaled python's flesh and blood. Hiss! After this attack, the red-scaled python let out a shrill scream of pain, and its huge body twisted wildly. It broke free from Su Ming's obsidian spear, splashing a cloud of hot blood, and the red-scaled python quickly retreated. Absolute Shadow Blade! However, just as the red-scaled python was about to withdraw, Zhang Yang's figure appeared out of nowhere, his blood and energy bursting out, and he held the knife in both hands and slashed heavily on the wound that Su Ming had just stabbed on the red-scaled python. With the burst of 9 million combat power, Zhang Yang cut deeply into the 7 inches of the red-scaled python with this knife, creating a wound more than 1 meter deep, almost cutting the red-scaled python's body in half, which was so thick that it took 5 or 6 people to hug it. Ouch! The red-scaled python let out another even more shrill roar of pain. Zhang Yang's sudden blow almost took half of the red-scaled python's life. Even if it doesn't die now, it won't be able to survive. Bang! Severely injured, the red-scaled python became extremely crazy, its eyes were extremely red, and it swung its huge tail, hitting Zhang Yang heavily. In an instant, Zhang Yang crashed into the rock wall on one side of the canyon like a cannonball, making a dull roar. Now! Seeing this, Su Ming didn't bother to look at Zhang Yang's condition. He flashed and instantly appeared in front of the seriously injured red-scaled python. He swept the obsidian spear fiercely and landed on the 7-inch wound of the red-scaled python again. Phew! Under Su Ming's powerful sweep, the body of the red-scaled python was directly split into 2 parts. Hiss! The red-scaled python let out a painful roar from its head, and its body, which was broken into 2 parts, kept twisting wildly on the ground. The huge vitality in the body of the 5th-level ferocious beast meant that even if the red-scaled python suffered fatal injuries, it would not die for a while, but it was not far from death. Roar! Just as Su Ming was about to rush forward to finish off the enemy, the roar of the double-winged saber-toothed tiger came from his right. The double-winged saber-toothed tiger's eyes turned red, and it opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Su Ming. The pair of sharp teeth, which were no shorter than the obsidian spear in Su Ming's hand, flashed with a sharp cold light and stabbed towards his body with a fishy stench. Chapter 74 Evolution, S-Level Superpowers, Furious King Kong. Just in time. Facing the attack of the double-winged saber-toothed tiger, Su Ming was not panicked at all. Instead, he showed a look of joy that his plan had succeeded. Seeing the attack of the 2-winged saber-toothed tiger falling on him, the fiery sun suit on his body directly blocked all the damage and also stored all the energy of the 2-winged saber-toothed tiger's powerful bite. Burst! With a thought, Su Ming directly activated all the energy stored in the fiery sun suit during this period, and then it exploded instantly. Boom! There was a loud roar, and a layer of crimson energy suddenly flashed on the fiery sunsuit, and then burst out with dazzling scorching energy like a sun, instantly prying open the closed mouth of the double-winged saber-toothed tiger. Not only that, under the instantaneous energy burst of the fiery sunsuit, the 2-winged saber-toothed tiger's saber teeth suddenly broke, and most of the sharp teeth in its mouth were also destroyed. Now, cloud-breaking spear. As the energy from the fiery sunsuit pried open the saber-toothed tiger's bloody mouth, Su Ming seized the opportunity and mobilized the strength of all the muscles in his body to his hands. Then, the obsidian spear in his hand instantly stabbed towards the upper jaw of the double-winged saber-toothed tiger. Phew! Su Ming launched a full-strength attack from inside the mouth of the 2-winged saber-toothed tiger. Without any outer skin defense, Su Ming's shot directly pierced the upper jaw of the 2-winged saber-toothed tiger. The obsidian spear pierced directly into the brain of the 2-winged saber-toothed tiger with violent force. Roar! After this attack, the double-winged saber-toothed tiger immediately let out a shrill roar. Then, Su Ming succeeded in his attack, but he took advantage of the tiger's weakness to kill him. He held the gun barrel with both hands and twisted it violently, turning the tiger's brain into a paste. Under such an attack, the huge body of the 2-winged saber-toothed tiger suddenly stiffened, froze in place, and then fell straight down. Successfully killed the 5th stage early stage beast double-winged saber-toothed tiger, strengthening points plus 10,000. Suffering severe damage to its brain, the 2-winged saber-toothed tiger died faster than the red-scaled python. As the 2-winged saber-toothed tiger fell, Su Ming walked out of its mouth, and a prompt popped up on his system again. Successfully killed the 5th stage early stage ferocious beast red-scale python, strengthening points plus 10,000. Su Ming, who had just walked out of the mouth of the double-winged saber-toothed tiger, took a closer look and saw that the 2 halves of the red-scaled python's body, which were originally twisted on the ground, were now motionless. After we've dealt with the flying 5th-level beast, the 2-winged saber-toothed tiger, the next step will be much easier. Su Ming just glanced at the information that popped up on his system panel, and casually glanced at the dead 2-winged saber-toothed tiger beside him with a smile on his face. Among the 3 5th-level ferocious beasts, the 2-winged saber-toothed tiger is the most difficult to deal with, if not the strongest. After all, the 2-winged saber-toothed tiger has a pair of wings and can fly. If he had not taken advantage of the opportunity just now to kill the 2-winged saber-toothed tiger by surprise, once the 2-winged saber-toothed tiger became alert, it would have used its advantage of being able to fly to deal with him. Now he is only a 4th-level warrior and does not have the ability to fly. He cannot pose any threat to the 2-winged saber-toothed tiger that has the advantage of flying. Moo! Just then, a deafening roar approached rapidly. Su Ming looked up and saw that the unicorn bull had rushed in front of him. At the critical moment, the obsidian spear in Su Ming's hand instantly stabbed out and collided with the unicorn bull again. Bang! As before, both sides retreated. Rumble! At the same time, a large number of ferocious beasts below level 5 behind the beast tide had already rushed up. Except for a dozen ferocious beasts close to Su Ming who roared and rushed towards Su Ming together, the rest of the ferocious beasts had surrounded Zhao Renjie and others. Su Ming was just about to move forward to help Song Zihan and the others kill some 4th-level ferocious beasts to reduce their pressure, but he was blocked again by the unicorn that had recovered its strength. The two sides collided again, and Su Ming was forced to stop. Obviously, the strength of the unicorn bull is one level higher than that of the two-winged saber-toothed tiger and the red-scaled python. It is very difficult for Su Ming to get back to the rescue by crossing the unicorn bull now. System, evolve my A-level ability, Rage Heart. Seeing that Zhang Yang had stopped moving and he couldn't kill the unicorn bull in a short time, Su Ming immediately thought about it and said to the system, "It only takes 100,000 enhancement points to evolve an A-level ability into an S-level ability." Su Ming's current enhancement points of more than 300,000 are completely sufficient. Boom boom boom. As Su Ming ordered the evolution of the violent heart, the 100,000 reinforcement points were quickly consumed like water. The next second, the heart-shaped mark in Su Ming's sea of consciousness began to beat wildly. A tremendous amount of energy suddenly emerged from Su Ming's body and flowed throughout his body in an instant, making all the cells in his body active and madly absorbing the tremendous energy generated by the system's evolutionary ability. As the strengthening points were consumed, the blood-red heart mark in Su Ming's sea of consciousness turned into a golden figure, and the aura it emitted was no weaker than that of the ice crown next to it. Consume 100,000 enhancement points to enhance the A-rank superhuman ability Raging Heart to the S-rank superhuman ability Raging King Kong. Boom! The moment the Heart of Rage completed its evolution, Su Ming's energy and blood suddenly surged. Because Su Ming used the A-level superhuman ability, the Violent Heart, at the moment the Violent Heart evolved, his pupils turned golden, like an angry King Kong. The next moment, Su Ming felt an unprecedented powerful force filling his whole body. Drink! Looking at the unicorn bull charging at him again, Su Ming roared, tightened his grip on the obsidian spear in his hand, and fiercely stabbed at the charging unicorn bull. Cloud-breaking spear! Facing Su Ming's shot, the one-horned bull did the same as before, using the horn on its head that was harder than diamond to collide with him. Bang! As the obsidian spear and the unicorn's horn collided again, a dull sound suddenly rang out. Moo! Then came a roar filled with surprise and a little panic. The huge body of the unicorn bull flew backwards and crashed heavily into the beast tied 100 meters behind it, knocking away several 3rd and 4th level beasts. On the other hand, Su Ming stood there without moving, still maintaining the posture of drawing his gun with one hand. Humph! After being knocked away, the unicorn bull quickly stood up, shook its head which was a little dizzy from the shock, and then looked at Su Ming with an expression of disbelief. It couldn't understand why Su Ming, who had been on par with it just now, suddenly burst out with such powerful fighting power. The power of the opponent's previous shot was at least 3 times that of the previous one. Chapter 75. Don't worry, everything has been solved. Just as the unicorn was staring at Su Ming in confusion, Su Ming diverted some of his attention to his attribute panel. Host, Su Ming. Chi and Blood, 14,000. Spirit, 3,000. Superpowers, Ice Crown S+, Raging King Kong S+. Body Training Method, Rising Sun D Perfect 100 Refinements Golden Body A Perfect. Meditation Method, Tian Luo Atlas A Perfection. Martial Arts, Diamond Spear Technique D Perfection Cloud Breaking Spear C Perfection. Strength Points, 238,600. The evolution of the A-level Superpower Furious Heart into the S-level Superpower Furious King Kong actually increased my health by 3,600 points in one go. That's a huge increase in health. And now I feel that by activating the S-level superhuman ability of Raging King Kong, my physical fitness has increased by at least twice that of Raging Heart. With my current HP of 14,000, plus at least a 16-fold superhuman amplification, the combined power of a fully unleashed cloud-breaking spear is estimated to have exceeded 12 million. Although his chi and health are still at the early stage of the 4th stage, his explosive combat power has surpassed that of senior Zhang Yang. Not only that, even my mental strength has increased significantly, reaching 3,000 points. It can be said that my strength has increased greatly. Looking at the increase in chi, blood, and spirit gained from evolving his Violent Heart ability, Su Ming couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. A pair of golden pupils looked at the unicorn staring at him from a distance through the nanomaterial combat helmet of the Liang suit. He stepped on the ground and his body shot out like a cannonball. Almost in the blink of an eye, it crossed a distance of 100 meters, and the obsidian spear was like a dragon emerging from the sea, charging towards the unicorn bull again. With 14,000 chi and blood, plus the 16-fold physical enhancement of the S-level superpower Furious King Kong, Su Ming's temporary qi and blood strength has exceeded 220,000, which is twice the 100,000 qi and blood standard for a 5th level early stage warrior. The improvement of his physical fitness also increased his speed, and now his speed is more than twice as fast as before. Su Ming's sudden increase in speed caught the one-horned bull off guard. Facing Su Ming's sudden shot, the unicorn was unable to meet the attack with its strongest horn in time. Instead, it could only reluctantly turn its head away, allowing the shot that Su Ming had originally aimed at its right eye to fall on the top of its head. Clang! The obsidian gun, with a combat power of over 12 million calories, hit the unicorn's head heavily, and a metallic vibration came from the gun body. The next second, a shrill roar came from the mouth of the unicorn. Moo! Although it tried its best to avoid Su Ming's attack on its fragile eyes, Su Ming's powerful shot still broke through its thick skin defense, penetrated the skull under the scalp, and pierced into its head along its skull. Die! After the obsidian spear pierced into the unicorn's head, it was stuck in its hard skull and could not stir it like it did when it pierced into the brain from the upper jaw of the two-winged saber-toothed tiger. However, Su Ming used his S-level ice ability Ice Crown. The extremely cold ice ability flowed effortlessly along the obsidian spear into the unicorn's mind, instantly freezing everything inside its skull. With 3,000 mental power and the 50 times power burst of the S-level Ice Crown, Su Ming's ice power attack is no weaker than that of an ordinary 4th level late Ice Awakener. Even a 5th tier beast known for its defense, such as the one-horned bull, had its skull frozen by such a powerful ice ability. Its life force disappeared in an instant and it was frozen to death by Su Ming. Successfully killed the 5th level primary beast Unicorn Bull, strengthening points plus 10,000. As the Unicorn Bull was frozen to death, Su Ming gained another 10,000 reinforcement points. After killing the last 5th level ferocious beast, Su Ming did not stop at all. He drew out the obsidian spear and his figure shuttled through the beast tide like a ghost, killing towards Zhao Renjie and others. At this moment, Zhao Renjie and others were surrounded by a large number of ferocious beasts. For 4th level military warriors, Song Zihan, Li Hao and others protected Zhao Renjie in the middle and continued to kill the surrounding ferocious beasts. But under the attack of a large number of ferocious beasts, although the 6 people were all 4th level warriors, they were all a little flustered. After all, there are quite a few 4th level ferocious beasts in this beast tide. Among the ferocious beasts that were besieging several people at this moment, there were several late stage 4th order ferocious beasts and 2 peak stage 4th order ferocious beasts. Every attack from these 4th level ferocious beasts put Song Zihan and others under great pressure. The two sides were in contact for only a few seconds, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on everyone's forehead. Die, you beast! Just when Song Zihan and others were under great pressure, an angry shout was heard. They only saw a red figure appear, and then the flash of a gun. The 4th level ferocious beasts in front of them fell one after another. In just a few breaths, the surrounding ferocious beasts were cleared out. The corpses of more than a dozen 4th level ferocious beasts fell around them, forming a wall of corpses, blocking the ferocious beasts behind. It's Su Ming! After getting rid of the nearest 4th level ferocious beasts, Su Ming stopped, and Song Zihan and others saw clearly that the red figure was Su Ming wearing the fiery sun suit. Seeing Su Ming coming, Song Zihan couldn't help but let out a low cry. Li Hao, who was standing aside, glanced around at this moment, but his sight was blocked by the corpses of ferocious beasts around him, and he could not see the situation in the distance clearly. Li Hao immediately said to Su Ming, "Thank you, junior brother Su Ming, for your help. Please go back and help Zhang Yang resist the remaining 5th level beasts. The strongest 4th level beasts here are dead, and we can handle the remaining beasts." That's right, junior brother Su Ming, it's too difficult for Zhang Yang to resist 2 5th level beasts alone. Go and help. At this time, Song Zihan, who heard Li Hao's voice, reacted immediately and hurriedly spoke to Su Ming. They only saw Su Ming and Zhang Yang working together to cut the red-scaled python into 2 pieces. Their subsequent vision was blocked by the rushing tide of beasts, and they were unaware of what happened afterwards. Now seeing Su Ming charging towards him, he thought that Su Ming had temporarily given up on the 2 5th order ferocious beasts, letting Zhang Yang resist them alone, while he came over to kill the surrounding 4th order late stage and peak stage ferocious beasts to reduce the pressure on them. No need. I killed all 3 5th level beasts. Now we just need to eliminate the remaining beasts. As for Senior Zhang Yang, I think he will be fine for the time being. However, Su Ming shook his head when he heard this. What? As soon as Su Ming said this, Song Zihan and Zhang Hao exclaimed at the same time, staring at Su Ming with wide eyes as if he were a monster. Even the other 4 military warriors were no exception. From the time Su Ming rushed out to deal with the 3/5 stage early stage ferocious beasts to the time he returned to their front, it took less than half a minute. In other words, Su Ming, an early 4th stage warrior, killed 3 early 5th stage beasts in just half a minute. Such amazing combat power is unheard of. Chapter 76, Total Annihilation. Raid. It's all thanks to the power of the fiery sun suit, and a great combat suit. If I didn't have it, I wouldn't have been able to take care of 3 early stage 5th order beasts so quickly. Everyone, brace yourself. The surrounding beasts are about to charge again. Su Ming looked at the exaggerated expressions of Song Zihan and others and reminded them with a chuckle. Roar. At the same time, the roars of beasts were rapidly approaching from all around. A large number of ferocious beasts flipped over the corpses of the 4th level ferocious beasts around them and continued to kill towards them with scarlet eyes. Seeing this, Song Zihan, Li Hao and others didn't care about being shocked. They immediately cheered up, clenched their weapons and pointed them at the ferocious beasts rushing towards them. Su Ming once again covered his face with the fiery sunsuit to protect his entire body, then raised his gun and continued to charge into the tide of ferocious beasts. Without the 5th level ferocious beast, and with the high blood and energy boost brought by the evolved S-level superhuman ability Furious King Kong, Su Ming was like a fish in water. Wherever he passed, the spearlight flashed, and those 3rd level and 4th level ferocious beasts fell down in batches. Successfully killed the 3rd stage late stage beast Ironclad Rhino, strengthening points plus 300. Successfully killed the 4th level early stage beast Sharp Claw Lizard, strengthening points plus 1000. As a large number of ferocious beasts were killed by Su Ming, various ferocious beast killing prompts kept popping up on Su Ming's system panel, and reinforcement points accumulated rapidly. Ahem. Junior Su Ming actually managed to take out 3 5th tier beasts. His fighting power is incredible, especially that final burst. Junior brother Su Ming's fighting power is like a bottomless pit, its depth is unknown. At this time, Zhang Yang, who was smashed into the rock wall near the canyon by the red-scaled python's tail before his death, finally walked out of the smoke and dust. After coughing twice, he looked at the corpses of the 3 dead 5th level beasts, and a deep shock flashed in his eyes. Although he was unable to move for a short time due to the attack of the red-scaled python, he actually saw the whole process of Su Ming killing 3 5th level ferocious beasts. The fighting power displayed by Su Ming really shocked him. Especially when he faced the one-horned bull at the last moment, his strength suddenly increased several times, which almost made him drop his jaw in shock. Looking at the ferocious beasts around him that had discovered him and were coming towards him, Zhang Yang took a deep breath, suppressed the blood surging in his chest, calmed his shocked mood, and shouted softly. Kill! As soon as the sound came, Zhang Yang also joined the battle with a knife in hand. Although Zhang Yang seemed somewhat powerless against the early 5th order beasts, he performed like a killing god when facing these 3rd order and 4th order beasts. The ferocious beasts that rushed up could hardly withstand his sword and were killed one after another. Only a few 4th level ferocious beasts could stop him for a moment, but they would soon be killed by his sword. However, Zhang Yang was like a tiger among a flock of sheep among these ferocious beasts below the 5th level, but his speed in killing the ferocious beasts was far slower than Su Ming's. On the other hand, with Su Ming's joining, the pressure on Song Zihan, Li Hao and others was greatly reduced. Less than 10% of the ferocious beasts were able to escape Su Ming's killing and rush in front of them. Moreover, these ferocious beasts that rushed over were low-level ferocious beasts that Su Ming deliberately released, and all of them were below level 4. Therefore, it was very easy for Song Zihan and others to handle it. Without the 5th level ferocious beasts, the number of beasts began to decrease sharply due to the killing of Su Ming, Zhang Yang, Song Zihan and others. In this beast tide, apart from the 3 early 5th level ferocious beasts, the total number of other ferocious beasts was only more than 1,000. In just half an hour, all the ferocious beasts in the canyon were killed. Nearly 90% of them were killed by Su Ming, and all the ferocious beasts Su Ming killed were high-level ones. After this battle, Su Ming's cumulative reinforcement points exceeded 1.16 million, which was enough to evolve the S-level Ice Crown ability once and upgrade it to an SS-level ability. Phew, it was finally resolved without any danger. Su Ming only breathed a sigh of relief after he had killed the last 3rd level ferocious beast with a single shot. The fiery sun suit on his head was removed, revealing his handsome face, and he took a deep breath. Even though he now possesses the energy and blood of an early 4th stage warrior, after such a long period of high-intensity fighting, especially after activating the Furious King Kong's supernatural power to fight, his consumption is also quite large. As for his superhuman ability of Furious King Kong, after killing 3 5th level beasts, he first killed all the 4th level beasts in the beast tide. Then he put away this ability to avoid putting too much burden on his body. With his current strength, even if he uses all his strength to activate the S-level superhuman ability of Furious King Kong, he can only last about 10 minutes at most. Even though he had cancelled the enhancement of his S-level superhuman abilities early on, Su Ming's 14,000 HP, coupled with his C-level perfect proficiency in the cloud-breaking spear, meant that his burst of combat power was no weaker than that of an average 4th-level mid-stage warrior. With his normal physical combat power, he can easily kill the remaining 3rd-level ferocious beasts in the beast tide in seconds. Su Ming, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, we would be in trouble this time. After the battle, Zhao Renjie looked at Su Ming, whose breathing had become heavier than usual, and smiled, his eyes full of admiration. The talent and strength displayed by Su Ming in this battle completely exceeded his expectations. Upon hearing this, Su Ming simply smiled faintly at Zhao Renjie, without commenting. He then turned to Song Zihan and the others and said, "Seniors, we've killed so many ferocious beasts this time we can't waste them. Let's collect materials from them together." Yeah. If we sell the materials from so many 4th-level beasts and 3 5th-level early-stage beasts, we'll definitely make an astronomical amount of money, huh? Upon hearing this, Song Zihan responded excitedly, then drew his weapon and walked towards the nearest corpse of a 4th-level ferocious beast. In addition, Zhang Yang and Li Hao did not hesitate. They also drew their weapons and began to collect materials from the corpses of the surrounding ferocious beasts. 4 of you, come along too. Everyone contributed to this beast tide, and everyone should have a share of the materials from these ferocious beasts. After Song Zihan and the other 3 joined in collecting materials from the ferocious beasts, Su Ming looked at the 4 warriors from the military and said with a smile. He had just seen the 4 military warriors' eyes flashing with excitement as they looked at the corpses of the ferocious beasts around them. There are so many corpses of ferocious beasts here. It would take at least 2 hours for him and Song Zihan and other students from the Demon Sea University to collect the materials. With the addition of 4 people, the time can be shortened by half. In that case, we will respectfully obey your orders. Hearing Su Ming's words, the leading military warrior hurriedly bowed to Su Ming and then took the other 3 people to join the operation of collecting materials from the ferocious beasts. Call out. However, just as Su Ming was about to join the action of collecting materials, a sharp arrow with a scorching breath broke through the air and shot directly into Zhao Renjie's head. Chapter 77 Dark Council. Professor Zhao, be careful. Su Ming was the first to notice the sneak attack and shouted loudly. He wanted to block it, but the distance between him and Zhao Renjie was so great that he had no time to block the arrow. Seeing this, Su Ming's eyes narrowed and his mind moved. Almost instantly, the surrounding air temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees, and then more than a dozen ice walls several meters thick appeared in front of Zhao Renjie. It was the ice wall condensed by Su Ming using the Ice Crown, an S-level ice-based ability. With Su Ming's current mental strength, each ice wall condensed by the Ice Crown's supernatural power can withstand the full force attack of a 4th-stage mid-stage warrior. Shichichi. However, just as Su Ming had condensed these ice walls, the sharp arrow with a scorching breath easily penetrated the ice walls like a red-hot iron falling on a piece of cheese less than 1 millimeter thick. The arrow left a fist-sized hole in the ice wall, and shot straight at Zhao Renjie without slowing down at all. So strong. After realizing the power of this arrow, Su Ming's face suddenly changed. It instantly penetrated more than a dozen ice walls that could withstand the full force attack of a 4th-stage mid-level warrior, and its power did not weaken in the slightest. The power of this arrow has definitely reached the peak of level 5, or even higher. The strength of the person who launched the sneak attack might have surpassed that of a 5th-level warrior. Grandmaster's sneak attack. In an instant, a thought flashed through Su Ming's mind. Without any hesitation, the next moment, the fiery sun suit wrapped his entire body, protecting him tightly. Faced with the sneak attack from a Grandmaster, he is absolutely unable to rescue Zhao Renjie, and the most important thing now is to save his own life. The A-level combat uniform is his only guarantee to survive from the hands of the Grandmaster. As for the safety of others, he can no longer care about it. Humph. You finally can't hold it in anymore? But just when Su Ming thought that Zhao Renjie was about to be killed by this arrow, a cold snort suddenly came from the void. The next second, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Renjie and grabbed the arrow that was about to hit Zhao Renjie. The arrow vibrated wildly in his hand, but it could not move any further and stopped less than half a foot away from Zhao Renjie's eyebrows. Bang! As the man suddenly squeezed hard, the entire arrow was shattered into powder and scattered in the air. Lao Mo, you really know how to time things. If you had come out any later, I would have been dead. At this time, Zhao Renjie smiled and looked at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him and said, his tone was full of ridicule, and there was no fear in his voice. What's going on? Could it be that Professor Zhao knew this would happen? At this moment, Su Ming looked at Zhao Renjie's calm face and the mysterious strongman who suddenly appeared and was called Lao Mo by Zhao Renjie, and he couldn't help but stand there in a daze. It is obvious that Zhao Renjie had anticipated everything that was happening now, otherwise he would not be so calm. Whoosh! At this moment, in front of the canyon where Su Ming and others were, a figure suddenly jumped out from behind a protruding rock wall on the right side and flew away into the distance without any hesitation. While escaping, he did not forget to shoot arrows at Su Ming, Song Zihan, and other students of Demon Sea University. The power of these arrows was no weaker than the one that attacked Zhao Renjie before. Being locked by these arrows, Su Ming, Song Zihan, and others all felt a chill down their spines. However, the moment these 3 arrows were shot, the mysterious strong man in front of Zhao Renjie suddenly moved. Humph! You still want to hurt someone in front of me, Mo Wan Dao? Su Ming only heard a cold snort echoing through the canyon, and then saw a flash of knife light flying past in front of him. The next second, all the arrows shot at him, Song Zihan and others were chopped into pieces by this knife light. The sword light that broke the arrow still carried the remaining power and slashed towards the sky of the cave, splitting a layer of thick clouds and finally dissipating in the boundless sky. At the same time, Su Ming only felt a ghostly figure flash past him, stirring up a gust of wind. When he stood firm and looked, he saw that the strong man who had just called himself Mo Wan Dao had already flown into the air and was chasing after the person who had just attacked him. 2 powerful grandmasters. It was not until then that Song Zihan, Zhang Yang, and the others came to their senses. They stood there blankly, looking up at the 2 people who quickly turned into 2 black dots and disappeared into the sky, and cried out in surprise. The same was true for the 4 military warriors, who performed not much better than Song Zihan and the others. Professor Zhao, what exactly is going on? Su Ming came back to his senses immediately. He didn't even bother to collect materials from the corpses of the surrounding ferocious beasts. He turned to look at Zhao Renjie and asked. As soon as his voice came out, Song Zihan and others were awakened from their shock, and their eyes all fell on Zhao Renjie. Obviously, they also realized that Zhao Renjie had anticipated what had just happened. The guy who just attacked is an assassin from the Dark Council. The reason I'm issuing this mission and having you, the 4th level students, follow me to cave number 4 is to lure this guy out. As for the details, you don't need to know. Just know that your mission this time has been accomplished. If Lao Mo can capture the Dark Council's assassin this time, the 4 of you will receive an additional 200 credits when you return. When Zhao Renjie heard Su Ming's question, he reached out to push up his glasses, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and explained to everyone. Although Zhao Renjie did not explain the details clearly, after hearing the 4 words Dark Council, Song Zihan, Zhang Yang, and Li Hao all exclaimed, and their faces suddenly became full of anger. Dark Council, what is that? Only Su Ming looked at Zhao Renjie, Song Zihan, and others with a puzzled expression, his heart full of curiosity. Judging from the expressions of Song Zihan and Zhang Yang, he knew that the Dark Council and Demon Sea University must have a lot of grudges. This is a force that only geniuses from major martial arts universities can come into contact with. You have just entered Demon Sea University, so naturally you don't know about the Dark Council. The Dark Council is an underground organization composed of shady scum from around the world. They specialize in hunting down martial arts geniuses and scientists who have made significant contributions to the advancement of martial artists. Of course, Hanxia's top brass also doubt that the Dark Council has been able to develop to this point, especially since its activities are most frequent within Hanxia. This is undoubtedly due to the secret support of the great power across the ocean. It's just that we've never found any evidence in all these years, so it can't be proven. Ultimately, it's just a guess. Seeing the puzzled look on Su Ming's face, Zhao Renjie smiled and walked to the corpse of a 4th level ferocious beast next to Su Ming, squatted down, then took out a dagger and began to cut the materials on the corpse of the ferocious beast while telling Su Ming about the information about the Dark Council. Chapter 78 next time. After listening to Zhao Renjie's explanation, Su Ming's doubts were slightly relieved, but a new question immediately emerged. Looking at Zhao Renjie, who looked calm, as if the thrilling scene just now was just a daily episode, he couldn't help but ask, Professor Zhao, so you knew from the beginning that there would be an ambush by a master assassin from the Dark Council on this mission? And you asked us, the uninformed students whose strength is only at the 4th level warrior level, to accompany you to cave number 4 just to lure the snake out of its hole? As soon as these words were spoken, Song Zihan, Zhang Yang, Li Hao and the 4 military warriors beside them all changed their expressions and looked at Zhao Renjie in unison. Zhao Renjie paused while cutting the beast's materials, then nodded calmly, a slightly apologetic smile on his face, and then said to Su Ming, "I'm sorry for not fully explaining the situation to you in advance. The Dark Council's assassins are very cunning and their whereabouts are difficult to track. I had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure." Zhao Renjie paused, pushed his glasses, and continued, "The news of my trip to collect demon source flowers was indeed leaked intentionally. My identity and the project I'm researching are enough to entice the Dark Council to take the risk. As for letting you students participate, we're worried that an overly powerful escort might deter the Dark Council from taking action. However, the school has made sufficient preparations for this operation and has secretly arranged additional protection forces. The person you just saw is one of the strong men who secretly protects us." Although Zhao Renjie's tone was calm, everyone still felt a little scared. In this mission, they were actually used as bait for fishing. It was a master-level assassination. If Senior Mo Wendao had not appeared in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. Moreover, the beast tied just now and the arrow shot at them by the assassin from the Dark Council really made them feel like they had walked through the gates of hell. After a moment's silence, Zhang Yang took a deep breath and spoke first, "Professor Zhao, the Dark Council is a serious matter. We understand, but we hope that if there is a next time, the school will inform us in advance." "Yes, Professor Zhao, you scared us quite a bit just now." As soon as Zhang Yang finished speaking, Song Zihan also spoke up. As junior students, the two were obviously aware of the rampant Dark Council, but having just experienced a life and death crisis, they could not help but feel complaining. "If I had told you in advance that you would be easily discovered by those cunning people in the Dark Council, there wouldn't be the effect you have today, ha ha ha." Hearing this, Zhao Renjie shook his head and smiled. Glancing at Su Ming and Zhang Yang, whose expressions hadn't improved much, he added, "All right, I admit the school was inconsiderate this time. How about giving the four of you an extra 300 credits when you return, regardless of whether or not you've caught the Dark Council's assassin?" "That's pretty good, hee hee." After hearing Zhao Renjie's promise, Su Ming, Zhang Yang, and others smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Zhao Renjie sighed helplessly, then said, "Thank you all for your hard work this time. Let's clean up the battlefield first. These are real spoils of war." After his reminder, everyone finally came back to their senses from the thrilling episode just now. Looking at the corpses of ferocious beasts all over the canyon, their eyes became fiery again. Although this mission was beyond their expectations, fortunately it was successful without any danger. Moreover, without the assassin from the Dark Council, they would not have had such a huge gain. Su Ming was no longer entangled in this moment, but focused on dealing with the corpses of the ferocious beasts around him. Risks and benefits coexist. Although this mission was fraught with dangers, his gains were enormous. Not only did he obtain a large number of enhancement points, but he also evolved his abilities to S level, and his strength increased dramatically. The group once again immersed themselves in the busy collection work. With Zhao Renjie's help, everyone dealt with the corpses of the ferocious beasts much faster. About 40 minutes later, all the valuable ferocious beast materials in the entire canyon were collected and piled into a small hill. The spatial ring on Zhao Renjie's hand flickered with light as he collected all the materials. "We'll calculate the value of these materials when we get back, convert them into credits, and then distribute them. Is that okay with everyone?" "No problem," everyone responded in unison. It is naturally safest to have it kept and handled by Zhao Renjie. Whoosh! At this moment, a streak of light came from the distant sky and quickly landed in front of everyone. It was Mo Wendao who was chasing the assassin. He was holding a middle-aged man who was weak and unconscious. The man's face was pale and his black clothes were torn in many places. It was obvious that he was completely subdued after a fierce battle. "Lao Mo, how is it?" Seeing this, Zhao Renjie's eyes lit up and he immediately stepped forward and asked. Mo Wendao casually threw the man to the ground and said calmly, "I caught him. This guy is very slippery and quite powerful. It took a lot of effort on my part. I've already crippled him. This time I must bring him back for a thorough interrogation." "Well, thank you for your hard work." Zhao Renjie nodded. Mo Wendao's eyes swept across the devastated canyon and the safe and sound people, and he paused for a moment on Su Ming in particular. A hint of subtle surprise and approval flashed in his eyes. Obviously, Su Ming's previous performance was beyond his expectations. "Mission accomplished, let's go back." "Yes." Zhao Renjie waved his hand and everyone responded immediately. With the companionship of the powerful Grandmaster Mo Wendao, the return journey became extremely smooth. The powerful aura of the Grandmaster realm spread out, and all the ferocious beasts along the way fled in fear. They returned to the entrance of cave number 4 in the demon city at a much faster speed than when they came. After passing through the cave passage, they returned to the military base outside. After completing the handover procedures, everyone took a helicopter back to Magic Sea University. After returning to school, Zhao Renjie immediately went to deal with the follow-up matters, and Su Ming, Song Zihan, and others soon received a notification of task completion on their student ID cards. Completed the mission assisting Professor Zhao Renjie in collecting magic source flowers. Reward credits, 120. Special contribution reward, successfully responding to a sudden crisis and assisting in locating a Dark Council Grandmaster level assassin, reward credits, 200. Not bad. I earned 320 credits in just 2 days. If I had this kind of mission every day, I could accumulate 5,000 credits in a month. Looking at the 320 credits that arrived in his account, Su Ming smiled and murmured softly. Beside him, Song Zihan, Zhang Yang and Li Hao were also delighted. Junior Su Ming, come on, I'll treat you to a good meal in the school cafeteria. At this time, Song Zihan suddenly stepped forward and invited Su Ming. Yes, junior brother Su Ming, we earned quite a few credits on this trip, so we must celebrate. Let's go have a meal together. As soon as Song Zihan finished speaking, Zhang Yang stepped forward and spoke to Su Ming, and Li Hao behind him did the same. The strength displayed by Su Ming has completely conquered them, making them realize how extraordinary Su Ming's talent is. All three of them wanted to have a good relationship with a prodigy like Su Ming. However, Su Ming shook his head and responded with a smile, "Thank you, seniors, but I still have things to take care of. Let's talk next time when I'm free." After saying this, without waiting for Song Zihan, Zhang Yang and the others to respond, Su Ming turned around and left in a flash. Seeing this, Song Zihan and the other two could only look at each other helplessly, and then they had to walk towards the school cafeteria together. Chapter 79, Magic City Extreme Martial Arts Hall. After Su Ming said goodbye to Song Zihan and the other three, he went straight back to his own dormitory. 320 credits are enough for my daily food and drink expenses at Demon Sea University. Next, I'll concentrate on training and refine the bottle of Earth Dragon Blood Essence before accepting any missions. After returning to the villa, Su Ming went straight up to the second floor, came to his room, and took out the bottle of Earth Dragon Blood. Then, without any hesitation, he poured out a drop of Earth Dragon Blood and swallowed it, and then he began to practice the perfect A-level bodybuilding method 100 Refinements Golden Body Technique. After practicing for an hour, Su Ming had completely consumed the energy of this drop of Earth Dragon's blood essence, and his chi and blood increased by 100 points. Without hesitation, Su Ming took another drop of Earth Dragon Blood and continued practicing until he felt hungry. He then went to the school cafeteria for a big meal, packed food for more than a dozen people and returned to the dormitory to continue practicing. This practice lasts for 10 hours. As his body gradually adapted, the amount Su Ming took each time increased from the initial 1 drop to 1.5 drops, and then to 2 drops. Every time you take it, you can feel a significant increase in chi and blood and further strengthening of your body. When Su Ming stopped practicing, he had consumed 20 drops of Earth Dragon Blood Essence, and his chi and blood increased by 2,000 points. Gurgle. As soon as he stopped practicing, Su Ming's stomach rumbled with hunger. Feeling hungry, Su Ming went straight to the kitchen and ate up all the beast meat that he had packed from the cafeteria. Although school credits are hard to earn, they have strong purchasing power. This amount of 4th level beast meat only cost 0.5 credits. If these 320 credits were just for food and drink, they would be enough for an average student at Demon Sea University to get through 4 years of college. After eating and drinking his fill, Su Ming burped and muttered to himself with a smile on his face. Ding, 5 billion credits have been credited to your account ending in 9527. Just then, a message suddenly popped up on his phone. It seems that Professor Zhao has already processed all the materials of the fierce beasts. 5 billion credit points, the materials of high-level fierce beasts are really valuable. Now I have the 8th level cultivation resources like Earth Dragon Essence Blood available, and my chi and blood are improving very quickly, but the improvement in my mental strength is far behind the improvement in chi and blood. Perhaps I can use this huge sum of money to buy some natural treasures in the Magic City that can enhance the strength of my spiritual power. Looking at the message that popped up on his phone, Su Ming's heart moved. Although Demon Sea University has many rare treasures that can enhance and promote the improvement of mental power, these resources need to be exchanged for credits, and the required credits are quite a lot. Now that Su Ming has obtained such a huge sum of money, it would be more appropriate to use this money to purchase resources for cultivation outside. Besides, Modu is one of the largest cities in Hanxia, and the natural treasures sold in the market are definitely much better than those in Linjiang City in terms of both quantity and quality. With his current strength, it is enough to use credit points to purchase a batch of 4th and 5th level treasures to enhance his spiritual power. The credits can be used to exchange for high-level materials that cannot be bought outside at the Demon Sea University, or used to allow him to enter the Tongtian training tower for training. After making the decision, Su Ming put away his cell phone, cleaned the table, quickly washed up, and lay down on the Simmons bed that was more than 3 meters wide and had a good sleep. The next day, Su Ming left Demon Sea University directly, took a taxi and headed towards the Demon City outside Demon Sea University. About an hour later, Su Ming arrived at the city center of the Magic City and appeared on the most prosperous street in the entire Magic City. As soon as he got off the car, Su Ming looked up at the magnificent building in front of him. On the top of this building stand the 4 big characters Extreme Martial Arts School. Before setting off, Su Ming had already inquired about the location of the Extreme Martial Arts School's branch in the Magic City. In addition to providing training for martial artists, the Extreme Martial Arts School also operates a business related to various resources needed for martial artists to practice. It also sells items such as chi and blood powder, spirit pills, and various natural treasures. Su Ming is a core member of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. In addition to being able to enjoy free chi and blood powder, spirit pills, and top-level training rooms in the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, he can also enjoy a 20% discount when purchasing rare treasures. Discounts were the main reason why Su Ming came to the Extreme Martial Arts School to buy rare treasures for cultivation. A 20% discount may not seem like much, but the value of any 4th grade treasure is not low. This time, he plans to use all 5 billion credit points to buy treasures that promote spiritual cultivation. A 20% discount can save him 1 billion credit points. After closing the car door, Su Ming walked into the Extreme Martial Arts Gym. Hello, welcome to the Extreme Martial Arts School. How may I help you? As soon as Su Ming walked into the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, a pretty and tall receptionist came up to him and spoke with a professional smile on her face. I'm here to buy some cultivation resources that can help improve my mental strength. Su Ming glanced at her and responded lightly. Purchasing cultivation resources to enhance spiritual power, could he be an awakened one? When the receptionist heard Su Ming's words, she was shocked. After guessing that Su Ming was most likely an awakened person, her attitude became more respectful. Okay, please follow me, my dear guest. Without hesitation, the receptionist immediately extended her hand to Su Ming and led the way. Dear guest, the 4th floor is where our Extreme Martial Arts School specializes in selling natural treasures that can enhance spiritual power. Soon, she brought Su Ming to the 4th floor of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, where rare treasures that promoted spiritual cultivation were sold. The 1st and 2nd floors of the Extreme Martial Arts School are where the coaches give collective teaching to the students. The 3rd and 4th floors are where various training items for martial artists are sold. As for the 5th floor and above, they are all separate VIP training rooms for the VIP members and customers of the Extreme Martial Arts School to practice, and even for one-on-one teaching by the martial arts coaches. Well, you go ahead and do your work. I'll just hang out here for a bit. Su Ming glanced at the lobby on the 4th floor, then spoke to the receptionist beside him. Okay. After the receptionist left, Su Ming started to walk around the 4th floor. As expected of the Magic City, 4th-tier resources that are considered treasures in Linjiang City shops are everywhere here. There are so many awakened people here in Linjiang City, which are rare to come by. Looking at the various rare treasures displayed on the counter, and the hundreds of customers on the 4th floor who were selecting rare treasures like him, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh in his heart. After expressing his feelings, he calmed down and walked past the counters, looking for the treasures that suit him.